Kong, why are you asleep here again? At this hour, why aren't you going home for dinner? Listening to the children's boisterous laughter around him, Kong grew irritated. He had no memory of there being so many kids at school, and if he was at school, how was he supposed to go home for dinner? These little brats were truly vexing. Stop making a racket and hurry home. This is not a place you should be hanging around. Speaking in a drowsy haze, Kong tried to drive away these bothersome little troublemakers so he could return to the dormitory for another nap. Yet the sound that came from his mouth felt foreign to him. His voice had inexplicably become that of a tender childish boy. In an instant Kong snapped fully awake. He looked down at his own thin small body, then out at the world beyond. 2 rows of old wooden houses stood along the street, cooking smoke curling ceaselessly from their rooftops. Passers-by hurried along as though eager to get home, while several children beside him burst into loud laughter. See? I told you Kong's brain is broken. Listen to the nonsense he's spouting. Big idiot. Filthy kid. Unwanted brat. Ha 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 ha. Shut up, all of you. You should be heading home for dinner too. What are you still doing here, waiting for your parents to come after you with wooden boards? Just as Kong was still struggling to understand what was going on, a deep male voice sounded, putting a stop to the children's bullying. Busybody. Let's go, this is boring. TCH. The children muttered under their breath, disgruntled yet constrained by the adult's authority, and obediently drifted away. Kong, are you alright? Those kids are just too young to know any better. They didn't truly mean harm. Kong looked at the kindly uncle in front of him, and nodded, indicating that he was fine. He had no mood to bother with those children now. The scenery before his eyes and the transformation of his own body all screamed that something supernatural had happened to him. Hey uncle, you haven't gone home for dinner yet? As Kong desperately tried to figure out what had happened to him, and where this place was, a bright, cheerful voice rang out. Oh, it's Daitu. So was this mission successful? Of course. I'm the man who will become Hokage. Missions like this are nothing but a small appetizer. Wait, Daitu. Hokage. Kong instantly seized on the 2 key words. He lifted his head to look. A tall boy wearing orange goggles was swaggering down the street, his face radiant with an open, cheerful smile. On his back a symbol was boldly emblazoned, a fan-shaped crest. That pattern, that emblem, could not be mistaken, the Uchiha clan's insignia. Uchiha Daitu. Kong shouted the name loudly, staring nervously at the boy, half hoping he truly was Uchiha Daitu, half praying he wasn't. After all, the world of Naruto was anything but a pleasant fairy tale. Why are you yelling my name so loudly? Daitu was completely bewildered. He looked at Kong and realized he did not seem to know this kid at all. Sorry, brother Daitu, I just haven't seen you for so long, I got a little excited. Kong hurriedly smoothed things over. That single response from Daitu made his heart sink. Uchiha Daitu was still alive, meaning the night of the clan massacre had not yet come. Could it be that he himself was also a member of the Uchiha clan? Uncle, I have something to do, I'll be going now. Kong's mind was in chaos. All he wanted now was to find a quiet place to sort out his thoughts. Relying on hazy fragments of memory, Kong jogged all the way back home. Seeing the modest wooden house before him, either too big nor too small, he pushed the door open without hesitation and stepped inside. According to the memories belonging to this body, Kong was a war orphan. His parents had both been shinobi. Though not especially powerful, they had reached Chunin level. Near the end of the Second Great Ninja War, they brought him into the world, then immediately returned to the battlefield, where they fell in combat, leaving only him behind to survive on the charity of many households. When he was about to enroll in the academy, tests revealed he had no talent as a shinobi. He could barely refine chakra at all. The Uchiha leadership, remembering his parents' sacrifice, decided to let him live within the clan's compound and provided him with a monthly stipend right up until now. Seriously. Not even the aptitude of a shinobi. I carry the blood of the Uchiha clan, yet I can't even refine chakra. How am I supposed to survive like this? After sorting through his memories, Kong was seized by a sudden impulse towards suicide. To bear Uchiha blood and live in the clan's own compound, how could he possibly survive the night of the massacre? Even he did not believe it. With both Daitu and Itachi as executioners, how could they possibly spare him? Yet if he fled, where could he possibly go? The Sharingan that came with Uchiha blood alone was enough to make other villages covet him. Even within Konoha itself there were Orochimaru and Danzo, two sinister figures. If he escaped from the village today, he would likely end up on an operating table tomorrow. Kong felt utterly desolate. He considered going to the third Hokage, but would the third ever grant audience to a mere civilian child of the Uchiha? Even if they did meet, would the Hokage truly believe what he had to say? Would they have someone from the Yamanaka clan probe his memories? And if they uncovered recollections of a modern world, how would he ever explain that? Kong was so overwhelmed with despair he was on the verge of tears. What calamity had he committed to deserve this? To transmigrate into the world of Naruto without even choosing a decent era. If only he had arrived in Boruto's time, he might have found some way to live out a pleasant life. Instead, he had been hurled into the Uchiha clan just before the night of extermination as a child without even the talent of a shinobi. Was this not clearly a death sentence? Just as Kong was drowning in despair, a luminous screen suddenly materialized before him, vividly displaying the login animation of the Naruto mobile game. Player account registration timeout detected. The system has automatically registered a new account for you. Congratulations player, you have received a Newbie Gift Pack, the Uzumaki Naruto template. Detected Uchiha bloodline, additional reward Uchiha Sasuke template. Please check your gifts. Gazing at the ethereal screen before him, listening to the pleasant mechanical voice, Kong felt chakra surging within his body, and a strange change stirring in his eyes. No way, an actual system. I knew I couldn't be that unlucky. Transmigrators are either monstrously gifted or come with cheats built in. Kong's heart surged with uncontrollable joy. It had taken only a few minutes to ascend from hell to heaven. The dramatic shift in emotion left him looking a little unhinged. After several minutes of crazed laughter, Kong finally calmed down, ready to carefully examine what functions this cheat possessed. Yet the more he studied the screen, the more something felt off. Why does this cheat look exactly like the Naruto mobile game I used to play? With a tentative mindset, Kong tapped the login button on the screen. A flash of white light swept across, and then a familiar interface unfolded before his eyes. You've got to be kidding me. It really is the Naruto mobile game. What kind of sane person plays Naruto Mobile inside the actual Naruto world? Kong stared at the familiar UI before him, listening to the familiar music, momentarily at a loss for words. System. System. He called out tentatively a couple of times but received no response. Could this cheat be just a pre-written program without intelligence? But with AI so advanced nowadays, there's no way it wouldn't have a little assistant. After thinking for a moment, Kong suddenly had an idea. Yeezy. Yeezy. Hello esteemed player. What can I help you with? At that moment Kong fell silent. It really was that damned Mofung Naruto mobile game. Even the built-in AI assistant was called Yeezy. Tell me about your detailed functions. I can provide players with various in-game information, help you understand the game deeply, and you can report bugs you encounter during gameplay to me. I am your personal assistant. Feel free to come to me anytime. What's the use of this cheat? Yeezy doesn't understand what you're saying. Let's try another question. Kong fell silent again. It really was just an AI idiot, completely useless. Kong stopped paying attention to the artificial idiot and began earnestly exploring what his cheat could do and how to use it. Looking at the Naruto mobile game interface, Kong observed carefully and noticed some differences. First, the welfare had been severely slashed. No, not just slashed, but utterly gutted. Where was the 100 Battle Ninja event? Where was the Advanced Summon A event? And where did my Chuanzi go? Looking elsewhere, the level system and costume system were gone, but the ninja system, talent system, equipment system, summoning system, and scroll system were still there. The point card system was missing, the ninja certificate system was missing, and various other things that previously required level to unlock were now all open. Kong tapped on events. It was completely empty. He then tapped on summon. Good heavens, it was just one big advanced summon pool containing all the ninjas. But why were only the crank ninja icons lit up while rank and srank icons were all black? And why were all the ninjas in the pool plus a whole bunch of extra ones? Kong tried to tap summon but got a notification that he lacked summoning scrolls. He tapped the purchase option for summoning scrolls, sure enough the familiar 168 gold coins. He checked his balance 0. Then he saw the next free summon would be in 2 days. He helplessly exited. Kong opened the shop, but it was completely empty, blank. With his last hope he tapped on rewards. Fortunately the daily missions and rewards center were still there, providing a stable source of gold coins. This finally allowed Kong to breathe a sigh of relief. But the tasks in the daily missions were a bit puzzling. Besides the normal daily tasks, there were 3 strange new ones: have a conversation with an important NPC 10 activity, 1 hour of high-intensity exercise 20 activity, and release 20 ninjutsu 30 activity. Did they deliberately add these because they were afraid I couldn't finish the original daily missions? After reviewing the daily missions, Kong finally stopped paying attention to the light screen. Having seen all these things, he roughly understood what this thing was: a mutated version of the Naruto Mobile Game system. Though many things were modded, summoning ninjas from it could actually grant him their real power, allowing him to truly gain strength. Sharingan activate. Kong closed his eyes and shouted loudly. Then a black tomo appeared in his eyes. In an instant he felt the whole world was different. He could actually see a fly moving slowly beside him. Out of curiosity he reached out and caught it, all so simple. Ah! Suddenly Kong cried out in pain, and the Sharingan in his eyes forcibly deactivated. Indeed, power obtained not through hard training cannot compare to the original. Kong closed his eyes and sat on the ground waiting for his eyes to slowly recover. The burden of the Sharingan was still too great. His physical condition was not yet sufficient to support its normal use. Let me think. According to this Onetamo's Sharingan, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha are undoubtedly the cranky young Naruto and young Sasuke. And without the 9 tails inside me I can only inherit chakra and skills. Kong carefully analyzed the logic of this cheat, wondering how far he could go in this world. In the Naruto Mobile Game, the strongest are Tonari Otsutsuki, Urashiki Otsutsuki, and Kinshiki Otsutsuki, right? Naruto and Sasuke only go up to the warring states, period. There's no 6 paths Naruto, 6 paths Sasuke, 6 paths Obito, or 6 paths Madara. But could my guy's 8 gates release formation be usable? Would it actually kill me? Kong sighed. Damn Mofang, why did you release the main story so slowly? If you had just released the Otsutsuki God directly, there would be no worries. But Kong also noticed that the pool was problematic. It had many extra ninjas, and judging by the silhouettes they were probably those Yeto-Berrelist ninjas. He just wasn't sure if they could actually be summoned. Feeling that his eyes had recovered, Kong finally stood up and began to try other ninjutsu. Shadow Clone Technique. As Kong's body uncontrollably formed hand seals, a large cloud of smoke appeared out of thin air. When the smoke dissipated, there was indeed a shadow clone that looked exactly like Kong. Half of Kong's chakra was drained away. Kong looked at his shadow clone and nodded in satisfaction. He examined it thoroughly, checking for differences. Finally he punched the shadow clone in the chest. The clone disappeared instantly. Kong suddenly felt exhausted and his chest ached. It seems it's real. But my performance is too poor. I need to train my body properly from now on, whether for those 20 activity points or to become stronger. Daily exercise is essential. Kong looked at the other ninjutsu. Lion combo would be useless with his current physique and could even injure himself. Naruto Uzumaki's 2000 combo and Chidori would definitely hurt him. As for fireball jutsu, if he didn't want to keep his home, that would be fine. Is that it? Kong felt a bit unsatisfied, but his stomach began to growl. He checked the time. It was nearly dinner time and he hadn't even cooked. How careless. Just as Kong was worrying about what to eat for dinner, there was a knock at his door. Is anyone home? That voice, it was Daitu. Kong was a bit puzzled. His original self wasn't very familiar with Daitu. Why would Daitu come looking for him now? Just a moment, I'll be right there. Kong responded, glanced around the empty room and saw nothing that needed to be hidden. He opened the door generously. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought you some ramen. Let's eat together. After opening the door, Daitu stood there holding 2 portions of ramen, a smile on his face, looking at Kong in a way that made it impossible to refuse. Please come in. I'm truly sorry to trouble you, brother Obito. Kong gazed at the fragrant ramen. Though he wanted to refuse, he could not resist the aroma of the food and Obito's cheerful smile. What's this? I've been at the front for so long, and you still remember me, a little kid? Of course I should take care of you. Obito entered, set the ramen on the table, and with the ease of an old friend took out bowls and chopsticks, preparing dinner for the two of them. He had a reason for visiting Kong. As fellow war orphans, Obito still had his grandmother to care for him, though she was now frail and nearing her end. But his childhood was accompanied by grandma, while Kong lived entirely alone, even more pitiable. Seeing Kong, Obito saw a reflection of himself. Thus he naturally felt a deeper affinity for Kong, especially since Kong had greeted him on the street today. Obito thought he should come and look after this child. Brother Obito, has anything interesting happened in Konoha lately? Kong asked casually, but in truth he wanted to confirm which stage the plot had reached so he could prepare in advance. Since Obito was still alive, time was still ample. Though he could not recall the finer details, he would never forget the sequence: Obito's feigned death, then the Nine-Tails rampage, and finally the night of the massacre. Lately, I don't know what's been happening in the village. I've been at the front recently. Two shocking incidents occurred there. One is that our village's genin Might Due actually mastered a secret technique called the 8 Gates. That technique is extraordinary. He, a mere genin, used it to single-handedly defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, with 4 confirmed dead. As he spoke, Obito's eyes sparkled with admiration and envy. To fight for those you want to protect, to give your life and burn until the very end, such a thing will always ignite a young man's blood. And then there's my teacher, the Yellow Flash Lord Minato Namikaze. On the battlefield between Konoha and the Rock Village, he clashed with the famous AB duo and single-handedly forced them back, earning renown across the ninja world. Listening to Obito recount these two events, Kong gained a rough understanding. Might Due fighting the 7 ninja swordsmen, Minato confronting the AB duo. Wasn't this just before one of the key turning points of Naruto, the Kanebe Bridge battle? He just didn't know how much time remained. So the war is almost over, Kong casually remarked, picking up Obito's words to further confirm when the Kanebe Bridge battle would occur. Of course Konoha is the strongest. The situation at the front is very promising. By the time I return next time, the war might be over and he'll probably become a jonin. Though Obito's words were filled with hope and longing for a bright future, only those who have experienced war truly understand its cruelty. He had been protected by his teacher Minato earlier, and later formed a 3-man team with the Jonin Kakashi and Rin, which allowed him to return. But how many ninjas never made it back? Looking at Kong's adorable face, Obito felt comforted. As a ninja, he risked his life on the front lines precisely to ensure that the villagers could live in peace and safety. Brother Obito, can't you avoid the battlefield? It's so dangerous there. Missing just one person won't matter, right? Kong hesitated inwardly, but still wanted to try to save Obito. Although the later Obito was an irredeemable scumbag, seeing the teenage Obito before him, Kong wanted to make an effort. Even if he couldn't save Obito, at least destroying Madaro's convenient puppet would be a gain. How can you think that? Obito looked at Kong curiously. He never imagined that a ninja like himself would be cared for by a child. My parents both died in the war. It's been a long time since anyone cared about me. Brother Obito, I don't want you to die. Ha! Obito ruffled Kong's hair. In the man who will become Hokage. How can I fear death and shirk my responsibilities, abandon my comrades and slink back to the village? Hearing Obito's bold words, Kong was deeply moved. He had long known Obito's dream of becoming Hokage, but hearing it from Obito's own lips, witnessing the resolute and hopeful declaration, was truly stirring. Kong, don't worry. We will win and come back alive. When the war is over, I'll treat you to a feast at the barbecue place, okay? Seeing Obito make such a grand declaration and plant a flag, Kong slapped his forehead, knowing he couldn't stop Obito. He couldn't help but feel sorry for Obito, who would spend most of his life as a puppet of others, committing countless wrongs. Brother Obito, no matter what happens, never forget your dream. You must become Hokage. Remember, there are many people in Konoha who care about you. Kong made his final effort. This was all he could do now. The meal was soon finished. Kong intended to clean up, but Obito took the initiative. Then he patted Kong's head and left Kong's home. Sigh, it's not that easy after all. Strength is the most important factor. Without strength you can't achieve anything. Kong smiled bitterly and decided to complete his daily tasks first, training his body while also collecting gold coins. He needed to draw powerful ninjas as soon as possible, or else he wouldn't even survive the masked man's invasion of Konoha. Seeing that it was still early, Kong resolutely ran out of the house and began to exercise. 98-9 editing 100. Kong collapsed on the ground. He hadn't expected this body to be so weak. In the world of Naruto, he had just acquired the massive chakra of young Naruto, the chakra that could split into 2,000 shadow clones simultaneously. Yet he could barely manage 100 sit-ups. Next, Kong tried chakra control methods like tree climbing and water walking, only to end up drenched and shamefaced returning home. How miserable! An hour of intense training nearly cost me my life. Kong took a shower and lay on the bed like a dead man. All he wanted now was a good sleep, but he couldn't yet. The daily quest had only reached 50 activity points, far from the required 100. Kong summoned a light screen and looked at the Arena Mystery Realm Team Assault Abundant Domain. Let's see what these things are good for. Kong tapped on the arena to see what changes this feature brought. The battle begins. Inside the duel arena there was only an empty, Start Match, button. Kong curiously clicked it. With the sound of Battle Start ringing out, he appeared on a vast open ground, and facing him was a small Naruto. Naruto! Kong called out the name in confusion, but the opponent seemed not to hear and simply kept forming hand seals, creating clones, and then charging at him. No consciousness, only fighting. As soon as Kong understood this, he was immediately beaten up by Naruto's clones. Pain, too much pain. Kong immediately realized that if this continued he would be beaten to death. Chidori. Having no choice, Kong had to take a risk. He gathered a large amount of chakra in his right hand, countless lightning bolts flashing in his palm. Naruto's shadow clones were instantly shattered by the Chidori. But immediately Kong's right hand was backfired by the Chidori and hung limply. Rasengan. Before Kong could make another move, the Naruto opposite had already formed a Rasengan and was running toward him. What to do? What to do? Kong's mind went blank. He didn't know what to do. By the time Naruto was halfway, he realized that he still had the Great Fireball technique. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Kong concentrated all his chakra into this single Great Fireball. The massive fireballs surged forward, instantly engulfing Naruto. Kong breathed a sigh of relief, but after the flames dissipated, what appeared in the spot was not Naruto's body but a charred log. Substitution Jutsu. Kong immediately realized something, but it was too late. Naruto's real body was already standing behind Kong, and with a single blow he knocked Kong unconscious. Is this how it ends? Before losing consciousness, Kong thought in disbelief. He hadn't done anything yet, and he was killed by his own cheat. What a tragic fate. Kong suddenly sat up, gasping for breath. He touched his right hand and looked around, confirming that he was in his own home in the Naruto world and that his right hand was unharmed. Only then did he relax. What just happened? Kong got up, poured a glass of water and sipped it while replaying the fight in his mind. Could it be that this duel arena puts my consciousness inside to fight those ninjas? But that feeling was incredibly real. Kong wanted to use Chidori to test if his right hand would be backfired, but he remembered he didn't have medical ninjutsu, and couldn't explain to a medical ninja why he was backfired by a technique. He reluctantly gave up the idea. If the duel arena is like this, then the Secret Realm Squad Assault and Abundance Hall modes, could they also be like this? Thus Kong experienced another death in consciousness, and finally confirmed that all these modes had become something requiring his consciousness to enter and fight. Moreover, how much power he could exert no longer depended on which ninjas he owned but on his actual combat ability. However, there was good news. No matter how many times he died, it wouldn't affect his real body, only his mental state would be slightly worse. Fight! Kong adjusted his mindset and closed his eyes again, clicking the Start Match button in the duel arena. 1 time, 3 times, 9 times, 17 times, 13 times. Ugh! Kong died for the 43rd time in the duel arena. After 43 deaths he finally managed to achieve 3 mutual kills using the Sharingan's dynamic vision and the powerful attack of Chidori against the stupid Naruto, successfully completing the daily mission of killing 3 ninjas in the arena. Being a ninja is not for humans. I really don't know how those people persisted. Kong looked at the completely dark sky outside, then checked that he still needed 20 activity points. He was about to give up on the 100 activity point reward when he suddenly remembered something. The Abundance Hall. Wasn't it about gold thieves? That seems like a pushover. Can I go fight in the Abundance Hall? Without hesitation, Kong opened the Abundance Hall. Seeing the gold thieves before him, he shed tears of excitement. He finally didn't have to suffer. Uzumaki Naruto 2000 strikes. Kong unhesitatingly unleashed Naruto's ultimate technique. Countless shadow clones appeared and began punching and kicking the gold thieves in front of them, continuously increasing Kong's kill count. In less than 3 seconds the kill count reached 20, and he successfully exited the Abundance Hall. Congratulations, player, on clearing the Abundance Hall. You have obtained 10000 reputation, 10000 real, 10000 copper coins, 1000 ninja jewels, 1000 reincarnation stones, and 100 rainbow stones. Wow, as expected of the Abundance Hall, it's really this rich. As the rewards from the Abundance Hall densely appeared before Kong's eyes, he couldn't help but wonder why had he been stubbornly fighting the duel arena. Couldn't he first clear the Abundance Hall and upgrade his summoning equipment, and such? But thinking aside, Kong immediately went to upgrade his summoning, unlocking the Ninja Dog summon. Moreover, the attributes added by upgrading the Ninja Dog directly reflected on his body. Although it was just a small amount, it still made Kong ecstatic. Such things add up over time and will become a terrifying boost in the future. As for the rest, Kong checked the talent panel. It required him to experience the Naruto storyline before it could be granted, so it couldn't be upgraded yet. The secret scrolls still required him to play Squad Assault, which was hopeless. In terms of equipment, Kong upgraded the legendary Huangjin rope, but accessories, ninja tools, and Magatama all required higher combat power to unlock. And the equipment, it actually worked. Kong opened the equipment interface and saw the 6-piece trainee set, which he would have to upgrade slowly. However, since there was no adventure mode, upgrades only required copper coins. Unfortunately, Kong's copper coins were already gone. Kong looked at the amount of copper coins above and suddenly noticed another currency. He clicked on it and found 3 buttons: convert, withdraw, and top up. Out of curiosity, Kong clicked withdraw and withdrew 1 Ryo. Suddenly he found that he had an extra 1 Ryo of the Naruto world's currency in his hand. He then clicked top up and topped up 1 Ryo, and then found that the 1 Ryo in his hand was gone, successfully recharged into the game. Kong then clicked convert and found that it converted the Naruto world's currency into copper coins. Awesome! Kong realized that he had underestimated this cheat. However, he no longer had the energy to explore further. He was now exhausted to the limit, barely holding on to stay awake. Looking at the last 5 activity points he needed, Kong hesitated for a moment, then clicked the share button on the home page and exited. A flash of white light appeared, showing that he had obtained 10 gold coins and 15000 copper coins. Having gotten a free 10 gold coins, 15000 copper coins, and 10 activity points, Kong smiled knowingly. He claimed the activity reward, looked at the 70 gold coins on the screen, and fell asleep contentedly. In the days that followed, Kong devoted himself to physical training, sneaking to secluded spots every day to hone his body and improve his mastery over chakra. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kong's swiftly formed hand seals and a massive blazing orb erupted from his mouth, stirring ripples across the calm water and shrouding the area in mist. How frustrating! During his break, Kong sat quietly by the shore. For some time he had been diligently avoiding others, especially when it came to ninjutsu training. A person with no aptitude for ninjutsu suddenly possessing immense chakra and learning the Uchiha clan's ancestral technique, the Great Fireball, was no trivial matter. A single misstep could cost him everything. I need to find a patron, but who should I approach? Kong pondered the potential protectors in his mind. Among the legendary San and Tsunade would certainly not heed him, and she was still afflicted with hemophobia, her whereabouts unknown. Jiraiya was a good man, but someone like Kong would likely never catch his attention. As for Orochimaru, Kong could in theory make a dangerous deal with Orochimaru, trading intelligence for protection. But the same old problem remained: if his soul were extracted, the game would be over. The third Hokage and Orochimaru shared the same issue. As a politician, Kong believed the third was a good man, but that goodness was reserved for the protagonist's circle. For ordinary villagers, the third had known Orochimaru used villagers for human experiments, yet let him escape. He knew Danzo was problematic, yet endlessly indulged him. The third's kindness was conditional and selective, and Kong did not carry that weight. Setting aside the Sannin and the third, the most capable protectors now were the heads of the various clans and Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Fugaku or Namikaze Minato. Kong weighed the merits of both. Both were characters destined to die before the main story began. If he asked them to keep secrets, feeding them information would be harmless. Fugaku was his clan leader, bound by blood ties. Even if he harbored ulterior motives, he would not go too far. As long as Kong could survive until the night of the Uchiha massacre, even if he could not resist, Itachi would take care of Fugaku. As for Namikaze Minato, the man was almost perfect, reliable, powerful, kind, and the father of the protagonist. Having him as a patron would be ideal. But there was one concern: the fourth Hokage seemed to leave no political legacy. Even Kakashi and Jiraiya initially ignored Naruto. If Minato died, would Kong, lacking sufficient power, face persecution from certain people? While Kong was agonizing, a startled cry came from a nearby path. "Kong! What are you doing here? This is a training ground for ninjas. You could easily get hurt by accident. This is where ninjas often train. If you show up here, they might inadvertently injure you." Kong turned to see a woman clad in simple yet elegant attire, strikingly similar to the Uchiha Mikoto he remembered from the anime. "Lady Mikoto, what are you doing here? The weather was nice, so I brought little Itachi out for a walk. I didn't expect to run into you here." Kong looked at the child in Mikoto's arms, barely over a year old, and instantly realized this was the future legendary Itachi, Uchiha Itachi. "He's adorable. He'll definitely grow up to be something great. Is that so? Thank you for your blessing. I believe he will grow up well." Watching Mikoto's face brimming with happiness, Kong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Who would have thought that the most infamous deed of Uchiha Itachi would be the slaughter of his own clan? If such a tragedy could be changed. Wait. Kong suddenly realized something. He might not be able to alter the Nine-Tails rampage, but the night of the massacre, that was something he could hope to change. Changing the Nine-Tails incident required absolute trust from Minato, and the third plus cage-level strength to confront the Nine-Tails, or the masked man. But the massacre didn't demand such high combat power. Why couldn't he change these tragedies? The Uchiha clan could survive. If he informed Fugaku in advance, saved Shisui, united Fugaku, Shisui, and Itachi, withstood Danzo's pressure, prevented Obito from exploiting the chaos, and negotiated with the third, even if some hardline rebels had to be sacrificed, preserving part of the Uchiha clan would still be worthwhile. At that moment, Kong felt as if a new world had opened before him. A flood of ideas poured forth, things he had never considered before. "Kong! Kong! Are you all right?" Mikoto noticed him frozen in place, and called out curiously. "I'm fine, Sister Mikoto. May I ask if clan leader Fugaku is currently at the compound?" Fugaku has returned from the front lines for a short break. Is something the matter?" Mikoto hadn't expected such a question, but her kind heart, and her sense of identity with the Uchiha clan led her to answer. After all, Kong was a member of the clan and his parents had contributed to the Uchiha. "It's like this: I've recently obtained a piece of top-secret intelligence that I can only share with clan leader Fugaku. Could you please ask if he has time tonight?" Kong clasped his hands in sincere entreaty. This matter was truly critical. If he continued training his body and perfecting his techniques, he would inevitably be discovered. If he hadn't found a patron by then, what awaited him might be the darkness of Root or the serpent lurking in the shadows. "Is that so? If it's that important, come to our home for dinner tonight. Fugaku will be there." Mikoto hesitated for a moment, but ultimately extended the dinner invitation. She knew it was unwise to invite Kong without Fugaku's consent, given the uncertain authenticity of the intelligence. Yet her innate kindness and her commitment to the Uchiha clan drove her decision. "Really? That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Sister Mikoto. Please believe me, the importance of that intelligence will justify your decision. Kong bowed deeply to Mikoto. Her decision was a tremendous help because his other potential patron Namake's Minato was currently stationed at the front, and would not return to Konoha anytime soon. Even if he did, winning Minato's trust would be difficult. Uchiha Fugaku on the other hand was a different matter. Thanks to the secrets of the Sharingan, and the existence of Uchiha Madara, Kong could easily earn Fugaku's trust. Fugaku was also deeply devoted to the clan. Being a member of the Uchiha felt like fate. Sister Mikoto, I'll see you tonight. After bidding farewell to Mikoto, Kong hurried away to prepare his evening pitch. Tonight, no matter what, he had to secure Fugaku's patronage, a shield to shelter him until he had enough strength. Excuse me, Mikoto sister. Oh, it's Kong. Come in quickly. We're all ready, just waiting for you. I'm really sorry I was late because I was preparing a gift. After saying this, Kong took out a large bouquet of flowers. It was a bouquet he had picked one by one and carefully selected, not something casually bought from a roadside flower shop. You're such a thoughtful child. Mikoto happily accepted the bouquet. Although the gift was not exquisite, it was clear that Kong had put his heart into it. What gift could surpass a child's careful preparation? Patriarch Fugaku. After entering the room, Kong looked at Fugaku, who was already seated at the dining table. Fugaku's benevolent face could not conceal the aura of slaughter about him. Though he had just withdrawn from a battlefield of carnage to rest, his fierce killing intent made Kong's heart tremble. Indeed, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he was truly formidable. It's Kong. Let's eat first. Yes. I humbly partake. Kong sat at the table looking at the dishes: simple stir-fried seasonal vegetables, grilled fish, fried eggs, and a soup. Although he had spent money eating at many restaurants over the past 2 days, he was still amazed by Mikoto's cooking. To create such a level of flavor with simple ingredients was truly remarkable. And so the three of them ate in silence, occasionally interrupted by Itachi's mischief, forcing Mikoto to attend to him. Mikoto, go ahead and take care of it. I need to speak with Kong alone for a few words. All right. Mikoto glanced at Kong as if worried for him, but she quickly cleared the table and poured hot tea for both of them. Tell me, what kind of intelligence is so important that you insisted on seeing me? If the information is not sufficiently valuable, even if you are a member of the Uchiha clan, I will have to punish you. Fugaku spoke calmly, but the pressure in his words already made it hard for Kong to breathe. The gap between Kong and Fugaku was still too vast. Lord Fugaku, if you confirm that this place is secure, then I have nothing to hide. May I ask how you view the legendary figure of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara. The moment that name appeared, even someone of Fugaku's caliber began to breathe heavily. Uchiha Madara, that was Madara Uchiha. Before him, Fugaku was nothing but an ant. Fugaku raised his hand to signal Kong to stop, then released his chakra and set up a small barrier. Uchiha Madara, do you know what you are saying? I dare not deceive you, Lord Fugaku. 2 days ago I indeed encountered an old man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. His eyes were not the Sharingan, but they were very similar to it, only the tomo inside had transformed into a peculiar pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan. For years Fugaku had thought the Mangekyo Sharingan was merely a legend. Since the end of the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan had not produced a Mangekyo Sharingan for generations. Even as the clan head, he only knew of such a thing from records and elders' tales. That Kong, an orphan, knew about the Mangekyo Sharingan was enough to prove that his words were significant. He claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Fugaku composed himself before slowly asking. That's correct. Lord Patriarch, you should know that I have no talent as a ninja. But that old man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara patted me a few times and suddenly I was able to extract a massive amount of chakra. After speaking, Kong gathered some chakra for Fugaku to see. And then he said he didn't have much time left, and hoped I could be his spokesperson and revive him after his death. In exchange, he would take me as his disciple and pass on all his skills. You accepted? Fugaku stared intently at Kong. If Kong dared to say he agreed, Fugaku would immediately capture him. That Lord Uchiha Madara was no good for the Uchiha clan. No. I didn't know if he was real or fake, so I naturally refused him. He seemed to want to kill me to silence me, but coincidentally the Umbu were patrolling nearby. He cursed and then vanished. What else did he say? Fugaku was somewhat skeptical of Kong's words. But Kong, who clearly had no ninja talent, could suddenly gather so much chakra and knew about the Mangekyo Sharingan. If it wasn't true, how could these things be explained? He said that the Uchiha clan had already become useless and that they would be gradually suppressed and eroded by Konoha. In the end, they would either rebel against Konoha as he did, or they would disappear from the village like the Senju clan. Upon hearing this, Fugaku fell silent. He had anticipated this trend to some extent, but he never expected to hear it today from Kong and allegedly from Uchiha Madara himself. For a moment he was at a loss. Your intelligence is very useful. But this matter must be kept secret. As a reward for providing the information, I will take care of your status. Starting tomorrow you will be a genin. They'll give you a ninjutsu scroll shortly containing some basic techniques of the Uchiha clan and the mindset of a ninja. If anything comes up in the future, come directly to me. After speaking, Fugaku dispelled the barrier and called Mikoto to fetch the scroll for Kong. He then walked into the courtyard. The conversation with Kong and its contents left him deeply unsettled. He needed to be alone to calm down and think about what to do next. Uchiha Madara is still alive and Konoha is like this. What should I do? How can I protect the Uchiha clan? Fugaku muttered to himself, gazing at the sky where countless stars shone in silence. Can Kong really become a ninja now? What a tremendous surprise! Inside the room, Mikoto came over with 2 scrolls and handed them to Kong. Yes, though it's incredible, I can indeed extract chakra now. Mikoto offered her congratulations and asked nothing further. Although she was a woman, she had once been a ninja. She knew that some things were better left unknown. Knowing too much, even as Fugaku's wife, could cause trouble. Well, Mikoto sister, it's getting late. I'll take my leave now. Be careful on the road, Kong. After watching Kong leave, Mikoto tidied the room once more and left as well. In the empty room, a face suddenly appeared, a half-black, half-white face. It stared in the direction Kong had left, curiosity in its eyes. This world is starting to become interesting. I just hope he doesn't interfere with my plans. Should I have Madara eliminate him? The half-black, half-white face vanished in less than a second. No one knew it had been there, not even Uchiha Fugaku. The next day, Fugaku kept his word. As a member of the Uchiha police force, delivered Kong's Konoha forehead protector along with a special certificate that exempted him from mandatory ninja duties for 1 year. As for after 1 year, if Kong still lacked the strength of a normal genin, by then he would either have to give up his identity as a ninja or face death. A ninja without strength is no ninja at all. Thus days passed, and soon Kong had saved up 1680 gold coins. Returning home, Kong stared at the perfectly rounded 1680 gold coins in the gold coin column and couldn't help but marvel at the genius who designed this cheat system. 24 days. After 24 days of unbroken daily quests and sharing, he had finally saved enough for his first temple. Today he could no longer resist. He was determined to give it a try. Kong gazed at the recruitment interface where the lit crank ninjas included the best being Pain's Rinnegan, but he dared not use it. He feared being drained. Next were the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. The sound ninja's curse sealed the strength of Konoha's gate guards, and the half-baked flying thunder god technique, followed by medical ninjutsu. He hoped he could draw a good ninja. Kong closed his eyes, silently praying. He remembered that the system's mechanism guaranteed a whole ninja card or a high recruit S fragment on a 10 pull, and the first 50 pulls for new players seemed to guarantee a ninja. As the summoning effect sound ended, Kong opened his eyes to see a golden glow and 9 patches of emptiness. Why 9 patches of emptiness? Did the despicable system even skim off my ninja fragments? Cursing aside, Kong still eagerly tapped the golden glow to see what he had drawn. Byakugan Curse Seal Konoha Guard Medical Ninjutsu. Please let it be one of them. System, I beg you. With a flash of white light, the image of a woman with a white headband, flaxen hair, and glasses appeared before Kong. It's actually medical ninjutsu. Kong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He knew that among crank ninjas only Yakushi Nono possessed both the healing palm and the chakra scalpel as medical ninjutsu. Others like Shizen, though a medical ninja, didn't have such skills in her moveset. He understood that this cheat system only provided the skills created by the system, not the memories or complete abilities of those ninjas. So among all these ninjas, drawing the only medical ninjutsu was more than satisfying to Kong. Medical ninjutsu. This was no easy skill to learn. Even the talented Sakura in the story took a long time to master it. Although Yakushi Nono's medical ninjutsu might not be the most outstanding, with Kong's abundant chakra supply it would be more than enough for his early development. Kong picked up a knife, hesitated for a long time, then closed his eyes, steeled his resolve, and slashed a deep gash on his left arm. Blood gushed out, causing him to cry out in pain. Ah! Hiss hiss. Bearing the pain, Kong activated the healing palm. Chakra gathered in his hand and a warm, life-giving energy appeared in his palm. Kong's eyes were full of curiosity. He pressed the ball of life energy onto the wound on his left arm. The wound visibly scabbed over, the blood scab quickly hardened, aged, and fell off, revealing new skin underneath that was indistinguishable from the original. If not for the slight difference in color between the new and old skin, Kong would never have believed his left arm had been injured. This medical ninjutsu is truly powerful. No wonder medical ninjas are so rare. If it could be widely popularized, it would be unimaginable. Kong was exhilarated. With medical ninjutsu and the training he had undergone, he could finally start practicing the Chidori. This powerful technique, developed by Kakashi during his Jonin days, would allow Kong, even at his current Genin level, to kill a Chunin by leaping ranks. As for why he didn't use the Rasengan, it was simply unsuitable for him now. Young Naruto's Rasengan required shadow clones to assist, which had too long a startup time. Kong lacked the Nine Tails to replenish chakra and didn't have the Whirlpool physique to quickly refine chakra. Using shadow clones recklessly in combat would likely result in his death first. But the Chidori was fast and lethal enough, and combined with his Sharingan it would make him a miniaturized version of young Sasuke. No, he already had young Sasuke's skills. The key was that he also had other ninja skills. He could become an enhanced version of Sasuke, learning Sasuke's fighting style and applying it flexibly, then evolve into an enhanced young Sasuke, then into a cosplay version of Kakashi, and finally into an enhanced version of Madara Uchiha. Kong daydreamed about his future domination of the ninja world, and couldn't help but giggle foolishly. But soon a knock on the door shattered his fantasy. "Kong, are you home?" Hearing Obito Uchiha's voice outside, Kong panicked. He hadn't expected Obito to visit. On the floor there were still traces of blood. Kong quickly grabbed a cloth and wiped the blood clean. "Just a moment, it'll be right there," Kong called out. After cleaning up, he immediately opened the door. "What brings you here today, Obito?" "Obito-ni." Kong opened the door and suddenly noticed that Obito wasn't alone. There was also a beautiful girl with 2 stripes of paint on her face, and a somewhat aloof boy wearing a mask. "And these two are?" Though Kong had already guessed they were Kakashi and Lin, he still pretended to ask, as he wasn't supposed to know them. "Oh, these are my teammates. This is Kakashi and this is Sister Lin." "So you're little Kong. Obito told me he made a new Uchiha friend, so we came to see you today. We also want to have a meal together and get to know you." Lin walked over without hesitation and pinched Kong's chubby cheeks. Thanks to his improved diet and the effects of chakra, his once gaunt face had become a bit plump. "You're so adorable, little brother Kong. Lin, let's head to the barbecue restaurant first. It's getting late and we don't want to have to queue." While Kong was enjoying Lin's playful pinching, tactless Kakashi suddenly spoke, stopping Lin. "That's right, let's go to the barbecue restaurant first. Does little brother Kong have time now?" Lin smiled, leaned in close to Kong, and asked gently. Seeing this, Obito couldn't hold back any longer, and directly pulled Kong over. "Kong definitely has time. He's been training his body or refining chakra lately, so don't worry about it." Kong nodded. Since meeting Fugaku, he hadn't deliberately hidden the fact that he had become a ninja. Obito, as his tool for completing daily tasks and interacting with important NPCs, naturally knew about it. "By the way, why the sudden craving for barbecue? Barbecue isn't cheap, if I recall," Kong casually asked, but the next word stunned him. "Because we're about to head back to the front lines again. This time we might not return until next year." "Ah. How sudden." Kong was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that Obito and the others would have to go to the battlefield again. "There's no helping it. After all, we've been resting for almost a month now, and the front lines are about to enter the final stage. All ninja capable of fighting must head to the front to prepare for the decisive battle. Lin kindly explained to Kong. If it weren't for the imminent final battle, we wouldn't have had a month of rest. The front lines could erupt into war at any moment, and Konoha wouldn't allow us to rest for too long. Lin, you shouldn't have told him so much. Just as Lin was about to say more, Kakashi coldly stopped her. The situation on the front lines must not be discussed with outsiders. What's the big deal? Kong is a ninja now. Maybe we'll fight side by side in the future. Telling him a few things won't hurt. Seeing Lin being scolded by Kakashi, Obito immediately stepped forward to defend her. Watching this, Kong couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Obito was exactly like in the original story. And so the four of them soon arrived at the barbecue restaurant. What luck! We got the last table. Kong, Kakashi, what would you two like to eat? I'm fine with anything. Pork belly or beef tongue, please. Thanks. Lin asked Kakashi and Kong with a beaming smile. As for Obito, that guy had already noisily ordered his favorite dishes. Kong, don't be shy. Today our esteemed Jonin Kakashi is treating us. Let's really make him pay. Obito said jokingly, trying to put Kong at ease. Then thank you very much, brother Kakashi. After thanking Kakashi, Kong voiced his confusion. But why did you invite me to your gathering today? At these words, Lin and Kakashi immediately looked at Obito, who lowered his head in embarrassment. Because Obito is too careless. We originally agreed to say goodbye to our friends before leaving, but today when we went out for dinner he only remembered that he had you as a friend, so we brought you along. Lin explained helplessly while Obito scratched his head with a flushed face. Kong, please don't mind. Obito is just like that. Not at all. And Kong definitely won't mind. This is a perfect chance for him to get to know you all and make some friends. Before they could say much more, the barbecue was served. Plate after plate of meat was placed on the table, a spectacular sight. Kakashi, we're counting on you. Lin looked at the meat, picked up the tongs and handed them to Kakashi. They all knew Kakashi's skill, he was the best person for grilling. You're hopeless. Though Kakashi complained verbally, his body honestly accepted the tongs and began grilling the meat. Brother Kakashi's skill is really amazing. Kong picked up a slice of grilled meat. As soon as it entered his mouth, although it couldn't compare to the top-tier delicacies he had tasted for a small barbecue joint to produce such flavor, Kakashi was truly impressive. Thus the meal ended amidst laughter and cheerful conversation, everyone feeling rather stuffed. It's all your fault, Kakashi, for grilling the meat so deliciously. I accidentally ate too much. As they walked out of the shop, Lin couldn't help complaining to Kakashi, but everyone knew she was joking. Soon they would be heading to the front lines, and for a long time afterward they wouldn't be able to enjoy such delicious food again. Then let's part here. See you tomorrow morning at the Konoha main gate. After Kakashi spoke, Obito and Lin nodded in agreement. Then Kakashi and Lin each went their separate ways, leaving Obito and Kong to return together to the Uchiha clan compound. Brother Obito, when will you be back after you leave this time? Kong inquired, feeling that the Battle of Shenwusi was about to happen. I don't know. I'm telling you this, but you mustn't spread it around. The war on the front is about to end, but the other ninja villages aren't willing to accept defeat, so they're planning a final gamble. It's just not certain when the actual battle will start. At most within a year the war will definitely end, and by then it'll have become a jonin. Obito whispered to Kong. This information came from his teacher Minato, who had told him not to tell anyone, but Obito felt it was okay to tell Kong. 1 year. What a pity. Kong looked at Obito. After spending time together he had grown fond of Obito, and felt reluctant to see him become a puppet manipulated by Madara. But 1 year was too short. He was no genius, and he truly couldn't grow strong enough to oppose Madara, even if it was the elderly Madara. Brother Obito, always remember what you are fighting for. Always remember. Obito paused for a moment, then nodded. I will remember, Kong. Don't worry. Kong never expected that his own words would later lead to him losing the chance to save Obito. Thus the two returned to the Uchiha clan compound and went to their respective homes. Obito, you're late again. The next morning Kakashi and Lin waited helplessly at the main gate. Although Obito had become a Chunin and had been to the battlefield, he was as expected late again. Lin Kakashi. Obito ran while waving in greeting. Behind him Kong slowly came into view. Kong, why are you here too? Lin stepped forward, ruffled Kong's hair and asked curiously. Of course it's to see you for the last time, what else could it be? Kong thought to himself. Kong didn't know how to answer for a moment. As a time traveler he knew that this farewell was the final parting. On this mission Lin would die, Obito would fake his death, and Kakashi would need a long time to recover and become somewhat normal again. Because I don't have many friends, so when I heard you were going to the front I came to see you off. Ah. Little brother Kong is so adorable. When sister comes back he'll take you to eat barbecue again, okay? Lin said with a smile while stroking Kong's head. It's about time. We should set off. Have you got everything? As the strongest among the three, Kakashi didn't show much emotion. He simply reminded them quietly. Kong, we're off then. Next time we meet I hope you've become a qualified ninja. Obito waved his hand to say goodbye and Lin also smiled and bid farewell. Only Kakashi walked away without looking back. Indeed, not setting flags is the way to survive. Watching the three figures retreating, Kong couldn't help but sigh, masking his sadness with a joke. Obito was such a good kid. If he had the chance and ability in the future he would definitely give him a hand. Kong, after seeing off the three-man team of Obito, and the others, continued to train diligently. As for the important NPC, Kong tried and found that Uchiha Mikoto could also complete the task, which delighted him greatly. Even without Obito he could still finish his daily quests. Through training and the bonuses from weapons summoning, Kong's strength grew rapidly. He mastered the Chidori with considerable skill and could also use the Sharingan properly. As long as he steadily practiced and combined the ninja insights given by Fugaku, he would soon become a true ninja. However, fate had other plans. Just when Kong wanted to quietly develop his strength and then astonish everyone, an unexpected incident struck first. That night, after collecting his full activity chests, Kong fell into a satisfied sleep only to be abruptly awakened by a voice. Uchiha Kong. The Uchiha clan really has produced an interesting person. Hearing this aged voice, Kong didn't react at first, thinking an old man had mistakenly entered his room and recognized him. But in an instant he sensed something wrong. Would an old man speak like that? Kong immediately opened his eyes and found a white-haired old man covered in tubes suddenly appearing in his home. He didn't even need to think about who it was. Uchiha Madara. Hearing this, Madara's eyes immediately showed curiosity. At first, when Black Zetsu told him someone knew he was still alive, he didn't believe it. If not for Black Zetsu's earnest insistence, he wouldn't have come to see. But unexpectedly, this Uchiha Kong recognized him at first glance. To be honest, in his current state, even if Hashirama were resurrected, it would take him longer than Kong to recognize him. It seems you really do have secrets. Madara sat there, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. His plan absolutely could not allow such a loophole. Wait, Lord Madara, wait. Kong's mind raced. He could see Madara's killing intent, but why would Madara appear here at this time? And why did he want to kill him? At this point in time, shouldn't Madara be focusing on Obito, doing his utmost to manipulate him? Kong's brain was nearly smoking, yet he couldn't figure out why Madara was here. He would never have guessed that Black Zetsu, that bastard, while monitoring Obito, had grown bored and visited Fugaku's house to gather intelligence, and happened to witness Kong's manipulation of Fugaku. Then, for his own plan to rescue his mother, Black Zetsu directly reported this to Madara, intending to eliminate Kong early. As for why Black Zetsu didn't do it himself, Madara had always believed Black Zetsu was his will. If your will suddenly became self-aware and actively killed someone, even the most obtuse person would realize something was wrong, right? Especially for Madara, so Black Zetsu had to use the knife of another. Do you have anything to say? Madara's eyes kindled with curiosity. He also wanted to know why Kong knew he was still alive. Lord Madara, could you first ensure that it's just the two of us? Kong raised his head and said, deliberately glancing at Black Zetsu beside them. Madara was puzzled, but he still formed hand seals and a barrier enveloped Madara and Kong, isolating them from everyone else. Now you can speak. You'd better say something that interests me, or else. Madara didn't finish, but both Kong and Madara knew what that meant. My Mangekyo Sharingan's special ability is a time-space dojutsu. The future me came back and told me some things including matters concerning you. Kong had no choice but to fabricate a reason. Time-space ninjutsu to go back to the past. Though it sounded absurd, it had indeed happened and was possible. As for whether Madara believed it, that depended on what he would say next. Upon hearing this, Madara's gaze became sharp, but he still said nothing, waiting for Kong's next words. In the future I will unintentionally help you accomplish a very important matter. Without me your plan cannot succeed. Interesting. Black Zetsu is not your will. He comes from another existence more powerful than you. You have been betrayed and deceived. Kong kept dropping bombshells, but the killing intent in Madara's eyes did not diminish at all. Instead, it grew even stronger. The gods sought stability, thus divided into yin and yang, two poles that counteract and generate each other, ultimately giving rise to myriad phenomena. The union of Uchiha and Senju birthed the Rinnegan. Believe me, I cannot die here. Kong was grateful that he had been a Chuninbyu back then and memorized that line, otherwise he really couldn't find another way to prove his words. As soon as Kong said that, shock appeared in Madara's eyes for the first time. The words Kong spoke were those he had seen on the stone tablet, words that could only be seen with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He had only told Hashirama. How could Kong possibly know? Moreover, the union of Uchiha and Senju could give birth to the Rinnegan. This was something he had spent decades verifying. How could Kong know that unless what he said was true? Madara looked at Black Zetsu outside, momentarily at a loss. Had he really been deceived and betrayed? By whom? His own will, Black Zetsu? Or the Uchiha boy he had been grooming? Or both? Outside, Black Zetsu watched the two conversing. Madara's sudden shock made him uneasy. Damn it, that kid doesn't actually know something, does he? Could it be that the Sage of Six Paths and the others still have a backup plan? The more Black Zetsu thought, the more uneasy he became. At that moment he suddenly regretted bringing Madara here. Once Madara died, whether he acted himself or manipulated Madara's puppet, he could easily eliminate Kong. Why take this risk? Just as Black Zetsu was growing restless, Madara dispelled the barrier, said nothing, and left Kong's house with Black Zetsu. Kong collapsed to the ground at a loss. He didn't know how his ambiguous words would affect Madara or how the ninja world would develop from then on, but he had no choice. After all, saving his own life was the most important. I hope these few words of mine won't have much impact on the ninja world's development. Kong walked outside and looked at the moon. The snow-white moon was perfectly round, but Kong hallucinated a blood moon with Uchiha Madara in the sky, forming hand seals, casting the infinite Tsukuyami, and everything falling into silence. Kong shook his head vigorously, casting aside those terrifying thoughts. The pressure from Uchiha Madara just now was too great, lingering in his mind for a long time. On the other side, Madara on his way back kept recalling the events of these years, carefully examining which parts of his plan needed improvement. At the same time, his gaze toward Black Zetsu changed slightly. Black Zetsu, do you think there is anyone in this world who could deceive me? Lord Madara, you are wise and mighty, how could anyone deceive you? Black Zetsu didn't know why Madara suddenly asked that, but he still flattered him. However, what he didn't notice was another flash of killing intent in Madara's eyes. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Kong spat out a colossal fireball which hurtled directly toward the advancing Yueguang Jifeng. With a single slash of his blade, Jifeng cleaved the massive orb into the fragments, veering past him and vanishing into the distance. Shadow Clone Technique. Kong, no longer holding back, dispersed 3 shadow clones. They brandished their short swords and clashed with Yueguang Jifeng, yet within mere exchanges Jifeng effortlessly dispatched them. As a sharp pain shot through him, Kong knew his clones could never match Yueguang Jifeng. But his right hand was already brimming with lightning. Though Kong could not improve or further develop the Chidori technique, he could still amplify its power by simply channeling more chakra. As the colossal Chidori took form in his right hand, Kong charged forward without hesitation, aiming for a mutual defeat. But a seasoned ninja, even when puppeteered by an artificial intelligence, was not so easily slain. Yueguang Jifeng gradually faded from sight, and Kong's fully charged Chidori struck only air. Lightning flared, and Kong was inevitably repelled by the backlash. Just as Jifeng reappeared behind him to deliver the killing blow, Kong dissolved into smoke and vanished. This one is also a shadow clone. At last the artificial intelligence realized the truth. But in his eagerness to strike he had already exposed his position. How could Kong let such an opportunity slip? 3 Crescent Moon Dance. The 3 short swords that had fallen to the ground when Yuegwang Jifeng slew Kong's shadow clones suddenly transformed into Kong himself. The combination of shadow clones and the transformation technique, a classic strategy Naruto had employed against pain, was perfectly plagiarized by Kong. Several flashes of blade light swept by. Kong successfully ambushed Yuegwang Jifeng, slaying him in the arena. Kong's consciousness withdrew from the arena and he collapsed onto his bed. In the year following Madara's visit, Kong was driven by an immense sense of crisis. He trained his body diligently and practiced ninjutsu, but this body's talent was lamentable. No matter how hard he trained or studied, he could never achieve meaningful progress relying solely on the ninjas drawn from the mobile game to enhance himself. Fortunately, during that year he had indeed drawn some excellent ninjas. First was Uchiha's Sasuke Sharingan. Though this ninja offered little improvement elsewhere, the Totemo Sharingan was undoubtedly one of his strongest abilities. Then came Li's Taijutsu, which dramatically boosted his physical strength. Tenten's ninja tools made his attacks more versatile, combined with the swordsmanship and power of Yuegwang Jifeng and the strength of Yamashiro Aoba. As for the others of little consequence, Haruno Sakura Frog, Konan, Young Madara, Little Shikamaru, Kiba Shizen, Little Kushina Kankuro, their skills were either too conspicuous for Kong to use openly or too weak to matter, offering only a marginal boost. Within a year Kong's strength had soared to the level of a Chunin, and he stood among the elite of Chunin. His sheer chakra reserves even surpassed many Jonin. After all, Naruto and Kushina's foundations were unmatched. Chakra capacity was never a concern. Yet he lacked a finishing move. His current strongest technique remained Chidori. As for the 3 Crescent Moon Dance, it was only suited for Yuegwang Jifeng, who possessed the transparent escape technique, not for Kong. As for how a Chunin-level Kong could defeat a Tokubetsu Jonin like Yuegwang Jifeng in the arena, well, the opponents in the arena were completely controlled by the artificial intelligence. A few simple feints were enough to trick them out of their trousers. On the other hand, the arena had eerily inherited some of the Magic Cube Arena's rules, such as cooldown times for skills. It was precisely this mechanic that allowed Kong to overcome his superior, otherwise Yuegwang Jifeng would have cut him to shreds. When will I ever draw those Brank ninjas? Kong mused idly, knowing that among the Brank ninjas were Jinchuriki. Once he unlocked Brank, he would have a chance to draw cage-level powerhouses, granting him a measure of self-defense. Just as Kong was lost in thought, a commotion erupted outside. He initially intended to ignore it, but then he caught words about the war ending. Kong stepped out of his room. The air was thick with exclamations. The war has finally ended. We Konoha have won. Hurry to the village gate to welcome our heroes. My child, you finally returned. It was then that Kong realized a year had passed. Lin, is she already gone? Kong recalled that kind and gentle older sister. Noira Rin, such a wonderful person, had met such a tragic end. Kong couldn't help but sigh. If only he could save this poor girl, but he was powerless. Kong followed the crowd to the main gate of Konoha, greeting the war heroes, or rather the war survivors. He found a high spot near the gate, and quietly watched the heroes return. The first to step through the gate was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Clad in armor, the third Hokage exuded an aura of killing intent. Unlike the kindly old man in Kong's memory, this third Hokage was at his peak. The same peak that Orochimaru during the Konoha Crush claimed could kill him in an instant. Truly the peak third Hokage. Such strength, such pressure, unbelievable. Kong sighed in admiration, then turned his gaze to the figures behind. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, the third Hokage's disciples, were formidable, but still fell short compared to their master, perhaps because they had not yet reached their prime. Minato walked half a step behind them, showing respect to Orochimaru and Jiraiya, yet that half step also signified that his own achievements were no less remarkable. The name of the Yellow Flash had already shaken the shinobi world. Behind them came the heads of the major clans. Fugaku walked at the forefront, followed by the Hyuga clan. Kong recognized him immediately. His Byakugan was far too conspicuous. Kong could not identify the rest, but he strained to find Kakashi among the crowd. He wanted to see what Kakashi looked like now. Yet when he finally spotted him, shock spread across his face. Kakashi walked at the edge of the procession with a cold expression. An inadvertent blink revealed his injured left eye. Though not blind, it was no longer a Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan of Kamui, which should have belonged to Kakashi, was gone. Kong was utterly dumbfounded. Was this still the world of Naruto? Where was his copy ninja Kakashi? Had his own words altered the course of history? But which sentence exactly? Kong pressed a hand to his forehead, a headache forming. He wanted to find Kakashi immediately and ask what had happened, but he had to wait until Kakashi returned home before he could inquire. The Battle of Shenwusi Bridge. Originally, the 4 members of Minato's squad were following the original plot. After separating from Minato, Rin, Kakashi, and Obito were attacked. Rin was captured and Obito, ignoring the disparity in strength, insisted on rescuing her. Kakashi, due to the incident with the White Fang, believed that the mission was paramount, and that those who broke rules and discipline were called failures. However, Obito retorted that those who do not cherish their comrades were even worse failures. Obito's resolute departure greatly shocked Kakashi. The enemy's strength was undoubtedly superior to Obito's, and this journey might mean Obito would never return. Yet alone, Obito resolutely set out on the path to save Rin. As Obito arrived at the location and was still mentally preparing, the enemy had already approached him. Just as the enemy was about to strike the dazed Obito, Kakashi arrived and repelled the foe. The two reconciled and resolved to rescue Rin. During the battle, Kakashi's left eye was slashed by the enemy while saving Obito. Obito, filled with self-blame, activated his Tsutomu Sharingan and struck down the ambushing enemy with a single blow. Then the two joined forces defeated the remaining enemy in the cave and successfully rescued Rin. However, because they failed to finish the enemy off, the foe managed to cast Earth-release Rock House collapse. Countless boulders fell and collapsed. The three continuously fled toward the exit, but due to his injury, Kakashi was struck by a rock and fell to the ground. To save Kakashi, Obito rushed forward and successfully rescued him, but was himself struck by a massive boulder on half of his body. On the brink of death, Obito gave his exposed Sharingan to Kakashi as a gift for Kakashi's promotion to Jonin. Then, relying on Obito's Sharingan combined with the Chidori technique, Kakashi successfully killed the enemy. However, more enemies kept arriving and Kakashi had no choice but to flee with Rin. But in an unnoticed corner, a white hideous humanoid creature quietly broke open the boulder and carried Obito's body to an underground cave. Inside the cave, an old man sat on a stone chair, his back filled with tubes. Though aged and decrepit, he still exuded an undeniable aura of former dominance. In this battle, Kakashi, with the combination of Chidori and the Sharingan, managed to hold out until Minato's arrival, saving himself and Rin. But no one knew that this was a carefully orchestrated outcome by Madara, the fastest shinobi in the ninja world, yet he failed to arrive in time to save his own student. This became the eternal pain of Minato's squad. During the cleanup phase after the war, Mist Village ninjas forcibly abducted Rin while Minato was on another mission. They sealed one of the 9-tailed beasts, the 3-tails Isabu, inside Rin's body and placed the curse seal. Upon learning the news, Kakashi immediately acted, rescuing Rin from the Mist Village ninjas, but he was then pursued by the Mist Umbu. Rin sensed something and, misjudging Konoha's strength and the 3-tails' power, chose to protect Konoha with her own death. She begged Kakashi to kill her. Meanwhile, in the dark underground cave, Obito, whose half-body had been repaired by White Setsu, also received news that Rin and Kakashi were in danger. He immediately donned White Setsu and rushed out to help them. But no one noticed that in the distance a smug smile appeared on Madara's face as he watched Obito leave. Black Setsu also emerged from the ground. "Lord Madara, our plan is about to be realized." "Indeed. Black Setsu, but you still don't intend to tell me the truth." Madara's words sent chills down Black Setsu's spine. Since meeting Kong last time, Madara had begun extensively researching, secretly returning to the Uchiha clan's grounds to re-examine the steely, continuously leaving countermeasures and cultivating talents, but had never shown suspicion toward him. Black Setsu thought he was just being paranoid, but Madara's words today sent his heart plummeting. "Lord Madara, I am your will. How could I deceive you? The goddess of the origin Kagaya. Although it is difficult to find information about her, I am Uchiha Madara. Black Setsu, do you still intend to deceive me?" These words left Black Setsu utterly dumbfounded. He had not expected that Kong actually knew something and that Madara had also found relevant information. His identity was exposed. Indeed, the Sage of Six Paths and the others have all passed away, leaving only the goddess Kaguya with the legend of immortality. I thought it was merely a legend, but I never expected. It turns out to be true. Madara observed Black Zetsu's reaction and understood something. Seeing Madara's demeanor after those words, Black Zetsu immediately realized he had been too naive, so easily deceived. Goodbye, Madara. Just as Black Zetsu realized he could no longer gain Madara's trust and attempted to flee, Madara casually formed a few hand seals and Black Zetsu was frozen in place. Merely a product of yin-yang release, how could you escape from under my hand? Seeing Madara's murderous gaze, Black Zetsu knew he was finished. In the entire ninja world no one but Madara could detain him, yet it was precisely Madara who harbored killing intent toward him. Sealing Technique 6 Paths Reincarnation. Madara, relying on the power of yin-yang release, directly sealed Black Zetsu. Such a treacherous underling. If it weren't for his own advanced age and lack of strength to annihilate Black Zetsu, he would not have let him off so easily. However, the 6 Paths Reincarnation seal would be enough to keep him imprisoned for several millennia. Madara used the demonic statue of the outer path to gather yin-yang release power and created a new Black Zetsu, truly dominated by his will. Looking at his creation, he nodded in satisfaction. This way his plan should proceed without issue. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Kakashi was locked in a life-or-death struggle with the Mist Umbu. Under Madara's behind-the-scenes manipulation, these Mist Umbu, though far more powerful than Kakashi and Rin, were merely stalling, depleting Kakashi's chakra and energy. Rin watched as Kakashi fought desperately just to bring her back, and her heart ached. Why was she always the one holding them back? When she was captured before Obito and Kakashi had come to rescue her, and Obito had fallen forever in that battle. Now she had been captured by the Mist Umbu and Kakashi was fighting to the death just to take her this burden away. Could she stand by and watch Kakashi exhaust his chakra and be beaten to death by the Mist Umbu for her sake? Could she be so selfish? Hadn't she already prepared for sacrifice from the moment she became a ninja? For the village, for Kakashi, for the fallen Obito, she could not be so selfish. She would not sacrifice Obito for her own survival, then let Kakashi die for her only to return to the village and harm others. Rin watched as Kakashi raised the Chidori and charged at the enemy. She seized the moment and leaped forward. The Chidori pierced Rin's chest. In that instant it seemed the whole world consisted only of Rin, Kakashi, and Obito, who had just arrived in the distance. The Mangekyo Sharingan of Kamui was thus born. As Rin was pierced by Kakashi's Chidori, in that fleeting moment both Kakashi and Obito felt as if the sky had collapsed. Why? Why? Why do the people around me always leave? Why? My father committed suicide. After struggling to move on, my good brother Obito died while saving me. Now the woman my brother loved and trusted to me in his last moments has also died at my hands. Why is this happening? Kakashi could no longer think of anything else. He collapsed to the ground, unable to care for the many Umbu from the hidden mist village surrounding him. Lin, why? Why did Lin have to die? It was so close, why couldn't I reach her in time? I have always been late since childhood, but why was I late this time? So many times before I was late, but this time I should not have been. Lin. Kakashi and Obito's Sharingan began to change, transforming from 2 Tomo to 3 and continued to evolve, the Tomos shifting into different patterns before gradually stabilizing. At that moment the immense sorrow of both Kakashi and Obito coalesced into the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan born from tragedy. Kakashi could no longer bear the sight before him and fainted. Obito relaxed his body, fully merging with Black Zetsu, and thus Uchiha Obito's rage was born. Where is this place? Obito kept questioning himself, having lost all rationality, only wanting to eliminate the culprits before him. I refuse to accept that this is happening. His intangible body allowed the Umbu's attacks to miss. How could I possibly accept this? Obito ran wildly towards the Umbu of the hidden mist village, using wood release and his intangibility to annihilate them all. With the chaos of hell he slaughtered all the Umbu from the hidden mist village, the surroundings turning into a sea of blood. Obito looked at Lin's corpse, answering the question he initially posed. I am in hell. Obito recalled Madara's teachings, remembering the cruel actions he had witnessed during the ninja wars. He heard Madara's words about the Eye of the Moon plan, a plan that could bring happiness to everyone. Obito's heart was filled with indecision. On one hand was the warmth of the Leaf Village, the bonds of friendship with Kakashi and Lin, and the love from Minato Sensei and Kushina. On the other was the harsh reality of Lin dying before him due to war. This brutal reality brought back Madara's words about the Eye of the Moon plan, a plan that could bring happiness to all. I shall sever the chains of fate that exist in this world. For this I have returned. Obito's gaze grew resolute as he stood approaching Kakashi. He glanced at Kakashi but said nothing. Aren't you going to retrieve your other eye? Just as Obito was about to leave, Black Setsu's head appeared beside him, inquiring. This is a gift for Kakashi. I cannot take it back. After Obito spoke, a hand from Black Setsu emerged from Obito's body, seizing Kakashi's remaining Sharingan. Black Setsu, you! Obito felt a surge of anger. How dare Black Setsu act so boldly? Don't be hasty. After seizing the Sharingan, Black Setsu's cells dripped into Kakashi's hollow eye socket, gradually forming a complete eye. Don't worry, I will return him one eye. Your future plans require this Sharingan. Its true power can only be realized when both eyes converge in the Uchiha bloodline. Obito stared at the Sharingan in Black Setsu's hand, standing motionless for a long time. He did not know if he should proceed with this action. If he did, was he still Uchiha Obito? Seeing Obito hesitate, Black Setsu sighed internally, just as Madara said. This child is good in every way, but he hesitates. There was a reason I was assigned to oversee Obito. Black Setsu's arm sliced open Obito's left eye, placing the Sharingan inside. The birth of a perfect new world requires necessary sacrifices. Everyone will live a perfect life in the beautiful world created by the Eye of the Moon. For the sake of this perfect new world, some must bear burdens. Obito, all sacrifices are worth it. Black Setsu's voice whispered continuously in Obito's ear. With distant sounds echoing, Obito had no time to think further and reluctantly chose to leave. Thus the dual Kamui Obito was born. Kong would never have imagined that his few words to Madara directly led to the disappearance of Kakashi's Sharingan and the birth of the dual Kamui Obito. Of course, Kong would not know any of this. When Kakashi woke up, he would only think that someone from another ninja village discovered his Sharingan and took it. As for the new eye, he had no idea. Inside the cave, Madara looked at the disoriented yet resolute Obito, unable to suppress a smile. He didn't need Black Setsu to report anything. Just looking at Obito's state made him realize he had won. Obito, I will teach you the Uchiha forbidden techniques, the 6 paths technique and the yin-yang release technique. As Madara spoke, he placed his hand on Black Setsu, watching as half of its body quickly turned black. I have infused my will into this guy's body. In the days to come, he will assist you in completing your plan. Of course, you can freely command those created using the yin-yang release. After saying this, Madara left Obito with a black rod to utilize the 6 paths technique. After completing everything, he broke free from the outer path golem's link and sat on a chair made of wood, slowly passing away. Thus the legendary figure of the shinobi world Uchiha Madara officially passed away. His life was a constant battle against Hashirama, leading the Uchiha clan to greater heights. After being defeated by Hashirama, he helped establish Konoha, then turned against it, feigning death, after a great battle with Hashirama, stirring chaos from behind the scenes. At that very moment, Madara found his will's successor. He looked at Obito without a hint of hesitation, detached himself from the life-sustaining outer path golem, and departed peacefully. After inheriting Madara's teachings, Obito walked through the mountains following Black Setsu's words. Before him was a red-haired boy, one eye obscured by hair, the other shimmering with a strange purple hue filled with a multitude of circles. Is this the true eye of Madara, the Rinnegan? Yes, it was transplanted when this child was young. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, he is one of the few who can summon the outer path golem. He will be your greatest ally. Now it's up to you. A capable ally. I hope so. Clad in a black cloak and wearing a white mask, Obito stepped forward, revealing a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, their crimson glare fierce and intense. Who goes there? The trio of Yahiko watched as Obito approached. The unhidden Sharingan stirred painful memories of their last battle. I am Uchiha Madara, here to properly guide the Rinnegan, the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths, destined to bring peace to the ninja world. Using Madara's name, Obito began to stir the winds of the ninja world. What could the duo Kamuya Bito achieve? Of course, all of this was yet to unfold. After the village had welcomed the heroes of the war and held a memorial service for the fallen, Kong finally seized the opportunity to find Kakashi and uncover what had changed the course of the world. Kong, I'm sorry. I couldn't bring Obito back. I'm truly sorry. Seeing Kong approach, Kakashi instinctively assumed he had come to demand an explanation for why Obito wasn't brought back, not even his body, and felt he had failed Obito. Kakashi, it's all right. This isn't your fault. Everyone was fighting for their lives on the battlefield. You did nothing wrong. This was Obito's own choice. Kong's words carried a double meaning. Indeed. It was all Obito's own choice. Otherwise Obito would be here with him now consoling Kakashi. Or rather, if Madara hadn't set his sights on Obito, Minato's squad could have lived a happy life. If it's not too forward, may I ask what really happened? Though it was a bold question, Kong still wanted to know the truth. Minato paused for a moment before deciding that as Obito's friend, Kong deserved to know how Obito had died. Though he was reluctant to speak of it, he briefly recounted the events. Kakashi, there you are. Is this your friend? Just as Kong was lost in thought, Minato's voice interrupted their conversation. No, this is Obito's friend. Kakashi's words made Minato slightly awkward, but he still greeted Kong. I'm terribly sorry I couldn't bring Obito back. Though it's regrettable, everyone on the battlefield gave their all. There's no need to apologize. Kong comforted Kakashi, and Minato then made an excuse to leave Kakashi's house. He could tell that Minato needed to speak with Kakashi, and whatever it wasn't his place to know. Kakashi, are you still grieving over Obito and Rin? Minato-sensei, I'm sorry. I still can't forgive myself. Kakashi lowered his head, staring at his hands, as if they were forever frozen in the moment he had pierced Rin's heart. Minato looked at his only surviving disciple now reduced to this state, and felt a pang of pain in his heart. Why hadn't he arrived in time? When Obito died, he had been late. When Rin was kidnapped, he hadn't even known, and he was late again. He bore the title of the fastest shinobi in the world, yet how had it come to this? Kakashi, would you like to keep yourself busy? Minato composed himself. He was a mature man now, he couldn't show his pain to others, only bear it silently. Rin and Obito were gone, but Kakashi still remained, and he could help Kakashi emerge from the darkness. What would you like me to do, Minato-sensei? The third Hokage asked me to recommend a few candidates for the Umbu. Since you've been in a low state lately, I thought keeping busy might help. Kakashi remained silent. He still couldn't move on, and the thought of joining the Umbu didn't appeal to him. Let's talk about it another time, Minato-sensei. I'm not worthy of the Umbu right now. Kakashi turned down Minato's proposal and returned to his room, leaving Minato sighing where he stood. He understood that the third Hokage wanted him to recommend Umbu members because he intended to groom him as a successor, urging him to build his own influence early. But his current situation. Originally, Rin as a medical ninja would have helped him among the medics. Kakashi entering the Umbu would have assisted him there, and Obito as a bridge to the Uchiha clan would have helped him build relations with Uchiha Fugaku. Now with Rin and Obito confirmed dead, Kakashi spiraling into despair, he stood alone. Only Kushina as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki supported him. Though Fugaku still maintained good relations, how could he compete with Orochimaru? Minato pondered for a long time but couldn't see any chance of winning against Orochimaru. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, had risen to fame earlier than Minato, was no weaker in strength, had a master-disciple relationship with the third Hokage, had already cultivated a network within the Umbu, and enjoyed a close alliance with Danzo, a senior advisor. The major clans also recognized Orochimaru more than they recognized him. Minato shook his head, dismissing these tangled thoughts. What he needed to focus on now was how to save Kakashi. Whether he became Hokage wasn't important. As Kong walked along the road, he wondered whether he should try to get to know Uchiha Shursui. After all, if the Uchiha clan were to be saved, Shursui, a genius who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at such a young age, would be a significant asset. But Kong hesitated. He didn't know what had triggered Shizui's Mangekyo. Kishimoto had never explained it in the manga. If he rashly befriended Shursui, what if Shursui, like Kakashi, altered the timeline and never awakened the Mangekyo? What then? Does everything I do even have meaning? Should I let things take their natural course or defy fate? Kong muttered to himself. Kakashi had lost his Sharingan, which almost certainly meant Obito had taken it. Simply by befriending Obito early, he had created the abomination of a dual Kamiya Obito. If he approached Shursui, he might bring about a dual Koto Amatsukami Danzo, and that would be a sin too heavy to bear. Are you also searching for the meaning of life? Just as Kong hesitated, a hoarse voice came from behind him. Kong felt a chill. That voice, those words. Could it be? Orochimaru-sama, what a coincidence. Are you out for a stroll as well? Kong turned his head stiffly and saw Orochimaru behind him. Though Orochimaru wasn't as terrifying as he would become later, Kong still wanted nothing to do with him. While most other transmigrators sought to befriend or collaborate with Orochimaru to obtain Hashirama's cells and strengthen themselves, Kong had his own cheat and saw no need to get involved with him. Are you searching for the meaning of life? Orochimaru stared at Kong. The headband on Kong's forehead betrayed his identity as a ninja, yet ninjas seldom pondered the meaning of life. Having finally met someone who did, Orochimaru was eager to explore the subject. No, Orochimaru-sama. I was just speaking casually. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Kong bowed to Orochimaru and quickened his pace to escape. He knew that Orochimaru had already begun human experimentation, and being targeted by him would mean a fate worse than death. Watching Kong's retreating figure, a flicker of curiosity crossed Orochimaru's face. When had the village produced such an interesting person? Investigate him. Orochimaru waved his hand and someone immediately appeared beside him, acknowledging the order. In the following days, Kong went about his routine, continuously training his body and completing daily tasks. He kept sparring with those artificial intelligence ninjas in the arena to accumulate combat experience. In between, he did a tent pole and successfully drew Hinata Hyuga, a ninja who was of little use. Although Hinata could allow him to activate the Byakugan, how could he openly use it? If those lunatics of the Hyuga clan found out, his life would likely be in danger. Just when Kong thought he would keep lying low until the Nine-Tails incident, and then strive to change the outcome of the Uchiha clan massacre, Orochimaru found him again. Uchiha Kong, a year ago you had no talent as a ninja, yet now you have strength around the level of a Chunin. How interesting. Kong looked at Orochimaru, cold sweat pouring down. He hadn't expected that he still couldn't escape Orochimaru's clutches. Just one wrong word and now Orochimaru had cornered him. Why was he so unlucky? The key point was that dealing with Orochimaru, he couldn't get anything out of it. He couldn't learn Orochimaru's jutsu, or rather he wouldn't need to learn them later. If he drew Orochimaru, he would naturally gain his signature techniques. As for Hashirama's cells, he didn't lack chakra, nor did he worry about losing his eyesight from the Mangekyo Sharingan. If he drew Tsunade or Sakura, he would have creation rebirth, so he wouldn't need them either. Moreover, if he drew Hashirama, the system might even grant him a full body of Hashirama cells. Lord Orochimaru, you actually care about me so much. I'm truly flattered. May I ask what brings you here today? Kong, I like you very much and have high hopes for you. Come become my disciple. Kong hadn't expected Orochimaru to say that. Take him as a disciple. Was it real? Don't worry, I don't care about your little secrets. Suddenly awakening the Tsutomu Sharingan, inexplicably learning the Chidori developed by Kakashi Minato's disciple, and the forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Orochimaru's words instantly made Kong break out in cold sweat. He thought he had been very discreet in practicing those jutsu, but he never expected Orochimaru to know all about them. Seeing Kong's guilty and fearful expression, Orochimaru sighed inwardly. Kong was indeed still an immature child. Even if he had some little secrets that granted him power, he was still just a child. Kong's little secrets did have some value, but not enough to make Orochimaru covet them. For now Orochimaru just wanted to see how many more surprises Kong had, and he was willing to give Kong a helping hand at the final moment. As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha and the third Hokage's direct disciple, the help I can provide you is beyond your imagination. For instance, I have a spot in the Anbu. If you agree, it's yours. Seeing Kong hesitating and remaining silent, Orochimaru laid out his bargaining chip, the qualification to join the Anbu. The Anbu spot wasn't just a dangerous job, it represented the trust of the higher-ups, and signified that you had truly entered the core circle of power. I know you've met Fuyue. Fuyue even used his privilege to change your status to genin. I know you're not someone without ambition, but before you truly grow you need someone to help you. Fuyue won't be that person, he's indecisive. Although he leads the Uchiha clan, he can't accomplish anything. If you're counting on him, then pretend I never came. After speaking, Orochimaru sat down and quietly waited for Kong's reply. He knew that Kong, who had piqued his interest, would surely agree. If Kong refused, it would only mean that he had misjudged. Kong was just a mediocre talent with a bit of luck. What do I need to pay? After a fierce mental struggle, Kong decided to agree to Orochimaru and join the Anbu with his help. But before agreeing, he needed to know what price he would have to pay. Nothing. Let me see your growth. That is the best repayment. If you insist on repaying me, we can talk about it later when the opportunity arises. Orochimaru smiled. He knew Kong would definitely agree. He rarely misjudged people. First spar with me and let me test your strength. If you pass, I will recommend you directly to the Anbu, to my teacher, the third Hokage. If not, then come back when you have the strength. Orochimaru led Kong to an open space and stood quietly waiting for him to attack. Kong threw over a dozen shuriken in succession, which collided in midair. Some flew directly at Orochimaru, while others, after ricocheting, shot toward his back from extremely tricky angles. Orochimaru simply extended a snake from his sleeve and effortlessly blocked all the shuriken. Fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. While Orochimaru was blocking the shuriken, Kong had already completed the Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball hurtled toward Orochimaru. To have such an abundant amount of chakra. Seeing that Kong's fireball was exceptionally large, Orochimaru couldn't help but show an appreciative look. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. A tall earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking Kong's Great Fireball Jutsu. Just as Orochimaru dispelled the earth flow wall, 3 Kongs, each with their Tutomo Sharingan activated and wielding short swords, charged forward, engaging in a life-or-death close-quarters battle. Orochimaru continuously dodged Kong's attacks. Kong's swordsmanship surprised him. Normally, without over a decade of rigorous training and life-or-death combat experience, one could not achieve such sharpness. Yet Kong, a child not yet 10 years old, had mastered it. After testing enough, 2 venomous snakes flew from Orochimaru's sleeve, instantly biting and popping 2 of Kong's shadow clones. The remaining real body was also sent flying with a palm strike from Orochimaru. Chidori. Seeing that his swordsmanship and regular jutsu were ineffective against Orochimaru, Kong had no choice but to charge up the Chidori for a final desperate attempt. It really is exactly the same as the Chidori developed by Minato's disciple Kakashi. No, it's even better than Kakashi's version. Interesting. Kong charged toward Orochimaru at high speed with the Chidori, and Orochimaru finally showed a hint of interest. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru's right hand transformed into countless venomous snakes that lunged at Kong. Kong kept using the Chidori to cut through the snakes, but more and more snakes surged toward him. The Chidori couldn't cut through all of them in time, and within just over a second he was tied up tightly by the hidden shadow snake hands. It's over, Kong. No way out. As expected of Lord Orochimaru, your overwhelming power is truly admirable. Kong helplessly raised the white flag. At present he was still too weak before Orochimaru. With just one move, the hidden shadow snake hands, Orochimaru could easily subdue him. You have good strength, Kong. You are qualified to join the Anbu. I will recommend you to my teacher, the third Hokage, to be admitted to the Anbu. After speaking, Orochimaru turned and left, leaving Kong alone to rest. Lord Orochimaru, is it not somewhat hasty to simply give away the Anbu position like this? Walking along the road, a subordinate asked with some confusion. Every Anbu position was crucial. They were the Hokage's direct force, the highest violent institution of Konoha. Every commander and vice-commander of ANBU had to be the Hokage's trusted confidant. My teacher, the third Hokage, gave me the ANBU position only to appease me, to tell me that even if I don't become Hokage, I will still have a place in the upper echelons of power. Lord, you? Say no more. I can see through the old man's intentions. There is no need for you to pity me, I have my own plans. Orochimaru silenced his trusted subordinate, unwilling to discuss these matters excessively within the village. Does that child truly possess such strength? Orochimaru recalled the sparring session just now. although Kong's strength was far inferior to his. Who was he? One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, whose power shook the entire ninja world. Few in the village could match his level. That child possesses exceptionally abundant chakra, excellent physical fitness, and a fierce sword style. Though his combat experience is still raw, he has undergone extensive training and his life-for-life techniques are unusually proficient. That final Chidori could kill even a seasoned jonin if caught off guard. Serving in ANBU as a special jonin is certainly no problem. The subordinate stood frozen in place, astonished by Orochimaru's high praise for Kong. If he remembered correctly, that boy was only 9 years old. A 9-year-old special jonin. Moreover, just a year ago Kong had been nothing but an ordinary person. Orochimaru paid no heed to his subordinate's shock, merely reflecting that ordinary people could never understand geniuses. Those mediocrities were fit only to be stepping stones on his immortal path. Are you saying you have discovered a genius who awakened a Tsutomu Sharingan at 9 years old and possesses the strength of a special jonin? The third Hokage looked at his disciple with some surprise. He had not expected that Orochimaru at such a time would have uncovered a genius of the Uchiha clan, and would even recommend him for ANBU. The third felt a headache coming on. What did it mean that the Uchiha clan themselves did not use such a genius as a bargaining chip, but instead let Orochimaru make the recommendation? Was that old fox Fugaku not a staunch supporter of the water faction? Why would he hand over such a genius to Orochimaru? As for the possibility that Fugaku was unaware of Kong's talent, and that Orochimaru had accidentally discovered it, Sarutobi Hiruzen never even considered it. A 9-year-old Tsutomu genius and the clan leader didn't know. Orochimaru, an outsider, returned just a few days ago and discovered it. Ridiculous. Was Fugaku a fool? Yes, teacher. Since he is such a genius, I naturally had to recommend him to become the Hokage's right hand. Orochimaru emphasized the word Hokage heavily. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe, uncertain what to do. If even the Uchiha clan supported Orochimaru with the backing of Danzo and the Uchiha, would he truly have to let Orochimaru succeed him as Hokage? Teacher, what are you thinking? Orochimaru gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, understanding why his dear teacher, the third Hokage, did not wish for him to become Hokage. Yet after all these years of bond, Orochimaru could not simply let go so easily. Very well, I will send someone to speak with Uchiha Kong shortly. You may leave now, I have state affairs to attend to and no time to accompany you. Since teacher is so busy, your disciple will not disturb you. I await your news. Orochimaru departed with satisfaction, leaving the third Hokage face etched with worry, puffing endlessly on his pipe. Summon someone. Bring Uchiha Kong to me. I wish to see him. The third had intended to meet with Uchiha Fugaku first to gauge his stance, but after consideration he decided to see Kong first. Yes, my lord. Within the Hokage's office there was no visible figure, only a voice. The ANBU had already acknowledged the third's command and set out to find Uchiha Kong. Who goes there? As Kong walked, several shurikens suddenly flew toward him from behind. He immediately activated his Sharingan, drew his short sword, and deftly knocked all the shuriken aside. Just as Kong was puzzled, a black-clad figure wearing an animal mask appeared before him, wielding a short sword and engaging him in combat. Umbu. Or Root. In Konoha only those two wore animal masks, right? No one else would dare impersonate them. But he had no enmity with the third or Danzo. Why would ANBU or Root attack him? The more Kong fought, the more alarmed he became. This opponent could suppress him so easily. Such strength could not be that of an ordinary jonin. Was it an elite jonin? Kong stopped holding back. Even if he faced an elite jonin, he would make them pay. On the other side, the ANBU was equally astonished. He had heard Orochimaru call Kong a genius possessing special jonin strength at 9 years old, but he had been skeptical. So after receiving the third's orders, he had taken the liberty of testing Kong's abilities. But once they engaged, the ANBU immediately realized that Kong's swordsmanship was bizarre and ruthless, every strike aimed at vital points. He did not seem like someone who had never been on a battlefield, rather he fought as if he had survived countless life-or-death struggles. As the ANBU marveled, Kong's Sharingan flashed, and he launched a genjutsu at the ANBU. Realizing he had been caught, the ANBU immediately began to break the genjutsu. Fortunately, Kong had almost no talent for illusions. The genjutsu from a mere Tsutomu's Sharingan could not hold the ANBU. Fire release great fireball technique. The moment the ANBU broke free, he saw a massive fireball before him with two shadow clones wielding swords charging at his vital points from both sides. This foolishness ends here. Having confirmed Kong's strength, the ANBU was unwilling to prolong the fight. The third Hokage was waiting. Water release water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon materialized out of thin air, its tail sweeping away the two shadow clones, then surged toward the fireball, creating a burst of steam. Chidori. Lightning tore through the mist, and Kong, eyes blazing scarlet, appeared before the ANBU with the electric discharge. This time he poured all his chakra into the Chidori with no reservation, his first real attempt. Succeed or die. If someone wanted to kill him, he would not let them go unpunished. At that moment the ANBU truly felt the threat of death. If that attack landed, he would be severely injured at best. Damn Orochimaru. He never said Kong could threaten an elite jonin. Earth release rockfall. The ANBU's fist became completely encased in rock as he punched forward, colliding with Kong's Chidori. They struggled for a few seconds before Kong was knocked back, collapsing weakly to the ground. Seeing Kong about to rise and continue fighting, the ANBU immediately halted him. If such a genius were harmed in his test, Orochimaru might hold him accountable, and the Uchiha clan would certainly cause him endless trouble. I am an ANBU of the third Hokage sent to bring you to see him. That was only a test. Cease. Why didn't you say so earlier? You lunatic, you psychopath. Kong endured the pain and cursed the Umbu member before him, then no longer bothering to conceal it, he directly used the mystical palm technique to heal his right hand. Although Kong's systematic training over the past year had greatly strengthened his physique, the immense Chidori fueled by a massive amount of chakra still caused an excruciating bone-deep pain in his right hand. Seeing the green glow of the mystical palm technique, the Umbu was once again stunned. This was a medical ninjutsu. It was well known that medical ninjutsu was notoriously difficult to master, which was why medical ninjas were so rare. For someone as young as Kong to possess such formidable combat abilities and also master medical ninjutsu, he was truly a monster. After the treatment with the mystical palm technique, Kong finally stood up. His right hand was still aching, but it no longer hindered his combat effectiveness. This was the advantage brought by the mystical palm technique and his robust physique. On the battlefield, even if he exchanged blows with the enemy, he could recover his fighting strength first and eliminate his opponent. Since it's the third Hokage's orders, let's not waste any time. Please lead the way. Kong suppressed his anger. Although he couldn't understand why the Umbu in front of him had dared to attack him, given that Orochimaru had recommended him, he bore the Uchiha clan name, and the third Hokage himself had requested to see him. Based on the conversation just now, it seemed he was not in any life-threatening danger. Third Hokage-sama, I have brought Uchiha Kong here. After speaking these words inside the Hokage's office, the Umbu vanished in an instant, leaving Kong alone to face the third Hokage. Uchiha Kong pays his respects to the third Hokage. So you are Kong. Truly a young prodigy. To be able to exchange blows with my vice-captain of the Umbu. Vice-captain of the Umbu. Kong had not expected that the Umbu from earlier was the vice-captain of the Umbu. A position second only to the captain of the Umbu. No wonder he had been able to force Kong into such a tight spot without suffering a scratch. This man was one of the elite among the elite jonin. My disciple Orochimaru wishes to recommend you for the Umbu. I summoned you here today to hear your thoughts. If you agree, then from tomorrow onward Uchiha Kong will be a member of the Umbu. The third Hokage deliberately emphasized the words Uchiha to see if Kong was indeed the link between the Uchiha clan and Orochimaru. However, Kong, having lived 2 lifetimes yet still not yet 20 years old, could hardly see through the political machinations of the third Hokage. He assumed the third Hokage held a grudge against the Uchiha clan, given that the Uchiha clan massacre would not have occurred without the third Hokage's tacit approval. This was not a conspiracy theory. As Hokage, even if the third Hokage was no longer as powerful as in his prime, he was still the Hokage. And Danzo was no younger than him. If Danzo could annihilate the largest clan in Konoha right under the Hokage's nose without being noticed, then the Hokage might as well be Danzo, and the third Hokage would merely be a puppet. Thus, although there were Uchiha members among the third Hokage's peers and in his Anbu, Kong still believed deep down that the third Hokage was prejudiced against the Uchiha clan. If that were not the case, the Uchiha clan massacre should never have happened. To the vast majority, the third Hokage was a good man, but unfortunately that did not include the Uchiha clan. Third Hokage-sama, I am deeply honored to receive Orochimaru-sama's recommendation. I will certainly fulfill my duties as an Anbu and live up to the trust of both the third Hokage and Orochimaru-sama. Seeing Kong's resolute acceptance, the third Hokage was momentarily uncertain whether this was the Uchiha clan's decision or Kong's own independent choice. Very well, then you may return now. Tomorrow an Anbu will come to you. From then on you will be a true Anbu. Thank you, third Hokage-sama. I shall take my leave. After leaving the Hokage's office, Kong still couldn't quite grasp the purpose of the summons. If he had disagreed, how could Orochimaru have recommended him? Or was this a standard procedure for every new Anbu member? As Kong walked out of the Hokage building in confusion, he ran into Minato. Minato-sama. Ah, Obito's friend. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Kong, right? Minato-sama has a remarkable memory. How is Kakashi doing? Kakashi. He is still consumed by guilt. And so after exchanging a few words, Minato and Kong went their separate ways. Thus after a brief chat, Minato and Kong parted ways. You mean that Kong, the genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, was recommended by Orochimaru-sama to join the Anbu? After hearing the third Hokage's news, Minato was inwardly shocked. His candidacy for Hokage relied not only on his strength and distinguished service but also on the fact that his wife was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the Uchiha clan, the only ones with a natural advantage against the Nine-Tails, supported him. Now with Kakashi, the only capable subordinate under his command, unwilling to join the Anbu, and the Uchiha clan seemingly hedging their bets, Minato felt a headache coming on. At this rate, even with the third Hokage's support, he could not compete with Orochimaru. It's not certain yet. That boy has little connection with Uchiha Fugaku. For now he cannot represent the Uchiha clan. But once he enters the Anbu, the Uchiha clan will surely nurture him, vigorously support him, and may even switch their allegiance. Regardless, you should go see Fugaku first, and find out what he thinks. The third Hokage guided Minato. Kong's impact was not an exaggeration. The Uchiha clan had always sought to enter the core of power. Yet their ancestor Uchiha Madara had rebelled. Uchiha Kagami had died young, and just when they had a candidate for Hokage in Minato who had taken on Uchiha Obito, Obito had also perished. Now a sudden genius like Uchiha Kong entangled with another strong contender for Hokage, Orochimaru, and becoming an Anbu. What choice did the Uchiha clan have? Yes, third Hokage-sama. I will handle this matter. Minato acknowledged the third Hokage's words, but in his heart he had no confidence. Watching Minato leave the room, the third Hokage felt a pang of melancholy. If he had a choice, he would have preferred to support Orochimaru, his personally nurtured and most beloved disciple. But when he looked at the reports submitted by the Anbu, reports suggesting human experimentation, the third Hokage felt as if doused with cold water, utterly dejected. The third Hokage was not averse to human experimentation per se. His teacher, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, had conducted numerous experiments, and even developed the forbidden technique of manipulating the souls of the dead, the impure world reincarnation. But the third Hokage knew that once human experimentation began, it was impossible to stop. His teacher, the second Hokage, had become nearly deranged in his later years. If not for the mission where the second Hokage sacrificed himself to cover their retreat, and the third Hokage had ascended to the position, he might never have known the dark secrets of the second Hokage. Now his most beloved disciple Orochimaru was once again treading the path of his teacher, the second Hokage Tobirama. The third Hokage could not bring himself to outright cut off Orochimaru's research, nor did he wish to see Orochimaru become Hokage and hold absolute power. Thus the conflicted third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen could only push forward another rising star, Minato Namikaze, to delay the moment he would have to face Orochimaru. It's Lord Minato. Are you here to see Fugaku? Mikoto opened the door, revealing a somewhat shy Minato. I apologize for the sudden visit, but I do have business with Fugaku. Lord Minato. Please come in. At that moment Fugaku also arrived at the doorway, curious as to why Minato, who should be busy, had time to visit him. As cups of hot tea were consumed one after another, Minato felt the small talk had gone on long enough and began to discuss the real matter. Speaking of which, Fugaku, your Uchiha clan has produced a genius. You've been hiding him away, not letting him go to the battlefield. That won't do, Fugaku. Minato's sudden shift in words left Fugaku somewhat bewildered. Minato coming to him at this crucial time surely meant something important, yet his words made it hard to grasp the true intent. When did the Uchiha clan produce a genius? As the clan head, how could I not know? Minato, what do you mean by that? Seeing Fugaku's puzzled expression, Minato realized that either Fugaku truly didn't know, or he had no intention of being honest and had already sided with Orochimaru, determined to support him. I only just learned this myself. Today Lord Orochimaru recommended a genius from the Uchiha clan to join the Anbu. That genius name is Uchiha Soru. Uchiha Soru. Fugaku mentally reviewed every Uchiha member whose strength exceeded that of a Chunin, and finding no one by that name he recalled a year ago, when he was on leave and encountered that brat who claimed to have met Uchiha Madara. Minato-kun, are you joking? That child was an ordinary person a year ago. Only by chance did he become a shinobi. In just 1 year he's become a genius capable of joining the Anbu. Fugaku didn't continue. He didn't need to. His meaning was clear. Asking him about such an impossibility was practically a provocation. Fugaku, do you think I would come to joke with you at a time like this? Minato is right. Sorokin is indeed a genius. I recommended him for the Anbu. You have no objection, Fugaku. Just as Minato and Fugaku were at an impasse, Orochimaru's arrival resolved the tension. Apologies, Lord Orochimaru also arrived suddenly. I didn't inform you in advance and brought him straight in. Mikoto apologized, then added a cup of hot tea and left. Lord Orochimaru. Minato and Fugaku both greeted him, and an awkward silence fell among the three, unsure of what to say. Sora, that child truly has great talent, both on the path of a shinobi and in life. I have high hopes for him. Orochimaru's words unequivocally confirmed that Sora was indeed a genius, even a prodigy among prodigies, for Orochimaru rarely praised anyone. I've only just met him, but his talent and way of thinking impressed me. After Sora has trained in the Anbu for a year or more, I will personally mentor him. Surely Lord Fugaku has no objection. Orochimaru did not hide his intentions. Having finally encountered a genius, one who resonated with him, he hoped to cultivate a strong shinobi for Konoha in his remaining time as a way to repay the third Hokage's guidance. As for the position of Hokage, once the old man stepped down, he would naturally withdraw from the race. The entire village of Konoha, even the third Hokage, had too narrow a vision. They were mired in trivial matters of life and death, while he was destined to transcend them. Konoha, though the greatest shinobi village with abundant resources, had already provided him with enough nourishment. Remaining would only hinder his progress on the path to transcending life and death. But Fugaku and Minato were unaware of this. To them, Orochimaru's move was a blatant olive branch to Fugaku, an attempt to win over the Uchiha clan. Lord Orochimaru, are you serious? Fugaku's emotions surged. Could the opportunity he had long dreamed of finally be within reach? If Sora entered the Anbu and was then trained by Orochimaru, he would undoubtedly become Orochimaru's direct subordinate. And who was Orochimaru? The third Hokage's beloved disciple and the strongest contender for the Hokage position. Had it not been for Uchiha Obito serving under Minato, Fugaku would have been uncertain whom to support. Now that Obito was gone and Sora had caught Orochimaru's eye, it felt like a dream. Yet the idea of training first and then mentoring left Fugaku somewhat puzzled. Meanwhile, Minato, seeing Fugaku's excited expression, felt his spirits sink. Clearly Fugaku was about to abandon ship and transfer his allegiance to Orochimaru. This time his chances of becoming Hokage were likely slim. Of course. Sorokin is not just a subordinate or disciple to me, he holds greater significance. As long as I, Orochimaru, remain in Konoha, I will spare no effort in training him. Orochimaru phrased his words carefully. He did not deceive Fugaku. As long as he was in Konoha, Sora would have his full support. But once he left, he could no longer be responsible. Mikoto, bring some sake. Yes. Today I'm happy. We haven't gathered in a while. Let's have a drink to celebrate the victory of the war. Fugaku's words were clearly an excuse. Minato wanted to find a reason to leave, but with both Orochimaru and Fugaku present, leaving alone would be disrespectful to his seniors, so he had to grit his teeth and stay to drink with them. Orochimaru looked at Minato, this future fourth Hokage. The young man excelled in every aspect, even surpassing himself in some areas. Jiraiya had indeed taken a fine disciple. Orochimaru suddenly thought of Soru. Would Soru become even more outstanding than Minato? The disciple he had chosen should certainly not be inferior to that fool Jiraiya's student, right? But then he cast aside these random thoughts. What use was there in pondering? Would he take Soru with him when he defected? Impossible. If he defected, meeting Soru would likely make them enemies. He hoped that day would never come. Cheers! And so the drinking party ended with one person happily trying to build rapport, another burdened with thoughts of how to break the deadlock, and a third simply watching to see how the third Hokage would react, each harboring their own agenda. That night Minato gazed at the moon, recalling Jiraiya's teachings and his own dreams. He shook his head, dismissing those distracting thoughts. For now he had to focus on his own duties. Whether he became Hokage would depend on his utmost effort, the rest he would leave to fate. This is your equipment. From now on your code name is Snake. Snake. Kong felt a bit speechless. Could it be that because he was recommended by Orochimaru, even his code name had to be Snake? He had already thought of a code name for himself, Eagle, or Owl, or even Wolf. But Kong didn't dwell on it because the other person didn't give him a chance to argue. Gio, you'll be in charge of Snake from now on, just filling the vacancy. Today you have a mission, so take him along. After speaking, the ANBU member vanished in an instant, leaving Kong alone on the spot. A rookie. Newcomers your age are rare. I hope you don't die too soon. ANBU missions are far from easy. Gio slowly walked forward, sizing up the fully equipped Kong. Kong wanted to gauge his attitude, but through the mask he could see nothing. Come on, let me introduce you to your future teammates Badger and Stone. We're about to set out on a mission. I hope you don't hold us back. After speaking, Gio walked away on his own. Kong had no choice but to follow closely, clinging to Gio's trail, or else he would be left behind in the village on his first mission. Chief, why are you so late? There's a newbie today, codenamed Snake. Look after him a bit, got it? You mean that kid? Badger and Stone looked at Kong, who was rushing toward them, their eyes filled with shock. That kid was far too young. That's right. The higher-ups say he's at special Jonin level, but we'll have to see. This kid has no combat experience. Greetings, seniors. May I ask what our mission is? Just as the three were discussing, Kong arrived beside them. An interception mission. A ninja squad from Kumogakure has been active near the border of the Land of Fire for a while, but they haven't slipped up. Just yesterday a Cloud Jonin rendezvoused with them, and they started discussing a retreat to Kumogakure. To be safe, we need to silence them permanently. To add, the enemy composition is 2 Jonin and 2 Chunin, and there might be reinforcements later. So this mission is very dangerous. Gio and Stone briefed Kong on the mission while heading toward the Land of Fire border. And what are the ranks of you seniors? Kong voiced his confusion. The enemy had 2 Jonin and 2 Chunin, possibly with backup. What about his own teammates? Gio Jonin specializes in wind release. Stone Jonin specializes in earth release. Badger Chunin from the Hyuga clan specializes in reconnaissance. The Hyuga clan. Kong silently glanced at Badger. He hadn't expected that one of his teammates was a Hyuga ninja, albeit a Chunin, but undoubtedly indispensable. Snake's special Jonin specializes in fire release and lightning release. After the self-introduction, the four traveled in silence, not uttering a word, only occasionally chatting about trivial matters during breaks. The enemy count is 4, matching the intel 2 Jonin 2 Chunin. But not far away there are 2 special Chunin constantly moving with them, likely their reinforcements. Badger activated his Byakugan, gathered precise intel on the enemy, and reported to Gio. Snake, can you hold off those 2 special Jonin? Gio's words made Kong hesitate, but he still nodded. For a short while, no problem. After saying this, Kong activated his Sharingan, showcasing his strength. The Tsutomu's Sharingan spun and fixed in his eyes, astonishing the three. The Uchiha clan, renowned for being peerless in unknown battles at the same rank, unexpectedly Snake was from the Uchiha clan. Then it's settled. Stone and I will take out the 2 Jonin. Snake, hold off the 2 special Jonin after the battle starts. Badger, you do the same with the 2 Chunin. Any problems? No problem. Good, let's begin. The 4 separated, concealed their presence, and moved to their respective positions. This mission is really easy. Don't let your guard down. We're not in the land of lightning's territory yet. With our setup, unless the Leaf ANBU personally intervenes, no single squad is a match for us. Even if 2 squads join forces, we can retreat unscathed. Still, don't be careless. Before the Cloud Ninja could finish, dozens of shuriken flew toward the 4. Damn it, it's the Leaf ANBU. Speak of the devil. Sensei, how did you recognize them as Leaf ANBU? Use your brain. On the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning, who else would intercept us? The Cloud ANBU. The Cloud Jonin was speechless. His disciples seemed slow-witted to ask such a question. But there was no time to complain, as the 3 enemy ANBU had already charged before them. Wind-style wind flower, earth-style rock bullet. Countless wind blades formed a flower-like shape sweeping toward the 4. The ground shattered, rocks bursting and scattering. Earth-style earth wall, lightning-style cellular activation technique. Several earthen walls rose abruptly, blocking the incoming wind blades and rock bullets. Then a flash of lightning broke through the wall, revealing a ninja covered in electricity charging straight at Geo and Stone. The battle had begun. As the 4 Jonin engaged in the melee, the 2 Chunin beside them began forming hand seals, intending to join the fray. At that moment, Badger stepped out, openly stood before the 2 Chunin, and activated his Byakugan. For the glory of the Hyuga clan, I ask you both to leave your lives here. The Hyuga clan. We're all Chunin, so what can the Hyuga do? There are 2 of us. Enough talk. Let's take him down together, and then help our sensei. Byakugan. As the 2 charged, Badger activated his Byakugan without hesitation and engaged in close-quarters combat. Under the Byakugan's vision, every movement and chakra flow of the enemies was clearly visible. Badger easily fought them both to a stalemate. As Chunin hastily promoted during the war, their chakra reserves were limited. Powerful techniques consumed too much chakra for them. Their forte was close-quarters combat, seeking openings and delivering lethal blows. But that was also Badger's comfort zone. As a member of the Hyuga clan, he feared no one in hand-to-hand combat. Thus the 4 Jonin on both sides fought desperately, each trying to kill the enemy first to help their comrades. Meanwhile, Badger and the 2 Chunin fought less fiercely, all waiting for the Jonin battle to decide the outcome. They're fighting over there. Indeed, coming here was right. Let's give them a surprise. Exactly. How could they ever expect that the reinforcements include not just 1 Jonin but both of us? Just as the 2 were about to move forward to assist, they heard a voice behind them. Indeed. How could they ever expect that someone is waiting here for them? Who? The 2 special Jonin turned around to see a black-clad figure wearing an animal mask standing behind them. In his eyes, a pair of Tsutomu's Sharingan flickered with deadly light. The Uchiha clan sends its regards. The Uchiha clan sends their regards. With these words accompanied by Kong's Sharingan, a chill instantly seized the 2 men. The reputation of the Uchiha clan had been legendary since the Warring States period. On the battlefield, no one wished to face the Uchiha. Their demonic eyes had claimed countless lives, leaving their victims unaware of how they died. Now such an enemy stood before them. Damn it, isn't he just a brat from the Uchiha clan? Does he really think we're some kind of rookies? That's right, as long as we work together we can definitely kill this kid. Instinctively the 2 drew closer to each other. Though they boasted brave words, their actions betrayed their fear. After all, this was an Uchiha who had joined the Anbu. Fire-style great fireball technique. Kong wasted no time. If he could finish this quickly, that would be best, as the battle on the other side might still need his help. A massive fireball erupted from Kong's mouth, hurtling toward the 2. Is he starting off by expending that much chakra to attack? This kid is still too green. Burning chakra like that, what will he do in the later stages of the fight? As the 2 dodged the great fireball with a body flicker, they couldn't help but mock Kong's tactics. On the battlefield, every bit of chakra was precious. Wasting it so recklessly would leave him drained in just a few moves, at the mercy of his enemies. As for recovery using military rations pills, chakra recovery took time, and in real combat a single opening could mean a severed head. Shadow Clone Technique. Just as they finished ridiculing Kong's wasteful use of chakra, Kong immediately split into two shadow clones, launching attacks on the pair. Little did they know Kong's current chakra reserves were no less than that of a standard Jonin, perhaps even greater. His chakra recovery speed was also astonishingly fast, completely unlike the chakra-starved ninjas who struggled with every jutsu. Techniques like the Great Fireball could be used freely without worry. Secret Sword Moon Shadow. Secret Sword Residual Light. The two shadow clones struck at the Tokubetsu Jonin with different skills, pressing the attack relentlessly. These sword techniques are anything but ordinary. The two men struggled to fend off Kong's clones. Moonlight Gale's swordsmanship was graceful yet deadly, a style honed through years of relentless combat. He had once clashed with the Sand Village's Jonin Baki, and though he ultimately fell, the fact that he could wound Baki spoke volumes about his skill. We need to break his shadow clones quickly or we'll be worn down too much. They exchanged glances, one braced against the attacks of the two clones while the other began forming hand seals behind. Lightning Style Lightning Sickle Weasel. Did you forget about me? Just as the Tokubetsu Jonin finished his seals and released the jutsu striking Kong's shadow clones, Kong had already appeared silently behind him. Watch out. Too late. It's already too late. On Kong's raised right hand, an invisible chakra blade adhered to his palm, the very chakra scalpel used by medical ninjas for surgery. In the original story, when Kabuto fought Tsunade, he used the chakra scalpel to sever her muscles and tissues. Though Kong lacked the knowledge of medical ninjutsu and couldn't cut with such precision, he could still use it to sever a ninja's head. A flash of the blade, blood splattered. Kong shook his hand in disgust and kicked away the severed arm. Lucky you managed to dodge that. Can you still hold on? Looking at his comrade, whose arm had been cut off, the remaining Tokubetsu Jonin frantically pulled out medicine from his pouch and fed it to the injured man. Are you ready? The next attack is coming soon. As Kong approached step by step, the armless ninja struggled to his feet, drew his sword and gripped it tightly. They'll create an opening for you. You must kill him. He said nothing more. Blood flowed ceaselessly, but he didn't stop. He simply held his sword and ran toward Kong, willing to sacrifice his life to create a chance for his comrade, even if that chance was minuscule. Lightning Style Lightning Edge. Watching their teamwork, Kong couldn't help but admire the depth of their friendship. Even in such a state, they still thought of creating an opportunity for the other. What a pity. Before absolute power, such tricks were useless. Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Kong swiftly formed hand seals and a colossal fireball engulfed the onrushing Tokubetsu Jonin from Kumogakure. Thus a Tokubetsu Jonin whose name Kong never even learned was reduced to a charred corpse. Die. Just as Kong killed the wounded Kumogakure Tokubetsu Jonin, the other enemy's attack landed on him. But to the attacker's surprise, Kong stood there motionless, as if the strike hadn't affected him at all. Fooled. When he realized the trap, his attack had already struck Kong. The moment it hit, Kong turned into a puff of smoke and vanished. At the same time, the sound of 1,000 birds chirping seemed to ring in his ears. A hand crackling with lightning pierced through his heart. In his last moment, he desperately turned, trying to land a final blow on Kong, but Kong would never give him that chance. The Chidori faded. Kong pulled out his hand and kicked him away. The two Tokubetsu Jonin of Kumogakure had fallen, having failed to inflict even a scratch on Kong. Kong experienced the sensation of killing for the first time. He found no nausea or unease as he had imagined, nor any fear. He wondered if it was because he had died so many times in the arena and killed so many people that he had grown numb. Kong deactivated his Sharingan, looking at the blood on his body and hands. He wanted to wash it off, but he didn't know any water-style techniques, and there was no water source nearby. He had no choice but to give up on that idea. Kong looked into the distance. The battle between Gyo and Shur was still ongoing. He wondered if his fight had ended too quickly or if theirs was dragging on too long. Kong used a great fireball to incinerate the two bodies, then rushed toward the other battlefield. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, the four Jonin had reached a fever pitch. They hadn't expected their opponents to be so tenacious. Several rounds of jutsu had been exchanged, yet neither side could gain the upper hand. Badger's body bore several wounds. Fighting two opponents alone, especially from the combative Kumogakure, even with the Byakugan's assistance, he couldn't hold out much longer. Badger glanced at the battle between Gio and Sure. It seemed unlikely that a decisive outcome would be reached there anytime soon. He silently swallowed a military rations pill. For the glory of the Hyuga clan, he must not fall before they settled their fight. Need help? Just as Juan was about to fight to the death to block the two Chunin in front of him, the voice of Shi sounded in his ear, followed by the chirping of 1,000 birds. Chidori. In an instant, one of the enemy Chunin was pierced through the chest by Kong's Chidori. Focusing only on the battle in front of you means you won't survive on the battlefield. But since I'm kind-hearted, let me help you so that you won't have to come to the battlefield again. After Kong finished speaking, the other Chunin involuntarily stepped back, but how could he escape under Kong's watchful eyes? Kong's Sharingan glared and an illusion technique was cast upon that Chunin. Although his illusions were ineffective against those of equal or higher rank, dealing with small fry was a piece of cake. When the sharp pain woke the Chunin from the illusion, the last thing he saw was a short knife plunged into his heart, and then he lost consciousness. She, did you finish so quickly? Juan looked at Shi, who was pulling out the short knife, unable to believe that he could take down two special Jonin in such a short time without any injuries. Of course. For some reason those two special Jonin were not formidable at all. Kong said this for a reason. Compared to Yamashiro Aoba and Moonlight Height, whom he fought in the arena, the strength of these two special Jonin was truly unworthy of their rank. However, how could Kong know that during wartime promotions were quick and simple? Once you were good enough, you got promoted. But Moonlight Hate and Yamashiro Aoba had been assessed step by step in peacetime and tempered through countless missions. How could the two be the same? Rest here for a while. They'll go help Gio and Sure. After saying this, Kong immediately ran to the nearby battlefield. Damn it, why hasn't our reinforcement arrived? Instead they got reinforcements. Could it be? Stop talking. If you want to survive, fight with all your might. The hearts of those two Jonin were already in turmoil. When they saw Kong's arrival and how easily he had killed their two subordinates, they immediately realized that their reinforcements might have been dealt with. But they were unwilling to believe it, because if that were true they would be doomed. A person who could take down two special Jonin in such a short time joining the battle meant their chances of survival were slim. Chidori. Kong held nothing back and started with Chidori. Although he was not injured in the previous battle, the frequent use of jutsu and shadow clones had consumed more than half of his chakra. In this battle he had to finish quickly. Gio and Sure exchanged a glance and immediately changed their tactics. 3 against 2 gave them an absolute advantage. A quick decision was the best strategy. Wind style wind blade. Earth style earth tremor. Chidori. The 3 of them unleashed their strongest ninjutsu and launched a fierce assault on the two enemies. Lightning-style cellular activation technique. Earth-style rock fist. The attacks of the 5 clashed repeatedly, and soon the outcome was decided. Try to keep these two alive. Just as Kong was about to deliver a fatal blow, Gio immediately reminded him. Kong frowned. These ANBU missions were really troublesome. Kong forcibly redirected the Chidori, which was originally aimed at the Kumogakure shinobi's heart, instead crippling one of his arms. The other Kumogakure shinobi was tightly restrained by Shure's earth style. This battle was really tough on you. We're all in the ANBU, it's only right. Kong didn't ask why they needed to keep them alive. From the original story he knew that Konoha had methods to extract memories even from the dead. Thus Kong spent a fulfilling year in the ANBU, continuously completing missions, intercepting enemies, gathering intelligence, and protecting mission targets. During this year, every time Kong was on leave, Fugaka would invite him to his home for a meal, or something. Kong successfully left a deep impression on the young Itachi and became familiar with Shure's way. Orochimaru would also take the opportunity to train Kong during his leaves, sparring with him, discussing the meaning of life, the mysteries of life, and a bunch of topics that gave Kong a headache. Kong couldn't resist Orochimaru, and couldn't escape his grasp, so he could only recite some things from his past life to Orochimaru. Each time Orochimaru's face lit up with joy, making Kong worry that he might have altered Orochimaru's life path again. This year Kong completed over 100 missions of varying difficulty. Most of them allowed him to earn some extra income, and the rewards were generous. Plus he constantly completed daily tasks and farmed bounties, making great progress in many aspects of the mobile game, and even summoning many ninjas. for example, might die who could open the 8 gates to Jirobo, unlocking the power of the curse mark young Jiraiya, who allowed him to contract with Mount Myaboku. The rest were nothing special: Kater, Itachi, young Tobarama, Sakdeng, Irika, Kamioka, Shizuka, Hanabi, and Niji completed the Byakugan trio: Shizuka, Karui, and Mariboshi Kosuka, the eternal genin. However, although he had contracted with Mount Myaboku, Kong still dared not summon the toads. These were given by the system, and who knew if the toads would recognize him? Just like other summons given by the system, he had never used them. Until he was strong enough, he would never use these summons. This year Kong successfully raised his strength to the Jonin level, and not just an ordinary Jonin. He also gained many new techniques: Great Fireball, Chidori, Tutomo's Sharingan, Konoha-style sword technique now able to infuse with lightning chakra, and the 8 gates technique, which he rarely used though powerful with severe side effects. Water Dragon, Bullet, Water Formation, Wall Curse Mark, Power, Shadow, Shuriken, Clone Technique, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Just as Kong was preparing to set out on a mission that day, Geo delivered a scroll to him. The contents made him frown. The message was simple: the Mist Village had been acting up recently, and they wanted him to investigate. However, strangely, it was a solo mission. Kong had been on team missions all year, and suddenly being assigned a solo mission caught him off guard. This was not for other reasons, but because the Mist Village in his memory was still the Blood Mist Village. Moreover, it had been Madaro's territory before, and now it was probably being closely watched by Obito. If he went there, he might run into Obito. Obito with double Kamui. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Would Obito spare him out of old feelings? Kong hesitated, but in the end he accepted the mission. With the 8 gates in hand, even if he couldn't open the gate of death, he could open the gate of surprise. The current Obito was far from his peak. Even if he went and encountered Obito, what could Obito do? Maybe he could even pull him back. Thus Kong accepted the mission, prepared his disguise items, and set off for the Mist Village. At the border of the Land of Water, Kong, disguised as a wealthy young master, embarked on a leisurely journey. He traveled by sedan chair and boat, enjoying the sights from the Land of Fire to the border of the Land of Water. Since the mission was not urgent, he saw no reason to hurry and indulged in a bit more pleasure. Along the way, Kong spent a considerable sum. Though he hadn't kept a precise tally, it was roughly 15,000 taels, equivalent to about 90,000 yuan for a single trip. While not an exorbitant amount, it was enough to mark him as a scion of wealth. As Kong traveled through the Naruto world, he found it vastly different from his previous modern life. Though technology was less advanced, the bonds between people were far warmer. Bandits and villains were plentiful, but to Kong they were nothing more than minor obstacles. Thus he arrived at the border of the Land of Water. Using his financial prowess, he easily procured a fake identity and successfully infiltrated the Land of Water. But no sooner had he entered than trouble found him. Damn it, don't let him escape. After him. Kirigakure ninja on business. Clear the area immediately. Before Kong had ventured far into the Land of Water, he spotted a rogue ninja wearing a Kirigakure headband running straight toward him. Yes, toward Kong, pursued by 4 other Kirigakure ninja. The rogue ninja performed the body flicker technique and appeared beside Kong. Kong initially intended to subdue the renegade, but remembering his current disguise and the identity he had assumed, he decided to hold back and see what would unfold. Why did Kong dare to do this? It was because the mobile game had granted him attributes that made his physical resilience extraordinary. If he activated the lightning release armor, he could even exchange a blow with the rakeage, though only one. Still, he had no fear of the rogue ninja holding him hostage. The man was at most a jonin, and without knowing Kong's true strength he could hardly harm him. Get back or I'll kill him. A ninja from the Blood Mist Village actually thinks we care about others' lives. How naively adorable. The leading ninja sneered, utterly indifferent. He drew the blade from his back, ready to advance and eliminate the rogue. You may not care about his life, but you cannot ignore his status. This is the border between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire. The boy is dressed in finery, clearly the son of a wealthy merchant from the Land of Fire. If you kill him and his family learns of it, they will pressure the Land of Fire to act against you. Can you withstand that? These words stunned everyone on the spot. Even Kong was left speechless, momentarily at a loss. Brother, a rogue ninja with such political acumen. How is that even possible? With brains like that, how did you end up a rogue ninja? Even if the land of water ignores it, and Kirigakure endures the pressure, what if his family puts a bounty on your heads? Don't you want to go on missions without worrying about other ninja hunting you for the reward? What do you want? You know we can't let you go. Just let me leave for a certain place. Once I arrive I'll release him immediately, and we'll settle this fairly. The leading Kirigakure ninja weighed their strength against the rogue, then nodded in agreement. Thus the 6 of them set off at a hurried pace. Several times along the way Kong considered eliminating the rogue ninja simply because the man carried him by the scruff, making the journey exceedingly uncomfortable. Alright, this is the place. Enduring the uncomfortable method of travel for what felt like an eternity, Kong finally arrived at the location the rogue had mentioned. Now release the hostage. Shut up, Zhao Meiming. Zhao Meiming. Kong's eyes widened. He stared at the young girl who already showed signs of beauty. He never imagined she would be Zhao Meiming, his favorite female character from the Naruto series. Just as Kong was stunned, sudden chaos erupted. The leading Kirigakure ninja was impaled by a blade that shot up from beneath the ground. In an instant Kong and the other Kirigakure ninja were dumbfounded. Brother, is this even possible? A last-minute counterattack. The rogue ninja cast Kong aside and charged at the remaining 3 Kirigakure ninja. Without their Jonin leader, the 2 minor ninja quickly crumbled, slain by the rogue and another accomplice who emerged. Only the young Zhao Meiming remained. Nice going, you even brought us a little beauty. Don't mention it. I almost failed. If I hadn't grabbed a valuable hostage I wouldn't have made it back. Damn it. I won't surrender. The young Zhao Meiming formed hand signs, conjuring a water whip and brandishing it ready to fight the 2 rogue ninja. Ha! Little girl, you're only a chunin at best. Graduating from the Blood Mist village is impressive, but against absolute power you're still far too weak. The 2 rogue ninja laughed without restraint, as if Zhao Meiming were already a plaything in their hands. Is that so? Too bad. Today I'm going to be a killjoy. Kong's abrupt words shattered their illusions, drawing Zhao Meiming's attention back to him. Kid, do you even know who you're dealing with? Playing the hero in a situation like this. You'll get yourself killed. That's hilarious. Ha! Go on, leave. This isn't your fault. There's no need to die for it. Zhao Meiming also urged Kong to flee. She was already resigned to death. In her final moments she didn't want anyone else to witness her humiliation, and she hoped at least one person could survive. You look down on me that much? Kong asked, puzzled. And how are we supposed to take you seriously, you little brat? Ha! Kong shook his head, lifted his specially tailored clothes to reveal a ninja tool pouch, and calmly took out a Konoha headband, placing it on his forehead. Let me reintroduce myself. I am a ninja of the Uchiha clan from Konohagakure. My name is Uchiha Kong. As he donned the headband, his Tsutomu Sharingan flared to life, proclaiming his identity as a ninja of the Uchiha clan. The 2 rogue ninja instantly tightened their grips on their weapons. They had never expected the hostage they grabbed at random to be a ninja of the Uchiha clan, one who had already awakened the Tsutomu Sharingan. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. Kong knew they were both Jonin level, yet he still revealed his true identity, and boldly stated his name. That meant he was absolutely certain he could eliminate them both, otherwise his mission would be compromised. On the other side, Zhao Meiming was equally stunned. The reversal had happened so fast. Moments ago she was facing death, hopeless and desperate. Now a ninja of the Uchiha clan from Konohagakure had appeared, a plot twist she had only ever encountered in novels and legends. Could this really be happening to me? Seeing Zhao Meiming's expression, Kong knew he had already made his grand entrance. Now all that remained was to swiftly and cleanly dispatch the 2 rogue ninja. Are you ready to face death? Shouting his dramatic lines, Kong's Sharingan glowed with a crimson light like a demon descending upon the world as he strode step by step toward the pair. Let me show you my ultimate move. The Dance of 3,000 Birds. Kong split into 2 shadow clones, and the 3 of them each used the Chidori, moving at incredible speed with bizarre angles and perfect aesthetics, toying with the opponent. Then, seizing the moment, they pierced the enemy with 3 Chidori simultaneously. This was a technique Kong created by combining the Shadow Clone technique Chidori and the Dance of 3 Crescent Moons, a highly flashy technique designed to impress girls. Of course, in plain terms, it's 3 shadow clones using Chidori together. With the support of the Sharingan, they find an opening in the enemy's defense. The first one pierces the enemy with Chidori, then the other 2 immediately follow suit just to show off. In actual combat against opponents of the same level, it's completely useless. Watching Kong effortlessly kill his companion in an instant, the other rogue ninja clearly chickened out. He immediately turned and ran, but how could he outrun Kong? Water-style water dragon bullet technique. Kong quickly formed hand seals and a massive water dragon materialized behind him, roaring furiously, as it charged at the fleeing rogue ninja, taking him down in an instant. Seeing the terrifying power Kong displayed and his incredibly young age, Terumi couldn't help but tighten her grip on her water whip. She no longer had to worry about those 2 rogue ninjas, but she began to fear whether Kong would kill her to silence her. Such a powerful and young genius secretly entering the land of water, and she had found out, could she really survive? Just as Terumi was worried, she noticed Kong walking slowly toward her step by step, and his Sharingan had not yet been deactivated. Did that mean he was about to attack her? Don't kill me. Are you alright? After they spoke, both Kong and Terumi stood frozen, not knowing what to say for a moment. I am fine. Please don't kill me. I'm a ninja from Kirigakure. I didn't see anything. I don't even know who you are, nor do I know you were here. I know nothing. Seeing Terumi's strong will to survive, Kong couldn't help but stand there dumbfounded. Was he really that terrifying? Little did Kong know that his act of directly introducing himself to make Terumi remember him was, in her eyes, no, in the eyes of most ninjas, a sign of absolute confidence in his own strength, believing he could kill and would kill everyone present. Your name is Terumi, right? I am Uchiha Kong. Nice to meet you. Kong extended his hand and greeted her politely. Hello, and Terumi. I am also pleased to meet you. Seeing that Terumi was still afraid of him, Kong felt a headache. He wondered if he had gone too far with his show-off. Why hadn't he won Terumi's favor but instead made her so afraid of him? Well, actually, you don't need to be afraid. Although we've never met before, I still want to say I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Kong also realized he might have overdone it, so in a moment of desperation he blurted out his feelings, leaving Terumi helplessly stunned. Although in the world of Naruto, children generally mature early, consider this: you're chasing rogue ninjas, they capture a hostage and lure you to a location, they kill your teammate, then the hostage suddenly reveals himself to be a genius ninja and kills all the rogue ninjas. Just when you think he's going to kill you, he suddenly confesses his love to you. Don't blame Terumi for being brain frozen, anyone would be baffled. And so Kong stayed by Terumi's side, allowing her to calm down for a while before she barely managed to collect herself and seriously examined Kong. Strong in combat, able to eliminate 2 rogue ninjas of Jonin level in a short time, noble bloodline, the Uchiha clan, which ranks among the top in the entire ninja world. Exceptional talent just referred to the first point, and Kong is only 10 years old. Though not extraordinarily handsome, he is definitely above average. Such a person is truly rare, like finding a needle in a haystack. If I refuse, will you kill me? Terumi asked cautiously. She was afraid that Kong might have a screw loose, since confessing right after killing someone really made him seem mentally unstable. Kong didn't know whether to laugh or cry, at a loss for what to do. How about this, Terumi? I won't say much else. I'll stay in the land of water for 3 days. As long as you accompany me to explore the land of water during these 3 days, I'll leave. If after 3 days you're willing to be my girlfriend, that would be great. If you refuse, I'll come back to find you later. I'll keep persisting until you change your mind. Kong had given up on getting Terumi to agree immediately or to hold a great fondness for him. He only hoped she would give him another chance to improve her impression. Seeing Kong's earnest gaze and considering the power gap between them, Terumi ultimately decided to be pragmatic and agreed to Kong's request. After all, she was out on a mission, and it was normal for her to not return for a few days. As for her fallen comrades, come on, this was Kirigakure under the rule of the Bloody Mist. Where was the bond between people? Thus over the next 3 days Kong spent money lavishly. If Terumi hadn't been somewhere, he'd take her there directly. If she hadn't eaten something, no matter the cost, they'd eat it. If she liked something, Kong would buy it for her, no matter how expensive. In just 3 days Kong spent over 2 million real, equivalent to 1/20th of an asuma, or more than half a year's income for a normal jonin. Although it was nothing to Kong, it was indeed a substantial amount for Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei noticed Kong staring at her while she ate, and she felt a bit embarrassed. She picked up some fish and placed it in his bowl. The fish in the land of water are the most famous among the 5 great nations and undoubtedly the most delicious. Have some more. Kong picked up the fish and ate it. Indeed, the freshness of the fish combined with the subtle soy sauce flavor was truly worthy of a country surrounded by water. Their authority in fish was undeniable. The meal was soon finished. Kong accompanied Terumi Mei as they walked slowly to the outskirts. Seeing that they were getting closer to Kirigakure, Kong couldn't hold back any longer and asked the question again. Terumi Mei, I like you. I'm absolutely serious. Will you be my girlfriend? Seeing Kong's shy expression, Terumi Mei recalled how 3 days ago Kong had descended like a demon god, instantly killing 2 rogue ninjas. She also remembered how he had spent the past 3 days trying every way to make her happy. To her he was almost perfect except for the fact that he was a ninja from Kanahagakure, the village that had just ended a war with Kirigakure. I'm sorry, Kong. Although I like you too, you and I are destined to be apart. We are ninjas from different villages. I'm truly sorry. After saying this, Terumi Mei didn't dare look at Kong. She walked straight toward Kirigakure without any guard. Kong watched her leave step by step. He hadn't expected Terumi Mei to say such words in the end. Zhao Meiming. Kong called out Zhao Meiming's name loudly. Her body began to tremble. She knew she should not stay, but her body obediently stopped. Perhaps it was out of fear of Kong's strength, or because of Kong's tireless efforts over the past 3 days, or perhaps Zhao Meiming truly had developed feelings for Kong. Kong embraced Zhao Meiming from behind, feeling the uncontrollable trembling of the young girl. He caressed her face and spoke slowly. I know I am not qualified to say these words now, but I still want to say it. In 20 years, at most 20 years, I will definitely end all the wars in the ninja world. No matter what, I will do it. By then one's origin will not be a problem at all. I will come to marry you. Kong, though aware of the plot, could not tell Zhao Meiming. He could only promise. 20 years even in the original storyline would be enough to resolve the issue of Kaguya. Moreover, 20 years would be enough for his power to reach Kaguya's level. By then, even if the Otsutsuki clan came, he would not fear them. No one could restrain him from doing what he wanted. We are ninjas. 20 years is enough for too many things to happen. Do you want me to wait for you for 20 years? Zhao Meiming did not respond to Kong's words, but instead threw a question back at him. Zhao Meiming was only 13 years old now, and Kong was only 10. 20 years was too long for them. No one knew what would happen in between. Even Kong could not guarantee that everything would follow the original plot, that Zhao Meiming would live healthily and safely until then without meeting someone she loved. Zhao Meiming removed Kong's arms from around her and tried to leave again. Kong grasped her hand, making her turn around. They looked into each other's eyes. The Flying Thunder God Technique. Konoha has a forbidden technique called the Flying Thunder God Technique. It can instantly transport me from the land of fire to your side. In 3 years, just 3 years, I will definitely master the Flying Thunder God Technique. From then on, no matter what danger you face, I will always come to your side in time. Kong looked into Zhao Meiming's eyes and solemnly made a vow. In 3 years he would definitely learn the Flying Thunder God Technique. Whether by relying on cheats or by begging Orochimaru or Minato Namikaze or the third Hokage, he would learn it no matter what. Zhao Meiming looked at Kong, remained silent for a long time, and then vanished from his side with a body flicker. In an instant Kong seemed to lose all his strength. He leaned against a nearby tree, momentarily unsure of what to do. Just as Kong was feeling dejected, a kunai was thrown a few meters in front of him. On the kunai a handkerchief was tied. Kong stood up, pulled out the kunai, and unfolded the handkerchief. On it were only 3 bloody characters: I will wait for you. Kong's face instantly lit up with ecstasy. He looked around and Zhao Meiming's small face appeared from behind the dense foliage, smiled at him, and then disappeared into the woods. Kong carefully stored the handkerchief close to his body. Since Zhao Meiming was willing to promise to wait for him for 3 years, he could not let her down. In 3 years he would definitely master the Flying Thunder God Technique. Kong quickly gathered intelligence near the village hidden in the mist, then immediately returned to Konoha to submit his mission. Just as he was about to visit Orochimaru, Kong was surprised that Orochimaru came to find him first. The third Hokage is about to step down. Kong, do you think I should really run for the position of Hokage? Orochimaru's first sentence made Kong's brain burn. So you never thought about becoming Hokage? That's not right, is it? It should have been that you failed to compete with Minato and Minato succeeded. But now at the point when the third is about to step down, you haven't even decided whether to really compete for the Hokage position. Then what were you doing all that for earlier? Wait, let me sort this out. The third is about to retire. You've put in so much effort, but you still haven't made up your mind. The remaining rationality in Kong's mind told him that he should make Orochimaru give up the competition and let Minato take over. But Orochimaru's incredibly twisted thought process still made Kong couldn't help but complain. Kong, you could say you are my only friend in Konoha. There are some things I want to tell you and I hope you can keep them secret. Orochimaru looked at Kong. Kong sometimes showed maturity beyond his age and sometimes was adorably naive. Over the past year of contact, Orochimaru and Kong had discussed many things. Many of Kong's words had greatly benefited Orochimaru. Unconsciously, Orochimaru had come to regard Kong as a friend, not just a subordinate or student. In the past, I actually did many wrong things or things that were not recognized by others. Before I met you, I always thought that the soul is immortal and the body can be discarded at any time. But your words gave me more inspiration. The body can also achieve immortality. I just never thought about it. Perhaps mere soul immortality is wrong and dual immortality of body and soul might be the right path. Kong listened to Orochimaru's long speech dumbfounded. Bro, how can you think like that? Are you so weak-willed? I just casually chatted with you a couple of sentences and it actually changed your mind. Don't mess this up. He didn't want to change the plot too much. Overly changing the plot, who knows what would happen. So, what does that have to do with the Hokage position? Orochimaru looked at Kong. He had gotten used to Kong's empty-headed demeanor most of the time. I used to think that I would continue down this path. The Hokage position was never meant for me. Even if I outcompete Minato, I would leave Konoha before long. But now my thoughts have wavered. I don't know whether I should continue on this path or change my mind, transform myself, become Hokage and slowly research a new path. Orochimaru's words gave Kong a headache. From a public perspective, he should not support Orochimaru becoming Hokage. Orochimaru was a major villain in Naruto, a growth experience package for Sasuke. He launched the Konoha Crush plan, killed the third Hokage, cultivated Kabuto as an important villain in the Fourth Great Ninja War, conducted cruel human experiments, perfected and optimized the impure world reincarnation technique, which was also one of the important means of the villains in the Fourth War. But from a personal perspective, Orochimaru recommended him to join the Umbu, continuously trained him, honed his combat experience. Over the past year, although he should not have developed feelings, he did develop feelings for Orochimaru. Kong looked at the Orochimaru in front of him, and recalled the Orochimaru from the original story. Should he compromise with the original plot or change the timeline for the sake of his friend Orochimaru? Kong hesitated. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. After a long hesitation, he finally gave his suggestion. I suggest you still go for the Hokage position. Orochimaru, if you truly desire it, then why hesitate? Perhaps you are not the best, perhaps you are not the most suitable, perhaps you are not what the third Hokage and others want, but you are you. You have rendered countless meritorious services to Konoha and participated in 2 great ninja wars. If you have not wronged Konoha, then why would you abandon yourself? Kong did not know whether Orochimaru had already begun conducting human experiments on Konoha's own people, but he still cautiously mentioned it. Orochimaru was silent for a long time, then thanked Kong. Thank you, Konkun. If you have time, accompany me to see Fugaken. I think winning the support of the Uchiha clan cannot be done without your help. Seeing that Orochimaru had finally made up his mind, Kong was genuinely happy for him. If it could truly change the fate of these people, then even if the storyline became unpredictable, it would be worth it. By the way, Orochimaru, I want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Can it be done? The Flying Thunder God technique. That famous ninjutsu of Minato Namake's. As for the training method of the Flying Thunder God technique, I can obtain it by speaking to the third Hokage. However, with your level of comprehension it will be very difficult to master. Orochimaru was not lying. As for forbidden techniques for ordinary ninjas, once one reaches Orochimaru's level, Konoha would be eager for them to learn more forbidden techniques to increase their strength. However, during this past year Orochimaru had thought of teaching Kong ninjutsu because nominally Kong was Orochimaru's subordinate, and not knowing any of Orochimaru's signature techniques would be awkward for both. But in the end, although Kong learned some of Orochimaru's classic ninjutsu, he simply could not apply them in actual combat precisely because Kong's comprehension was too extraordinary. Because I made a promise with someone important, no matter what I must give it my all. The Flying Thunder God technique. Within 3 years, no matter what, I will definitely master it. Orochimaru looked at Kong, suddenly somewhat surprised. In his impression, Kong was the kind of person who cared about nothing, with no living relatives and no friends. He had not expected Kong to suddenly have someone important. Interesting, Kong. Can someone like you also have someone important? Orochimaru asked curiously. Kong had always been decisive in killing, never caring about the lives of enemies or teammates. His indifference to life was extremely rare in the ninja world. It was unexpected that he would also have someone important. In your eyes, am I really that cold and heartless? Kong asked curiously, and then he snapped back to reality. Apart from caring about important plot characters, he really did not seem to care about anyone else. And important plot characters were few at this time point, and even fewer that he could interact with, so it made him appear somewhat cold and heartless. In their eyes you might become a second me. The third Hokage has mentioned several times wanting that fool Jiraiya to teach you, but because of my presence, and that fool Jiraiya always traveling outside for inspiration, it never worked out. I really am hearing this for the first time. Kong smiled awkwardly. He had not expected the third and others to compare him to Orochimaru. Although he was somewhat cold, he was not as insane as Orochimaru was he. Alright, first go to Fugaku's house tonight and have a good talk with him. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, he'll bring it to you after meeting the old man tomorrow. After speaking, Orochimaru stood up and left Kong's home. Seeing that he had secured the training method for the Flying Thunder God technique, Kong was in a great mood. He just happened to have a few days off, a double blessing. In the evening, Orochimaru and Kong arrived at Fugaku's home as promised. After the five of them had dinner, Orochimaru got straight to the point and bluntly asked for Fugaku's opinion. The third Hokage will soon step down. Currently only Minato and I are competing. What do you think, Fugaku? Seeing that Orochimaru did not hide his intentions at all, Fugaku felt troubled. Minato was a long-time friend, but Orochimaru had a higher chance of winning, and there was Kong as a link. Although he could choose either side, choosing one would inevitably alienate the other, not in daily life but in political stance and interest distribution. I know this is a difficult choice, but you must know, Fugaku, besides Danzoken advisors Hamura Midokado and Kohara Yudatane also intend to support me. The heads of the major ninja clans are still watching, but... Orochimaru did not finish, but everyone present knew what he left unsaid. However, Orochimaru was indeed playing a trick here. Hamura Midokado and Kohara Yudatane did intend to support him, but they also intended to support Minato, and in fact they preferred Minato. After all, although Danzo supported Orochimaru, the third Hokage favored Minato. The clan heads were the same, still on the fence. Kong's sudden appearance, although it made the Uchiha clan, which should have firmly supported Minato, become neutral, only leveled the gap between Orochimaru and Minato. Behind Minato there was still Jiraiya, the Ninetales, Jinchuriki Kushina, and most importantly the support of the third Hokage. In essence, Orochimaru was still at a disadvantage, but unfortunately others did not know. The third Hokage did not wish for Orochimaru to become Hokage, they only thought the third was avoiding suspicion or simply favored Minato. Although, not wishing, and favoring, seem similar, they are actually vastly different. If the third truly made his stance clear, Orochimaru might as well withdraw. In a couple of days there will be a meeting of Konoha's high-level officials. At that time I will propose my ideas. I hope that then, Fugaku, you can step forward and support me. Of course I will not let you down. Kong as my subordinate will be my most capable right-hand man, just like the third Hokage Sensei and Danzoken. After speaking, Orochimaru looked at Kong. Kong, who had been silent, also stepped forward to say a word for Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru thinks highly of me. I believe our future cooperation will always be close and seamless. The words of Kong and Orochimaru completely shattered Fugaku's psychological defenses. He and Minato were indeed longtime friends, but unfortunately Obito had died early and Minato had Jiraiya and the group represented by the third Hokage. These people were intertwined and had long formed a community of interests. If Minato took power, he would still rely on them. How much benefit could be left for him? On the other hand, with Orochimaru, Kong had shown talent, and gained Orochimaru's favor, being promised a high position. Kong and he had maintained a good relationship over the past year. He also knew that although Kong was cold to others, he had a good relationship with his family, especially his son Itachi. Every time Kong came, he would tease Itachi many times. Most importantly, although Orochimaru was a disciple of the third Hokage, he was somewhat at odds with the interest community under the third's group. Although Danzo was part of the third's group, he was more like an independent force. If Orochimaru could take power, it meant that the benefits he could gain would be absolutely greater. The next day, Kong indeed obtained a scroll containing the training method for the Flying Thunder God technique. Kong meticulously studied the method of Flying Thunder God, knowing full well that he lacked innate talent for such ninjutsu. If he attempted to master this high-difficulty space-time technique on his own, even 3 decades would likely leave him mediocre, let alone 3 years. However, since Kong dared to claim he would learn the Flying Thunder God technique within 3 years, he certainly had his confidence. A confidence rooted in the ninja he had just summoned, Rado Namiashii. As one of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze's personal guards, Rado Namiashii had once been personally instructed in the Flying Thunder God technique by the 4th Hokage. Although he only learned a half-baked version, it was sufficient. The cube successfully extracted this experience, and incorporated the Flying Thunder God technique into Raido's secret arts. This skill of the Flying Thunder God technique, though incomplete and imperfect, could indeed be used normally by Kong. With constant practice combined with the training method Orochimaru had provided, which included some insights from the 2nd and 4th Hokages, within 3 years, while he might not be able to wield the technique as freely as Minato in battle, reaching Tsurumi's side swiftly would not be difficult. But the most important matter now was to order a batch of specially made kunai. After all, if he inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark on ordinary kunai, it would be awkward if he threw the wrong one during battle. Just as Kong was laboriously ordering kunai, completing missions, and finally obtaining the kunai, he realized a serious problem. What should his Flying Thunder God mark look like? The 2nd Hokage Tobirama's Flying Thunder God mark seemed to be a pattern, while Minato's was the ninja love sword. So how should he design his own Flying Thunder God mark? After pondering for a long time, Kong wrote down 3 large characters on a piece of paper: Kong Ming Blade. As for why he chose this name, Kong claimed it was not taking one character from his own name, and one from Tsurumi's. He simply liked the word Kongming, so it was called the Kong Ming Blade. Flying Thunder God technique. Kong attempted to activate the Flying Thunder God technique for teleportation, but each time, due to positioning failure, he either ended up in the sky and fell heavily or got stuck underground and had to escape using Earth Release. After 3 days, Kong was covered in bruises thanks only to his robust physical constitution and the medical ninjutsu Palm Rebirth, which constantly healed his injuries. Kong sat on the steps knowing he would soon have to carry out another mission. The Umbu never had enough personnel. Missions came one after another. Just a couple of days ago he had killed someone, and now he had to go gather intelligence, or protect some special individuals. Moreover, promotion in the Umbu was exceptionally difficult. Whether you could rise in rank did not depend on your strength, but on when your superior moved up, died in battle, or left. Of course, when the Hokage changed, the Umbu might undergo a major reshuffle. Only when a vacancy appeared could lower-ranking Umbu hope for advancement. For instance, Kong's current strength was enough to defeat Gyo, but there was no way. Gyo couldn't move up, and Kong couldn't exactly kill him, could he? Otherwise he would have to obediently serve under Gyo unless he could make some extraordinarily outstanding contribution. Otherwise, what was promotion? No discussion. Gazing at his Kong Ming Blade, Kong sighed and silently put away his special Flying Thunder God kunai. The mission was tomorrow. Today was not suitable for extra training. Resting early was better than anything. Kong had also considered approaching Minato to ask him to teach the Flying Thunder God technique properly. But given that he was not familiar with Minato, and had helped Orochimaru pry into the Uchiha clan, it was best to keep a low profile and not disturb Minato. However, Kong had prepared himself if after 2 years he still could not master the Flying Thunder God technique, he would swallow his pride and beg Minato. After all, he had promised Tsurumi that he would learn it within 3 years. If he failed, it would not only break her heart, but also shame himself. Thus for the following week Kong spent all his time aside from missions continuously practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. If 100 practices could not improve his Flying Thunder God technique, he would practice 1,000 times. If 1,000 practices could not make progress, he would practice 10,000 times. If even 10,000 practices failed, then Kong would have no choice. If 10,000 practices could not advance his Flying Thunder God technique, he might as well rely on the system to draw a young Minato. Although Kong's talent was mediocre, even somewhat poor, with Reito Namaishi's experience and foundation plus the training method from Orochimaru that included some insights from the second and fourth Hokages, his practice was not in vain. In just over a week, Kong reduced the teleportation error of the Flying Thunder God technique by more than a meter. Yet seeing the Flying Thunder God kunai still over 10 meters away, he remained troubled. It was known that the error of the Flying Thunder God technique became increasingly difficult to reduce. Kong had shortened the error by 1 meter in a week, but the next meter might take over 2 weeks, and the next meter might take a month or more. However, Kong did not dwell on this. As long as he could reduce the teleportation error to within 1 meter, it would be sufficient for his current needs. After all, he did not intend to use the Flying Thunder God technique for battle, it was merely for visiting Tsurumi. Just as Kong was tirelessly practicing the Flying Thunder God technique, Orochimaru came to see him. "You actually have time to visit me at this point. Have you dealt with all the clan heads?" Kong asked curiously. It was a critical period for the election. Why would Orochimaru suddenly come? Could it be that Fugaku had turned traitor? Kong speculated about Fugaku with the utmost malice. Not that he looked down on him, but Fugaku's political acumen in the original story was quite simple. The Uchiha clan, after the Senju integrated into Konoha, was the largest clan in the village, a founding shareholder. Yet they not only failed to enter the core power circle but also suffered the catastrophic Uchiha massacre. What was even more astonishing was that after the incident no one stepped forward to investigate the truth, and no one mourned or felt sorry for the Uchiha clan. To reach such a level, even if Fugaku did not bear the major blame, he certainly had issues. "It's not Fugaku's issue. It's Danzo. For some reason he suddenly wants to see you." Orochimaru's words stunned Kong. He hadn't expected to come into contact with Danzo so soon. Danzo was not a good person. Kong had originally planned to meet Danzo only after he had gathered enough strength to contend with him. Now it seemed that meeting would be premature. "Is this the Gen?" Kong walked through the dark, cramped building. He never expected this to be the headquarters of Gen. That old fox Danzo had actually set up his base here. "After all, Gen isn't like the Umbu. It's only natural that the conditions are a bit inferior," Orochimaru explained for Danzo, though in truth Gen was not lacking in resources at all. Danzo simply couldn't be so arrogant as to make Gen as prominent as the Umbu. If he dared to do so today, the third Hokage would invite him for a drink and a chat tomorrow. "Lord Orochimaru, Lord Danzo is waiting for you inside." As the guiding Gen member stopped before a door, Orochimaru pushed it open and entered with Kong. Before them stood Shimura Danzo, the darkness of Konoha. "Danzo, what a refined pastime. Practicing calligraphy, are you?" Orochimaru watched Danzo continuously writing on the table and couldn't help teasing him. "Orochimaru, stop teasing me. We're all in the same boat. Come take a look at this later." Danzo put down his work and clapped his hands. The Gen members outside entered the room and served them 3 cups of hot tea. Kong looked at the hot tea before him and couldn't help complaining inwardly, why is hot tea always a must before every negotiation? Still, he picked up the cup and took a symbolic sip. "This is the one I mentioned before, my subordinate, the genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kong." Orochimaru introduced Kong to Danzo without unnecessary words, simply stating his identity: Orochimaru's subordinate, a genius of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru knew that Danzo might have ill intentions, but with these 2 identities even Danzo would have to sheath his fangs. Danzo looked at the 10-year-old Kong. Although he had learned from other channels that Kong was exceptionally strong for his age, and even a skilled hand in the umbu, seeing him in person still left him somewhat incredulous. So this is Kong. I've heard about you many times from Orochimaru. Meeting you today confirms you are a young genius. Would you be interested in serving in my gen? Danzo blatantly tried to poach Kong right in front of Orochimaru. Danzo, you know Kong cannot serve in your gen. Drop this matter. Orochimaru interrupted Danzo's recruitment without hesitation. Though they were cooperating, both knew the other was not a good person. Danzo in particular had done far more atrocious things in secret than Orochimaru. Is that so? What a pity. My gen is in need of a capable lieutenant. I had high hopes for Kong. Danzo expressed a small regret, then began discussing the recent election matters with Orochimaru along with the third Hokage's attitude. Originally in the minds of Orochimaru and Danzo, with the support of Danzo and the Uchiha clan plus Orochimaru's accumulated foundation, the third Hokage should have started leaning toward Orochimaru. But to their surprise, even after they won over several more ninja clans and even Midokado Hamura and Yudatane Koharu began speaking for Orochimaru, the third still favored Minato. This left them extremely puzzled. Orochimaru sometimes even maliciously suspected whether Minato was the third's illegitimate son. Otherwise, as the third's favorite disciple, having secured support from so many people, and even his recommended Kong had made achievements in the umbu, while Minato didn't even have a candidate, why would the third stubbornly favor that Minato? As for Danzo, he had no choice but to support Orochimaru. Not to mention how much time and effort he had already invested in supporting Orochimaru, how many times he had firmly declared his stance, and how he had utterly offended Minato's side, making it impossible to switch sides at the last moment. Moreover, Orochimaru and he had many collaborations. The dirty deeds they had done together had made them a community of interests. If he didn't support Orochimaru, and Orochimaru decided to take him down with him, then both would suffer. So he had to support Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Kong expressed silently, I simply can't understand a word of what you're discussing. He was genuinely curious how these people could be so powerful in strength yet possess such keen political acumen. Kong remained silent, simply drinking cup after cup of hot tea. Watching Kong's terrifying tea-drinking speed, the Gen member refilling the water was stunned. It was the first time he had seen a visitor who said nothing but kept drinking tea, while the two lords Orochimaru and Danzo said nothing about it, and just continued discussing their own matters. After a long while, Orochimaru and Danzo finally settled the details and formulated a plan for what to do in the coming days. The third Hokage will abdicate in less than 2 weeks. In these 2 weeks we must deal with the third. Even if we have to force a coup, we must make him understand that this is no longer his era. Danzo's words were resolute, but Kong found it a bit amusing. The third was indeed past his prime, but he was not someone Orochimaru and Danzo could easily shake. If the third weren't stepping down voluntarily, Orochimaru would likely need to wait a few more years until he reached his true peak and the third became old and frail before he could oust him by force. As for who was stronger between the third in his prime and Orochimaru in his prime, Kong couldn't say. The third's strength lay in his personal power, unparalleled mastery of jutsu, and the powerful summoning beast Enma, which allowed him to rise and prevail in the post-Hashirama era. Even on his deathbed he managed to pull one over on Orochimaru. As for Orochimaru, he too was a master of ninjutsu, going even further than the third by mastering forbidden techniques, improving them, and achieving an immortal nature. Combined with the eight-headed serpent technique and impure world reincarnation, his power was both formidable and disgusting, with the game-breaking impure world reincarnation. If they were to fight in their prime, an encounter battle might result in the third's victory, but if Orochimaru had time to prepare, it would end with the third's death. Any recent movements from Minato's side? After saying this, Danzo asked Orochimaru. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Nothing special. After meeting with the third and Jiraiya, he hasn't done anything else, just staying home with the Ninetales Jinchuriki. As for the third and Jiraiya, they made an excuse to invite the clan leaders for a meeting. I don't know what was said. I asked Fugaku, but he only said he would definitely support me. He refused to reveal what the third and Jiraiya discussed with them. Mentioning Jiraiya reminded Orochimaru of their other teammate, Tsunadeheim. If Tsunade were here, this competition would be much simpler. But soon Orochimaru recalled Nawaki's death, a huge mistake of his. His friend's younger brother died before his eyes and he couldn't save him. A trace of sorrow welled up in Orochimaru's heart. Life was so fragile. But if Nawaki had possessed Kong's physical constitution back then, how could he have been killed so easily? Kong's current physical constitution was such that even 1 or 2 exploding tags at close range couldn't seriously injure him. This was an important reason for Orochimaru's change. He had truly seen a different path. Unfortunately, Kong's physical constitution was largely due to a cheat, something Orochimaru would never know in his lifetime. By the way, there's something else. Do you remember the Land of Rain which we chose as the battlefield during the Second Shinobi World War? Danzo's sudden words made Orochimaru and Ku frown. I remember. The title of the legendary 3 ninjas was granted by Hanzo the Salamander, the leader of the Rain village, who was known as a demigod. He was a true hero, a respected powerhouse. Orochimaru recalled that battle where the combined attacks of the legendary 3 ninjas seemed utterly powerless against Hanzo. If it weren't for Hanzo's consideration of their teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi and the power of Konoha, the 3 ninjas might have perished there. Ku suddenly recalled something at this point in time, with Danzo bringing up the Land of Rain. Did this mean that Yahiko's death, Nagato's awakening, and Obito officially taking control of the Akatsuki organization were all connected? That small nation has birthed a new organization, the Akatsuki. Although I don't know where they came from, their momentum is fierce. Hanzo contacted me recently hoping I could help him eliminate the Akatsuki. Danzo slowly spoke, pulling out several letters from behind the desk and handing them to Ku and Orochimaru for review. Has that once mighty tyrant become so cowardly now? To think he needs to rely on betraying the village's interests to accomplish such things. Orochimaru merely glanced at the letters before tossing them onto the table. He never expected that the tyrant who once dared to wage war against the 3 great ninja villages had become like this. Ku confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, they planned to kidnap Konan and then force the Akatsuki leader Yahiko to commit suicide or directly annihilate the entire organization. What do you intend to do? Orochimaru posed his question, realizing that Danzo's mention of this matter was clearly not just idle chatter but had ulterior motives. I originally intended to send my subordinates to handle this matter, but since Ku is here and is also your subordinate, why not let him take a trip? It would also allow me to see just how strong the genius of the Uchiha clan has become under your training, Orochimaru. After Danzo's words, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect Danzo to still have designs on Ku. Wanting him to do such things was clearly an attempt to drag Ku into the mire. There was no way he would agree to this. Just as Orochimaru was about to refuse, Ku unexpectedly agreed to the task. Land of Rain, Akatsuki, right. They'll go. Hearing Ku's words, Danzo burst into laughter while Orochimaru expressed confusion, but Ku gave Orochimaru a look signaling him to remain silent. This mission only requires the death of Akatsuki's leader Yahiko, right? As for the others, even if Hanzo the Salamander lives or dies, it doesn't matter, right? Upon hearing this, Danzo sensed something was off. However, he quickly reasoned that as long as Yahiko was dead, Hanzo's fate was of no concern to him. Even if Hanzo were to die, his subordinates wouldn't dare hold him accountable. In fact, if Hanzo were dead, he could negotiate for even more benefits. Of course, once the task is completed, your reward won't be lessened. I've heard that Ku's current house is quite old, so when you return from this mission I will gift you a brand new house. Ku nodded, then watched as Orochimaru and Danzo discussed some other matters in the room before leaving the route. Ku, do you know what you're going to do? Interfering openly in another country's internal affairs could lead to serious trouble if discovered. Furthermore, you want to go after Hanzo the Salamander. Although he is no longer the tyrant he once was, he is still not someone you can handle right now. Orochimaru urged Ku vehemently, as Ku was still too young. He didn't want Ku to fall or be driven away as a rogue ninja. After a year of interaction, Orochimaru truly considered Ku a friend. It's fine. I have my own trump card. Ku stood in place, concentrating. 8 gates open. Open the first gate. Open the rest gate. Open the life gate. Open the wound gate. Open the drowning gate. Open the view gate. Open the shock gate. Blue steam erupted from Ku's body, countless powers surged within him. In that moment Ku felt exceptionally wonderful, But he also knew that this was merely the false strength brought by the 8 gates and not his true power, so he quickly closed the 8 gates. Orochimaru watched the blue steam emanating from Ku's body, his heart swirling in disbelief. The 8 gates technique, while not particularly difficult, was quite a challenge after the 3rd gate. After the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, each subsequent gate required effort that ordinary people wouldn't dare to imagine. When Might Dai opened the 8 gates and killed 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the higher-ups of the village had studied the 8 gates technique, attempting to obtain that unimaginable power. However, the final conclusion was that unless one was a genius in taijutsu who started training from a young age and continuously honed their skills, the 8 gates technique would be nothing but a hindrance. The true power of this taijutsu was almost entirely concentrated in the last 3 gates, with significant side effects from opening the 1st gate, and death was inevitable upon opening the 8th gate, leading to its abandonment. Orochimaru never expected to see the 8 gates technique manifested in Ku, who was capable of opening the 7th gate, the shock gate. Though Ku's combat ability might be slightly lacking since he wasn't a taijutsu ninja, his survival capability was extraordinary. Ku felt the pain in his body and suddenly regretted opening the shock gate. Even for just a few seconds it had caused his body to endure excruciating pain from overexertion. Don't worry, besides the 8 gates technique I also possess the Flying Thunder God technique. Although I can't use it in actual combat, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Ku took out a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God's seal and threw it several dozen meters away. He then activated the technique, teleporting directly to it, picking up the kunai and teleporting back to where he had left the other kunai. Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru looked at Ku in astonishment. He realized he had underestimated this young boy. The Flying Thunder God technique and the 8 gates technique. Mastering either one of these would be enough to make him renowned in the shinobi world, yet Ku had managed to grasp both. Though he hadn't perfected them, Ku was only 10 years old. He still had plenty of time to grow. The future Ku had limitless potential. Orochimaru looked at Ku, knowing that he could no longer restrain him. The 8 gates and the Flying Thunder God gave Ku enough capability to save his own life. If you really want to spar with Hanzo the Salamander, you'd better prepare a gas mask and regular antidotes. If you accidentally get caught, go to this address. If you're fast enough, you might still have a chance. Orochimaru stopped trying to dissuade Ku and instead handed him an address. Ku took the address and couldn't help but entertain a bold thought: could this address lead to the last of the legendary 3 ninjas Tsunade? After receiving the intelligence sent by Tuan Zhang's root organization, Kong took the information and set off on his mission. Kong traversed mountains and rivers, finally arriving at the mission site just in time. Gazing down at the youthful Xiaonan followed by several young people, Kong sighed deeply. It wasn't that he disliked the trio of Mi-Yen, Changmen and Xiaonan, but he had no choice. This mission was one he simply had to carry out. As for why it had to be done, why, knowing full well this was aiding the villain, and would directly lead to the emergence of the mid-street boss Changmen, he still proceeded, even actively assisting Tuan Zhang and Ban Zhang. It was simply because Changmen was Dai Tu's target, one he would never abandon. Dai Tu with dual Kami. Kong had no idea how strong he was now, but he was definitely stronger than in the original timeline. Moreover, Kong had said something to Ban who might have shaped Dai Tu into something else entirely. At this point, Dai Tu was perhaps the true strongest in the ninja world. If he wanted to protect Mi-Yen, Changmen and Xiaonan from Dai Tu, he would at least need the strength equivalent to Shuimen during the Nine Tails incident in the original story, and he would have to watch over them constantly. Otherwise, Dai Tu would find an opportunity, and the trio would be done for. As for gouging out Changmen's Rinnegan, not to mention whether Changmen would agree or if it would cause him to erupt and summon the demonic statue of the Outer Path, early treating Kong as an enemy, even if that succeeded, the retaliation from Dai Tu with dual Kami was something Kong couldn't bear right now. As for directly killing the trio and destroying the Rinnegan, on one hand there was Changmen's eruption and Dai Tu's interference, on the other hand Kong actually had some selfish motives. He still hoped the plot wouldn't deviate too much. As for those who would die unnecessarily, Kong could only apologize to them. In summary, this mission was to be carried out by Kong himself. At the very least, it ensured no other unexpected troubles would arise and only Mi-Yen would be sacrificed. As for whether the other Akatsuki members counted as people, Kong could only say go talk to Kishimoto about it. After all, Kishimoto made you extras in the story. The animation studio produced it that way, and this world developed exactly like the anime. Your lives were destined to end today. Sister Xiaonan, do you think the news is true? I don't know. But I hope it's true. After all, if Lord Banzang truly accepts our existence, and works together to make the U country better, no matter what, we should give it a try. But what if this is a trap? Idiot, that's why Brother Miyen asked Sister Xiaonan to bring us here to scout the area first. I hope it's good news. The U country has finally recovered. If Lord Banzang truly comes to his senses, it would be a great thing for the U country. That's right. If Lord Banzang allies with us, our U country might become a great nation in the future. Exactly. Then the people of our U country will no longer suffer from war like we did. They can live peaceful and tranquil lives just like the citizens of those great nations. Xiaonan and several Akatsuki members talked as they traveled, completely unaware that a pair of eyes was watching them from a tree above. Water release, water wall. A massive water curtain appeared before them, blocking Xiaonan and her companions. They instantly realized the area was ambushed, and judging by the scale of the water wall, the enemy's strength was terrifying. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Just as they assumed combat stances, the water wall suddenly transformed into a massive water dragon charging at them. Fire release, blaze. Earth release, earth wall. Wind release, wind stream. They desperately unleashed ninjutsu to defend, but it was useless. Faced with the gap in power, their techniques were easily shattered by the water dragon, and their lives were taken. Xiaonan also resisted desperately, but soon she realized that the water dragon did not attack her, it merely kept taking the lives of her companions. Come out! Come out! Xiaonan screamed desperately, watching her companions die before her eyes with no power to resist. She kept releasing paper shuriken around her, but it was useless. Not until her last teammate fell did she know who had attacked them. Come out! Xiaonan shouted weakly into the surrounding forest, but no one answered. Until she turned around, she realized that Kong had appeared behind her without her knowing. Are you Xiaonan of the Akatsuki? Kong wore a mask and black clothes with nothing to reveal his identity. On this mission, anyone who knew who he was had to die. Even Xiaonan was no exception. So he had to make sure no one could recognize him. So you're the one who killed my companions? Xiaonan formed countless paper shuriken and shot them at Kong. She never thought of fleeing with so many companions dying tragically before her eyes. She had to avenge them. Kong used a body flicker appearing behind Xiaonan and knocked her out with a single blow. At this point, Xiaonan's strength was still far beneath his. Ambush teammates all killed enemy far stronger, yet she still chose to attack instead of fleeing. What did Jiraiya even teach the three of them? Kong muttered a complaint, then carefully examined Xiaonan. Though she was still young, she already showed signs of great beauty. And seeing her in person, Kong found her even more attractive than in the anime. What a pity! The one you loved so much, Miyen, died because of you, and later you were killed by Dai too, spending your whole life in tragedy. Kong lamented Xiaonan's fate, then tied her up and carried her toward the place where Shanjie Banzang and Miyen were negotiating. By now Miyen and the others should have arrived. Shanjie Banzang was truly getting old. He had to use a hostage to force Miyen to commit suicide. Even with his current strength, killing a defenseless Miyen would be a piece of cake, yet he insisted on doing it this way. Kong only hoped that when he finally killed Banzang, the man would have enough strength left to resist, otherwise how could he serve as a whetstone to test Kong's power? With this thought, Kong rushed toward Shanjie Banzang's direction. Little did he know a half-black, half-white head slowly emerged from the ground beneath his feet. This kid, so it's Kong. He definitely knows something and is hiding things. Looks like you'll have to keep a closer eye on him from now on. Formed anew from bands, Will Black Setsu watched Kong's departing figure and silently decided to place Kong under long-term surveillance. Kong had no idea that his few muttered words had made him a key target for monitoring by Uchiha Ban's will. On the other side, Shanjie Banzang saw that Miyen and Changmen had arrived, but the hostages promised by Tuanzang had not yet been delivered. He began to grow anxious. Just as he was about to stand up and stall Miyen with some perfunctory words, two chakra signatures rapidly approached from afar. Banzang immediately knew these were the hostages Tuanzang had promised, and his eyes sharpened. The show is about to begin. I brought the person. Kong instantly appeared beside Hanzo of the Salamander, gently set down Conan, and then woke her up. Over there, that's our organization's uniform. They captured our people. Could it be? Yahiko and Nagato had a foreboding feeling. Why were their organization members appearing on the opposite side? Could Hanzo of the Salamander truly not be trusted? Hanzo of the Salamander. It really is you. Upon waking and seeing Hanzo of the Salamander's face, Conan couldn't help but curse aloud. They had indeed anticipated that Hanzo might resort to trickery, but now that it had actually happened, she still found it hard to believe. The once legendary hero, the savior of the Rain country, had fallen so low. Pathetic. To place your hopes for peace on the mercy of others. How could such a mindset ever bring true peace to the Rain country? Hanzo of the Salamander sneered at Conan, unaware that his words also mocked his present and future self. Once Hanzo had indeed relied on force to break through, and he succeeded. Under his efforts, the Rain country enjoyed a brief peace. But afterward he became engrossed in political maneuvering, indulging in wealth and power, ultimately falling prey to the 6 paths of pain with ease. Yet hearing those words, Kong felt a surge of fighting spirit. To speak such words meant that Hanzo of the Salamander was still the ambitious warlord who dared to declare war on 3 great ninja villages, not yet reduced to a mere puppet obsessed with money and authority. Kong licked his lips, a habit he had unconsciously picked up during his long association with Orochimaru. He only made this gesture when encountering something that intrigued him intensely. Now he could hardly wait to end this wretched business and engage in a life-or-death battle with Hanzo of the Salamander. You 2 fools down there, your friend is in my hands. Hanzo lifted Conan, making sure Yahiko and Nagato below could see her face clearly. It's Conan. Damn it, I'm going to save her. Don't be impulsive. First hear what he has to say. Seeing Conan's face above, Nagato immediately wanted to charge up and fight Hanzo to rescue her. But Yahiko quickly stopped him. Hanzo of the Salamander's target surely wasn't Conan, otherwise he would have killed her outright. Why bring her before them? You, the red-haired boy down there. I want you to use that kunai to kill Yahiko yourself. If you do, he'll let this woman and you go free. Otherwise he'll kill this woman first, then the 2 of you. Hanzo of the Salamander tossed the kunai downward and placed his sickle against Conan's neck, threatening Yahiko and Nagato below. No. Don't worry about me. Both of you run. Get out of here. Conan above screamed heart-wrenchingly, urging Yahiko and Nagato to flee. But the 3 orphans who had grown up together could not easily abandon one another. Even at the cost of their own lives, they would try to save her. Nagato, do it. Yahiko looked at Conan above, then at the kunai. He knew that if he died here today, Conan might live. If he refused Hanzo's demand, their lives were uncertain, but Conan would surely die. Nagato picked up the kunai in a daze. He didn't know why he was doing so. Could he really kill his own big brother to save Conan? Nagato stared at the kunai, his mind in turmoil. He recalled how Yahiko had cared for them both, how Yahiko had founded the organization and nurtured its growth, and how Conan had admired Yahiko. Nagato didn't know why these memories surfaced. At that moment he felt utterly worthless. Hurry up and do it. If you don't, this woman will die. Hanzo pressed his sickle closer to Conan's neck, threatening the 2 below. Kong watched from the side, unable to suppress a sigh. Such scenes always moved people to tears and were hard to witness. He had barely been able to watch this part in the anime, and now he was complicit in the tragedy. He felt despicable. But there was no helping it. He simply couldn't protect all 3 of them at this moment. As Nagato hesitated, holding the kunai in confusion, Yahiko saw that Nagato could not bring himself to act. Without another word, he deliberately impaled himself on the kunai in Nagato's hand. Accompanied by the sound of the kunai tearing through flesh, Nagato looked up. He had indeed pierced his own brother, Yahiko. No matter what happens, survive. Find a way to live on with Conan. You are the savior of this world. I've always believed you have that power. With his last ounce of strength, Yahiko spoke his final words to Nagato, then collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Yahiko! Conan's anguished scream failed to elicit any reaction from Nagato. He once again recalled the moments he had shared with Yahiko. The pouring rain relentlessly drenched them, but no one cared. Konan knelt on the ground in agony, weeping uncontrollably. She couldn't believe that she was the one who had caused Yahiko's death. Strike! Hanzo of the Salamander looked at the trio, one confirmed dead, the other two completely demoralized. He immediately ordered his men to kill Nagato once and for all. Countless kunai and shuriken flew toward Nagato, but with a slight raise of his hand they all stopped midair and fell uselessly to the ground. Nagato used a body flicker technique to appear before Hanzo, intending to save Konan. A triumphant smile flickered in Hanzo's eyes as he retreated, ready to detonate the explosion tags he had prepared. Seeing this, Kong couldn't hold back. He fired a kunai at Hanzo of the Salamander, interrupting his detonation. Hanzo deflected the kunai and looked at Kong in confusion, unable to understand why the man sent by Danzo to assist him would interfere. By the time Hanzo tried to detonate again, Nagato had already brought Konan back down away from the explosion tags. Kong looked at Nagato, knowing he had saved Nagato's legs from being crippled by Hanzo's explosion. It was perhaps the only small thing he could do for this tragic trio. Even if he had to face a darker, more powerful Nagato in the future, he would not regret it. Hold, Yahiko. Stay here and don't move. Nagato spoke emotionlessly to Konan. His heart had already decided he would avenge Yahiko. At that moment, Hanzo of the Salamander reappeared before them. He glanced at Kong but ultimately chose not to confront him. Behind Kong stood Danzo, the Leaf Village, a power Hanzo dared not provoke. Even he could only pretend not to see. You're no ordinary brat. Those eyes. Kill him. Hanzo knew the principle of uprooting evil. He ordered his men to attack again, determined to finish off Nagato and Konan. Countless Hanzo's subordinates along with root members rushed toward Nagato and Konan. Only Kong stood aside, waiting to see the show. He knew that Nagato's ultimate weapon was about to emerge. Summoning Ghetto Statue. Summoning Technique Outer Path Demon Statue. With Nagato's loud shout, a colossal humanoid monster was summoned, roaring wildly as it vented its displeasure. Hanzo's subordinates and the root members had never seen such a thing. They were easily repelled by the Outer Path Demon Statue in just a few moves. Nagato, you cannot use this technique. Konan tried to dissuade Nagato and calm him down, but now Nagato's heart was consumed by the flames of vengeance. He was determined to kill Hanzo. The Outer Path Demon Statue extended a black rod from its body, which then continuously stretched and split, piercing into Nagato's back and connecting with him. Nagato felt the immense power brought by the Outer Path Demon Statue, while it constantly drained his chakra and life force. He knew he could not yet bear the burden of the Outer Path Demon Statue, or rather the Rinnegan's consumption, but it no longer mattered. He could only feel the power of revenge. A purple dragon-shaped energy blasted out from the mouth of the Outer Path Demon Statue, continuously reaping the souls and life forces of those root members and Hanzo's subordinates. These cannon fodder were quickly cleaned up, while Kong, using the Flying Thunder God, instantly distanced himself from the battlefield, watching the revenge battle from afar. Kong gazed at the dragon-shaped energy, and couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Rinnegan. Even Nagato, whom he could easily kill now, could actually threaten him, even cause his death, after summoning the Outer Path Demon Statue with the Rinnegan. That guy Ben, just how strong is he? Kong watched Nagato use the Rinnegan, and suddenly thought of Ban. If even a transplanted Rinnegan was this powerful, then how strong must Ban be, the original owner whose own strength was already formidable? Before Kong had much time, the purple dragon-shaped energy had already finished off the lesser enemies and was heading toward Hanzo. Seeing the huge purple dragon-shaped energy radiating a deadly threat, Hanzo decisively used the body flicker technique to flee the scene. Seeing Hanzo leave the battlefield, Kong immediately followed. Hanzo was also his target for this mission. How could he let him escape so easily? He would intercept and kill him before he could return to his safe house. As for Nagato on the other side, seeing Hanzo leave, he could no longer hold on. Those mere 10+ seconds had almost drained him completely through the Outer Path Demon Statue. He severed the connection with the Outer Path Demon Statue, and cancelled the summoning. Yahiko lay on the ground, rain continuously washing over his body. Konan wept uncontrollably beside him. She couldn't understand how their once happy and joyful trio had suddenly turned into this. Taking in everything around him, Nagato removed his forehead protector, gazing at the mark of the hidden rain village on it. He could no longer contain himself. He placed the forehead protector on the ground, picked up the kunai that had killed Yahiko, and carved a heavy scratch across it. At that moment Obito in the distance was quietly watching everything. Lord Ban, just as you expected, we don't even need to act deliberately, these children will be harshly taught by reality themselves. Black Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground, speaking as he appeared. This world is like this, endless wars, endless tragedies. People never learn from history nor from wars. All they have is an endless cycle of suffering. Obito ignored Black Zetsu's praise. Over the past year under Ban's guidance he had traveled the ninja world and discovered that all it had was endless suffering. These sufferings would cycle endlessly. Misery, hatred, and greed caused people to constantly hurt themselves or others. Such a ninja world had no value in existing. Now that kid Nagato should accept our plan. His talent is truly astonishing. He could summon the Outer Path Demon statue on his first use of the Rinnegan. I will go see him again. This time he will definitely agree to me. A new Akatsuki is about to be born. A confident light gleamed in Obito's eyes. After being harshly beaten by reality and falling into endless despair, being able to see a glimmer of hope, no one could refuse that glimmer. Kong did not know what Obito was plotting in the distance. At the moment he only wanted to have a friendly spar with Hanzo the Salamander. As for whether this friendly spar would cost Hanzo his life, that was not something Kong could consider. As for whether this spar would cost Kong his life. What a joke. With the 8 gates formation, the Flying Thunder God technique, and the address given by Orochimaru, even if he lost, Kong was confident he could retreat unscathed. Hanzo the Salamander was hurrying through the forest. He had not expected to suffer such a devastating defeat this time. Although he had indeed killed Yahiko, that red-haired kid had awakened an even greater power, a power that could threaten even him. He had acted too late. He should have struck when they were just starting to make a name for themselves. Just as Hanzo the Salamander was regretting, several shuriken flew toward him. Hanzo raised his sickle and deflected the shuriken. He stopped in place, cautiously scanning his surroundings. He had not expected that while he was out to ambush others, someone else was watching him from behind. Who is this lowlife that dares to ambush me, Hanzo? Hanzo looked around but found no one. Helpless, he could only resort to provoking, hoping the ambusher would reveal himself. Hanzo the Salamander, the demigod of the ninja world. I wonder if the demigod's blade has rusted and if the demigod's poison has faded. Kong, wearing a gas mask and holding a short sword, appeared dozens of meters in front of Hanzo via the body flicker technique. This chakra. Hanzo instantly realized that the chakra of the person before him was exactly the same as the one who had captured Konan and brought her to him. In other words, these two were the same person. Why would Danzo's people attack him? Hanzo was utterly puzzled. He had always maintained a good cooperative relationship with Danzo. He had never defied Danzo, had always cooperated with whatever Danzo wanted, and had provided Danzo with the money and supplies he needed to the greatest extent possible. Why would Danzo want to attack him? Hanzo warily looked around. He didn't think Danzo would send only one subordinate to deal with him, even if that subordinate seemed quite capable. Danzo, come out! Hanzo shouted Danzo's name. He firmly believed that Danzo had also come. To kill him, Danzo would have to be present himself, otherwise he didn't think any of Danzo's subordinates had the ability. Stop shouting. There's only me here. Danzo didn't come at all. Kong looked at Hanzo's ridiculous appearance, and still spoke up to stop him. A strong man even before his death deserved adequate respect. Just you alone. You dared to attack me all by yourself. It seems my blade has been bloodless for too long. Now even a nobody like you dares to provoke me. Hanzo angrily raised his sickle. He couldn't believe that he had fallen so low that any random nobody could set their sights on him. Today he would use Kong's blood to polish his sickle once more. Enough talk. Let's fight. On this day next year I'll pour a cup of wine on your grave to commemorate the first named person I've killed. If you have a grave. Sickles and short blades clashed incessantly in the air. Sora's once proud swordsmanship was relentlessly suppressed by Hanzo. Moonlight Gus, Standing Legs Lightning, and Mariboshi Kosuka. Their swordsmanship posed no issue against ordinary jonin. But when facing a true powerhouse such as the salamander Hanzo before him who could overpower even a seasoned Iron Country samurai like Mifune in swordplay, Sora's swordsmanship proved woefully inadequate, leaving him constantly suppressed by Hanzo. "Kid, leave now and it'll give Danzo face by pretending this never happened. Otherwise you'll only die here today." After a few exchanges at close quarters, Hanzo realized that the Sora before him seemed alarmingly young yet possessed the strength of a jonin. Killing a genius of this caliber would make it hard to explain to Danzo. Yes, that was it. Hanzo was still hesitating just as he had spared the Konoha Sannin. He now wanted to spare Sora as well because he couldn't afford to offend the forces behind them. Even though the salamander Hanzo's former strength might not have lost to the third Hokage, and even though Danzo stood no chance of defeating him now, he was still timid and dared not deliver the killing blow. But Hanzo also understood that if he had to kill a genius of this level, he must ensure Sora died here. Once he grew up, Hanzo himself would have no place to bury his bones. As for actually killing Sora, if Danzo came to question him, he would deal with it when the time came. He and Danzo had done so many shady things together, Danzo might not fall out with him over this. Within a few seconds, Hanzo's mind raced through many possibilities. He temporarily halted his suppression of Sora, awaiting his response. "A half-god who hesitates, is that still a half-god? Hanzo, make your move. What I want is the salamander Hanzo at his peak, the omnipotent demigod of the shinobi world, not this timid middle-aged man before me." Sora didn't answer Hanzo's words, instead he taunted him. He was like an unpolished blade. To become a legendary sword he needed a whetstone, and Hanzo before him was the only suitable whetstone he could access in the early stage. If he missed this chance he would have no opportunity for a long time, so he had to seize it and hone his blade well. "Arrogant. Do you really think my blade is dull? Then let me see how far the new generation of Konoha has grown." Hanzo looked at Sora and recalled the Konoha Sannin of old. He had easily defeated Konoha's new generation back then, and he could still do so now. Shadow clone technique. Sora created 2 shadow clones and charged again. Having finally encountered a skilled swordsman, he was determined to hone his own swordsmanship first. The swordsmanship he had absorbed from Gekko Height, Namishi Rado, and Maraboshi Kosuka, though sharpened in the sparring grounds, still showed signs of integration. However, the humanoid bots in the training ground were mere artificial idiots, unable to provide effective honing. Now that the salamander Hanzo was here, he had to seize the opportunity. Short blades and sickles clashed continuously. Though Hanzo's swordsmanship was superb, Sora had been tempered in the blood-soaked sparring grounds. With the help of his 3 clones, they momentarily appeared evenly matched against the salamander Hanzo on the surface. "Enough. Since you insist on dying, don't blame me for showing my true skill." In an instant, Hanzo's attacks became ferocious and deadly, each strike aimed at a fatal point. He quickly destroyed Sora's 2 shadow clones. Seeing Hanzo about to strike him, Sora had no choice but to temporarily abandon the sword duel and begin forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball spewed from Sora's mouth, expanding in the air and hurtling toward Hanzo, momentarily forcing him back. But within less than a second, Hanzo had already slashed through the fireball with his blade and attacked again. Sharingan activate. Shadow clone technique. Sora activated his Tsutomu Sharingan and created 2 more shadow clones. Round 2 begin. With the immense boost from the Sharingan, Sora finally managed to barely withstand Hanzo's fierce assault. But Hanzo's heart pounded with dread. Because Sora had just activated the Sharingan. This wasn't just a genius, it was a genius from the Uchiha clan. With such talent, what couldn't he have? Why would he go to such lengths to fight him? However, as Sora's abilities unfolded, Hanzo's fear grew, but so did his killing intent. He knew he had no way out. With the Uchiha clan's identity and Danzo's backing, he absolutely couldn't afford to offend them. The only option was to kill him here, destroy the evidence, and deny everything. Hanzo's attacks became increasingly fierce. The combination of chain and sickle caused Sora great suffering. The key was that he dared not let the sickle touch him. He knew the blade was coated with the salamander's deadly poison. Once scratched, he would lose. Still struggling? Your pathetic swordsmanship is nothing but child's play. Die with pain and regret. During the battle, Hanzo never failed to attack Sora with words. His chain and sickle swung wildly, growing more forceful, each move insidious and venomous, giving Sora no chance to catch his breath. "Don't underestimate me, you bastard!" Sora shouted. His two shadow clones charged at Hanzo with a trade wound strategy, but Hanzo easily seized the opportunity and destroyed them. Even Sora's own short blade was severed by the sickle and fell uselessly to the ground. "It's over, kid. Your pathetic swordsmanship can't save you. Blame your own arrogance. Dying at the hands of the shinobi world's demigod is your honor." Hanzo looked at the broken half of Sora's blade on the ground and burst into arrogant laughter. He already felt victory was assured. He hadn't expected to win so easily. He had thought Sora had some trump card, but it was just swordsmanship and the Sharingan. It had really made him nervous for a moment. "Are you that confident?" Sora looked at Hanzo with an expression of utter contempt. He didn't know where Hanzo got the confidence that having superior swordsmanship would allow him to easily control him. For heaven's sake, he was a shinobi, not a samurai from the land of iron. Only swordsmanship was usable. But Hanzo misunderstood. Seeing Sora's expression, he immediately sensed something was wrong and warily looked around. "So there really is an ambush. If you don't come out, this kid will die by my hands." Sora sighed at Hanzo's paranoid behavior and quickly formed hand seals. "Fire release, great fireball technique." Another massive fireball forced Hanzo back. "I said I haven't lost to you yet. Why are you in such a hurry? My swordsmanship is indeed inferior to yours, but next comes the ninjutsu duel. Hanzo, let me see if your skill in ninjutsu is equally strong and whether you deserve the title of demigod." Sora revealed a smile, though it was hidden behind his gas mask. Hanzo could still sense the mockery. Hanzo was furious, never imagining he would be toyed with by a brat. But behind the anger was even more terror. He hadn't expected that Sora at such a young age was not only proficient in swordsmanship but also confident enough to face him in ninjutsu. "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." Before Hanzo could catch his breath, Kong's water dragon bullet struck at him again. His hands continuously formed seals, unleashing the Great Fireball technique, Water Dragon Bullet technique, Great Fire Dragon technique, and occasionally interspersing them with Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Hanzo was exhausted from dealing with these techniques. In truth, he was not skilled in ninjutsu yet. Kong's ninjutsu kept him on the defensive, all because Kong's techniques were fast and numerous, as if his chakra was inexhaustible. Hanzo roughly calculated that during their sword duel Kong had already used 4 shadow clones, and now he had performed over a dozen ninjutsu techniques. Yet Kong's hand seal speed showed no sign of slowing down, with techniques coming one after another. "Just how massive is this guy's chakra?" Hanzo couldn't help but exclaim. "This kid is a monster. The Sharingan, masterful swordsmanship, abundant chakra, highly proficient ninjutsu, and even his strength rivals mine. His physique is formidable. To be so powerful and so well-rounded at this age is truly incredible." Hanzo looked at Kong and saw the shadow of the third Hokage, the once invincible Yuan Fei Risen, who had dominated the battlefield with his versatile and unpredictable ninjutsu combined with his summoning beast Yuan Emo, making him seem without weakness and utterly unbeatable. Summoning technique Jifu. Hanzo once again cut through a Great Fire Dragon technique and directly used the summoning technique, summoning his own giant salamander, the Shan Jiaoyu. Kong looked at the giant Shan Jiaoyu, whose mouth continuously emitted poisonous mist. Although he wore a gas mask, he still had to avoid the high-concentration venom spray from the Shan Jiaoyu. "Damn, this thing is not easy to deal with." Kong watched his water dragon bullet strike the Shan Jiaoyu but failed to injure it at all, and instantly knew that this battle would be difficult. He couldn't outmatch Hanzo in swordsmanship. His ninjutsu couldn't penetrate the defense of his summoning beast, and poisonous mist filled the surroundings. Although he wore a gas mask, he couldn't fight for long under such concentrated poison gas. "No choice, I guess I have to show some real stuff." Kong stretched his muscles, secured his gas mask, and his body began to undergo a transformation as a new power surged within him. Hanzo watched Kong standing still, but his dangerous aura was continuously rising. Hanzo realized that Kong still had a trump card, and he felt that all these years he had been living in vain. Kong was just a child, yet he had more tricks up his sleeve. However, Hanzo did not let Kong act freely. He threw a sickle at Kong. Just as the sickle was about to hit Kong, Kong clasped his hands together and directly caught Hanzo's sickle. Kong's entire body turned pitch black, his skin became hard and two horns grew from his head and his body swelled in size. So this is the curse mark. Kong felt the new power within him, the surge in strength, and suddenly understood why Zhu Zhu had been so determined to seek out Da Shiwan. The power of the curse mark was indeed intoxicating. This feeling of being filled with power was truly wonderful. Kong smiled, formed hand seals and launched a giant great fire dragon technique directly at the Shan Jiaoyu, burning a large patch of skin on its front leg. The Shan Jiaoyu shrieked in pain, continuously leaking poison gas from its mouth. Jifu, spit out all the poison gas! The Shan Jiaoyu kept spewing poison gas. Kong was a bit troubled at this moment. Why didn't he know wind release? If he knew wind release, he could blow away the poison gas directly, and wouldn't be so passive. Kong's vision was blocked by the high concentration poison gas, but fortunately in the curse mark mode his perception was greatly enhanced, allowing him to barely hold off Hanzo's attacks even when both were visually impaired. After the Shan Jiaoyu finished releasing poison, Hanzo recalled it. As a larger-sized creature, once Kong could break through its defense, the Shan Jiaoyu became a sitting duck, and staying on the field was useless. The poison gas gradually dissipated and the vision of Kong and Hanzo slowly recovered. Kong's advantage of stronger perception was once again neutralized. Now Kong's breathing was becoming difficult, the gas mass filtering effect was gradually weakening. Time was running out for Kong. Kong felt his stamina continuously declining and the curse mark mode was also slowly fading. Gasping, he looked at Hanzo before him. Although Hanzo's condition was also mediocre, he was still in much better shape than Kong. As expected of a veteran powerhouse, truly formidable. Kong sighed, admitting that there was still a gap between him and Hanzo. Even with the curse mark's boost he could match him for a short time, but if the battle dragged on he couldn't hold out. Finish this quickly. Kong made up his mind. He could not delay any longer. If he continued, the poison gas would seep into his body, the curse mark would be released, and he would have no choice but to flee. But he was unwilling to run away in disgrace. Hanzo, take my final attack! Kong's Sharingan spun his left hand, gripping his right hand as black and white lightning flickered in his hands. The sound of 1,000 birds chirping echoed through the woods. Chidori! In curse mark form, Kong unleashed Chidori with all his might, putting all his hopes into this single attack. After this strike, regardless of whether Hanzo lived or died, he would have to retreat. Come! Let me see how far this kid of the new era has grown. One flash, Hanzo looked at the Kong before him, which stirred his long-dormant fighting spirit. It had been a long time since he had fought a strong opponent. Even though Kong's strength was still somewhat inferior with the boost of the Sharingan and the curse mark, he could barely match Hanzo for a short time. Hanzo raised his sickle. This was his strongest strike. Using this strike meant that he had acknowledged Kong's strength. He recalled his younger days, the feeling of galloping across the battlefield, that long-lost wonderful sensation. Even if he died, it would be worth it. Chidori and the sickle met in midair. Hanzo tried hard to make his sickle collide with Chidori, but he saw the madness on Kong's face and realized that Kong's Chidori was slightly off target. Madman! Hanzo realized something was wrong, but at such close range he couldn't react in time. The poisoned sickle pierced Kong's body and Kong's Chidori also pierced through Hanzo's body. Madman, you! Hanzo spat blood. He never expected Kong to choose to exchange fatal blows with him. He didn't understand. Kong had no grievance with him, and he even had a good cooperative relationship with Tuan Zhang behind Kong. How could he? How could he? It's over, Hanzo! Relying on the boost of the curse mark and his robust physique, Kong forced himself not to fall. He watched Hanzo slowly collapse, then used the mystical palm technique to heal himself first. This time I really went too far. Kong sighed. His condition was now at its worst. Then he used the flying thunder god technique and left this place. Sinadesima, come quickly. Someone has appeared out of nowhere in the yard. That afternoon, Shizen had just been about to go out shopping when she discovered a person lying in the courtyard unconscious, and with unknown fate. This startled Shizen, who had always been by Tsunade's side. The sudden appearance of a blood-stained half-dead person gave her quite a fright, especially since she had no idea when this person had arrived. What's wrong, Shizen? What happened? Overhearing Shizen's words, Tsunade set aside her own misfortune of having just lost all her money and stepped outside. Tsunade-sama, look! Tsunade arrived in the courtyard and immediately recognized that the person lying there was a shinobi and one of no small strength. Tsunade was about to step forward to examine him, but the sight of the bloodstains on Sora's clothes made her dizzy. Shizen, first check if he's still alive, see if there's anything on him that identifies who he is, and then decide what to do. Tsunade directed Shizen to handle the person who had inexplicably appeared in their yard. Tsunade-sama, he's still alive, but it seems he's been poisoned, a lethal one. He won't last much longer. I found these 2 items on him. Shizen performed a simple examination, confirmed the man's vital signs, and discovered a specially crafted kunai and a letter. Tsunade took the letter and the special kunai. She noticed that the kunai bore the inscription, Kyurin Blade, a Flying Thunder God kunai. A forbidden technique from my grandfather. Could this be someone from Konoha? As the granddaughter of the second Hokage, she recognized his signature jutsu. Though this Flying Thunder God kunai was not identical to her grandfather's, she could still identify it as such. Tsunade opened the letter. Lady Tsunade, though we have never met, I must now beseech you to save my life. My teacher is Lord Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. I am poisoned by Hanzo of the Salamander's venom. I beg you to save me. If I survive, I will repay you handsomely. Uchiha Sora, Orochimaru's apprentice. But why would he be poisoned by Hanzo? And how did he find me? Could it be that Orochimaru and the others are still thinking of me? Tsunade murmured to herself. Though many details remained unclear, she decided to save Sora first and figure out the rest later. Shizen, carry him inside first. I'm going out to buy some things. Take care of him until I get back, don't let him die. Ah. Tsunade-sama, me. Before Shizen could grasp what was happening, Tsunade vanished after throwing out those words. Honestly, so unreliable, Tsunade-sama. Shizen complained but still followed Tsunade's instructions. She carried Sora into the house, removed his upper garments, and covered him with a clean cloth, not to make him more comfortable but to prevent Tsunade's hemophobia from acting up later. Strange, there's so much blood on his outer clothes but no wounds underneath. And this looks like traces of medical ninjutsu. Shizen pondered the oddity of Sora's condition. Antidote. I remembered Tsunade-sama still has some antidote in her bag. Shizen searched for the antidote. Though judging from Tsunade's reaction, ordinary antidotes would be useless against Sora's poison, they could at least buy him some time before the poison killed him. Am I saved? Sora opened his eyes and saw the ceiling of a house instead of the sky over the wilderness. He knew he had been rescued. Tsunade-sama just neutralized your poison. Your body is still very weak. Shizen, seeing Sora awake, informed him of his condition and then went to fetch Tsunade. Uchiha boy, since you're awake, tell me what happened. That monster Orochimaru actually has a disciple now. Tsunade strode into the room, her straightforward manner startling Sora. Although he knew Tsunade was a woman of bold spirit, he hadn't expected her to be so forthright even before she had overcome her hemophobia. Well, I am indeed Lord Orochimaru's disciple, or rather a friend. I can prove it. After speaking, Sora strained to use the hidden snake hands technique, his right hand transforming into several small snakes. But immediately a sharp pain shot through his body, and the jutsu dissipated. Boy, your body isn't healed yet. Don't use any jutsu for a while. Tsunade's words confirmed Sora's identity. The Flying Thunder God kunai, Orochimaru's signature technique, hidden snake hands, and the fact that he had found her. It all pointed to him being Orochimaru's apprentice. How did you get poisoned by Hanzo of the Salamander? As far as I know, there's been no conflict between the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire, and Hanzo hasn't acted in a long time. Because I killed Hanzo of the Salamander. Sora's casual remark left Tsunade and Shizen utterly incredulous. Boy, don't go too far. That's Hanzo of the Salamander. How old are you? Even your teacher Orochimaru wouldn't dare claim he could kill Hanzo for sure. Tsunade rebuked Sora for his boast. In her memory, Hanzo was still the invincible demigod of the shinobi world. How could a 10-year-old child, even with exceptional physical abilities, possibly kill the demigod? Madara-sama, why would I lie to you? Soon the entire shinobi world will hear that Hanzo of the Salamander was killed by a lightning strike piercing his body. If you don't believe me, we can wait a few days. Looking at Sora's confident eyes, Tsunade found it hard to believe, yet something in her heart told her his words were true. How could it be? Hanzo of the Salamander defeated by a brat like you? Tsunade remained astonished, murmuring to herself. Hanzo of the Salamander was no longer the demigod of the shinobi world. He had grown old and lost his original conviction. His blade was no longer as sharp as it once was. Though he regained a hint of his former resolve at the very end, it was too late. I used a life-for-life exchange technique and struck him down. Sora recalled the final clash with Hanzo. Hanzo had sensed his intention but hesitated, trying to retreat but finding it too late, lacking the nerve to fully commit to the exchange. In that moment of indecision, his scythe failed to pierce Sora's vital point, while Sora's Chidori tore a clean hole through his chest. Before dying, Hanzo saw the green glow of the healing technique in Sora's hand. Sora smirked at Hanzo's incredulous expression, then activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Just as he lost consciousness, he arrived precisely at Tsunade's location and let himself fall into a deep sleep. Tsunade said nothing more, silently accepting the truth. She marveled that Orochimaru had truly taken on an extraordinary apprentice. After Tsunade and the others left, Kong sighed as he opened the cheat interface, his emotions tangled as he gazed upon the rewards displayed. Congratulations, player, for defeating a legendary figure for the first time. You are awarded the unlock of the high-level Brank Shinobi Pool. All resources obtained except gold coins are increased by 100. Kong's heart was a maelstrom of conflicting feelings. He had stumbled into unlocking the Brank Shinobi Pool, something he never anticipated. The unlock condition turned out to be this. What kind of absurd requirement was that? If he hadn't challenged Shanjie Hanzong this time, who knew how long it would take to unlock it? This cheat seemed determined to drive him to his death. Yet looking at the unlocked Brank Pool, Kong felt more joy than sorrow. He inventoried the Jinchuriki, the three-tomo Sharingan, and realized he might have overestimated the pool. Apart from the Jinchuriki and the three-tomo, everything else seemed like worthless junk. The smile vanished from Kong's stiff face. He had thought his gains were substantial, but in reality the improvement was negligible. But Kong soon came to terms with it. As long as he kept completing missions and drawing cards to enhance himself, he would eventually become a cage-level powerhouse. Then unlocking the A-rank pool would be much easier. Thus Kong recuperated peacefully at Tsunade's place. Though Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was beyond doubt, Kong's use of the palm healing technique to treat his own injuries caused the poison from Shanjie Hanzong to spread more rapidly and violently. If not for Kong's robust physique and Tsunade's prior research into Hanzang's poison during the Second Shinobi World War, Kong might have perished before receiving treatment. Yet even though Kong's life was spared, he could not continue fighting for a short while. He had to rest and recover. During his convalescence, Kong lived in utter comfort. Just as Kong was enjoying his leisurely days, a snake suddenly arrived bearing a letter. Dear Kong, by the time you read this letter I will have already left Konoha. Do not worry about me. As one of the Sannin, even as a rogue ninja, I will live well. This defection is my just deserts. I only feel sorry for you. I have been conducting human experiments in secret. The third Hokage discovered me and allowed me to leave Konoha unharmed out of respect for our teacher-student bond. Kong, I know you are not a rigid person. If fate allows us to meet again, I hope we can still be friends. After my defection, if you wish to continue climbing the ranks, stay by Tsunade's side or seek out Jiraiya. With your talent, and considering my relationship with the Uchiha clan, they will still accept you. Orochimaru. Kong's heart churned like a tumultuous sea as he read the letter. He never imagined that while he was away on a mission and lingering to recover, such a massive upheaval had occurred in Konoha. Orochimaru of all people had been discovered conducting human experiments, and then defected. Could it be that this world truly has a so-called divine will? Otherwise, how could the convergence of world lines be so swift? Kong's mind was a chaotic blur. Shouldn't Orochimaru's exposure still be a year or two away? At the very least, it shouldn't have happened in the year Minato was competing for the Hokage position. What exactly had occurred? Before Kong could recover, he saw Tsunade returning. He tried to hide the letter, but she had already spotted it. Since when did Orochimaru become so concerned about others? What does the letter say? Tsunade asked bluntly. Orochimaru had not contacted her in a long time, and the sudden letter made her curious whether he had mentioned her. Kong hesitated, then handed the letter to Tsunade. That bastard Orochimaru. I'm going to kill him. After reading the letter, Tsunade's hands trembled uncontrollably. She stomped the ground, creating a large crater in the courtyard. She never dreamed that Orochimaru would defect, that he would become a rogue ninja. How could this be possible? Her longtime comrade-in-arms, someone who had faced life and death with her, had defected, and was forced out by the old man. As for human experiments, Tsunade knew all too well that they were an unspoken practice among Konoha's higher-ups. Was this excuse meant to bully Orochimaru because his backing was insufficient? Let alone the fact that her great-uncle Tobirama Senju had conducted numerous human experiments solely to develop the impure world reincarnation technique. As for the third Hokage, had his subordinates never engaged in human experiments? Did the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan spring forth from nothing? Born into the war-torn shinobi world and having personally experienced 2 great ninja wars, Orochimaru was well aware of these unspoken truths. This was clearly a blatant targeting by the third Hokage. And that fool Orochimaru, he actually defected without a second thought, acting on his own accord. Kong Shizen, come back to Konoha with me. I need to see the old man and Jiraiya. Since Nawaki's death, Tsunade had never been so enraged. She never thought she would return to Konoha like this, but for Orochimaru's sake she had to go back. Tsunade-sama, what happened? Why are we suddenly going back to Konoha? Shizen rushed out of the house in a panic. She couldn't understand why Tsunade, who had never wanted to return to Konoha, was now so furious and determined to go back. Seeing Tsunade's anger, Kong immediately realized he had caused trouble. Tsunade should not return at this time. If the will of heaven intervened and forcibly converged the world lines, who knew what would happen? But Kong could not stop Tsunade either. Fortunately, his injuries had mostly healed. Resignedly, he packed his belongings and together with Tsunade and Shizen embarked on the journey back to Konoha. However, Tsunade had indeed wronged the third Hokage. Human experiments in Konoha had indeed been conducted since Tobirama's time, but after the third took office he had continuously curbed such practices. The third Hokage had never expected that Orochimaru would be so sensitive. After being exposed for human experiments, he defected directly before the third could take any action, catching him off guard. The third only wanted to prevent Orochimaru from becoming Hokage so he would not continue unbridled human experiments that might become a tradition. The third was also deeply grieved by Orochimaru's sudden defection. After all, Orochimaru was his favorite disciple. He had only intended to disqualify Orochimaru from the Hokage race, and then release him after a few days of detention. Thus, under a cascade of misunderstandings, the third Hokage and Orochimaru parted ways, directly leading to Orochimaru's subsequent complete downfall, and the third's eventual demise. Kong could never bring Orochimaru back. But for now, Kong was still on the road back to Konoha with the furious Tsunade. The third was preparing for Minato's inauguration ceremony while Orochimaru wandered the shinobi world, aiming to recruit a few useful subordinates before anything else. Old man, I demand an explanation. Inside the Hokage's office, before the third could even step down and pass the title to Minato, Tsunade, who had rushed back in a fury, kicked the door open and shouted, Lord Third Hokage, I apologize. Lady Tsunade came straight here upon her return and we hadn't had time to report before this happened. The several jonin behind Tsunade looked at the third Hokage with trepidation, momentarily at a loss. It's not your fault. All of you leave. The third seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. He waved his hand, signaling everyone around, including the ANBU, to disperse. Shizen, you go out too. Seeing the third dismiss those around him, Tsunade also had Shizen withdraw, but Kong stood there quietly unmoving. Since this matter involved his nominal teacher Orochimaru, and Kong's own strength had reached a certain level, the third, noticing Tsunade had not asked Kong to leave, tacitly allowed him to stay. As for why Tsunade did not have Kong leave, nonsense. The news of Hanzo's assassination had already spread throughout the ninja world, and it was likely that Kong beside her was responsible. Killing Hanzo, even an aged and weakened one, meant Kong had earned a name for himself in the ninja world. Participating in such a meeting was perfectly acceptable. Old man, why did Orochimaru defect? Why? Tsunade could not help but confront the third. She could not understand why a hero who had rendered great service to Konoha, who had even been a candidate for Hokage, had become a rogue ninja, and why Konoha had become so cruel. Orochimaru's defection was not my intention. Among the three of you I had the highest hopes for him. How could I bear to see him become a rogue ninja? The third took a deep drag from his pipe and spoke slowly. Then why did he defect? You know that's not the reason. Tsunade spoke obliquely, unwilling to leave a shadow in the minds of the new generation like Kong. Some things were tacitly understood among adults, but for the younger ones they were too cruel. Yet as the new generation grew up amidst war, they would become numb. Once numb, they would realize that some things did not matter, at least in this ninja world. Tsunade, regarding Orochimaru, I do not wish to lie to you. I can tell you the truth, but I do not want this to spread. Tsunade nodded, wanting to hear what the old man had to say. Kong also nodded. Whether it spread or not made little difference to him. Orochimaru had already defected, and the subsequent plot would likely involve founding the Sound Village and launching the Konoha Crush plan. Even if the third had his reasons, it was now a matter between Orochimaru and the third. As for whether Kong would stop Orochimaru from carrying out the Konoha Crush plan, he could only say he had truly done his best to change Orochimaru. He had also wanted to alter the fates of Orochimaru and the third, but who told the third to force Orochimaru away? And strictly speaking, Kong's relationship with Orochimaru was far better than his relationship with the third. I had long foreseen that Orochimaru would run for Hokage. That child was capable in every way, but there was one thing I absolutely could not allow to continue in Konoha, let alone become tacitly accepted. The third Hokage's voice grew agitated. He took another deep breath and then continued slowly. I did not want to tell Orochimaru directly that I did not wish, or even forbade, him to become Hokage. That would have been too cruel for him. After all, I was the one who raised him, constantly taught him the will of fire, only to personally sever his path to realize his dream. It was too cruel. Just as the third was about to continue, the door, which had been blocked, was kicked open again. Tsunade, what are you doing to the old man? Inside the Hokage's office, the third, Tsunade, and Kong all looked toward the door. There stood Jiraiya, maintaining what he thought was a cool pose. They said nothing, just stared at him silently. Am I interrupting? Jiraiya, sensing the awkward atmosphere, regretted his decision. The situation was clearly not as urgent as the ANBU had implied. Why had he bothered to wade into this mess? Since Jiraiya is here, sit down and listen. The third, unwilling to let Jiraiya stand there awkwardly, gave him an out. Jiraiya took the hint and quickly found a seat. He knew that if he behaved, neither the third nor Tsunade, both formidable, would be easy to deal with. As for Kong, he had seen the boy from afar and knew he was Orochimaru's disciple. Now that this had happened, as an old comrade of Orochimaru, he had nothing more to say. Where was I? Yes, too cruel. Just then Jiraiya's disciple, that young lad named Minato, rose abruptly. He already had mutual feelings for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and on the battlefield, he shone brilliantly. The name Yellow Flash resounded throughout the ninja world. Crucially, that young Minato had also inherited the will of fire and aspired to become Hokage. At this point Jiraiya let out a laugh, as if proud of having trained such an outstanding disciple. But no one present cared about that now. When I realized that young Minato might surpass Orochimaru and become Hokage, a flicker of relief crossed my heart, relief that I would not have to personally crush Orochimaru's dream. But then Kong appeared, completely upending everything. Kong was startled. He hadn't expected this involved him. Kong's appearance caused the Uchiha clan to shift their support from Minato to Orochimaru. After being recommended by Orochimaru to join the ANBU, Kong performed brilliantly, showing everyone that Orochimaru had a capable right-hand man. Meanwhile, Minato's disciple remained trapped in the shadows of war. More and more people began to support Orochimaru, and even I could not prevent his election as Hokage. The third's words grew slower, but no one noticed. Everyone present had a special bond with Orochimaru. He was the most beloved disciple, a comrade through life and death, the closest person in this ninja world, even if he was a villain. In the end, I had no way out. I thought about talking to that child Orochimaru, but the events of this period had already shattered his trust in me. I don't know how much of my words still held weight in his eyes. Perhaps to him I was just a confused old man, no longer the invincible teacher Hiruzen of the past. Tears slid from the corners of the third's eyes. Whatever the reason, he was the one who had driven Orochimaru to defect. He had failed to stop Orochimaru's experiments in time, personally severed his dream at the critical moment, and when Orochimaru fled the village he had not spoken a word of farewell, only watched him leave. It was only because he was the Hokage of Konoha, that for the sake of the land of fire and Konoha he had to do so. That was his will of fire. And so, after the third Hokage finished speaking, the room fell into silence. But after a long heavy silence, a sorrowful female voice shattered the stillness. And so, old man, what use is all that talk? Tsunade clenched her fists, tears streaming down her cheeks one by one. Tsunade. Jiraiya tried to stop her, but she flung him away. Stay out of this, Jiraiya. It has nothing to do with you, Tsunade said angrily. The third Hokage wasn't the only one in Konoha. Jiraiya, as one of Orochimaru's comrades, had also failed to stop him when he defected. Old man, you've said so much, but isn't it all because of you? Because you did nothing. You didn't stop that fool Orochimaru at the beginning, didn't crush his hopes when he ran for office, and didn't even have a proper talk with him at the very end. You did nothing. Tsunade roared in fury. So many chances, so many opportunities. If the old man truly didn't want Orochimaru to conduct human experiments, if he truly didn't want him to compete for the Hokage position, then why didn't he say so from the start? Why wait until things were irreparable, then cruelly shatter that man's ideals? Old man, you've said so much, but in the end didn't you still do nothing? You know that Orochimaru admired you so much. If you had just come to him and spoken your troubles, your concerns, none of this should have happened. The third Hokage lowered his head in silence. His pipe fell to the ground, but he didn't pick it up. You could have prevented all of this. You should have prevented it. But you did nothing, watching things spiral out of control, and then denied Orochimaru's lifelong ideals in the cruelest way. Do you even know what you're doing? Tsunade could no longer contain her anger and grief. She stood up, clenching her fists, and glared at the third Hokage. Tsunade, calm down. This isn't Sarutobi Sensei's fault. Jiraiya stepped forward, trying to calm her. So Jiraiya, what were you doing back then? You watched your comrade of so many years defect without lifting a finger. Jiraiya. Tsunade's furious words silenced Jiraiya as well. What was he doing then? Gathering material? Or training? Or perhaps on a mission? No, none of that. He was in his room with his student Minato, discussing how to help Minato become Hokage and fulfill his dream. Even when he learned Orochimaru's human experiments had been discovered, he didn't take it seriously. Orochimaru, the favorite of the old man since childhood, would never defect over something like that, right? Why? Why did this happen? Jiraiya pondered the answer but found no clue. Over the past year he had been gathering material, training, going on missions, or advising his student Minato. How long had it been since he last spent time with Orochimaru? Jiraiya recalled that after they became capable of standing on their own, they rarely gathered. After Tsunade developed her fear of blood and left Konoha, their contact dwindled even further. Orochimaru had been constantly busy researching something. Maybe he had already started human experiments back then. He himself had been busy gathering material, writing books, and traveling the ninja world. Jiraiya's silence only deepened Tsunade's sorrow. Is the Hokage position, are those powers, are those empty titles so important to you? Tsunade questioned the third Hokage and Jiraiya. Because of Dawn Death, Tsunade valued bonds more than others. Conversely, having been doted on by Hashirama and Tobirama since childhood, she had no interest in the Hokage position, power, or status. Seeing the third Hokage and Jiraiya remain silent, Tsunade's heart grew cold. She hadn't expected her teacher and her comrade to share such conflicting ideals. Old man Jiraiya, goodbye. Tsunade said no more. She understood now. Her ideals clashed with those of the third Hokage and Jiraiya. The third had his ninja way, Jiraiya had his, but where was hers? Tsunade didn't want to think about it anymore. Dawn Death had already shattered her heart. Now Orochimaru's defection deepened her grief. To make matters worse, her teacher and another comrade held ideals so different from hers. Was she a failure as a ninja? After speaking, Tsunade turned and left the room, leaving the third Hokage and Jiraiya in silence. Kong watched Tsunade leave and began to understand why in the original story, after the third Hokage was taken by Orochimaru's leaf destruction plan and the Hokage position became vacant, Tsunade refused to return to Konoha. It wasn't just because of her hemophobia, it was more likely the way those in Konoha acted that made her uncomfortable. Even as the old generation of rulers aged and died and new generations grew, Tsunade still didn't want to return. Having witnessed firsthand the transformation of her teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, and seen Jiraiya change from that naive foolish boy into the man he was now, Tsunade no longer wanted to become like them. She couldn't change Konoha, all she could do was stay away from it, numbing herself with fine wine and gambling. "Tsunade-sama, please wait." Kong ran out. Tsunade was in a hurry, but with Shizen as a burden. Even though Kong had lingered in the room for a moment before leaving, and even though he had secretly retrieved the money from his external plugin in a secluded spot, he was still able to catch up with her. "Kong, my boy. I'm sorry, this trip to Konoha must have been a joke to you." Tsunade's eyes were still moist with tears. She hadn't expected her visit to Konoha to end so quickly, and so absurdly. "No, Tsunade-sama. I came to thank you for saving my life and for still having faith in Orochimaru, hoping to help him. This is what you deserve. Please accept it." Kong took out all the money he could withdraw from his external plugin along with his mission savings, totaling a bank book of 6,320,000 ryo, and handed it to Tsunade. He didn't know why the money from the plugin could directly appear in his bank book, but since it was a matter of the plugin, he didn't question it further. "Since you insist, I won't refuse. If you ever need anything, remember to come to me." Tsunade could see that Kong was someone who valued bonds deeply, just like her. Otherwise, why would he give her his hard-earned savings after she had broken ties with the third Hokage and Jiraiya? Tsunade accepted Kong's money and gave him a promise. Then she turned and left with Shizen. If possible, she never wanted to return to this Konoha village. In the days that followed, the entire Konoha was immersed in an atmosphere of joy and celebration. The third Hokage had already sent someone to report to the daimyo, officially stepping down from the position of third Hokage, and the fourth Hokage would be succeeded by Minato Namikaze. Minato had no idea what had transpired behind the scenes. He only knew that Orochimaru had suddenly defected due to conducting human experiments, and he had inexplicably become the sole contender for the Hokage position, ultimately ascending to the role. The third Hokage seemed to have aged more than a decade ever since Lady Tsunade returned that time, and he had offloaded all those tedious tasks onto Minato ahead of schedule. What was going on? He wasn't even the Hokage yet. Was he supposed to shoulder the responsibilities of the Hokage in advance? His teacher Jiraiya had rarely been seen lately. Becoming Hokage should have been a joyous event for everyone around him. Why did Jiraiya seem so uninterested? It seemed that Orochimaru's defection had dealt too heavy a blow to Jiraiya. Minato went to visit his disciple Kakashi again. Throughout the year he had visited Kakashi whenever he had time, hoping his disciple would emerge from that painful memory. But Kakashi had never moved on. Fortunately, his condition was gradually improving. Perhaps this good news would lift Kakashi's spirits a little. As Minato walked along the road, his mind wandered back to the joyful expression on Kushina's face. That woman who genuinely rejoiced for him had given up her own dreams to help him pursue his. Meeting Kushina was truly a stroke of luck. Just as Minato was walking through the streets of Konoha with villagers constantly greeting him and offering their blessings, Kong walked past him. Noticing the radiant smile on Minato's face, he was overcome with a flood of emotions. Just moments ago, Fugaku had sought out Kong and discussed the future development of the Uchiha clan as well as Kong's own path forward. With Orochimaru gone, the Uchiha clan would likely have to pay for their previous erroneous decisions. Fugaku had already figured out how to explain things to Minato, and he believed Minato would accept his explanation. After all, politics was like that. Yesterday's enemies could shake hands today, and they were not the only ones who had backed the wrong side. The other matter was that Fugaku wanted Kong to approach Minato to humble himself before the Uchiha clan's new leader for the sake of staying in the ANBU. Because of Orochimaru's defection, everyone associated with him had to be suspended and investigated, Some would be demoted, others imprisoned. As one of the people closest to Orochimaru in the village, Kong's best-case scenario was to be removed from the ANBU. Kong looked at Fugaku, and for a moment he felt the urge to end the life of this weak and incompetent man. He recalled Madara's departure in the original story. Had Madara faced such a feeble Uchiha clan as well? Kong didn't know, and Madara would never give him an answer. Perhaps Madara had his reasons for abandoning the Uchiha clan in that situation. In Kong's eyes the tomo swirled and his 3-tomo Sharingan had already activated. For the first time he gained a new understanding of the shinobi world he inhabited. It was not like the original story where the good people were all harmonious and lovable, and the villains mostly had their own tragic reasons and became what they were through a twist of fate. In this world there were also countless ordinary people, some good some bad, all sorts, but none of them were the pure souls he had imagined. It was the people who had driven White Fan to death, and the same people who discriminated against Naruto. Although they appeared rarely in the original story, now that Kong was in the Naruto world they were everywhere. Kong wanted to kill them all like in a hack-and-slash game, cutting down anyone who displeased him. But he couldn't do that because those people weren't entirely wrong. They just hadn't seen the full picture, had been maliciously misled by others, or were simply blinded by greed for money and power. Kong didn't answer Fugaku. Instead he revealed his 3-tomo Sharingan and erupted with his chakra, demonstrating his power. In 2 years he was no longer the weak, helpless child who had to lie to gain Fugaku's protection. Now he had the strength to determine his own fate. Fugaku remained silent, but Itachi, hearing the commotion, came to play with Kong. Kong bent down and patted Itachi's little cheek, and amidst Mikoto's apologies for not watching Itachi properly, he left the Fugaku residence. Walking alone on the street, Kong suddenly felt at a loss. His ANBU identity was gone, Orochimaru had defected, and he was nearly ruptured from Fugaku. He didn't know what to do now, so he just kept wandering aimlessly. But then he saw Minato, the man bursting with happiness. Kong suddenly realized the disparity of the world. So even with a cheat-like advantage there were things he could do nothing about. Kong. It's a pity about Orochimaru. I didn't expect the third Hokage to be so ruthless, even to a disciple of so many years. Just as Kong was passing by Minato, Danzo's voice came from behind him. Danzo looked at Kong and thought to himself, after all he's just a 10-year-old child. Even with such formidable power, enough to kill Hanzo of the Salamander, the demigod of the shinobi world, his mentality was still immature. Now that Orochimaru had defected, Kong's ANBU status was revoked, and he had fallen out with the Uchiha clan leader. Danzo knew that Kong had few friends. At this moment all he needed was a little scheme, and Kong would be utterly devoted to him. Danzo. Kong hadn't expected Danzo to approach him at this time. But he could guess Danzo's intentions even with his rear. After all, though he appeared to be 10, he wasn't really 10 years old. With his knowledge of the original story, Kong felt nothing but contempt for Danzo. Come sit with me for a while. Danzo extended an invitation. If Kong agreed to sit down and talk, Danzo was confident he could win him over. Sorry, Lord Danzo, but Konkun promised to train with me today. I'm afraid he won't have time to sit with you. Just as Danzo was watching Kong, thinking he was about to succeed, another voice came from behind him, shattering his plans. Shursui. What are you doing here? Kong was bewildered. He and Shursui weren't close, just acquaintances. How could this 7-year-old suddenly appear to help him out? Of course. I didn't see you, so I came looking for you in the village. Time's running out, we should get going. Lord Danzo, see you next time. Shursui politely bid farewell and then pulled Kong away, leaving Danzo with a smile on his face but hatred seething inside his teeth, grinding in fury. Shursui Uchiha. Another genius of the Uchiha clan. Danzo touched the eye covered by his bandage, his gaze filled with ferocity. But it vanished in an instant. Now was not the time. Why would Jishui come looking for me? Kong asked curiously. Previously, whenever he saw Jishui at the Fujiwara clan, Jishui would either encounter problems during training or seek simple tasks from the guard team. Although he knew Jishui was a genius, he never expected Jishui to be so perceptive that he could see through Danzo's ill intentions and come to his aid in a timely manner, even though he didn't really need it. I was actually on my way to the Fujiwara clan leader's house to ask for some training insights, but I happened to witness the conflict between you and the clan leader. Knowing that you haven't been doing well lately, I followed you from a distance, fearing something might happen to you. Hearing Jishu's words, Kong was surprised to discover how considerate Jishui was at such a young age of around 7. Jishui was already such a genius, so why did he end up committing suicide by jumping into the river after unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan? Kong shook his head, casting aside these chaotic thoughts. The events had yet to unfold, everything still had room for redemption, and the truth could be gradually explored in the days to come. It's just a minor clash of ideas, nothing important. You don't need to worry about it. Come on, since you said I should accompany you in training today, let me see how strong you have become. If you can impress me, I will personally train you for a while. Kong drew the short blade from behind him, getting into position. If he remembered correctly, Jishui was most renowned for his Shunshin technique and sword techniques in the original work. Let's see how far Jishui has grown now. Don't underestimate me, brother Kong. If you do, you'll be in for a tough time. Jishui was thrilled to finally find someone strong enough willing to train with him. With a surge of fighting spirit, he drew his own short blade and used the Shunshin technique to launch an attack on Kong. As the blades clashed, Kong realized that the 7-year-old Jishui had already reached a level close to that of a chunin. Though his swordsmanship wasn't particularly exquisite, the terrifying speed of his Shunshin technique compensated for it, with blades striking from all directions, leaving Kong in awe. Is this all you've got? Jishui, this level is far from enough. Kong's blade struck accurately against Jishu's blade, deflecting his attacks while shaking Jishu's grip, making it increasingly difficult for him to hold onto his weapon as he attacked more fervently. Jishui noticed the problem but didn't stop swinging his blade. Instead, he increased his speed, continuously launching one attack after another at Kong, which were all expertly parried. Kong saw Jishu's speed increasing, and just after he blocked one of Jishu's strikes, another Jishui appeared at his side. Kong reached out and grasped Jishu's blade. Just as he caught the side Jishui, the one in front of him vanished. What a magnificent Shunshin technique! Jishui, you truly are a genius. Kong didn't hold back his praise. Jishui was indeed a genius. Both now and in the future, few could surpass Jishu's talent. Unfortunately, without any brothers and being born into the Uchiha clan, he was destined to be constrained by the Sharingan, experiencing only a few fleeting peaks of battle. Kong wasn't speaking nonsense. Although he didn't know why Jishui unlocked the Mangekyo once one did, the powerful allure of its strength was irresistible. However, without brothers who had unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan, they would soon go blind. Yet how much fighting power could a blind ninja truly have? It seems that Minato's inauguration ceremony will last several more days. For these days it'll teach you about swordsmanship. Kong looked at the bustling streets of Konoha in the distance, and smiled at Jishui. He had no particular opinions about Minato, in fact he rather liked him. Kong believed Minato from birth to death was oblivious to the true brutality of the ninja world. Minato had the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki by his side since childhood and later apprenticed under one of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, learning the Flying Thunder God technique and becoming known as a genius. However, when the ninja war broke out, he became a hero, and afterwards he was busy with the aftermath of the war and the Hokage election. Even after being elected Hokage, the third Hokage and his interest groups wouldn't allow him to access the true core of power. Even if the third Hokage truly wanted Minato to rise, the chaotic transitions and shifts in power would require time. But Minato had no time. Kushina was about to get pregnant, and family would demand much of his attention. Then came the Nine-Tails incident, Minato's sacrifice, and the third Hokage's return to power. During that year, how could Minato come into contact with the true darkness? Even Kong, if he hadn't retained his memories from his past life, lacked overwhelming strength and hadn't had Tsunade lead him to confront the third Hokage with righteous indignation after receiving a letter, would have thought that Orochimaru truly defected because of human experiments, that he betrayed Konoha. As Orochimaru's disciple, he would have felt obligated to help his teacher make amends for Konoha, becoming a loyal supporter of the village. Without those experiences, Kong wouldn't have realized that the darkness behind Konoha was filled with political corruption far exceeding his previous expectations. Brother Kong, are you still sad about Orochimaru's departure? Jishui asked, puzzled. Shouldn't Orochimaru's defection from Konoha due to human experiments be a good outcome for him? You don't understand yet, but you will in the future. Some things aren't as simple as they seem. Orochimaru's crime of defecting from Konoha without facing other punishments is indeed a favorable outcome, but there is much more behind it that you don't know. If you Jishui continue to hold this perspective, you might suffer greatly in the future. Kong patted Jishu's head. Jishui was such an innocent child. Innocent enough to believe such nonsense. But for now Kong couldn't teach Jishui those harsh realities, they were too cruel for a child of around 7. Is that so? I'll remember that. Jishui agreed but didn't grasp the deeper meaning behind Kong's words. He simply thought Kong seemed mentally unwell due to Orochimaru's defection. Jishui drew his blade again, inviting Kong for a spar. Kong looked at Jishui and smiled slightly. He liked this little guy who sought out challenges. He was more than willing to spar with the future renowned Jishui. Deshuin's defection was no longer mentioned within a few days. Kong wondered whether it was the third Hokage or Tuanzang who had silently worked behind the scenes, or if people simply did not care about the matter. Then came Shumen's inauguration ceremony. Kong did not attend, but almost everyone in the village was overjoyed. Kong, however, felt nothing. He merely witnessed it like a major event in a game that had nothing to do with him, and after knowing it there was no further development. After Shuimen became Hokage, Kakashi replaced Kong's position and joined the Umbu. As for how Kakashi performed, Kong did not pay attention. This was something Kakashi had to go through. Even Kakashi, who had lost his Sharingan. If Kong did not want Kakashi to be ruined, he had to let Kakashi join the Umbu, letting those missions temporarily fill Kakashi's void. Then naturally that guy Mighty Kai would come to save Kakashi. As for why Kong did not save Kakashi himself, please think about it. Saving a mentally ill person is never simple or easy. Since someone else was already handling it, why should he waste his time and energy? Kong also tried to find Deshuin's disciple Yashuxi Hongdo. But by the time he remembered her, he was told that Hongdo had already set off to find Dashuin. This caught Kong off guard. He had not expected that Hongdo would also defect. With a headache, Kong gave up the idea of retrieving her. As an important NPC, Kong believed she would surely find Dashuin alive. In the days that followed, he continued to take on missions. Although his cheat system gave him money, it was far from enough. The money-devouring monsters in the Naruto Mobile Game were too expensive. There were even moments when he thought of learning from Jiaodu and becoming a bounty hunter. Kong would also take a few days off every month or two to visit his beloved Zhao Meiming. Although they could only spend a short time together each time, it gave Kong great comfort. In this illusory ninja world, Kong had a love that was somewhat unreal yet firmly graspable, which kept warming the relationship between him and Zhao Meiming. His strength was constantly improving and the Flying Thunder God technique was also progressing. During this period he successfully drew 5 rank ninjas. But strangely, the Shippuden versions of Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura occupied 3 of those slots. The other 2 rank ninjas were Chiodao Dingxi Shippuden and the young Kakashi, ninjas that offered little improvement. As for crank ninjas, Kong did not want to mention them. Among the crank ninjas, the only one still useful to him was probably Xiao Changman, the owner of the Rinnegan. However, Kong had still not touched the threshold of Kage. Even though his chakra reserves were sufficient to support a relentless barrage of ninjutsu, and his physical strength could split rocks barehanded, he still felt something lacking if he did not activate the 8 gates. Kong kept recalling the Banzang of the past, reflecting on the feeling of fighting him. Even though he could kill Banzang, was he still inferior to him? He had already improved so much in strength, yet was he still not his equal? Kong did not understand. So he abandoned these thoughts. As long as he kept relying on his cheat system, his strength would keep increasing. What was a Kage? Even the 6 paths he would eventually reach. Kong was thinking like this until the day arrived. Brother Kong, yesterday my mother gave birth to a little brother. From today on I am also an older brother. Kong was resting in the village that day when little Yu suddenly came to find him. Kong had planned to sacrifice his hard-earned rest time again to play with little Yu or train him for a while. But as soon as Yu spoke, Kong knew that a turning point was coming. Really? That is truly congratulations to you. You have become an older brother, Yu. From now on you must take good care of your little brother. Kong patted Yu's head, then gave little Yu some pocket money, telling him to go buy some food he liked and play by himself because he sensed the chakra approaching from afar. Kong, long time no see. The door opened again and a middle-aged man walked in with a melancholy air. The forced smile on his face could not conceal the embarrassment in his heart. Fuka-kun, long time no see. Kong did not prepare hot tea, something that was usually indispensable for every meeting between him and Fuyue. But this time there was none. Mei-chin gave birth, it's a boy. We planned to name him Zuiju Uchiha Zuiju. Uchiha Zuiju. Although Kong had already learned of the second male lead's birth from Yu's mouth, confirming the news still made him somewhat excited. That child, I plan to have you be his teacher just like the third Hokage was to the Sannin. I hope you can teach him and make him an excellent ninja. Fuyue's words carried a hint of pleading. Behind this plea, Kong could more or less guess the reason. Fuyue had messed up his political game. Dishun's defection made Fuyue unhesitatingly lean toward Shuemen. But at this time Shuemen was already the only choice for the position of Hokage of Konoha. Did Shuemen still lack people who would pledge loyalty to him? Of course he did not. These people might not be sincere in their allegiance, but Shuemen was still young. He had plenty of time to make them truly loyal to him, not just to the position of Hokage. Even if Shuemen himself did not realize this, the third Hokage would naturally guide him and Zillai would assist him. So how Shuemen would treat the Uchiha who had betrayed him once was self-evident. At this moment Fuyue, or rather the Uchiha clan's situation, was even more difficult than in the original story. In the original, at least, Shuemen genuinely treated his disciple Uchiha Daitu well, and Fuyue had always stood on his side. During the time of Shuemen's rise to power, no matter how much others hated the Uchiha, no matter how much they opposed them, at least on the surface the Uchiha clan was the leading clan in Konoha. Unfortunately, because of Kong's influence, the Uchiha clan made one wrong step. But that single step changed Shuemen's attitude toward the Uchiha clan. How could those political monsters fail to notice Shuemen's stance? Fuyue had also sensed this. The Uchiha clan was really heading toward trouble. As the clan leader of the Uchiha, he had the resolve to sacrifice for the Uchiha clan. But for his descendants he hoped to leave a path of survival. But in all of Konoha, who could help him achieve this wish? Fuyue looked around and still chose Uchiha Kong. This was not only because of Kong's strength. Of course, strength was also indispensable. Without it, everything would be empty talk. More importantly, it was Kong's identity. Kong was a member of the Uchiha clan. Regardless, Zuiju was Kong's clansman, naturally closer than others. This was also a crucial point. Kong had once been Dishun's disciple, served in the Anbu, and was truly one of the Hokage's own people. Even though Dashuin had defected, it did not change the fact that Kong had been in the Anbu. In the eyes of some, Kong would forever bear that label. Even more importantly, behind Kong stood another towering figure, Gangs Hoji, the granddaughter of Konoha's first Hokage Qiansho Shijien and second Hokage Qiansho Feijien, and the only openly known member of the Senju clan in Konoha. She was a giant that some people could never circumvent no matter what. Why choose me? Isn't your friend Minato a better choice? Or in the whole Leaf Village, I think there are plenty of people more suitable than me, aren't there? Kong sneered as soon as he spoke. He still hadn't let go of the fact that Fugaku had once wanted him to go to Minato. Even after Fugaku's death, Kong would not forget it. Since coming to this world, he had only bowed to Madara under the threat of death. When had he ever bowed to anyone else? He would remember Fugaku's insult for the rest of his life. Kong, I was wrong that year. Everything, all of it was my fault. Fugaku lowered his head. He had utterly failed politically. Only heaven knew what would happen to the Uchiha clan afterward, but his youngest son had just been born and he hoped to preserve a glimmer of hope for the Uchiha. As for Kong, strictly speaking, he did not have the concept of the Uchiha clan. He was merely a ninja with Uchiha blood, nothing more. Kong might help the Uchiha clan, perhaps he still had some extra feelings for them, but he was definitely not the kind of person who would sacrifice himself for the Uchiha. Therefore Kong would never be the hope of the Uchiha clan. Absolutely not. Fugaku and Kong both knew this clearly. Do you need me to talk to the third Hokage? Maybe it could help. Watching Fugaku transform from the spirited, ambitious man who once aspired to revive the Uchiha clan into this dejected, pathetic figure, Kong felt a pang of guilt. After all, he bore some responsibility for this situation. and why the third Hokage instead of Minato. A Hokage who had no power of his own, relying entirely on his teacher and wife, and only ascended with the third's help. What could he possibly do? No need. The third Hokage is probably having tea with those clan heads right now. You wouldn't like their tea and they haven't prepared any for you, Fugaku said with some melancholy. He was no longer part of that circle. Even if Kong went and the third Hokage forced an extra cup, who would willingly drink less of their tea? Is it convenient to go see Sasuke? I haven't seen Mikito-san in a long time. By rights I should prepare a gift and visit her, but since things are as they are, I believe you don't care about such formalities. Kong hesitated for a moment, then decided to go see Mikoto and little Sasuke first. Mikoto had always been kind to him, and little Sasuke was the future deuteragonist. He should go and see them. Let's go. What inconvenience! As Sasuke's future teacher, I'm more than happy for you to visit him. Seeing that Kong had finally softened and relented, Fugaku was in a good mood. At least the Uchiha clan could retain a spark of hope in the end. Mikito-san, long time no see. I came in a hurry and didn't bring you a gift. I'm really sorry. Looking at Mikoto's weakened state, Kong scratched his head apologetically. Since his semi-falling out with Fugaku, he hadn't visited Fugaku's home. Mikoto had been preparing for pregnancy and childbirth, so she rarely went out. The few times she did, Kong was likely not in the Leaf Village. So it had been a long time since they last met. It's you, Kong. It's been so long. You've grown so much. Mikoto's words made Kong feel guilty. Taking his anger out on Mikoto because of Fugaku was truly wrong. This must be Sasuke. He's much uglier than Itachi. Kong changed the subject, directing attention to Sasuke beside him. Though it was a bit of an insult to Sasuke, Kong promised to make it up to him later. Of course, Kong. When you first saw little Itachi, he was no longer a baby. Sasuke has just been born now. It's perfectly normal. Mikoto didn't mind Kong's words. Instead, she explained for Sasuke. In her eyes, Sasuke and Itachi were the same, no difference at all. By the way, why is he named Sasuke? Kong asked curiously. Because the third Hokage's father was named Sarutobi Sasuke. We hope that this child Sasuke can become a ninja as outstanding as Sarutobi Sasuke. Listening to Mikoto's explanation, Kong suddenly had a thought. Could this be Fugaku's twisted sense of humor? Hiruzen Sarutobi, since you're so against me, then I'll have your father be my son. Otherwise it's inexplicable. Actually, Sarutobi Sasuke wasn't very famous in the entire ninja world. There were plenty of more famous ninjas: Hashirama, Tobirama, the San, and Hanzo. So why among so many famous names choose one that is not well known, and is the name of the third Hokage's father who had a conflict with Fugaku? Kong couldn't help but speculate maliciously. That child will definitely become an outstanding ninja. When little Sasuke is older, I will personally teach him to become an excellent ninja. Kong looked at Sasuke with a strange smile. Really? Fugaku mentioned just the other day that he wanted you to teach this child in the future. Did he already tell you? Mikoto was surprised and glanced at Fugaku. No, even if Fugaku-san hadn't asked me, I would still take care of Sasuke in the future. And little Itachi too. I will take good care of them both. Kong wasn't lying. As an important NPC and the deuteragonist of the original story, how could he not take good care of them? Kong took out a specially made Flying Thunder God kunai. In the Leaf Village, very few people knew he could use the Flying Thunder God technique. Isn't this Minato's Flying Thunder God kunai? Mikoto looked at the special kunai with confusion, but Fugaku suddenly seemed to think of something, his face showing shock. This is not Minato's ninja love sword. This is my Kongming blade. Although my Flying Thunder God technique is still not very proficient now, by the time little Sasuke grows up, my technique will definitely be fine. Kong smiled and placed the Flying Thunder God kunai beside Sasuke. This was not only a gift and a guarantee for Sasuke, but also a promise to Fugaku. The Flying Thunder God kunai represented that he could arrive at Sasuke's side at any time, indicating that Sasuke was under his protection. Whoever had designs on Sasuke would have to consider whether they could handle Kong. Then I'll thank Kong on behalf of Sasuke. I believe that under Kong's guidance, Sasuke will become an outstanding ninja in the future. Mikoto's face radiated a happy smile. For her, as long as her children were secure, she feared nothing. This was the greatness of a mother. Her only weakness was her 2 children. Now that Itachi had a good relationship with Kong and Sasuke had Kong's promise, she had nothing to fear. Fugaku also showed a rare smile. Although he was surprised that Kong had secretly learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he wondered how many more secrets Kong still held. Fugaku recalled the night 2 years ago, when Kong came to see him. Kong said he had rejected Madara and then Madara was scared away. But that was Madara Uchiha Madara. Would he really be afraid of the Umbu or the current Leaf Village? Could there be more hidden truths behind this? Fugaku shook his head. He had already lost completely. What was the use of dwelling on these things? But no matter what, he would not give up so easily. The dissatisfaction of the military police force members was becoming more and more obvious. How much longer could he suppress them? Third Hokage. Sasuke's birth made Kong realize that Naruto's birth was also within these few months. He recalled that Naruto and Sasuke were graduates of the same ninja academy class, with Naruto being slightly younger. Kong had been conflicted recently. He wanted to go to Minato to explain the situation or warn him to take more precautions, but unfortunately Kong had never bothered to build goodwill with Minato before. Instead, due to the incident with Orochimaru, Minato might not even think highly of him. This gave Kong a headache. He wanted Naruto to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as originally planned and then save Minato and Kushina as well. However, this required Minato's utmost trust in him, willingness to listen to his advice, and allowing him to assist on the side. Otherwise, once the Nine-Tails emerged, Kushina would undoubtedly die. After thinking for a long time, Kong could only choose to pass by Minato's house several times every day. This directly made the third Hokage, who occasionally observed important figures from behind the scenes, uneasy. After Orochimaru's defection, the third Hokage had tried to win Kong over several times, wanting him to continue serving in the Umbu. But Kong never accepted the Umbu mask he sent. The third Hokage always thought that due to Orochimaru's betrayal, Kong held grudges against him, Jiraiya and Minato. Little did he know that Kong only had a problem with him. Therefore, when Minato's wife Kushina was about to give birth, Kong's frequent appearances around Minato's house made the third Hokage deeply uneasy. "Minato, your wife is about to give birth, isn't she?" The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe, pretending to ask casually. "Yes, by my reckoning it should be within these few days," Minato replied while handling his busy work. Kushina was about to deliver, and he needed to finish these administrative tasks in the next couple of days so that he would have enough time to be with her. "Minato, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, when Kushina gives birth, the seal of the Nine-Tails is likely to loosen significantly. I shouldn't say this, but I still want to ask, have you prepared a contingency plan?" The third Hokage's words stunned Minato. A contingency plan? Was the third Hokage doubting his strength? Or was there some other issue? Even if the Nine-Tails seal loosened, he had learned the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques from Kushina. At the very least, reinforcing the seal was no problem. So why would the third Hokage ask this? "I've been busy with administrative affairs these days and haven't had time to consider this. Lord Third, do you have any suggestions?" "My thought is to have Kushina give birth outside the village. That way, if something goes wrong, we can handle it more easily, don't you think?" The third Hokage's words made Minato frown deeply. Handle it more easily? Handle what? The Nine-Tails. Although Jiraiya-sensei was not here now, the village still had 2 cage-level ninjas, himself and the third Hokage. The number of Jonin remaining in the village was, if not over 100, at least several dozen. What could the mere Nine-Tails possibly do? Minato was perplexed. He had been feeling uneasy lately, and now the third Hokage was saying such things which made him very uncomfortable. He wanted to refuse outright, but seeing the third Hokage's outwardly amiable demeanor yet unwavering will in his eyes, Minato's words of refusal changed as they left his mouth. "Lord Third is right. Let it be decided like this." Minato did not attempt to argue with the third Hokage. His time as Hokage had taught him that he could not outplay the third. Even though he sat in the Hokage's seat, he was restricted in every way. "Since you agree, then tonight use the Flying Thunder God to take Kushina outside the village. I have already prepared the location and supplies. For Kushina's safety, I will assign several elite Umbu as guards, and my wife will also accompany her." After stating his arrangements, the third Hokage rose and left the Hokage's office, leaving Minato no room for discussion, and thus settling the matter. After the third left the office, Minato slammed the desk in anger. He hadn't expected that even as Hokage he couldn't decide where his own wife would give birth and had to send Kushina outside the village. For a few moments Minato doubted himself. Was it necessary to become Hokage? Before becoming Hokage he was the genius of Konoha, a war hero. He could spend plenty of time with Kushina, check on Kakashi. But as Hokage he was trapped in this small office, the yellow flash of Konoha reduced to a candle flame trapped in an oil lamp, glowing brightly yet losing its freedom. Kushina, am home. Minato appeared at the doorstep using the Flying Thunder God technique on a mark he had deliberately left so he could return home immediately after work to be with Kushina. Minato, you're back so early today. Kushina came out of the room. As a ninja her physical condition was excellent. Even though she was about to give birth she could move freely. I wanted to come back early today and spend more time with you. Minato couldn't bear to tell Kushina directly about the third Hokage's proposal, so he could only lie with a smile. Minato, that's not right. You clearly have something on your mind, yet you're hiding it from me. It's really okay, just tell me what it is. Kushina noticed Minato's unnatural expression and, connecting it with him coming home earlier than usual, immediately guessed that he was hiding something from her. Well, actually the third Hokage brought up something with me today. It's not very good, Minato said awkwardly, but Kushina pulled him to the sofa in the room and they sat down. What is it? How bad could it be? The baby is about to be born. Don't worry about those things. Kushina stroked her belly happily, feeling the Naruto inside, and spoke unconcernedly to Minato. Since Minato became Hokage, unpleasant things often happened, and she had grown indifferent to them. Actually, the third Hokage wants you to stay outside the village for a few days. As soon as Minato said this, the room fell into dead silence. It's okay. After all, I have a special identity. I understand Lord Third's thoughts. It's fine, Minato. Kushina's words broke the silence. She understood Minato's difficulties. Even though she was once called the red-hot-blooded habanero, for Minato's sake, she calmly accepted the third Hokage's proposal. Kushina, you don't have to force yourself. I can go talk to the third. Minato was about to say more, but Kushina covered his mouth. It's okay, Minato. I just hope you'll be by my side when the time comes. Kushina hugged Minato, and he hugged her back for a long time. At this moment, outside, Kong was still pretending to pass by Minato's house, wondering if he was wasting his time. But since he had no better plan, he could only futilely waste time like this. Pain, such pain, Shaman. Under the cover of night, Kushina's agonized screams echoed endlessly within the cave. The sound of her suffering filled Shaman with deep anxiety, causing him to lose all composure. He paced frantically inside the cave, utterly oblivious to the powerful surge of chakra rapidly approaching. Listen, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is screaming terribly. Nothing's gone wrong, has it? Show some respect. Address her as Lady Kushina or the fourth Hokage's wife. Why do you care so much? We're not ANBU working for him. Besides, isn't that woman the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? I didn't say anything wrong. Please. Before the ANBU could finish his sentence, a pair of crimson Sharingan appeared before them. With just one glance they collapsed to the ground without even a chance to raise an alarm. So this is Konoha's ANBU. Truly far too weak. Obito, wearing a tiger-striped mask, spoke with disdain. Under Madara's tutelage, empowered by Hashirama's cells and aided by the dual Kamui Sharingan, he had been reborn, no longer the Obito of old. Now he was fearsomely powerful. Sensei Shaman. He still hasn't noticed my arrival. It seems he's truly been unsettled. But it doesn't matter. Soon you won't have to worry about anything anymore. Obito murmured to himself, walking straight ahead, passing through the rock, moving deeper into the cave. Shaman. Amidst Kushina's agonized cries and the infant's wail, the protagonist of Naruto was finally born in this cave. Kushina, thank you. Shuiman gazed at Kushina lying on the stone bed, tears glistening in his eyes. Kushina's eyes were equally filled with tears. They exchanged a look, deeply moved. Shuiman. All right. Though you've just given birth and endured so much, we must first reinforce the Nine-Tails seal. Shuimen took a deep breath, placing his hand on the seal ready to help Kushina strengthen it. Once the seal was secure, and everything was safe, he could use the Flying Thunder God technique to take Kushina and Naruto home to rest. Just as Shuimen was about to reinforce the seal, several cries of agony came from the side. He turned to see that Biwako, the third Hokage's wife who had been assisting with the delivery, had fallen to the ground. Granny Biwako! Tatsuji! Amidst the infant's cries, Shuimen looked up in horror. A figure in a black robe wearing a tiger-striped mask with crimson light gleaming in his eyes was holding his child. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, step away from the Jinchuriki or this child's life will end here. Shuimen and Kushina stared at the mysterious masked man in terror, their hearts filled with fear. Shuimen was after all a cage-level powerhouse. Though distracted by Kushina for someone to infiltrate so silently, instantly eliminate Granny Biwako and Tatsuji, and seize Naruto, this person was no ordinary foe. As Shuimen hesitated, the seal on Kushina began to weaken. It was the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails imprisoned within Kushina for decades sensed the weakening of the seal. Craving freedom and filled with hatred for shinobi, it would never pass up this opportunity. It struggled desperately to break free. Kushina's condition was critically dire, and the seal's power could not hold for long. Obito looked at his former teacher, and his wife devoid of any emotion. This world was not worth clinging to, nothing had meaning. Only by executing the Moon Eye plan and casting the infinite Tsukuyami could everyone find happiness. The sacrifice of Sensei Shuimen and Lady Kushina was necessary. Obito told himself that on the path to a world where everyone would be happy, sacrifices were inevitable. But it didn't matter. As long as the Moon Eye plan succeeded, it would all be worth it. Step away from the Jinchuriki now, Minato Namikaze. Don't you care if this brat lives or dies? Obito pulled a kunai from his Kamui dimension and pressed it against Naruto's neck. Wait, calm down. You should be the one to calm down and think about what to do now. Seeing Shuimen's panic, Obito secretly took out several explosive tags from the Kamui dimension, attached them to Naruto's swaddling clothes, and then hurled the baby into the air. Naruto! Kushina cried out in anguish, powerless to do anything but watch her child being thrown. Seeing Shuimen still hesitating, Obito flung the kunai toward Naruto in midair, forcing Shuimen to make a choice. With a swift body flicker technique, Shuimen rescued Naruto. But what comes next? Obito spoke with confidence, showing no frustration that Naruto had been easily saved. The explosive tags on Naruto's swaddling clothes were about to detonate. Obito stepped forward. With a mere wave of his hand, the seal on Kushina began to crumble. He then brought Kushina to Konoha. The Nine Tails, sensing this assistance, intensified its struggle, determined to break free. As Kushina screamed in agony, the Nine Tails chakra began to leak outward. Blood-red chakra poured from the broken seal, coalescing into a fox-shaped energy beam that burst out of Kushina's body. Summoning technique Nine Tails. Obito performed a summoning technique, completely destroying the seal on Kushina. However, this time he merely summoned the Nine Tails without controlling it. The Nine Tails was reborn, roaring freely, venting its years of pent-up resentment. It gazed at the Jinchuriki who had once imprisoned it, now collapsed weakly on the ground. The beast howled at the heavens, feeling that justice had finally been served. Without hesitation, the Nine Tails swiped a claw at Kushina, determined to avenge the years of imprisonment. Just as the Nine Tails' claw was about to descend and kill Kushina, Shuimen, having dealt with the explosive tags on Naruto, appeared beside her and rescued her. Shuimen. Is Naruto alright? He's fine. I've handled everything. Don't worry. Thank goodness. Kushina let out a long sigh of relief. With Naruto safe, she could temporarily set her mind at ease. Then, as if remembering something, she spoke again. You must go now and stop the Nine Tails and that man. His target is likely Konoha. Shuimen's expression turned grim. He exchanged a glance with the masked man whose crimson Sharingan was unmistakable. Who could it be? Shuimen kept asking himself. Which powerful member of the Uchiha clan could have achieved this? Fugaku. Or Sorano. Or perhaps one of those ancient monsters among the Uchiha. Someone from the second Hokage's era. But there shouldn't be anyone like that. Shuimen racked his mind but found no clue. His relationship with the Uchiha clan wasn't particularly friendly, but it was nowhere near this level of enmity. After all, unleashing the Nine Tails wasn't just an attack on him. It was a declaration of war against the entire village of Konoha. Shuimen shook his head, dismissing these useless thoughts. With a Flying Thunder God technique, he sent Kushina home and placed her beside Naruto. The battle ahead was about to commence. Kushina held Naruto in her arms, tears streaming endlessly. Although sealing the tailed beast back and after it broke free could keep the Jinchuriki alive, Kushina was far too weak. Even as a member of the Uzumaki clan with abundant vitality, she couldn't wait for Minato to deal with the masked man, then defeat the Nine Tails and seal it again. Both of them knew that Kushina had no hope left. But looking at her, Minato understood that he couldn't stay by her side to accompany her through the final moments of her life. He had to fight because he was the Hokage. Minato clenched his fists, unwilling to accept this. His life was about to reach its happiest point, becoming Hokage, fulfilling his dream and witnessing the birth of his son, a perfect family. Why did this have to happen to him? Minato, thank you. Go quickly and come back soon. Kushina looked at him, forcing out these words with difficulty. How she wished Minato could stay by her side. But that was impossible. The most a Hokage carried was responsibility. He had to go. Coming back soon was all Kushina could hope for. Minato held back his tears and put on his Hokage cloak emblazoned with the fourth Hokage's insignia. At this moment he was not just Minato, he was the fourth Hokage of Konoha. They'll be back soon. Holding back tears, Minato said these words and vanished from the spot. He had to confront that masked man. Staking the Hokage's name to protect the villagers, that is what I must do now. Minato spoke firmly, as if saying it to someone or perhaps to himself. I won't let you run wild anymore. Minato looked at the Nine Tails before him, his gaze resolute. Leave this to me, Minato. Go do what you must. Just as Minato was about to stop the Nine Tails, a voice came from beside him. Calm. Don't worry, go ahead. They'll hold this Nine Tails off. Remember, don't have physical contact with the masked man. Kong smiled and patted Minato on the shoulder, then vanished. The next moment he appeared not far from the Nine Tails. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. A massive dragon of fire charged toward the Nine Tails, forcibly interrupting the tailed beast ball that was still forming. The Nine Tails. Truly a magnificent sight. Kong gazed at the colossal body of the Nine Tails, unable to help but marvel. It was his first time seeing such a behemoth. Even Nagato's Geto statue seemed inferior. Roar! The Nine Tails roared incessantly. In all its years aside from Madara and Hashirama, no one had ever bullied it. This man before it must be tired of living. It had intended to destroy the legacy of those two first, but since someone was seeking death, it would kill him first. The Nine Tails' giant claw descended from the sky, aiming to crush Kong in one blow. Kong looked at the enraged beast, sighing with emotion. No matter how powerful a beast, in the end it's just a beast. As the curse seal mode activated and the 3-Demo Sharingan manifested, Kong felt an explosive surge of power. Ever since the battle with Hanzo, it's been a long time since I've gone all out. Let me use this beast to test how strong I am now. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. Kong exhaled another dragon of fire. This time reinforced by the curse seal, the dragon was even larger than the Nine Tails' own claws. The fire dragon collided with the giant claw. The claw was sent flying and the dragon slammed heavily into the Nine Tails, causing it to stagger back a few steps. Seeing the effect, Kong decisively continued the Great Fire Dragon technique. His chakra seemed endless. Whether 5 or 10 massive fire dragons, Kong's release speed showed no sign of slowing. The Nine Tails watched as the fire dragons relentlessly attacked it, inwardly cursing this human for being utterly shameless. With such immense chakra, why did he have to torment it with such a low-level jutsu? Even Hashirama and Madara had never treated it like this. Madara might have used it to fight Hashirama, but at least he gave it a Susanoo armor. Hashirama had pummeled it twice, but his wood release was so overwhelmingly powerful that he subdued it in just 1 or 2 moves. This human with such enormous chakra and the Uchiha clan's Sharingan was practically a miniature combination of Hashirama and Madara. Why was he torturing it like this? What the Nine Tails didn't know was that Kong also wanted to take it down quickly, but he truly lacked large-scale destructive jutsu. His strongest offensive technique was just the Chidori. The skills of the 3 from the Shippuden era, Sasuke's Kirin had strict prerequisites, Naruto's wind-release Raisin Shuriken had severe side effects, and as for Sakura, was Kong supposed to box with the Nine Tails? That would be too much to ask of Kong. So Kong had no choice but to rely on his vast chakra, continuously launching the Great Fire Dragon technique to exhaust the Nine Tails. Who is that? The third Hokage looked into the distance where fire dragons continuously rose from the ground to attack the Nine Tails, preventing its rampage. That's Kong, Uchiha Kong. The third narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Kong to have grown to such a level. This speed of growth exceeded his expectations. Gather all Jonin-level ninjas in the village and do everything to stop the Nine Tails. All other ninjas focus on evacuating civilians. Hurry! The third gave the order. He didn't know where Minato had gone, but the scene before him left no time to find him. The priority now was to contain the Nine Tails. Lord Third, what about the Uchiha clan? An Umbu beside the third didn't leave but instead asked. The Uchiha clan. Let them evacuate the civilians. After all, isn't the duty of the police force to protect the village's people, not to deal with invading monsters? The third spoke slowly, but his words lacked logic, clearly improvised. Yet no one cared. The Umbu immediately took the order and withdrew to relay it. The third looked at Kong in the distance, then at the armor he wore. He had originally planned to act himself, but it seemed this young man wouldn't give him the chance. Since that was the case, he would watch and see how far this youth had grown. At that moment, watching the Nine Tails wreak havoc, the Uchiha clan had gathered their forces, waiting only for the third's order. They would go through fire and water without hesitation. Fugaku didn't know how the Nine Tails had escaped, but this was a rare opportunity. If by quelling the Nine Tails' rampage they could demonstrate the Uchiha's loyalty, perhaps the clan might still have a chance. But just as Fugaku's blood ran hot, and he was ready to act, a single sentence from an Umbu plunged him into an icy abyss. By the third's order, the Uchiha clan is to handle the evacuation of civilians. After delivering the message, the Umbu vanished instantly, leaving the Uchiha clan stunned, standing frozen in place at a loss. Fugaku looked toward the distant Hokage building. He couldn't understand why the third had to go so far, leaving him no hope at all. Fire, release Great Fire Dragon technique. Kong unleashed the Great Fire Dragon technique once again, causing the tailed beast ball that the Nine Tails had already condensed halfway to dissipate once more. The surrounding Konoha ninjas were also increasing in number, gradually gaining the upper hand against the Nine Tails. Of course, the main force was still Kong. The Nine Tails, seeing more and more people arriving while Kong showed no sign of running low on chakra, grew increasingly agitated. Just how many of these monstrous freaks were there? The Nine Tails was a monster, but that didn't mean it was brainless. Seeing that Kong showed no indication of exhaustion and kept spewing out fire dragons, the Nine Tails felt a surge of irritation. If it had known it would be tormented by such a person upon coming out, it would have rather stayed sealed away. After all, with this man before it, its ultimate fate would be to be sealed again after exhaustion. Why should it come out to suffer? Indeed, watching the ninjas gather and Kong's chakra seemingly endless, the Nine Tails felt that it would fall first, not the other way around. That was how terrifying the situation was. As the Nine Tails pondered this, its claw swipes gradually slowed. It stopped condensing the tailed beast ball and slowly, gradually ceased its resistance, waiting to be sealed once more. As for why not escape? Are you joking? It was a tailed beast. For a monster of this level, even if it fled, Konoha would find it immediately, give it a beating and seal it. If it delayed a bit longer, someone else might come and beat it. Now that it had already taken a beating, if it didn't accept its fate and get sealed, would it rather endure another beating? Did it really think the Nine Tails was a masochist? Seeing the Nine Tails gradually calm down and lie on the ground, Kong and the Konoha ninjas also slowly ceased their attacks, watching the beast warily to prevent any tricks. Sharingan. Kong's eyes suddenly began to spin. The Sharingan activated and Kong entered the Nine Tails' mental world. Human, don't go too far, said the Nine Tails, seeing that it had already surrendered to being sealed, yet this monster was still invading its mental world. What did he want? Kurama, I don't have time for small talk. Listen to me, just stay here for now. I'll explain everything later. The Nine Tails was stunned. It hadn't expected this human to know its name. Logically, aside from the Sage of Six Paths, no one else should have known its name. Why was that? The Nine-Tails was baffled, but then Kong withdrew from its mental space, leaving it utterly confused. Kong emerged and glanced at the Nine-Tails, then at the surrounding Konoha ninjas. He chose to trust them. Now he had to go see how Minato was doing. Against Obito with double Kamui, Minato might not be his match. As for what use Kong's presence would be, he could only say that his cheat was still reliable. A few minutes earlier, Minato had just watched Kong leave and was wondering how Kong knew about these things. Why couldn't he have physical contact with the masked man? But then a pair of hands appeared behind him and landed on his shoulders. Minato immediately turned around, thrusting a kunai toward Obito, but the kunai passed right through Obito's body, causing Minato's eyes to widen. Perish! Obito's hand had already touched Minato, and the spatial distortion of Kamui had begun. Fortunately, although Kong's warning was somewhat cryptic, Minato, trusting a fellow Konoha ninja, had been prepared. When the space began to warp, despite the double Kamui being faster than the single version, Minato barely managed to escape the Kamui, landing near a flying thunder god mark in the outskirts. Minato's mind raced. That feeling of spatial distortion, even his flying thunder god technique couldn't achieve it. What kind of jutsu was this? And those Sharingan eyes, was she a powerful member of the Uchiha clan? Or a stray Sharingan? But he had never heard of an Uchiha Sharingan being lost outside the clan. But then Obito also appeared there, silently watching Minato. Minato-sensei, you've become so helpless too. Obito looked at Minato. In his memory, Minato was so omnipotent yet so powerless. Unable to save him, unable to save Rin, and now unable to save Kushina-sensei in time. The fastest shinobi in the world. Now it seemed like nothing but a joke. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Minato stared at Obito. Someone who could easily bypass the third Hokage's and infiltrate the barrier they had set up, know that the Nine-Tails seal would weaken during Kushina's childbirth, unseal the Nine-Tails and summon it. Such a person. Scanning the entire ninja world, Minato could only think of one name, Madara Uchiha. But he dismissed that thought. If Madara were still alive, why wear a mask? With the first Hokage gone, according to historical records, Madara's power was such that he could have simply flattened Konoha without all this trouble. So who was he? Madara Uchiha. No, impossible, Madara is dead. Who are you? Minato couldn't figure it out, so he tentatively asked Obito. Obito removed his hood and tilted his head slightly. Who knows? A name is just a label. Madara or any other name, it doesn't matter. Obito spoke contemptuously, granting his teacher a final moment. True, no matter who you are, I must defeat you. The key question is, why did you attack Konoha? Minato demanded of the man before him. Konoha had just ended a war. It was hardly the time for such a powerful ninja to invade. If I had to say, it's both a whim and a long-planned scheme, both to start a war and to achieve everlasting peace. Obito spoke while pulling chains from his Kamui space and wrapping them around his hands. The chains were both weapons and shackles, symbolizing that Minato and he were prisoners of fate, and that Obito had come as a reaper to claim a life. This was Obito's final respect to Minato. He had to settle things here and now. That was Minato's current thought. The masked man before him was too dangerous. Knew Konoha's secrets, could move freely within the village, possessed powerful space-time ninjutsu. Such an enemy must be eliminated as soon as possible, or the consequences would be dire. This world holds no hope. Neither do you. After speaking, Obito charged toward Minato. Minato faced him without fear. His specially made kunai struck Obito but passed right through, while Obito simply tightened his grip on the chains binding Minato and rendering him immobile. Flying Thunder God technique. Just as Obito pulled the chains taut, intending to cut Minato in half, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Damn, can't land a hit on him. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Earlier he tried to absorb me by touching me, but now I can't even strike him. Does he only become tangible when attacking? Several Flying Thunder God kunai appeared in Minato's hand, and he threw them in all directions to create a favorable combat environment. Why keep struggling? All struggles are meaningless. Even so, I will fight until the very end, to protect Konoha, to protect Kushina and Naruto. Is that so? Then I suppose I have to get serious too. Obito, seeing the earnest expression on Minato's face, finally took a bit of interest. The Ninetales was bound to fail soon. If he still wanted to take the Ninetales, he couldn't afford to drag things out here. Minato continuously activated the Flying Thunder God technique to evade Obito's attacks. Having nearly been absorbed once, he had no choice but to rely on the technique to dodge Obito's assaults. Obito watched Minato's disheveled state and couldn't help but taunt. Is the fourth Hokage of Konoha, the legendary Yellow Flash, nothing more than a coward who only runs away? Damn it. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down Minato's forehead. Obito's dual Kamui was so overwhelmingly powerful that he couldn't even seize the opening after Obito's attacks. Should he try that move? Minato watched Obito charging toward him and made up his mind. A Flying Thunder God kunai was hurled at Obito, and in the next instant a Rasengan materialized in Minato's hand. Both of them were rushing toward each other. This strike might very well decide the outcome of the battle. The Flying Thunder God kunai passed through Obito's head without any effect. Minato's Rasengan and Obito's hand aimed at his heart were about to make contact. A mutual kill? No, that's impossible. Then what is he planning? Obito pondered for a moment but couldn't figure out Minato's intent. However, his hand was about to reach Minato's heart. Now. Got him. Obito's eyes showed no emotion. He had long prepared himself for Minato's death. For the Moon Eye planned to succeed, he had to become an enemy of those he once cared about, Minato, Kushina, Kakashi. He had already made up his mind to kill them. I win! Flying Thunder God technique. Minato activated the technique, teleporting to the kunai he had thrown earlier. He grabbed it and brought down the Rasengan in his hand. Rasengan. Minato's Rasengan slammed down heavily, sending countless chakra ripples outward and cracking the earth. But there was no trace of a smile on his face. He dodged. He actually dodged. Both of Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan were spinning. This was the power of Kamui. The dual Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan, enhanced by Hashirama's cells on its original owner, far surpassed the Obito of the original story. That kunai. I really underestimated you, fourth Hokage. Obito spoke with lingering fear. The dual Kamui gave him a far higher ceiling than the original, but it didn't grant him a stronger physique. That Rasengan, if it had hit him, could still have inflicted severe damage. Damn it, even that didn't work. Minato gritted his teeth. The Flying Thunder God technique combined with the Rasengan and the element of surprise. If that couldn't take down his opponent, then with Obito now on guard, it would be even harder to find an opportunity. Any more tricks? Use them all. You won't survive today. Obito's cold words put immense pressure on Minato. His opponent used space-time ninjutsu, and as a fellow user, Minato knew exactly how broken such techniques could be. Throughout the history of the shinobi world, only the second Hokage, Tobirama, and himself had been users of space-time ninjutsu. Now a mysterious masked man had appeared whose space-time technique was even more powerful than his own. If he didn't defeat him here, no one in the ninja world would be able to stop him. For the sake of the village, for Kushina, for Naruto, I must defeat you here. I also have people I would risk my life to protect. Minato threw out more Flying Thunder God kunai, this time 3 of them. He had to try to take down Obito here or Konoha would be in danger. Flying Thunder God technique. Minato flickered across the battlefield, making it impossible for Obito to track him. He kept looking for an opening to strike with a Rasengan, but there was none. Obito didn't even move. He simply watched Minato flicker around, wasting his chakra and stamina in a futile effort. Space-time ninjutsu consumes far more chakra than ordinary techniques. He can't maintain this invincible state for long. If I can just hold out until he can't keep it up, he'll surely find an opening. Minato consoled himself. At this point he had no choice but to wait for Obito to make a mistake. However, he had no way of knowing that Obito's Kamui, enhanced by Hashirama's cells, consumed almost no chakra. Obito could keep this up with Minato all day, while Minato's chakra would soon run dry. Wasting time with futile efforts. There will be no reinforcements, no opportunities. Just fall here obediently, wouldn't that be better? As he spoke, Obito suddenly appeared before Minato and lunged at him. In the nick of time, Minato once again used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Obito pulled his hand out of the tree he had punched through. With his mask on, his expression was unreadable, but even so Minato could sense his disappointment. Damn it, was it luck? Or had he already figured out the teleportation pattern of the Flying Thunder God technique? Or was it simply his speed? Minato didn't know which it was, but he was about to reach his limit. The constant flickering had nearly exhausted his chakra. He wanted to take a soldier pill to replenish it, but he knew Obito wouldn't give him the chance. What to do? What to do? Minato, you're a genius, think what should you do? Obito gave Minato no time to catch his breath, and immediately launched another attack. The chains clashed repeatedly as they moved at high speed, the sound like death approaching step by step. At that moment Minato thought of Kushina and Naruto. No matter what, I will settle this here. Come! Minato formed a Rasengan in his left hand. This time he poured almost all of his remaining chakra into it, leaving only enough for one more Flying Thunder God technique. He threw another Flying Thunder God Kunai, gambling everything on this final strike. The same move again. Did he think I'd fall for it twice? Obito sneered and charged forward once more. Flying Thunder God technique. Minato repeated the same tactic, but Obito was ready. He reached out his right hand, determined to absorb Minato. You won't escape this time. Obito's right hand touched Minato, and Kamui activated. In an instant, space began to warp. Minato's defeat was imminent. Minato looked at Obito, and in his final moments he recalled Kushina and the newborn Naruto. I'm sorry, Kushina. I couldn't even be by your side for the final stretch. And Naruto, Daddy loves you. In the days when I'm not around, you must grow up strong and well. Obito's eyes suddenly widened. He saw that Minato's Rasengan was about to strike his own body, while Obito's right hand was in contact with Minato, ready to absorb him. Trying to take me down with you? How pathetic. Beneath his mask Obito wore a contemptuous smile. No matter how powerful that Rasengan was, it could at most destroy half of his body. What Minato didn't know was that half of his body was regenerated by Hashirama's cells. It was insignificant. Minato's move would only harm himself. Just as Minato's Rasengan was about to hit himself, and take out Obito's insignificant half, he heard a distant voice. Kamui! Divine Might! With a furious roar, Obito's absorption was forcibly halted, but the mutual distortion of the two Divine Might abilities twisted off his right hand. Though Obito didn't know what had happened, seeing Minato safe from immediate danger, he decisively struck with his left hand, piercing through Minato's abdomen. Minato! Kong's eyes widened. He had rushed as fast as he could, yet disaster had still struck. As for how he could use Divine Might, it was quite coincidental. Just as he had subdued the Ninetales, the cheat system suddenly informed him that by single-handedly altering a major plot line of the original story, making the Ninetales shed some of its hostility toward current ninjas early, he had unlocked the A-Rank Ninja pool and received a self-select S-Rank Ninja trial card. This was an unexpected delight. Kong's heart leaped with joy, but he immediately realized that Minato was still fighting against Obito, who wielded dual Divine Might. He should go check on him at once. Thus, gritting his teeth, Kong selected the S-Rank Ninja trial card, Hatake Kakashi Susanoo, and rushed to the site of Minato's battle. Upon arriving, he saw Minato about to sacrifice himself to destroy Obito's non-lethal half. He promptly used the trial card, employing Divine Might to stop him. Even so, Minato had suffered severe injuries. Watching Minato lose consciousness due to chakra depletion and grave wounds, Kong said, Obito, I am Kong. That is Minato, your teacher Minato. Do you truly want to sever all bonds? Kong's words made Obito's eyes widen. He hadn't expected Kong to know his identity. It seemed Kong would have to die here too. Obito's eyes filled with killing intent as he prepared to strike at Kong, but suddenly he noticed that Kong's Sharingan was identical to his own. Your Sharingan. Spare Minato and I won't expose your identity. After this battle, come find me and I'll give you intelligence. If you refuse, then you will die here. Kong's tone was icy. Before witnessing Obito grievously wounding Minato, he had still held some hope that Obito wouldn't truly have the heart to kill his own teacher. But reality told him he was wrong. Kong condensed the Divine Might Chidori in his hand, its formidable power making Obito look askance. He would die. That move of Kong's could indeed kill him. Obito hesitated, glanced at his severed right hand, and chose to quit while he was ahead. He didn't trust Kong or still care for Minato. He simply couldn't defeat Kong. Kong, you told me to hold fast to my original heart. I have done so. After leaving these words, Obito used divine might and vanished. The enraged Kong immediately used the mystical palm technique to heal Minato. He truly didn't want Minato to die. Kushina couldn't be saved, and if Minato also passed away, Naruto would grow up without a father or mother. As for Kong, he wouldn't raise a child. Such a troublesome task was best left to Minato. At that moment in the village, the Nine-Tails, which had been lying low, suddenly sensed something and began to go berserk. The Nine-Tails is rampaging again. Attack! The surrounding Jonin launched assaults once more, but the Nine-Tails ignored them, gazing into the distance where a pair of crimson Mangekyo Sharingan stared back at it. Go Nine-Tails! The Nine-Tails' pupils reflected the Sharingan's pattern. With a swipe of its claws and a sweep of its tail, it inflicted great suffering on the surrounding Jonin. The Nine-Tails howled at the sky, rapidly forming a tailed beast ball whose terrifying energy struck fear into everyone. Damn it, why is this beast rampaging again? The third Hokage was forced to face the Nine-Tails, summoning Enma with a summoning technique. The Nine-Tails. Why is it in the village? Enma was dumbfounded. It had been ages since he was called to battle, and now on this rare occasion he was told to fight the Nine-Tails. No more nonsense. Help me block this attack. The third Hokage got straight to the point. Seeing the tailed beast ball about to be fired, Enma immediately transformed into a golden staff and grew larger. Other ninjas also began preparing large-scale jutsu, determined to stop the tailed beast ball. Don't even think about it. Obito appeared before the third Hokage, casting a genjutsu on him before anyone could react. Enma tried to strike Obito but found it impossible to hit him. What is this? Obito ignored Enma and the other ninjas, vanishing once more. His key strategic objective was to weaken Konoha's combat strength. Since Minato hadn't died, let the other Konoha ninjas die in his place. The third Hokage quickly broke free from the genjutsu, but the tailed beast ball had already arrived. Forced to act, he used adamantine attacking prison and several layers of earth-style wall to protect himself. But the other ninjas were not so fortunate. In an instant many were killed or wounded, painting a gruesome scene. Having controlled the Nine-Tails to wreak havoc on buildings and ninjas, Obito used divine might to try and take the entire Nine-Tails away. Just then Kong returned to Konoha with Minato, whom he had roughly treated with the mystical palm technique. Seeing Obito attempting to take the entire Nine-Tails with more than half of it already inside the portal, Kong pondered for a moment, then unleashed a divine might Chidori, severing one of the Nine-Tails' tails and leaving it behind. Kong! Seeing the Nine-Tails' tail cut off, Obito exchanged a glance with Kong before ultimately choosing to disappear, leaving behind a devastated Konoha and a severely wounded Minato. After marking the severed tail with a large flying thunder god technique, Kong immediately went to Minato's side and sent him to the hospital. Then Kong arrived at Minato's home, looking at the gravely injured Kushina. He couldn't bring himself to say those words to her, only continuously using the mystical palm technique to move her beside Minato's hospital bed. I'm sorry, Sister Kushina. We all did our best. Minato will likely survive, but for you we have no other options. Seeing Kushina holding Naruto with tears streaming down her face, Kong felt sorrow. If he had planned better, could he have given Naruto a complete childhood? Kong didn't know why he hadn't explained things clearly to Minato. Was it because Orochimaru's defection made him resent Minato? Or was it that he always had to keep his secrets, unwilling to let anyone know? Kong felt a pang of melancholy. Had he done right or wrong? In the Nine-Tails rampage he had saved Minato's life, but the Nine-Tails had been taken by Obito, and the village still suffered heavy losses. He had given Naruto a father but taken away one of his greatest assets. Was this right or wrong? Moreover, Obito had grown stronger. If Kong never unlocked the rank ninja pool and never reached Kagaya's level, would the ninja world be destroyed by his hands? Kong's heart was in turmoil. He wanted to find Tsurumi and seek emotional solace, but he knew he couldn't leave Konoha now. After the Nine-Tails rampage, much work awaited him. Can you restore Minato to consciousness first? Kong asked, observing the relief gradually spreading across the medical ninjas' faces as he voiced his request. It's possible, but his recovery period will be significantly prolonged. Please. Kong addressed the medical ninja, his gaze fixed on Kushina, who was on the verge of collapse. Though Kong had been sustaining her life with the mystical palm technique, and her own tenacious vitality kept her clinging to consciousness, her will alone drove her to see Minato safe and sound. Kushina. Minato, forcibly awakened by the medical ninja, opened his eyes to see Kushina. Minato, I'm relieved to see you're all right. From now on, Naruto depends on you. Kushina, I. Minato looked at her, wanting to say something, but words failed. I'm sorry. After a few seconds, Minato finally chose to apologize. It's all right, Minato. I know you did your utmost. This isn't your fault. Tears streamed down both their faces. They who should have been happy were now in this tragic state, a sight that stirred deep emotion. Minato, I'm fading. Kushina's voice weakened as she spoke. She should have departed long ago, yet she had held on until now. She was truly reaching her end. No, Kushina, no. Minato wept in agony, hating his own impotence, his own powerlessness. He blamed himself entirely, his thoughts twisting in self-loathing until Kushina's gentle touch interrupted him. Minato, you need not blame yourself. Don't grieve over my departure. That child Naruto still needs you. Minato, promise me, live on, watch him grow, ensure he develops well, and always protect him. I will. I swear it, Kushina. I promise to raise Naruto with care and keep him safe. Minato clasped Kushina's hand, his emotions overwhelming him. Blood began to seep from the wound on his abdomen, but he paid it no heed. In this moment, all he wanted was for Kushina to live, even if it meant trading his own life for hers. Make sure Naruto eats well, keeps clean, and is polite. Add clothes when it's cold, prepare ice water when it's hot. If he falls, they'll take him to the doctor early. Don't let him get into fights. If he becomes a ninja, find him a good teacher. Ensure he stays safe on missions. Keep him away from Jiraiya Sensei and those things. Teach him defensive and escape techniques, not those that harm the body. Kushina's voice gradually faded. Her hand resting on Minato's face slowly slipped away. Minato caught it, pressing it against his cheek, but he could not stop her eyes from closing. Minato made no sound. He listened intently to every word she said, committing them to memory until Kushina's last breath faded. Watching her, Minato collapsed into unconsciousness. Kong picked up Naruto. The baby seemed to sense his mother's departure, and woke from sleep, beginning to cry. Kong looked at Kushina on the ground, then at Minato. After a moment's thought, he decided to take Naruto to Mikitone's place. Young Naruto could meet young Sasuke early. After all, Mikitone could handle one more child. She was already raising one. How could an 11-year-old like him possibly take care of an infant? Please take care of Minato. As for Kushina, preserve her body until Minato wakes and decides what to do. Understood. Seeing the medical ninjas acknowledge his words, Kong used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from the hospital, reappearing beside the Fugaku residence. Mikitone, are you home? Oh, Kong. I'm so glad you're safe. This child. Mikoto opened the door to find Kong holding a baby, puzzled as to where he had come from. Mikitone, could I ask you a small favor? Seeing Kong's awkward smile, Mikoto glanced at the baby in his arms and instantly guessed what he was about to ask. Kong, you don't mean to. Please, Mikitone. You know me, I'm just a kid, I can't take care of a baby. And I'll tell you in secret, his identity is special. Need I say more about whose child was born today? Keep it confidential. Kong whispered to Mikoto, then thrust Naruto into her arms. Just for a few days. I'll come for him later. Don't give him to anyone but me or Minato. If anyone tries to take him by force, let me know. With that, Kong vanished, leaving a troubled Mikoto holding the baby. Kushina. She's finally gone, hasn't she? Mikoto gazed at the pitiful child, her heart heavy. Though her relationship with Kushina was not exceptionally close, they were far from mere acquaintances. Kushina's sudden departure left her momentarily grief-stricken. What are you all doing to my trophy? Kong descended heavily from the sky with the Flying Thunder God technique, landing on one of the Ninetales' tails. He looked at the masked figures, whether from the Anbu or the root, and asked with a smile, but how much of that smile was joy and how much was anger was anyone's guess. Kong, stop this nonsense. The Nine Tails is a crucial asset of the village. This tail should be handled by the village. Danzo emerged from behind leaning on his cane and rebuked Kong with righteous indignation. Is that Lord Danzo? Since when can Lord Danzo command the ANBU, which represents the direct power of the Hokage? Kong mocked Danzo freely. Even if he didn't know whether any of these masked men were actually ANBU, it didn't stop him from taunting Danzo. Even if he was wrong, Danzo couldn't do anything to him. Kong, are you defying the will of the village? The Nine Tails was just captured by a suspected Uchiha, and now you're preventing the village from reclaiming its remnants. Do you realize what you're doing? The village. Lord Danzo, you keep invoking the village, but as far as I know, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, who represents the village, is still unconscious in the hospital. What are you eyeing his position while he's incapacitated? Kong fired back at Danzo directly. Is that so? Does only the Hokage represent the village? Every person in this village should consider its interests. Such an important asset must be secured lest it fall into the wrong hands again. Danzo, a political monster, countered swiftly, leaving Kong momentarily at a loss. But Kong still carried the power of Kakashi's Susanoo, which would last an entire day. I said put it down. Are you deaf? Kong's chakra erupted its immense force, causing even the nearby ANBU to stagger. Kong, you? Danzo was so enraged that words failed him. He hadn't expected Kong to actually resort to force, nor had he anticipated Kong's strength to be so formidable, on par with the third Hokage in his prime. Danzo, that's enough. An old man should step aside and let the young take over. Call them off. Just then the third Hokage approached from a distance, halting Danzo's further actions and dismissing him. Kong watched the third's retreating figure. The masked ninjas clearly split into two groups. One followed Danzo, the other followed the third. Old fox! Kong muttered to himself, then vanished, taking the Nine Tails' tail with him. Kushina! Minato jolted awake from his hospital bed, his first instinct to seek Kushina, yet he immediately realized she had already left him. He glanced around but found no trace of Naruto. As he attempted to rise, he collided with Kong, who pushed the door open and entered. Awake! Kong set down the breakfast he had bought, sitting beside Minato ready to explain. But before he could speak, Minato asked first. How is the Nine Tails? What about the mysterious masked man? How is the village? Kong sighed in admiration. True to his role as Hokage, even in this state, Minato's first concern was the village's safety. The mysterious masked man left with the Nine Tails. Although the village took a hit from a tailed beast ball, most civilians had already been evacuated. Quite a few ninjas, however, suffered losses. Kong paused for a moment, then continued. As for Kushina, there was nothing that could be done. I've temporarily sent Naruto to Fubuka's place, asking Mikoto to look after him. The village's work has been taken over by the third Hokage. Anything else you want to ask? Kong told Minato everything he might be concerned about in one breath, then looked at him. He didn't really want to wait here for Minato to wake up, but considering that he would have long-term contact with Naruto in the future, he felt it was worth investing some time and effort now. Thank you, Kong. I don't know why, but I made a wrong decision back then. I'm truly grateful that you saved me. Minato looked at Kong. Back then he had wanted to destroy Obito along with himself, but the result told him that Obito's half-body was irrelevant. That white sticky texture was definitely not a normal body. Even if he took out half of Obito's body, it would have been meaningless. Kong hadn't expected Minato's first words to be a thank you. Don't thank me yet. Although your life is saved, your body is too severely damaged. You might never be a ninja again. When these words left Kong's mouth, Minato was stunned, frozen in place. He had sensed that his body was in terrible condition, that his chakra was nearly depleted, but he never imagined it was this bad. But don't lose hope. There might be a way, though I'm still hesitating whether to use it. Is there still hope for me? Minato looked at Kong, curious about what method could make Orochimaru's disciple so hesitant. In Minato's eyes, both Kong and Orochimaru were the type who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. In the last moment when the mysterious masked man took the Nine Tails, I cut off one of its tails. If we seal that tail inside you, perhaps your injuries can heal with the help of the Nine Tails chakra. Even if not completely, it should improve significantly. Kong slowly revealed his plan. That tail was stored in his home engraved with his Kongming blade. It was essentially his now. But he was uncertain about how to handle it. You must have other ideas, right? Tell me. Minato listened to Kong's words, wondering why he would go to such lengths to help him. Even a single tail of the 9 tails was a rare treasure. Why would Kong give it to him? I do have another idea. Use it for your son Naruto. A single tail of the 9 tails doesn't have the severe side effects of the whole beast. If it can be used on Naruto, it would greatly benefit him if he becomes a ninja in the future. Kong's heart was conflicted. He was reluctant to see Minato become a cripple, but he also felt it would be a waste to let Naruto lose one of his greatest advantages. However, there was only one tail of the 9 tails. Even if he gave it to Orochimaru for cultivation, there was no guarantee of success. So choosing between Minato and Naruto was a difficult decision for him. Can I ask why you want to use it for us father and son? You could use it yourself and our relationship isn't exactly good. Hearing Minato's question, Kong felt helpless. He couldn't very well say that he had watched an anime called Naruto, that the protagonist was his son, and that he had grown fond of the characters and projected his feelings onto them. Some things can't be explained. If you really feel indebted, you can give me a copy of your insights on the Flying Thunder God technique. That way we'll be even. Kong thought for a moment, and finally settled on asking for Minato's notes on the Flying Thunder God technique. Although he had already experienced the power of dual kamui, which deepened his understanding of time-space ninjutsu, mastering the Flying Thunder God was still difficult. With Minato's full insights, it would be much easier. So you also practice the Flying Thunder God technique. In that case, he'll send you the notes in a couple of days. Minato looked at Kong. The time-space ninjutsu Kong had used before the battle was indeed the Flying Thunder God. But since even a genius of the Uchiha clan used the Flying Thunder God, where did that mysterious masked man get his time-space ninjutsu? Given that the Uchiha and Senju were the 2 most powerful clans of the Warring States period, and only the Senju possessed a version of the Flying Thunder God, where did the masked man's time-space ninjutsu come from? But it seemed the Uchiha clan was indeed innocent. What Minato didn't know was that beyond the 3 tomo, the Uchiha's Sharingan had the Mangekyo, which granted its owner 2 powerful abilities, one of which was the time-space dojutsu kamui. But this wasn't Minato's fault. His rise had been too rapid, leaving him without the foundation befitting a Hokage, both in terms of influence and knowledge. In an era where the Mangekyo was absent, no one would speak of such things. But speaking of which, that severed tail of the 9 tails, who do you think should have it? With one sentence, Kong handed the difficult decision to Minato, choosing not to intervene. After all, the 9 tails rightfully belonged to Naruto. It was Kushina's legacy to him. Kong felt it was not his place to decide arbitrarily. Give it to Naruto. That's the last thing Kushina can leave to accompany him. Even if the child doesn't want to become a ninja, it's good for him to live healthily. Minato looked into the distant sky, thinking of Kushina again, his mood sinking. Kong could see that Minato was in low spirits. He left the breakfast and exited the room. Since Minato had made his decision, there was no need for him to stay. When Minato recovered, he would naturally come to Fugaku or him, since Naruto and the 9 tails tail were in their hands. In that case, I'll go see how Naruto is doing. Obito should be arriving in a few days. What should I tell him? The truth of Rin's death. Madara's manipulation of him. What should I tell him? Kong murmured to himself as he left Konoha Hospital. Young Naruto, young Sasuke, so adorable. Kong was in Fugaku's backyard watching the infant Naruto and Sasuke waving their tiny hands and feet under the sunlight. His heart nearly melted with tenderness. Beside him, Itachi shook his head helplessly at his elder brother's expression. Brother Kong, a person as formidable as you can actually show such a look? Young Itachi asked Kong with a hint of resignation. Kong heard Itachi's question and was somewhat puzzled. What kind of question was this? Itachi, come here. Why do you think a powerful person shouldn't show such a look? Or did someone teach you this? Kong earnestly held young Itachi in his arms and asked him. No one taught me, but aren't all those powerful people cold and ruthless? Even if they pretend to be kind and gentle on the surface, aren't they actually heartless behind the scenes? Even if they feign an amiable and benevolent demeanor in public, aren't they all cold-blooded in private? Kong's expression stiffened. He began to understand why the Itachi in the original story would become someone who slaughtered his own clan, killed his lover, sent away his parents, and nearly drove his only surviving younger brother insane. Itachi was now barely over 4 years old, not yet 5, and already harboring such thoughts. Kong dreaded to think how twisted Itachi's mind might become in the future. "Why do you think that way? Can you tell me?" Kong asked Itachi, patiently trying to uncover the root of this mindset. "Look at my father, he rarely smiles. Look at Danzo, his face always wears that terrifying expression. The third Hokage appears friendly and kind in front of ordinary ninjas, but I've never seen him smile in private. And Minato, though he was always amiable, he ended up in misfortune." Itachi raised his hand and counted off the powerful figures of Konoha he knew one by one. "Oh, and on the battlefield everyone's face is grim, no one ever smiles. The ones who go to battle must be the strong, right?" Listening to Itachi's words, Kong felt utterly speechless. What kind of karma was Fugaka creating? Taking a 3-year-old child to the battlefield and talking about the Hokage's way of thinking, wasn't that pure insanity? Kong racked his brain, troubled over how to correct Itachi's twisted mindset. After all, Itachi had been with him for so long, and he was still a child who could be saved, one who had not yet committed any sin. While Kong was desperately trying to think of a way, the third Hokage also arrived at Minato's hospital room, intending to see Minato for the last time. "Fourth Hokage, how is your recovery? I'm deeply sorry about what happened last night." The third came alone to Minato's room. He had already been informed of Minato's condition. His body was severely injured and he would likely never be a ninja again. "No, third Hokage-sama, I should be the one apologizing. Your wife also fell victim last night. This tragedy happened because you were worried about Kushina. I'm truly sorry I couldn't save everyone." Minato struggled to sit up and apologize to the third. Although he held some resentment toward the third, he still felt guilty about the death of the third's wife. "This is not your fault, Minato. I was the one who failed to consider everything. I focused only on the village and neglected your and Kushina's safety, which led to this disaster. I should be the one apologizing to you." The third comforted Minato. He truly hadn't anticipated this outcome. He had merely taken precautions but never expected it to actually happen. Moreover, those Sharingan eyes could even ensnare a cage-level powerhouse like himself, so it was no wonder Minato couldn't defeat him. After exchanging a few words, the third finally revealed his true intention. "Minato, I've heard from the medical ninjas that your physical condition is very poor. Even if you recover fully, you may no longer be able to serve as a ninja, is that correct?" "Yes, third Hokage-sama." Minato looked at the third curiously. Mentioning this at such a time couldn't be just concern for his health, could it? "Since that's the case, what are your thoughts on the administrative affairs during this period and your successor?" As soon as the third said this, Minato understood the purpose of his visit. Indeed, he was now a cripple. How could he continue to be the fourth Hokage? But after Orochimaru's defection, Konoha had no suitable candidates. "As for that, I was thinking of contacting Jiraiya-sensei and asking him to come back and hold things down for a while. As for the successor to the Hokage position..." Minato pondered for a moment. He realized that the only one in the village qualified to be Hokage seemed to be Jiraiya. But Jiraiya had clearly stated that he bore the mission of finding the child of prophecy, so he could never become Hokage. That was why he had trained Minato. Jiraiya-sensei could help him for a while, but he definitely wouldn't take the position himself. Minato recalled the others in the village, but none seemed suitable. Danzo was too dark, Fugaku was ostracized, and Kakashi, his own disciple, had become a jonin at a young age. He might have been a potential successor, but Minato had fallen too quickly and Kakashi had not yet matured. The other clan heads were even less capable. Who could he recommend? "I recommend Uchiha Kong of the Uchiha clan. Though he is still young, his strength is already sufficient. With the support of Tsunade-sama and the Uchiha clan, and with Jiraiya-sensei helping to hold things together for a few years, he will have enough time to mature and assume the position of Hokage." Minato's words made the third frown immediately. He hadn't expected Minato to actually have a candidate, and that it was that brat. This caught him off guard, as his intelligence suggested Minato had no one in mind. Minato himself didn't know why he recommended Kong. He had little interaction with Kong, and after Orochimaru's defection whether Kong's identity was suitable for becoming Hokage was still uncertain. But after searching, Minato found that in the current Konoha only Kong was truly appropriate. Kong also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, had saved him from Obito's hands, and could suppress the Nine Tails. His strength was more than sufficient, especially now with Obito lurking outside after stealing the Nine Tails. Only Kong's rise could possibly protect Konoha from Obito. Far away in Fugaku's house, Kong never imagined that in Minato's mind he was the next strong contender for the Hokage position, even the only candidate. Unfortunately, Minato's word wasn't final, or else Kong might have been tempted to try being Hokage. That child Kong is still too young, not mature enough in all aspects. Jiraiya keeps shouting about going on field trips and can't stay in Konoha for several years. Your idea is good, but as I understand it, it's unlikely to succeed. The third's words were full of dismissal of Minato's proposal, reminding Minato of the resistance he always faced when handling administrative affairs and making major decisions. Then what does the third Hokage-sama suggest? Minato placed a bit of emphasis on the title since he had already decided to stop being a ninja and didn't mind offending the third. In my view, Konoha now needs an experienced and highly respected Hokage to lead the village in recuperating and nurturing the next generation of ninjas. As soon as the third said this, Minato immediately understood what he was aiming for. Having served as Hokage for a year, he could easily read between the lines, especially since the third had made it quite obvious. Since the third Hokage has already made a decision, why bother asking for the opinion of an ordinary person like me? Hearing Minato's words, the third Hokage picked up his smoking pipe, intending to take a few puffs, but realizing they were in the hospital room and Minato's injuries had not yet healed, he set the pipe down. A trace of melancholy stirred within the third Hokage. He too had no desire to see his relationship with Minato deteriorate to such a state. Raising Minato was not merely to prevent Orochimaru from ascending to power. He had genuinely hoped that after his own complete retirement, he could leave Konoha in the hands of a worthy successor. Minato was without a doubt the one he favored most, no equal. Yet such a tragedy had occurred. This is a small token of my regard. If you need anything else, feel free to come to me. The third Hokage placed a bankbook beside Minato, then rose and left the hospital room. It was part of the savings he had accumulated over the years and the last thing he could do for Minato. Lord Third Hokage, everything you instructed has been completed. Just as the third Hokage stepped out of the hospital, an Umbu shinobi appeared beside him to report. Did they say anything? No. Very well. In that case, prepare to report to the daimyo. This matter must be handled quickly. The third Hokage picked up his pipe and took a deep drag. The village had suffered such a tremendous loss. If no strong figure stepped forward to stabilize the situation, who knew what the surrounding nations and hidden villages might be plotting? Thus the third Hokage busied himself preparing to retake the helm while Minato's injuries were treated by medical ninjas, allowing him to successfully leave the hospital. Excuse me, is Naruto here? Minato-kun, have you fully recovered? Mikoto opened the door and saw Minato, who wore a full smile yet appeared somewhat frail. Surprised, she wondered how he could have been discharged after only 2 or 3 days. The medical ninja's techniques are excellent, so my body has recovered quite well. I discharged myself early because I couldn't stop worrying about Naruto. Mikoto invited Minato inside, served hot tea and refreshments, then went to call Kong, who was bringing Naruto to see Minato. She herself went to fetch Fugaku, who was handling business outside. Minato. You're already out of the hospital. But you still look so weak. Kong, carrying Naruto, entered the living room. Seeing the fragile Minato, he was taken aback. In his estimation, Minato would need at least another day or 2 before being discharged. My body has recovered enough to leave the hospital. I couldn't rest easy worrying about Naruto, so I came out early. By the way, this is the cultivation insights and reflections on the Flying Thunder God technique I prepared during my 2 days in the hospital. I hope it can be of help to you. Minato took Naruto, watching as the baby waved his arms and legs in his embrace. A smile spread across his face, and he then handed a scroll to Kong. You actually had the time and energy for this. Kong was astonished. He hadn't expected Minato to provide the Flying Thunder God insights so quickly. Minato shouldn't have been that idle. Kong suddenly thought of something. In the original story, after Minato sacrificed himself to seal the Nine Tails, the third Hokage retook the position of Hokage. Now that Minato was severely injured and unlikely to ever become a ninja again who was currently managing Konoha's affairs, Kong began to understand why Minato seemed so idle and why he had insisted on leaving the hospital. It appeared Minato had been successfully excluded from the political arena. Since you're out, let's find a time to seal the severed tail of the Nine Tails into Naruto's body to avoid any unexpected complications. Kong felt a restless agitation. He hadn't expected the third Hokage to act so swiftly. Although Minato could no longer serve as Hokage, the third had moved too quickly. That works. It'll teach you the sealing technique Kushina once taught me, the 8 trigram seal. You can perform the ritual. Minato nodded in agreement. He too wanted to settle this matter as soon as possible. Then shall we go to your place or mine? Kong stood up, asking casually. Let's go to my place. I need to handle Kushina's funeral arrangements, and it will be more convenient at home. I'm sorry to trouble you. Minato also rose with difficulty, following Kong as he prepared to leave the Fugaku residence. Minato-kun, Kong leaving so soon? Won't you stay a little longer? I still have some treasured tea here. Won't you stay for another cup? Just as the two were about to leave with Naruto, Fugaku and Nakoto happened to return home. No thank you. We have other matters to attend to. Perhaps we can enjoy tea together another time. Minato politely declined Fugaku's invitation. In his current situation, it was no longer appropriate to actively deepen his ties with Fugaku and Nakoto. If Fugaku still considered him a friend, he would naturally come to find him. Mikitoni'll be going too. I'll come back to see Sasuke in a few days. Kong bid farewell with a smile and left. Thus Minato busied himself with organizing Kushina's belongings, handling her funeral affairs, and teaching Kong the 8 trigrams seal. Although the 8 trigrams seal was a powerful technique capable of sealing the Nine Tails, it was not overly complex. With Kong's vast chakra reserves, it was actually quite easy to learn. Minato, are you sure? If this tailed beast chakra is sealed into Naruto's body, your injuries, even if Lady Tsunade returns to the village in the future, will be incurable. Before turning Naruto into a pseudo Jinchuriki, Kong looked at Minato one last time and raised this question. He still felt that forcing Minato to live the rest of his life as an ordinary man would be too cruel for a genius ninja and a war hero. It's alright. Perhaps this is heaven's punishment for my failure to arrive in time to save Obito, to save Rin, and to save Kushina. As long as I am alive and can watch Naruto grow up healthy, that is enough. Minato's expression turned somber. His disciples and his wife had all left him one after another. He had not shown his grief before because he was burdened with the mission of a shinobi and the responsibilities of a Hokage. Now that he had become an ordinary person, he could finally reveal his true emotions. Moreover, the severed tail of the Nine Tails would not only provide Naruto with a vast amount of chakra but also carry no risk of the tailed beast going berserk. This gift was the last thing he could give to Naruto. 8 trigram seal. With Minato's resolute words, Kong transformed the severed tail of the Nine Tails into tailed beast chakra and sealed it into Naruto's body using the 8 trigrams seal. Little Naruto kept crying. An 8 trigrams pattern appeared on his abdomen. At that moment, although Naruto did not become half of a Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he became a fraction of one. Just as Kong finished establishing Naruto's pseudo Jinchuriki status, Obito on his end had also secured the real Nine Tails. He watched as Nagato with his assistants successfully sealed the Nine Tails, now under the control of the Mangekyo Sharingan, into the Geto statue. As the emaciated Nagato was nourished by the Nine Tails chakra absorbed by the Geto statue, he returned to his normal appearance. Nagato felt the immense new power within him, and Konan rejoiced by his side. Black Setsu and Obito wore expressions of success. Among the nine-tailed beasts, the strongest was now in their hands. Their plan could soon commence. Obito looked up at the sky, recalling the words Kong had spoken that day when he begged him to spare the fourth Hokage. After some thought, he decided it was time to go to Konoha to find Kong. That day, as usual, after completing his physical training, Kong planned to return home for a brief rest. However, this day was unlike any other. He had barely approached the door when, before even opening it, he felt that something was amiss. "Dai, too, it is indeed you." Kong stared at the tiger skin mask and without a second thought knew it was definitely Dai Tu. Kong, long time no see. 2 cups of hot tea were placed on the table before them. Kong and Dai Tu sat down facing each other like 2 old friends. Are you really not planning to come back? Dai Tu she is still alive and Shui Men is also alive. It's not too late for you to turn back now. Dai Tu looked at Kong. He hadn't expected that his ordinary friend possessed such extraordinary abilities. Previously he had not believed the things Ben told him about Kong, but since Kong recognized him at a single glance he had no choice but to believe. If you truly, as Ben said, can know what will happen in the future or obtain information that ordinary people don't know, then you should understand I don't want to turn back and I cannot turn back. Dai Tu spoke calmly. The contrast between the beautiful world that Ban had depicted for him and the cruel reality made it impossible for him to reject that beautiful world. Coupled with the Heiju that Ban left behind and the curse seal on his heart, he neither wanted to turn back nor could he. With his dual Shinwei, as long as he couldn't actively destroy the curse seal himself, almost no one could break his curse seal. At this moment Kong also recalled the matter of the curse seal. Originally it was supposed to be Kakashi who would break it. Now it seemed it would likely be necessary to wait until he drew Kakazai's Susanoo or some other form of Dai Tu before there was hope. Then can you satisfy my curiosity? Dai Tu, did you choose this path because of Lin's death or because you were disillusioned with this world? Kong's question made Dai Tu silent for a while. Kong could see that the reason for Dai Tu's corruption was definitely not simply because of Lin's death. Lin's death made me realize for the first time the cruelty of the ninja world. What kind of world is this world really? Kong, do you know? Dai Tu slowly spoke, asking Kong, hoping to get an answer from him. Kong didn't know how to answer this question. This world was most likely formed over a long period after the Big Bang, a parallel world of Earth where Hui Yi brought chakra and Lu Dao Xianren and the Renzong passed on, and taught chakra, thus forming the world of Naruto. But this was clearly not the answer Dai Tu wanted. Beauty and ugliness coexist, hope and despair coexist. Although it may not seem very good now, it will eventually become a decent world that will be beautiful. Kong organized his words and gave a moderate answer. Kong, do you know? Before Lin's death I always thought that the tragedies of this world would not befall me. Like countless ordinary people, like those ninjas who have not yet encountered their own misfortunes, they all hold false hopes for this world, believing that they can live an ordinary, simple and happy life, and even if misfortune occasionally strikes they can get through it. Dai Tu spoke a great deal in one breath. He picked up the hot tea in front of him, took a slow sip, and observed Kong's expression. But that day Lin's death made me realize one thing in this world: misfortune does not discriminate based on whether you are male or female, old or young, kind or cruel, righteous or evil. It falls equally upon everyone. Only when you possess power, immense power, might you be able to avoid such things. Dai Tu saw that Kong's expression had gradually changed. Originally Kong's face bore curiosity and pity for Dai Tu, but those expressions had now vanished. Kong, do you know? After Ban's death I spent some time traveling the ninja world. I saw many people who were ruthlessly trampled simply because they lacked power. Those who trampled them didn't even consider it a matter, they thought it was only natural. At the moment of Lin's death I began to doubt the rules of this world. After traveling the ninja world I truly discovered that this world is flawed, it is a hell of the survival of the fittest. Kong's face had completely darkened. He couldn't think of how to persuade Dai Tu anymore because the world of Naruto was truly exactly as Dai Tu described. Once ninjas gained power they could indeed do whatever they wanted. Those rogue ninjas could still live very well even if they burned, killed and looted. As long as they weren't too extreme, ordinary people couldn't even gather enough money to post a mission, let alone offer a bounty for those rogue ninjas or ninjas who inflicted harm on a region. Just like that incident involving Ban Zhang and the Shao organization that you participated in. If Changmen didn't have the Rinnegan, would anyone care if the Shao organization members were slaughtered to the last? Would any great nation or the 5 great ninja villages come to help them? No, because Tuanzang of Yongmu also participated in this matter, didn't he? Aren't you representing Tuanzang? You helped Ban Zhang capture Shao Nan and carry out Ban Zhang's plan. Although I don't know why you killed Ban Zhang, it certainly wasn't to help the Shao organization. A newly emerging organization that was wholeheartedly devoted to the village simply because it grew too fast was suspected by the actual ruler of a country who directly wanted to eliminate them. Do you think such a world deserves to exist? Dai Tu raised another concrete example, the incident where Ban Zhang wanted to eliminate the Shao organization in which Kong personally participated. No matter how Kong argued, he was the one who personally captured Shao and helped Ban Zhang force Mi Yan to his death and caused the Shao organization to be completely led astray by Dai Tu becoming an accomplice of Dai Tu. This world is flawed. I don't know when this world will become normal. I don't know how long the people of the ninja world must endure this dark rule. Kong, what's wrong with a false world? Everyone can realize their dreams, no one can hurt anyone else, there will be no more tragedies in this world, only beauty. Kong, come and help me. For a beautiful new world, for the happiness of everyone, please come and help me. Kong looked at Dai Tu. He didn't know whether these words were Dai Tu's true feelings or carefully crafted rhetoric specifically to win him over. But he admitted that Dai Tu's words had indeed moved him. Kong, who was born and raised in a civilized world, could never sincerely embrace the survival of the fittest in the ninja world. However, under the influence of the manga, he subconsciously believed that these things were right in this world, that those people were mere extras, NPCs, people who were meant to die. He had never thought about changing the fate of those ordinary people. He hadn't expected that Dai Tu could think of these things. It was truly remarkable. He was almost about to agree to help Dai Tu achieve that dream world where everyone is happy. If it weren't for the fact that he knew the so-called Moon's Eye plan, the infinite Tsukuyomi that enveloped the entire earth, was merely a plan by Hui Yi to create weapons to combat the Otsutsuki clan, he might have really agreed to Dai Tu. Is illusory beauty still beauty? If you were truly content with an illusion, why drag everyone down with you? Why not just find someone to cast a genjutsu on you, letting you live out your desired life in a world of illusion? Obito, you might convince others, but I will never agree with your ideas. Kong organized his words and firmly rejected Obito. He didn't know if before his transmigration he would have unhesitatingly helped Obito, but now he would never do so. Moreover, your plan will never succeed. Let's make a bet, shall we? Kong looked at Obito, pondering how to stall until Naruto and Sasuke grew up. He could handle the others, but Kaguya could only be sealed by Naruto and Sasuke working together. This troubled him greatly, especially since he stood before Obito with no ability to fight back. The dual Kamui ability was simply too overpowered. What do you mean? Don't forget, you still owe me a piece of information. Obito looked at Kong with interest, curious to see what else he could come up with. 15 years. Give me 15 years and then you can carry out your plan. I only need 15 years. I promise not to reveal your identity during this time, and even after 15 years I won't directly kill the tailed beasts or secretly sabotage you by destroying those Rinnegan. What do you say? Killing the tailed beasts and destroying the Rinnegan, these were things Obito could never accept. The death of a powerful tailed beast, though it would eventually be reborn, would take far too long. And if the Rinnegan were destroyed, his plan would be utterly hopeless. This was not a negotiation or a request, it was a blatant threat. Killing intent began to appear in Obito's eyes, but Kong also burst forth with his own chakra, making Obito wary. The abilities Kong had displayed that night, though Obito's investigation suggested they were likely one-time skills, he dared not gamble. If things truly went south and the Rinnegan were destroyed, he would never succeed. I agree. Now tell me your information. Obito looked at Kong, helplessly yielding to the threat. He truly couldn't understand how Kong knew so much. Madara is using you. He had his eyes on you long ago. Your suffering and the tragedy of Rin were all orchestrated by Madara. This entire affair is a conspiracy against you. Kong watched Obito, observing his eyes, but found no change in them. Actually, I had guessed as much. How could such a coincidence occur? I just never had a way to confirm it. Obito spoke expressionlessly. He had witnessed Yahiko's death and watched Nagato fall into darkness, awakening the true power of the Rinnegan. Why couldn't Madara have pushed him from behind, molding him to better serve Madara's interests? All of this happened because he lacked sufficient power. The infinite Tsukuyomi is not the optimal solution for this world. It's a conspiracy, an even larger and more elaborate scheme than what you and Madara have planned. As for the specifics, that's for you to discover. Kong reluctantly gave vague information about the infinite Tsukuyomi, leaving Obito to explore the deeper meaning. But Obito merely thought Kong was trying to deceive him after running out of things to say and paid it no heed. Obito looked at Kong, his body slowly warping and vanishing from Kong's sight. Although he believed Kong was lying and deceiving him, the earlier threats regarding the tailed beasts and Rinnegan forced Obito to reluctantly give Kong 15 years. However, this might not be a bad thing for Obito. He had neutralized the threat of the unknown variable that was Kong. Moreover, Nagato and the Akatsuki did need time to grow. He couldn't always act personally. If he did, the 5 great nations would become wary and possibly take countermeasures. It was best to let Nagato and the others operate in the open while he pulled the strings from behind the scenes, stepping in only when necessary. Just as Obito disappeared, Black Zetsu, lurking underground, also stealthily left Kong's home. Only Obito knew Black Zetsu was there, but clearly Obito wouldn't tell Kong. Kong, for his part, was unaware that Black Zetsu had changed, no longer the one who was single-mindedly devoted to saving his mother. Interesting. He never told me so clearly. Is the infinite Tsukuyomi also a conspiracy? Was that stone tablet tampered with back then? Madara's will pondered. He had seen through Black Zetsu's identity thanks to Kong's earlier warning, but he never imagined that the genjutsu of the infinite Tsukuyomi itself had hidden secrets. This caught him completely off guard. It seems I was too naive. Compared to those ancient monsters, my schemes are still lacking. But since someone has tipped me off, this game is far from over. Black Zetsu muttered to himself, calculating his next moves. 15 years meant nothing to him. He had waited decades for the Rinnegan. What was another 15 years? The final victor would be him. 15 years. Kong calculated that this time frame would not only allow Naruto and Sasuke to grow to the point where the main story begins, but also give him enough time to grow stronger, strong enough to draw enough a rank ninja, compensating for his disadvantage in mechanics and stats against Obito, and truly capable of contending with him. He would protect Naruto and Sasuke, ensuring they could smoothly develop to the level of the latter part of the story. As for what to do if Naruto and Sasuke failed to reach that level, ridiculous. If Kong observed any stagnation in their growth, he would personally play the villain to give them a reason to become stronger. Otherwise, what would he do about Kaguya? Could he perform the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei all by himself? Kong let his mind wander as he drained the tea before him. Then he took out the Flying Thunder God technique notes Minato had given him, diligently studying them and practicing repeatedly. With Minato's personal insights and the Oneidi experience card of Dual Kamui Kakashi, which gave him a profound understanding of space-time ninjutsu, Kong's Flying Thunder God technique made rapid progress. He felt that soon he would be able to visit his dear Terumi anytime, anywhere. Meanwhile, back at the Akatsuki base, Obito looked at the young Nagato, now restored to a normal physical condition, and prepared to begin his special training. After all 15 years, he couldn't be the only one growing stronger. Both Nagato's personal strength and the Akatsuki's influence needed to make significant progress over these 15 years, at least to the point where they could easily capture all tailed beasts except the 2 in the Land of Lightning. Nagato, in the days to come I will train you secretly in the mountains. I will not interfere with the affairs of the Akatsuki, but I hope you can lead the organization to glory and make sufficient contributions to our plan. Obito looked at young Nagato, speaking with a grave expression, though no one could see his exact features through the mask. Flying Thunder God technique. Kong activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly teleporting from his home to the outskirts of the village. Seeing that he was merely a dozen centimeters away from the Flying Thunder God, Kanaya smile spread across his face. At this level, his mastery of the technique could be considered complete. Kong attempted to throw several kunai into the air, repeatedly activating the Flying Thunder God technique to flicker through the sky. He executed a graceful landing, clutching all the kunai he had thrown. It's still a bit of a stretch. My grasp of the Flying Thunder God technique isn't enough. Even after years of practice, can I still not apply it in combat? Kong murmured to himself. In that fleeting instant, he had teleported repeatedly through the air, attempting to seize each Flying Thunder God kunai in the gaps between teleportations. Though he appeared to have retrieved all of them upon landing, he had actually made a mistake. During the interval between the 3rd and 4th kunai teleportation, he fumbled, failing to grasp the 3rd kunai, which led to a failure on the 4th. Ultimately, he was forced to teleport back to the third and fourth kunai to retrieve them. Kong shook his head, gazing at the snowflakes drifting down from the sky. It was already winter, the third winter he had spent in this world. Once this winter passed, he would soon turn 13. Kong looked at the flying thunder god kunai in his hand, raised his head and pondered. It was time. With a flash of the flying thunder god technique, he vanished from the spot, leaving only the pristine white snow. A blackened white head emerged from the snow. This kid definitely has secrets. In the land of water, Zhao Meiming strolled down the street, familiar with the path to a tavern. After greeting the owner, she ascended to a private room on the top floor. Zhao Meiming gazed at the empty tavern room, unable to suppress a sigh. Yet, she did not let disappointment overwhelm her. She silently sat down, waiting for something. After over an hour had passed, Zhao Meiming still hadn't seen the person she had hoped for. Resigned, she ordered a meal, a bowl of rice, a small fish, a plate of greens, and a bowl of soup, intending to eat lunch alone before returning to the village. Just as Zhao Meiming was waiting for her food to arrive, the door slid open. Without turning her head, she spoke indifferently. Just leave the food there, thank you. The food hasn't arrived yet, but I brought something else. Do you want it? Hearing that familiar voice, Zhao Meiming turned around to find it was Kong. So surprised. Unexpected. Kong beamed and embraced Zhao Meiming. Ever since his flying thunder god technique could teleport, they had agreed to meet at this tavern on the same day every month, barring special circumstances. Today Kong had been delayed by buying a gift, which led Zhao Meiming to mistakenly think he wouldn't come. I thought you weren't coming. How could you make me wait so long? I was afraid something had happened to you. Zhao Meiming looked at Kong, her eyes full of concern. Alright, it's my fault. But I brought you a gift. Want to see it? Kong pulled out a simple wooden box and handed it to Zhao Meiming. What's this? You always bring me gifts. You work so hard on missions to earn money. How can you spend it all on these things? Zhao Meiming said with a pang of sympathy. Every time Kong came, he brought her rare presents that were clearly expensive. Despite her repeated protests, he still insisted on giving her gifts whenever they met. Under Kong's expectant gaze, Zhao Meiming opened the simple wooden box. Inside lay a flying thunder god kunai. She picked it up and looked at Kong with a hint of confusion. A brilliant smile spread across Kong's face. Then with a flicker he vanished from the spot. But in an instant he reappeared, one hand holding Zhao Meiming's hand and the other clutching a large bouquet of flowers. Do you like it? Kong asked Zhao Meiming cautiously. Flowers were something he had never given before. Normal girls usually liked flowers, but he wasn't sure if Zhao Meiming as a kunoichi would appreciate them. Kong, have you fully mastered the flying thunder god technique? Zhao Meiming paid no attention to the flowers. Even receiving a large bouquet in the depths of winter, a rare occurrence, couldn't overshadow her joy at seeing Kong truly master the flying thunder god technique. Of course. I'm Uchiha Kong, the prodigy ninja of Konoha's Uchiha clan. How could I possibly fail to learn the flying thunder god technique? Keep this flying thunder god kunai with you so I can come to your side anytime. Kong set the flowers aside and led Zhao Meiming to the dining table. 3 years. I thought it would take you a decade to learn the flying thunder god, but you actually did it, in less than 2 years. Zhao Meiming was astonished. She had been keeping track of Kong's progress. Just a few months ago his flying thunder god technique had been extremely crude. She hadn't expected such rapid improvement. Of course. If it's for you, I'll give it my all. Kong spoke these saccharine words. In the time he had spent with Zhao Meiming, it had taken him less than a year to transition from merely liking her appearance to truly falling for the little girl before him. Excuse me, sir, your dishes are ready. Shall I serve them now? Go ahead. Kong responded to the waiter, then noticed Zhao Meiming's face flush with embarrassment. I didn't order a meal for you. I'm so sorry, I was completely swept away by the surprises you brought me and I forgot to add your order. I really apologize. Zhao Meiming quickly apologized to Kong. He had already arrived, but she had forgotten to ask the waiter to add more food. Now there was only a single portion. How could that be enough for 2 people? Don't worry. I actually secretly changed the order, I just didn't tell you. You don't mind, do you? Kong whispered in Zhao Meiming's ear, reassuring her. The waiter brought out several large platters, local specialty seafood and signature stir-fried dishes. The key was that they were all Zhao Meiming's favorites. Kong, why are you so good to me? From the very first meeting you've been so kind, but aside from my Kekkei Genkai I'm completely ordinary. Why do you like me? I've had so many nightmares dreaming that you suddenly changed your face, telling me that everything was fake, just a fantasy of mine. And then. Zhao Meiming didn't finish. The fate of a ninja encountering another from a different village in this era needed no further explanation. Kong pulled her into a tight embrace. It's alright. None of that will happen. I'll always be behind you, always love you. Whenever you need me, I'll be by your side. Kong comforted Zhao Meiming. His Flying Thunder God technique was now fully mastered. No matter how far apart they were, no matter the time, he could come to her side in an instant, 1,000 miles in a day or night, a flicker in the blink of an eye. Kong and Zhao Meiming had dinner together, spent some more time, and then parted ways. Though Zhao Meiming wished to stay longer, she couldn't. If other ninjas from the village saw her with a ninja from another village, it would likely lead to her having to go to Konoha with Kong. It wasn't that Zhao Meiming was unwilling to go to Konoha with Kong. She just didn't want to rely on him forever. She also hoped to achieve something herself to prove that she was worthy of the genius ninja Kong. Although Kong had advised Zhao Meiming to leave the Mist Village as it was previously manipulated behind the scenes by Ban, and would soon be taken over by Dai Tu, making it extremely dangerous, Zhao Meiming unhesitatingly refused Kong's suggestion. Kong had no choice but to hope that Zhao Meiming would survive safely to become the 5th Mizukage as in the original story. Kong looked at his mobile game interface. He still had over 3,000 gold coins, enough for 2 tentpoles to draw 2 ninjas. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to spend the 3,000 gold coins to see if he could get a surprise. The 2 tentpoles were about to start. The first tentpole, a female ninja, appeared before Kong, Mao Yuxian Ninja World War. Kong looked at her, feeling powerless. This kind of ninja was useless to him now. Aside from adding a bit of stats, it was as good as nothing. Holding on to his last hope, Kong pressed the tentpole again. The moment he did, he felt his body being strengthened and threads of lightning flowing through his veins. Kong looked at the avatar of an arrogant-looking man in front of him. He hadn't expected his first rank ninja to be young AI, a ninja specializing in speed and physical combat. Kong tried to activate lightning armor. In an instant his body was covered in lightning, his speed and power greatly increased, even faster and stronger than when he had activated the curse mark. He shouted, "Lei Nu Shui Ping!" Kong teleported to an open space and used Lei Nu Shui Ping on the rocks. Like a hot knife through butter, his palms sliced through the rocks without any resistance, astonishing him. He shouted, "Lei Li Ri Dao! Lei Do Rin O Su Dun Fu! Lei Wa Bao Dan!" Kong tried out each move one by one. Although young AI was not yet as strong as the future complete 4th Raikage, his skill set was already formed. Combined with Kong's own chakra and physical condition, it could be said that Kong now truly had the ability to compete with cage-level fighters. Although before Kong could barely touch the threshold of cage level with his vast chakra and curse mark enhancement, he still lacked effective offensive means. Now young A's skill set finally made up for that. With his Sharingan and physical condition at this moment, Kong truly had the capital to stand in high-level battles. Kong glanced at the dungeon exploration and squad assault features he had never touched from the beginning. Squinting his eyes, he thought it's time to try them out. Kong opened the dungeon. Countless rocks floated in the air. A ninja puppet with a talisman on its face sat in the middle, continuously manipulating huge boulders to hurl at Kong. He shouted, "Too slow." Kong activated his Sharingan, his body covered in lightning armor. In the span of a single breath, he shattered all the rocks and appeared beside the ninja puppet. He shouted, "Lei Wa Bao Dan!" Kong punched the ninja puppet, sending it spinning in the air. Ignoring the countless boulders crashing toward him, relying on his lightning armor to withstand them, he grabbed the puppet and slammed it down hard, ending this dungeon exploration. He exclaimed, "I underestimated it. If I had known the dungeon exploration was this easy, I would have farmed accessories and common ninja tools long ago." Kong said regretfully, but he still opened the squad assault. In a daze, he found himself on an open field with Zilai and Gang's Hose standing before him. He thought, "No way. We're fighting the boss right away." Before Kong could think further, Gang's Ho used Painful Sky Leg and stomped down toward him. Gang's Ho's Painful Sky Leg struck the ground, causing the earth to crack and collapse, shaking even Zillai. But Zillai still formed hand seals, summoned toads, and launched a fierce attack on Kong. Kong activated Lightning Armor and Sharingan using Lei Nu Shui Ping to attack between Gang's Ho and Zillai. Those smart bots couldn't react at all before Kong ended their lives. Just as Kong thought the squad battle was over, he found he hadn't been sent out. He wondered, "What the hell? Why haven't I left?" Curious, Kong then thought of a possibility. He slowly turned his head. Zillai's corpse had turned into a piece of wood with dozens of slash marks, while Gang's Ho had activated the 100 healings technique, her body continuously regenerating. He exclaimed, "No way. If Gang Ho can use 100 healings, can Zillai also activate Sage Mode?" As Kong searched for Zillai, Gang's Ho unleashed monstrous strength and attacked again. He shouted, "Lei Li Ri Dao!" Kong's body erupted with lightning, further enhancing his speed and power. He clashed head-on with Gang's Ho's golden strength fist and was sent flying back. Kong regrouped, not discouraged. After all, the fourth Reikage himself couldn't outmatch Gang's Ho in strength, let alone him. That was acceptable. Kong used Lei Nu Shui Ping again, splitting Gang's Ho in two with lightning speed. Just as he was about to end her life, something unexpected happened. Zillai shouted, "Sage Mode!" Countless sound waves attacked Kong. Kong instantly dashed dozens of meters away, dodging the toad's sound genjutsu. Kong said, "You're forcing my hand." He raised his hands and formed seals, sending out water dragon bullet jutsu one after another towards Zillai and Gangsho, but they were all blocked. Then Kong began to use fire release at high intensity. After a while, Kong was panting heavily, but Zillai and Gang's Ho were still as before. The opponents summoned by the cheat seemed to have infinite stamina and chakra, giving him a headache. But Kong wasn't worried, because at this moment a dense, massive dark cloud had formed above them. Kong raised his right hand, continuously releasing lightning from his palm, connecting to the dark cloud. Countless bolts of lightning shot from his hand, drawing more lightning from the sky. Finally, the massive lightning formed a Kirin-shaped thunder beast, roaring to demonstrate its power. He shouted, "This is the end. Kirin!" The thunder beast roared furiously, exuding an aura of destruction. As Kong's right hand swung down, it charged towards Zillai and Gang's Ho. Countless lightning bolts ravaged the land, taking every life except Kong's. Kong marveled at the power of Kirin. This was far stronger than the one Sasuke in white robes used in the original story. Partly because he was now stronger than the original white-robed Sasuke, and he had spent more chakra to unleash Kirin. Kirin lived up to its reputation as an strength jutsu. It fully justified its prerequisites and massive chakra consumption, instantly sending away the chi generated Zillai and Gang's Ho. After a dizzying moment, Kong was teleported out. He gasped for air. Although the consumption wasn't real, the sensations were still brought back to reality. Kong looked at the settlement interface. The originally ordinary secret scroll fragments had become special because of a green scroll. Kong stared at it, hardly believing his eyes. It was Ninja Body Art Willpower Fragment. Willpower. Kong stared at the pattern before him. A small figure emitted green chakra, which was undoubtedly willpower. When he tapped it, the displayed information was also Nintaijutsu Willpower Fragment. Nintaijutsu Willpower. A one-time scroll. When suffering a fatal injury, after a brief delay it restores a small amount of health, then the scroll permanently loses its effect. Kong looked at the astonishing effect, then at the progress bar that had reached as high as 325 fragments. The fervor in his eyes was forcibly extinguished by reason, and he returned to his normal state. 325 fragments. If I recall correctly, this is the number required for a level 10 fragment. How ridiculous! He sighed helplessly, abandoning his thoughts. 325 fragments. How long would it take to gather that many? He probably wouldn't even have enough by the time he fought Wei. This kind of thing, aside from giving you a false hope, serves no other purpose. Kong helplessly went through the secret realm twice more and a squad once. Then, looking at the team dungeon button, he clicked it. Seeing the simplest dungeon, which was the pay and invasion, Kong felt a wave of inner conflict. Speaking of the 6 pay, and Kong could definitely handle them alone. those foolish characters were no match for the real 6 paths of Pain. However, having experienced the full-powered gang show and Zilai Yi and the squad raid, Kong thought of the full-powered Pain and Changmen and the enormous planetary devastation. He felt he should practice more. Thus, after finishing his daily tasks, Kong suddenly didn't know what to do and could only sit in his room gazing out the window in boredom. So boring. Who should I go play with? Ji Shui. Or should I raise Kai's favorability? Or go see how Shui Men is doing now? Kong counted the people he could visit. If nothing else, he could also take a mission to earn some extra money and save it up. Just as Kong was pondering, a little dog ran past his house barking. Seeing it, Kong felt his heart melt. Right, a summoning beast. Kong suddenly recalled that he still hadn't secured a summoning beast. Although the system had given him useless ones like Blue Snake and Ninja Dog and would later give useful ones, who knew if those would be reliable. Such things were only truly usable if he personally signed a contract. But where could he find a summoning beast suitable for him? Kong hesitated, then finally decided to go find Shui Men. Shui Men, are you home? Kong knocked on Shui Men's door, completely ignoring the Umbu members secretly guarding outside. Is that you, Kong? What brings you here today? Do you have any more questions about the Flying Thunder God technique? Shui Men opened the door with little Mingren hanging on him, holding a milk bottle and sipping it from time to time, occasionally glancing at Kong. No, I've pretty much mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. It's enough for my current needs. There's another matter today. Kong followed Shui Men inside and sat in the living room. Shui Men placed Mingren on a small bed in the inner room before coming out to chat with Kong. What's the matter? What could be so important that you came to me? Shui Men was a bit puzzled. As an ordinary person, even if he had a special identity before, if Kong couldn't solve something, what use could he be now? Well, I wanted to ask, if I want to find a summoning beast, what should I do? Hearing this question, Shui Men was momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that Kong didn't even know such a basic thing? Well, summoning beasts are usually passed down through clans or master-disciple lineages. Logically, your summoning beast should be the ninja cats that are friendly with the Uchiha clan. Didn't Fuyu give you a summoning contract scroll? Kong shook his head. His relationship with Fuyu wasn't that good, and Fuyu hadn't expected Kong to worry about summoning beasts. But even if Fuyu had given him a summoning contract scroll, Kong would have looked down on such weak summoning beasts as ninja cats. I see. That makes it difficult. Ordinary people can only obtain summoning beasts through these 2 channels. Other methods require traveling the ninja world to find hidden summoning beast clans and sign contracts with them. However, since you've learned the Flying Thunder God technique, there is another way. Seeing Shui Men hesitating, Kong, being impatient, couldn't stand his dawdling. Just tell me already. The reverse summoning technique. Shui Men slowly stated his method, but his expression was very serious. My master Lord Zilai Yi, when he was young, used the reverse summoning technique to transport himself to the territory of Miao Mu Mountain, where he met the Toad Sage. That's how he signed a contract with Miao Mu Mountain and could summon toads to help him fight. Shui Men slowly narrated this story, but Kong already knew all of this. He just didn't know how to form the hand seals for the reverse summoning technique. Although the reverse summoning technique might lead you to some suitable summoning beasts, in most cases after you go there you'll find only ordinary beasts with no intelligence. In other cases, the summoning beast clans might look down on you and directly expel you, sometimes even engaging in fierce battles. But none of that is the most terrifying. The terrifying part is that you don't know where you'll end up or whether you'll have the ability to return. Shui Men explained the pros and cons of the reverse summoning technique. Generally, this technique had 100 harms and no benefits, and it was not recommended for normal people to use it to contract summoning beasts. But for you, these are not problems. Your strength is such that no summoning beast can threaten you, and you have the Flying Thunder God technique, so you don't have to worry about not being able to return. However, it's up to you to decide whether to use this reverse summoning technique. If you're unwilling, when Master Zilai Yi returns, I could also try to let you try your luck at Miao Mu Mountain. Shui Men looked at Kong. Little did he know that Kong was waiting for precisely those words. All of this was because Kong hadn't clearly stated his purpose at the beginning, causing Shui Men to say all that. Can you teach me the reverse summoning technique? I still want to try and see if I'm lucky enough to encounter a suitable summoning beast contract. Kong said that on the surface, but he had already made up his mind. If he couldn't find a suitable summoning beast in one try, he would try 10 times, 100 times. After all, he had plenty of time and wasn't afraid of wasting it. If you've made up your mind, then I'll teach you. Shui Men's hands continuously formed seals but without any chakra flow. Kong activated his Sharingan to memorize the order of Shui Men's seals. Then under Shui Men's guidance he learned how to use chakra while forming the seals for the reverse summoning technique. Once, twice, 5 times, 10 times. Shui Men began to doubt whether the person in front of him was truly the genius ninja of Konoha Uchiha Kong. How could such a simple reverse summoning technique take so long to learn? How had he managed to master the Flying Thunder God technique in such a short time? Just as Shui Men was guiding Kong again to form seals and perform the reverse summoning technique, Kong's hands continuously formed seals, then slapped the ground. A huge formation appeared, followed by a burst of smoke filling the room. Kong vanished from the room. Shui Men looked at the empty seat, silently offered a prayer for Kong, then went to look after little Mingren. He could do nothing more for the rest, but he believed that Kong would surely return. Had the reverse summoning technique finally succeeded? This was Kong's last thought. Kong felt the dizziness of space-time transfer. As he opened his eyes, he saw vast expanses of bamboo forest all around. Curiously, he searched for any living creatures nearby that could serve as his summoning beast. And so Kong continuously searched for animals in the vicinity. However, although there were traces of living creatures, he could not perceive any animals. Just as Kong was about to give up, he suddenly saw a panda carrying a bundle of bamboo passing by him. "Hello there." The panda, upon seeing Kong, instinctively greeted him. "Hello?" Kong replied, and then the man and the panda stared at each other for a long time. "A human." The panda, upon seeing Kong, abandoned the bamboo he had painstakingly cut. He threw the bamboo away, dropped to all fours, and fled. Don't run!" Kong shouted at the panda. But his shout only made the panda run faster. Kong had no choice but to keep a distance and follow behind, thinking that when the panda reached his destination he would naturally stop, and then Kong could talk with his clan. After about 10 minutes, Kong followed the panda to a vast complex of houses built from bamboo. "Is any panda here? I wish to talk with you." Kong did not know how to communicate with these summoning beasts, but he still called out, "Young man, come in. It has been a long time since any human found this place." Just as Kong hesitated whether to enter from the largest house among them, a voice invited him in. "I'm coming in." Kong opened the bamboo door and saw that inside the vast space there was only a single panda sitting there with an aged appearance. "Young man, what is your name?" The panda tottered over to Kong. Its massive body made Kong marvel. Could pandas really grow this large? But then he remembered this was the world of Naruto, so he didn't dwell on it. "Kong Uchiha, Kong. Uchiha. The Uchiha clan. I never expected the Uchiha clan to now have such an outstanding young man." The aged panda patted Kong as if reminiscing about his own past. "We are the Ninja Bear clan. Since the Warring States period after our last contractor died, we have never signed a summoning contract. Young man, since you came here through the reverse summoning technique, you are looking for a suitable summoning beast, aren't you?" Kong looked at the aged panda and nodded. Even though this panda was decrepit, he could still sense the immense power within it. From this, even if the younger pandas were not as strong as this old panda, they would not be too weak. "Good. Within our clan, those ninja bears who once grew tired of fighting have aged or passed away. The current younger generation all want to see the outside world. Since you were able to reverse summon here, if you can obtain this summoning contract scroll, you can sign a contract with us." The old panda pointed to the scroll hanging under the beam and assumed a combat stance. "In that case, I shall have to take liberties." Kong's body crackled with lightning, already activating his lightning armor. The old panda swung his large paw directly at Kong's head. Kong's lightning armor exploded again, and he raised his hands to block, barely withstanding the old panda's strike. "Not bad. You have such a powerful physique, not inferior to us summoning beasts. Truly rare." A look of approval appeared on the old panda's face. After all, summoning beasts rely on physical strength. Even if they use ninjutsu, they usually only know 1 or 2 techniques, or they can use 1 or 2 skills based on their innate talents. Most of the time they rely on their superior physical bodies to assist their contractors in battle. For Kong to contend with him in strength, even with the enhancement of his ninja body techniques, was quite impressive, especially since Kong had not yet fully developed, and still had room to grow in the future. Roar! After witnessing Kong's strength, the old panda leaped up, curled his body into a ball, and slammed heavily toward Kong. Kong watched the old panda go all out, and considered his own ninjutsu, all of which were lethal techniques that would draw blood. No matter what, he could not use those techniques against the old panda. However, not being able to fight did not mean Kong had no way. After all, as long as he obtained the scroll, he would succeed. Kong used a body flicker to instantly leave the old panda's attack range. Watching the old panda crash heavily into the ground, creating a huge crater, a smile spread across Kong's face. "Kid, what are you laughing at? Remember, you only win if you obtain the summoning contract scroll." The old panda looked at Kong's smile, momentarily confused. Although his attacks were heavy, stopping Kong from reaching the scroll would not be a big problem. "You'll know soon. Let me show you the wisdom of a ninja." Kong drew a flying thunder god kunai and threw it directly toward the scroll. The old panda did not know what Kong was planning, a mere kunai. Even if it could knock down the scroll under his interception, it would not be easy to obtain. "Let me show you the Flying Thunder God technique." As soon as Kong saw the Flying Thunder God kunai had flown next to the scroll, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting to the scroll. With one hand grasping the kunai and the other grabbing the hanging scroll, he teleported back to the Flying Thunder God kunai he had left in place. "How is this possible? Is this the legendary space-time ninjutsu?" The old panda stared at Kong in astonishment. He had never expected Kong to know such a technique. He gradually withdrew from his combat stance, his tense muscles relaxing and his face filled with kindness. "Young man, you are very impressive. Our Ninja Bear clan is willing to sign a contract with you, become your summoning beasts, and fight alongside you." The old panda slowly walked over to Kong, extended a finger, and patted his head. Then he led him outside the room to meet the other pandas. "All of you come out. This young man from today onward is our Ninja Bear clan's new contractor. Come out and meet him. From now on you will fight alongside him." The old panda shouted outside, calling for the other pandas to come out. Hearing his words, some young pandas slowly emerged from the rooms, including the first panda Kong had encountered earlier. Kong looked at the pandas and thought they had all gathered, but the old panda remained silent. Just as Kong was puzzled, from the distant forest 3 enormous pandas came running toward them, leaving Kong dumbfounded. Just by looking at their sizes, even the smallest of these 3 pandas was more than a third larger than the old panda beside him, and the largest was twice the size of the old panda. Truly astonishing. "Alright, now that everyone is here, let me formally introduce to you all, having passed my test, this genius young man of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kong, will be our contractor from now on." The old panda carefully opened the contract scroll. Under the witness of all the pandas, Kong wrote his name on the scroll, bit his finger, and pressed his blood fingerprint onto it. Thus Kong successfully signed the summoning contract, and secured the assistance of the Ninja Bear clan. Within the Ninja Bear clan, the most formidable were the 3 robust giant pandas named Xiong-jin, Xiong-yin, and Xiong-tai. In Kong's estimation, their strength was in no way inferior to that of Gamabunta and his kin, and their raw physical prowess was even greater, though they were utterly incapable of using ninjutsu and possessed no innate skills. Next came the large pandas, numbering around 20, who were also formidable warriors. They could hold their own against an average jonin for a considerable period, even engaging in prolonged combat. Finally, what delighted Kong the most was that in each generation of the panda clan there was a special panda named Xiongfun. His unique ability was to be summoned by 2 people simultaneously, splitting into 2 smaller pandas that appeared beside each summoner. Yet this was not the most thrilling part. The most astonishing revelation was that the 2 separated smaller pandas could share information, albeit only simple emotions, but that was more than sufficient. Kong immediately consulted the elder panda and the others, proposing that Terumi may also sign the contract. This way he would no longer have to worry incessantly about her safety. The smaller panda, which could be summoned simultaneously, would provide real-time updates on Terumi Mai's approximate status. With his flying thunder god technique, Kong could teleport to her side at any moment, putting his mind completely at ease. And so after Kong's earnest entreaties and a thorough beating of the three brothers Xiong-jin, Xiong-yin, and Xiong-tai with his fists, the Ninja Bear clan had no further objections. Thus, despite the role of Terumi Mai-Sai's, Kong still managed to have her sign the summoning contract, which finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. In the days that followed, Kong lived a comfortable life, taking on missions, training, playing with young Sasuke and Naruto, and instructing Shisui and Itachi, a truly idyllic existence. Though Kong was aware that Itachi's psyche was somewhat twisted, he could not correct it. No matter how hard he tried to reshape Itachi's mindset, he was not Itachi's parent, and could not remain by his side constantly to help him become a normal person. As for Shisui, Kong could only say that he was a true genius. It was just a pity that he was born into the Uchiha clan. In a normal family, even relying solely on the body flicker technique and swordsmanship, he would have easily reached the threshold of a cage-level powerhouse. Kong also took the time to visit Kakashi and Guy. Though Kakashi had lost his Sharingan, he diligently trained in the White Fang's swordsmanship and remained formidable. His Chidori was also transforming into purple lightning, and Kong believed that before long Kakashi would embark on a new path and become the next Konoha's White Fang. Kai was still as boisterous as ever. Kong only exchanged a few words with him before Kai, in his usual friendly manner, considered Kong a friend. Occasionally they would train together. Kong had assumed that this peaceful life would continue until the eve of the Uchiha clan massacre, when he would step in to turn the tide. But he never expected that war would come creeping in. Ever since Minato lost his combat capability, though the other villages initially could not determine the exact situation, the third Hokage's return to power, Minato's mysterious disappearance, and the Ninetales being taken away in full view of the public. All these details were easily obtained by other ninja villages. Although the other villages themselves had just recovered from the Third Shinobi World War, after more than a year of recuperation, a new generation of strong warriors had risen. These villages once again began to eye Konoha covetously. Thus, on a tranquil afternoon, Kong was having tea at Fugaku's home, playfully teasing young Sasuke. Itachi had already gone to the Ninja Academy. He would graduate this year, while Fugaku was out tirelessly seeking to secure benefits or find a way out for the Uchiha clan. Mikoto was cooking in the kitchen, warmly insisting that Kong stay for dinner. Ever since Fugaku had bowed his head to Kong and Kong agreed to be Sasuke's teacher, the relationship between Kong and Fugaku's family had been restored. Kong was alone and still a child, though his strength could easily overwhelm Fugaku and the others. In Mikoto's eyes, he was just a child, so she always took great care of him. Kong was unsure whether this was Fugaku's emotional manipulation, but he still accepted the sweet bait, not caring if it might be laced with poison. This was only because Kong was powerful enough to no longer care about trivial matters. "Fugaku, why are you home so early today?" Mikoto opened the door, and seeing Fugaku's grim expression, had a foreboding feeling. "Something's happened. Kumogaku and Iwagaku have declared war on Konoha again. It's about to begin." After saying a few words to Mikoto, Fugaku walked into the living room, already troubled by the impending war. The third Hokage had just held a meeting with them. Although this war would not be as large in scale as the Third Shinobi World War, the elite ninjas from Kumogaku and Iwagaku were all still present. But look at Konoha. Orochimaru had defected, Minato Namikaze could not fight, and Jiraiya had not yet returned from his journey. Who would face those formidable opponents? Fugaku found himself at a loss. If there were no strong enough ninjas to hold back the enemy's heavy hitters, the casualty rate among the shinobi would skyrocket. The Uchiha clan would certainly not escape the battlefield this time. Without a strong leader, the consequences would be disastrous. Just as Fugaku was racking his brain, Kong's voice came from the back of the house, lighting up Fugaku's eyes. "Who said Konoha lacked strong warriors? Who said the Uchiha clan had no powerhouses? Here was one right now. Kong, come back for a moment. I need to discuss something with you." Hearing Fugaku's words, Kong reluctantly picked up Sasuke and returned to the house. He knew that if Fugaku had something to discuss with him, it could not be good news. "What now? What's so important that you need to consult me?" Kong asked. In his memory, this year, or rather these few years, should have been relatively uneventful. If anything, this year Yagura would tame the Three Tails and ascend as the fourth Mizukage. Kong wondered how Terumi-Mei would view this development. Kumogakure and Iwagakure have declared war on Konoha. The third Hokage expects the Uchiha clan to hold the line against Kumogakure in the Land of the Moon and also be on guard against a possible surprise attack from Kirigakure. Fugaku slowly recounted the requirements laid out by the third Hokage during the meeting. Kong's head began to ache as he recalled that Shursui had encountered Ao on the battlefield, but he had never known which war it was. Now it seemed likely to be this one. In other words, he would have to face the elite of both Kumogakure and Kirigakure. More critically, Terumi-Mei would almost certainly, no inevitably, participate in this war. Would he really have to meet his beloved Terumi-Mei on the battlefield? Can't I be transferred to fight against the Iwagakure? I'd rather not go to the Kumogakure front. Hearing Kong's baffling words, Fugaku thought he had misheard. Was this the time to be debating such a trivial matter? Shouldn't you be more concerned about who will be fighting alongside you? On the battlefield, even a powerful ninja can be ambushed and overwhelmed by a group potentially meeting their end. Fugaku admitted that Kong was strong and had the Flying Thunder God technique to ensure his safety, but he should at least take the war seriously. This was after all his first battle. Stop joking around. The battle arrangements for Yunin Village and Yanin Village have already been confirmed. You can't change them with just a word. Let's focus on how to fight this war. Fuyue interrupted Kong's idle thoughts and began seriously discussing the war strategy with him. As for the third Hokage, aside from ordinary ninjas, the only ones who can be considered powerhouses are the fourth Hokage's disciple Kakashi, his friend Kai, and Riri Richa of the Rishian clan. Fuyue spoke through gritted teeth. Despite the many ninja clans in the Yunin battlefield had only been allocated 3 named powerhouses. The rest, like the Zhu Lu Dai trio Rizu Tuanzang and others, were all going to the Yanin battlefield. The missing combat strength would have to be entirely compensated by the Yuzhibo clan. Did they really think the Yuzhibo clan was still as formidable as before? But Fuyue had no choice. They had already made their exclusion blatant. No matter what he said, it was useless. Moreover, they considered Kong as a member of the Yuzhibo clan. Although Kong was indeed of the Yuzhibo bloodline, how could Fuyue possibly command him? Kakashi, Kai, and Riri Richa. Plus you and me, and Jishui is almost ready to stand on his own. That should be enough. It's just the right time for them to gain some experience. Kong calculated. This war would be a perfect opportunity to temper Kakashi and Jishui. One was the future teacher of the protagonist's team, the other was the Yuzhibo clan's hope. He wanted to see how far they had grown. As for Richa, a man who willingly became a scapegoat, Kong had no interest in him. It didn't matter. As for combat strength, was that even a question? The current Kong could suppress the Raikage in a fight. As for Kairabi, that guy was still at Yunlei Gorge and wouldn't appear on the battlefield. Even if he did, Kong was confident he could handle both of them based on his own strength. As for other powerhouses, Kong remembered that in the original story there were no other strong fighters in Yunin Village. He would deal with them if they showed up. Are you really that confident? Fuyue still had some doubts about Kong's strength and asked with concern. Don't worry. As long as the third Hokage provides enough ordinary ninjas, I can definitely handle the experts from Yunin Village. As for the Mist Village, I'm not sure if any strong fighters will emerge, but it should be fine. Kong reassured Fuyue. In the original story, even without him, they had won this battle. Now with an additional cage-level expert, how could they possibly lose? Since you say so, I have no choice but to trust you. I'll go gather the Yuzhibo clan ninjas and coordinate with the third Hokage on the list of ordinary ninjas and clan ninjas. You go find Kakashi and the others. We'll depart from the day after tomorrow. Also, you will be the commander of this battlefield. Kong was about to nod in agreement until he heard the last sentence. His eyes widened in shock. Him. Are you serious? I'm just a 13-year-old child. This is my first war. I have no command or scheduling experience. I know nothing about Yunin Village. I don't even know how ninja wars are fought. Are you sure you want me to be the commander? Kong looked at Fuyue and fired off a barrage of questions. Besides, isn't the Yuzhibo clan being sidelined? At this moment, if you can lead the my ninjas to victory on the Yunin front, it won't just be your honor and political achievement. It will also be a safeguard for the Yuzhibo clan. Kong had no idea what Fuyue was thinking. How could he give up such an opportunity to someone else? In the original story, Kong didn't know the specifics of this war. But under the current circumstances, the third Hokage's faction's targeting actually presented Fuyue with the best chance. A chance for the Yuzhibo clan to truly establish themselves. If Fuyue led the Mai ninjas to win this war, then no matter what, the third Hokage could no longer continue to target the Yuzhibo clan. I've thought about it. This war isn't that simple. On the surface, the Yunin battlefield must be commanded by me to fight this war. Win or lose, I could change the Yuzhibo clan's predicament. But in reality, it's not that straightforward. How so? On the Yunin battlefield, even with your addition, Mai is seen by everyone as a feint. Mai hopes to achieve a quick victory on the Yunin battlefield and then shift to the Yunin battlefield. Under such circumstances, the Mist Village will surely seize the chance to join the war and try to get a share. Once the Mist Village joins, the third Hokage can conveniently replace me as commander, placing all blame on me, and then appoint someone else. In the end, I would lead the Yuzhibo clan to fight hard on the battlefield, gaining nothing in return and losing the last bit of our prestige. Listening to Fuyue's words, Kong was momentarily speechless. He had no political acumen at all. How could he have thought of all this? How could he see through the third Hokage's intentions? But if you take command, it's different. You have Lady Gangzhou behind you. Although the Qianqiu clan hasn't ruled Mai for a long time, their influence still permeates from top to bottom, residing in everyone's hearts. If you command this battle, the third Hokage won't be able to easily remove you from the commander's seat. Fuyue analyzed the situation for Kong, then picked up his teacup, took a sip, and slowly continued. Moreover, having you as commander benefits both you and the Yuzhibo clan greatly. How so? Kong asked curiously. First, it will truly bring you to the attention of the major ninja villages and the public of Mai, establishing your reputation. In the future, no matter what you want to do, having this experience will make it much easier. On the other hand, you are also a member of the Yuzhibo clan. No matter who the third Hokage thinks you represent in everyone else's eyes, you are a man of the Yuzhibo clan. Fuyue slowly explained these points to Kong, outlining why he wanted Kong to be the commander. But will the third Hokage agree? Kong raised the most crucial question. No matter how eloquently Fuyue spoke, they needed the third Hokage's approval. If the third Hokage disagreed, what use was all this? During today's meeting was Shuimen's, and my strong recommendation, the third Hokage has already agreed. Shuimen. He attended this meeting too. Of course. As the fourth Hokage, no matter his current condition, he has the right to attend this meeting. Moreover, as a war hero, Shuimen's experience is still very valuable to us. Fuyue explained again. So it seems I must be the commander for the Yunin battlefield. Kong found it hard to believe. His first time on the battlefield, and he was given such immense power and responsibility. He was truly perplexed. It's fine. They'll help you, and the ninjas from the Nilion clan will also assist you. Most of the time you just need to nod. In a ninja war, the most important ability for a commander is strength. And you certainly have no problem there, right? Fuyue comforted Kong, finalizing the matter. Kakashi, Gai, Hinata, Hizashi, and Fugaku, these four key combatants have all assembled. Kong gazed at the four before him, along with the elites of the Uchiha clan and a portion of the ninja from the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans behind them. This was their first vanguard force. Since everyone is here, let's set out for the land of the moon first to establish a base. The main force will follow up later. If there are no objections, let's depart. Kong stood above, looking at the crowd below, and began issuing orders. Although some of the people below were unconvinced, being ninjas carefully cultivated by their respective clans, they had already been commanded by their clan leaders before coming to obey only Kong's orders and proceed to the land of the moon first. Kong, walking at the front, asked Fugaku, and Shursui beside him, "Do you think I can really take responsibility for them?" Behind them were the cold-faced Kakashi, the enthusiastic Guy, and the corpse-like Hizashi. Fugaku said curiously, "Why do you say that? Didn't you think about this when you decided to be the commander 2 days ago?" Fugaku said curiously. As a ninja who grew up in a world of survival of the fittest, he could not understand Kong's inexplicable worries and anxieties. Such things should never appear in a ninja's mind. Kong replied, "I did think about it, but when I actually saw their hopeful eyes, I still felt uncertain. Although Kong had killed countless people on missions, this was the first time he was responsible for so many, and he felt uneasy. Fugaku comforted him. Don't worry. When all ninjas become ninjas, they already have the resolve to stake their lives. No matter what happens, as long as you are worthy of them, nothing else matters. Fugaku comforted Kong. Since they chose to be ninjas, death was like breathing always by their side. Fugaku could no longer remember what his first kill was like, nor what the first person who died by his hand looked like. He had killed far too many. Fugaku also didn't know when he would die at the hands of other strong individuals. After all, even the fourth Hokage, as powerful as he was severely wounded on the night of the Nine Tails rampage, and barely managed to survive. Thus, after a long journey, Kong and the hundreds of elite ninjas finally arrived at the Land of the Moon. This was a barren small country whose people lived in great hardship. As soon as they saw the movement of Kong's group from afar, they fled in all directions. Clearly they had witnessed ninja wars before, and to them it was not a pleasant experience. Fugaku ordered, "Halt!" He commanded the ninja army to stop and stay put. Then he and Kong opened a map and confirmed their location by comparing the surrounding landmarks. Fugaku analyzed. Here, look, this place is the Kumogakure encampment. Although it's still a long way from us, we shouldn't camp too close to them. Let's set up camp here, wait for the main force, and then decide. Fugaku analyzed this to Kong, seeking his opinion. Kong nodded. These matters had already been discussed, and he had no idea how to handle them. Everything was decided by Fugaku. He just nodded in agreement. Fugaku said, "Well, camp here and wait for the main force. Shursui, take some Uchiha clan members to the nearby villages to buy supplies. If they have objections." He didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. The vanguard force couldn't get supplies from the village in the first few days. They had to figure out how to get them locally. Kong said, "Shursui, remember to treat them well and resolve things peacefully. Take this money. Remember, this money must be handed to the villagers. If even then you can't buy supplies, then come back and think of something together." Kong handed some money to Shursui. Although he knew Shursui had enough money for purchases, that money was usually just enough, sometimes even below market price. Worse, some ninjas might simply pocket the money and take supplies by force. If those people dared to resist, then when it was necessary to bring back supplies, it went without saying what elite ninjas would do to ordinary villagers. All of this was told to Kong by Fugaku during the journey to make him understand the cruelty of war. A different kind of cruelty, completely unlike killing during missions. Shursui said, "Brother Kong, you." Clearly Shursui, a person from the traditional ninja world, could not understand Kong's deep feelings for ordinary people. Kong said firmly, "Do as I say. They'll take responsibility for everything." This cut off the words that Fugaku had wanted to say but hadn't. Although Kong had also killed countless people, unless it was for a mission or someone he saw committing evil, he would try his best to spare others. Because he knew how difficult it was to survive in this world. Shursui took the money from Kong and led the Uchiha elites to the homes of the villagers they had seen earlier, preparing to buy supplies for the next few days. For a normal village, a few days' worth of supplies for hundreds of people was easy to provide. The money Kong gave plus the original purchase funds was enough to buy plenty of food. Just as these people were setting up camp, the Hyuga clan member on guard duty suddenly ran toward Kong. "Kansama, dozens of powerful chakra signatures are rapidly approaching from afar. They should be Kumogakure's experts, and the fourth Raikage is likely among them." Kong shouted. "All units on alert. Let me see what this hospitable fourth Raikage intends to do." Kong loudly transmitted the orders. For a force of hundreds he could notify them himself, but if the main force had arrived they would have to rely on the Yamanaka clan. With dozens of deep voices from afar. "Lightning release, lightning descent." Countless lightning bolts gathered in the sky and crashed heavily toward them. Kong looked at the massive lightning in the sky and his hands quickly formed seals. An interesting greeting gift, but unfortunately it's still a bit lacking. Kong's hands gathered a massive amount of chakra, enough to drain an entire jonin. But in Kong's hands it seemed so insignificant, and it kept increasing. As the chakra in Kong's hands grew, countless lightning bolts coalesced above his head into a lightning kirin, charging angrily toward the sky's lightning. "Lightning release kirin." Kong watched with satisfaction as the kirin clashed continuously with the lightning in the sky. Of course, the Kirin Kong used was not the original version but his own improved one. The original Kirin required drawing lightning from the atmosphere, needing water release and fire release combined to create large storm clouds to accumulate lightning power or an atmosphere already rich in lightning energy. However, Kong's improved version allowed him to directly supply massive chakra to launch a weakened Kirin. If one day Kong's own chakra were sufficient, launching a complete Kirin would not be a dream. In the moment when Kong had just dealt with the lightning in the sky, an angry voice rang out beside him and a young man covered in lightning approached him. "Watch out!" Fuyue immediately reacted. This was the fourth Reikage. If he was struck without defense it would be disastrous. "It's too late. Die!" The fourth Reikage's eyes were full of excitement. Eliminating an enemy general before the battle began was a rare opportunity. With the same move, "Lei Li Ri Dao!" shouted from his mouth. Lightning also manifested on Kong's body, forming a lightning armor. Kong accelerated in an extremely short distance, and his right arm collided fiercely with the fourth Reikage's right arm. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. While Kong and the Reikage were still locked in confrontation, others had already arrived before them. Fuyue and some Uchiha clan members spontaneously used the Great Fireball Technique, trying to force the Reikage back and support Kong. On the other side, Kakashi Gai Hizashi and other ninjas had also assumed battle stances, ready to respond to any possible conflict. With lightning scattering, Kong was pushed back a dozen steps by the fourth Reikage. Steadying himself, his eyes burned with fervor for the strong, and he charged forward again. The fourth Reikage, a powerhouse no weaker than him in physical prowess, instantly ignited his fighting spirit. Although he had been caught off guard just now, being able to repel him, Hedon still demonstrated the fourth Reikage's physical quality and lightning armor strength. On the other side, the fourth Reikage also flexed his arms, secretly astonished. He had thought Kong might use ninjutsu to escape, or use the body flicker technique, or even the flying thunder god technique, but he would not have been so surprised. But Kong had also activated lightning armor, and used the same move, forcefully receiving his Lei Li Ri Dao. A brat from the Uchiha clan. Unexpected. I didn't know the Uchiha had such a genius. The fourth Reikage looked at the three Tomo in Kong's eyes and then at his youthful face. This kid, only about 10 years old, could already contend with him. If allowed to grow, he would become another strong pillar for Konoha. "I'm not a brat. You must be the fourth Reikage, right? Let me formally introduce myself, Uchiha Kong, the highest commander of the Cloud Battlefield. I advise you, fourth Reikage, to abandon your plans and withdraw your troops. Otherwise, being defeated by a fledgling kid like me would be a huge embarrassment." Kong casually taunted the Reikage, not taking him seriously at all, but his body remained tense, ready to strike at any moment. After colliding with a true taijutsu expert like the Reikage, he realized that with his yet fully developed body he was at a disadvantage when facing a fully matured taijutsu powerhouse. "Kid, you're asking for death!" The Reikage roared in anger. Lightning exploded around him as he used thunderous bludgeoning, and attacked directly at Kong. "Fuyue, leave this to you." Kong only had time to utter these words before being driven back by the Reikage. "Don't try to run, brat. Take another one of my righteous thunder heavy axe." The Reikage leaped into the air in fury, bringing his leg down like an axe towards Kong. "Don't underestimate me, Reikage. Lei Li Ri Dao!" Kong shouted, pouring more chakra into his lightning armor and charging at the Reikage. Meanwhile, Fuyue looked at the dozens of elite cloud ninjas before him, with the Uchiha elites behind him, already assembled ready to surround the enemy. But after glancing at Kong's battlefield, he ultimately chose not to attack, only ordering his men to encircle the enemy and wait for the outcome of the duel between Kong and the fourth Reikage. Every collision between Kong and the fourth Reikage made the Reikage's heart pound. He had thought these ninjutsu techniques were copied by the Sharingan, and even if perfectly copied, they couldn't compare to his own polished originals. But after a few clashes he realized it was not the case. Kong's techniques were in no way inferior to his. Through repeated collisions, Kong also felt the true power of a cage-level expert, a power completely different from Hanzo of the Salamanders. Hanzo's strength lay in his superb swordsmanship and the poison from his salamander. Kong compensated for swordsmanship with his Sharingan, and his strong physique plus a gas mask allowed him to endure the poison temporarily. Eventually, with lightning cutter against Flash, and Hanzo's cowardice at the last moment, Kong used the Flying Thunder God technique to find Tsunade and survive. The Reikage before him represented a completely different kind of strength, overwhelming speed and power amplified by lightning armor to become a numerical monster combined with polished ninjutsu and battlefield experience. Though the Reikage had not yet reached his peak strength from the Fourth Great Ninja War, he was very close. Kong and the Reikage kept fighting, each collision deepening their mutual threat assessment. Kong thought he could easily defeat the opponent with his cheat-like enhancements, while the Reikage thought he could casually cut down a greenhorn. Reality told them they were both wrong. Seizing a gap, Kong activated the Curse Seal enhancement. His whole body became monstrous, his aura continuously rising as lightning gathered in his hand. His killing move, the technique that had once killed Hanzo of the Salamander, the Chidori. Chidori! Kong roared, the Chidori enhanced by the Curse Seal radiating terrifying power as he struck at the Reikage. Lei Ri Dao! Seeing Kong's transformed appearance, and sensing the terrifying power of the Chidori, the Reikage understood that Kong was going for a decisive blow. Without fear, he launched a full-powered Lei Ri Dao towards Kong. Die, brat! Don't underestimate me, Reikage. It's you who should die. Chidori and Lei Ri Dao collided, countless lightning bolts scattering around. Kong tried to pierce through the Reikage's arm, hoping to make him a one-armed Reikage, but found that even the enhanced Chidori seemed unable to penetrate the lightning armor and pierce the Reikage's body. Meanwhile, the Reikage's Lei Ri Dao also failed to sever Kong's head. The two began to exert force, but neither could overcome the other. Both had abundant chakra and stamina, so this would only waste time. Kong and the Reikage exchanged glances, each kicked the other, and used the force to retreat to a safe distance. Kong deactivated the Curse Seal and lightning armor, breathing heavily. The fourth Reikage also deactivated his lightning armor, standing still, not attacking again. Seeing this, the others rushed over, surrounding Kong and the fourth Reikage. Kong, are you alright? Lord Fourth Reikage, are you okay? Fuyua asked Kong with concern. He knew Kong was strong, but not that strong. He had initially thought of using the Reikage's subordinates to threaten him into letting Kong go, but now Kong could fight the Reikage to a standstill. I'm fine. After confirming that Kong was truly unharmed, Fuyu's eyes immediately turned fierce. Kill them, capture the fourth Reikage, and victory in this war will be ours. Who dares? If you want to harm Lord Fourth Reikage, you'll have to go through us. Just as both sides were on the verge of a clash, the fourth Reikage stepped out from behind those men, lightning armor flickering around his body once more. How dare they underestimate me? Seeing the fourth Reikage still able to fight, Kong also rose to his feet, forcibly activating his lightning armor and stepping forward. Leave or die, Kong said coldly. Behind him stood hundreds of elite Konoha ninja, while behind the Reikage were only a few dozen. Both of them were in terrible condition. Even if the Reikage was slightly stronger than him, it wasn't by much. He had every right to utter those words. The fourth Reikage glanced at Kong, then at the ninja behind him. Grinding his teeth, he ordered a retreat and led his dozens of ninja away. He was a brute, but not a madman. In a battle with such a clear disparity in strength, if he insisted on fighting, only they would die. The Kumogakyu ninja, though reluctant to retreat in such a humiliating manner, had no choice but to follow the fourth Reikage's order, as their strength was indeed no match for the opponent. Kong, why did you let them go? It was such a perfect opportunity to end the battle here. Fugaku asked, puzzled, looking at Kong for an answer, but Kong shot him a glare. My dear clan leader, do you think anyone else present besides me can withstand the fourth Reikage? If he gets cornered and comes for a death match with me, should I just perish together with him? Kong said testily while using the mystical palm technique to heal himself. He was not afraid of the Reikage coming to fight him to the death. Though he appeared to be evenly matched with the Reikage, he still had a final trump card, the 8 Gates technique. As long as he opened the Gate of Wonder, he was confident that with the Curse Seal and lightning armor he could easily take down the fourth Reikage. But if he eliminated the Reikage now, would a new Reikage simply spawn? And what about the goodwill of Killer Bee if he killed the Reikage? He actually quite liked that dark-skinned rapper, so after careful consideration Kong decided it was better to let the Reikage go. Let them continue to station here and wait for the main force. I'm leaving this to you. The fourth Reikage suffered a setback, so he won't be coming back anytime soon. He'll go check on Sure Sui and the others. Kong left a flying thunder god kunai on the ground, then sauntered leisurely in the direction Shisui had gone, healing himself as he walked. Fugaku watched Kong and shook his head helplessly. Working with a young man like Kong was indeed unreliable. Everything had to be handled by him. If he weren't a member of the Uchiha clan, he would have quit long ago. Kakashi-gai, take some men to scout the surrounding terrain. Brother Hisashi, please take your people to the vicinity of the Kumogakure ninjas camp and gather intelligence on the enemy. Seeing Kong leave, Fugaku began to work as well. After all, war was no child's play. Kong could act as a hands-off leader, but Fugaku, who had put Kong in charge, had to take responsibility for these people. These basic matters had to be sorted out immediately. No problem. Kakashi nodded. Before he came, Minato had told him that Kong was not only the supreme commander of this war but also Minato's close friend and benefactor. Both publicly and privately, he had to do his utmost to help Kong. As for Guy, he was content as long as he could follow Kakashi. They'll take some members of the Hyuga clan and the Aburain clan. But could you assign us some elite Uchiha as a precaution? Hisashi also agreed. As an old hand who, like Fugaku, had experienced long wars, he naturally understood the importance of this task. However, he also requested the Aburain clan for reconnaissance and Uchiha elites as bodyguards. Fugaku nodded and personally selected a squad of elite police force members to hand over to Hisashi. The 4th Reikage had just suffered a defeat here, so even though the enemy knew their main force hadn't arrived, the Kumogakure troops would surely be on high alert. If they were discovered, conflict would be unavoidable. While Fugaku was methodically arranging the vanguard's preparations for the arrival of the main force, Kong on the other side had found Shisui. Lord Ninja, I beg you, we really can't sell you grain. Please have mercy and leave us alone. As soon as Kong arrived at the village square, he saw a man who looked like a leader kneeling before Shisui, begging desperately. Other ninjas stood behind him. Some had already drawn their swords, while others were even preparing to form hand seals. This surprised Kong. This was not what he had arranged. Shisui, what happened? How did it come to this? Kong used a body flicker technique to appear beside Shisui and asked. You must be this lord's leader. I beg you, take pity on us and buy grain elsewhere. We truly have no surplus grain left. Please give us a chance to survive. The village chief, upon seeing the way Kong spoke and the aggrieved expression on Shizui's face, immediately realized that Kong was the one truly in charge. He promptly grabbed Kong's leg and begged piteously. Brother Kong, you see for yourself, this has nothing to do with me. Shisui spread his hands helplessly, indicating his innocence. Elder, please wait a moment. He'll just have a word with him and be right back. Kong, half persuading, half forcing the village chief to release his leg, immediately used a body flicker technique to move aside with Shisui. Talk. What's going on? Kong looked at the scene before him and knew something was wrong, and not just a minor issue. After all, the money he offered was far above market price. If it were a normal purchase, the villagers would not be acting like this. When we arrived, they were already like this. Nothing we said worked. No matter how much we offered, they refused to sell us grain. Then someone detected residual lightning nature chakra in this village. I suspect the Kumogakure forces came here to buy grain and threatened the villagers not to sell to us. Kong's head ached upon hearing this. Their first supply shipment wouldn't arrive for 3 days, meaning they needed at least 3 days' worth of food for several hundred people. If they couldn't get it, the vanguard force would likely be doomed. Are there any other villages nearby? Is there any other way to obtain grain? I used Genjutsu to interrogate them. All the villages in this area have been warned, and their grain has been plundered by the Kumogakure army. They only have enough to last until their harvest this year. Shizui's words shattered Kong's hopes. To secure sufficient strategic depth, they had chosen the battlefield in Yu country, which was closer to Lei country. But they hadn't expected that this decision would instead greatly increase Lei country's influence over the battlefield, making even the procurement of grain for their vanguard so difficult. Brother Kong, if it's really impossible, why don't we just borrow their grain for now and return it when our supplies arrive? Shisui looked at Kong and proposed his idea. A force of several hundred people couldn't possibly fend for themselves, and without relying on the villagers' grain, it would be extremely difficult to resolve. Is there really no other way? Kong pondered. He really didn't want to do this because once the Kumobikyo forces learned of it, they would very likely come to massacre the villagers as a warning to others. Even if they didn't massacre as ninja, they had plenty of ways to deal with ordinary people. Is there a large town nearby? Can we figure out a way to procure supplies from it? Kong pondered, clinging to the last shred of hope as he turned to Shursui beside him. There is, but it's quite far from our encampment. If we transport grain from there, the Union forces are likely to intercept and destroy it. Even if we manage to repel them, the supplies would probably be lost. Shursui shook his head helplessly, indicating that there was no solution. He had considered these methods, but reality dictated that none would work. Without resorting to violence against the villagers, they could not secure enough provisions. Is there truly no way? Kong muttered to himself. He was truly unwilling to harm these villagers, knowing full well what war would bring upon them. The devastation of the Rain country was the future of this small nation. Yet as the commander of the Mayunin battlefield, he had to take responsibility for his ninja. Forcing them to endure 3 days with nothing was not impossible, but doing so would shatter his authority as commander. No one would heed his orders afterward. What to do? Kong sat on the ground looking at the ninja and villagers before him. He wished to harm neither side, but reality was cruel. He had no choice. No matter how great his power, he could not conjure food out of thin air. Wait, appearing out of thin air. That might actually work. Shursui, let them all go back. You and I will take a trip to that town. Kong stood up, a plan already forming in his eyes. Brother Kong, have you thought of a way? Of course. Yumin wants to trap me with this tactic to drive a wedge between us and the Yu Kingdom. But I refuse to play their game. Kong watched as Shursui gave instructions to the other ninja, then left. His eyes brimmed with confidence. Yunin's move was not truly aimed at preventing Kong from obtaining supplies. After all, by past experience, ninja would hardly care about the villagers' lives. But if Kong dared to forcibly seize the villagers' grain, Yunin would immediately spread the word. Once the accusation that my ninja had disregarded the villagers' survival and plundered their food was confirmed, every citizen of the Yu Kingdom would harbor hostility toward Mai, and international opinion would turn sour. This was a blatant open scheme. If Kong could not break it, then even before the war officially began, he had already lost the round. Brother Kong, you're only taking me with you. The two of us can't carry much grain. Can you tell me what your plan is? Shursui asked curiously, genuinely unable to imagine how two people could transport 3 days' worth of food for several hundred. What do you see here? Kong pulled out a flying thunder god kunai and dangled it before Shizui's eyes. See this? It's a flying thunder god kunai. I don't need to explain the accompanying technique and what it can do I? Kong smiled at Shursui. He had been foolish. With such a game-breaking technique as the Flying Thunder God in his arsenal, he had actually worried about grain transport. How stupid of him. The Flying Thunder God technique. Isn't that the signature move of the 4th Hokage? Brother Kong, you know it too. Shursui stared at Kong in astonishment. He had thought Kong already knew so much, but he never imagined Brother Kong had even mastered a forbidden technique like the Flying Thunder God. You didn't know I knew the Flying Thunder God? Kong asked curiously. He hadn't expected that someone as close to him as Shursui wouldn't know about his mastery of the Flying Thunder God. But reflecting on it, he rarely used the technique. The only ones aware were probably the 3rd, the 4th Fugaku's family, Terumi, Mei, and Orochimaru. It was perfectly normal for others not to know. Shursui remained silent. He didn't know how to respond to that remark. During Kong's training sessions, he had always been utterly dominated. Even though his body flicker technique was perfected, he was still crushed by Kong's taijutsu and thunder armor. He could never force Kong to use the Flying Thunder God. No way. And so Kong and Shursui secretly sneaked into a large granary, covertly using the Flying Thunder God technique to transport 3 days' worth of grain for several hundred people. Fearing it might not be enough, Kong even deliberately added an extra 1,000 jin of grain. Damn, this is inhuman! Kong gasped for breath. The long distance and the heavy load, the Flying Thunder God's consumption was still quite considerable. Kong suddenly wondered, during the Impure World Reincarnation era when Naruto teleported the entire allied shinobi forces, how immense must that consumption have been. Without the aid of impure world reincarnation and the Nine Tails could anyone truly achieve that. Brother Kong, stop complaining. We should get going too. It wouldn't be good if someone corners us here. Shui reminded Kong at the right moment. He didn't want to be caught red-handed by the boss. That would be too embarrassing. Right, let's withdraw too. Kong took a stack of money from his inventory, weighed it down with a stone and left it in the warehouse to indicate that he had bought the grain, not stolen it. Then with a single flying thunder god he and Shui returned to their encampment. Kong, come lend a hand. Dig a well. Just as Kong was about to rest, Fugaku appeared beside him and called him to work. What do you mean dig a well? Isn't there water around? Even if there isn't, can't we just use water style to create a pond and solve the problem? Don't you know that chakra constructs under normal circumstances are not permanent? Water created by water style is not drinkable, Kong. Fugaku looked at Kong as if he were an idiot. He knew Kong had never attended the ninja academy and hadn't been systematically trained by the Uchiha clan, but not even knowing such basic facts. Wasn't that a bit too absurd? Alright, I'm coming. Kong pulled a long face and reluctantly followed Fugaku to a certain place. Lord Kong, we have already sensed it. Beneath this spot lies an underground river. If you could drill down about 100 meters here, the water supply for our entire army would be secured. 100 meters. Don't we have any Earth-style experts? Can't they do it? I'm afraid Mai is not proficient in Earth-style. We truly apologize, but we can only trouble you, my lord. Kong was beyond words. He silently activated his thunder armor, spinning at high speed, and drilled downward with all his might. 1 meter, 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Finally achieved. Kong emerged from the underground soak, using the momentum to leap out. In fact, water had already appeared at around 60 meters, but to ensure enough for the main army when it arrived, Kong had forced himself to drill all the way to 100 meters. No more problems now. Seeing Kong's exhausted state, Fugaku couldn't bear to disturb him further. He nodded and let Kong go rest. Fighting the wreckage, transporting grain with the flying thunder god, drilling 100-meter well, Kong had never been so tired. Looking at the ninja around him, he felt utterly drained. With just a few hundred people, there were already so many issues. He dared not imagine how many more would arise when the main force of thousands finally arrived. And so, having solved the food and water problems, Kong lay quietly on the ground, gazing at the sky, greedily enjoying this hard-earned moment of rest. Over the next 3 days, fortunately, Kong had all matters of food and drink resolved by Sora, and Fuyue proved highly reliable, managing the several hundred-strong troop with such order that he caused no trouble for Kong. Kakashi and Guy successfully completed their mission, producing a topographical map of the surrounding area, marking important terrain features such as mountains and rivers to facilitate future battle deployments. Hizashi also managed to gather specific intelligence about the Cloud Ninja Force's, a 10,000-strong ninja unit, all carefully selected, none of them fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy, just to fill ranks. The vast majority possessed at least Chunin-level proficiency, though only at wartime Chunin standards. Yet this was still terrifying, for in Kong's main force there were genin who had graduated less than a year ago, having only experienced low-level, low-difficulty missions, and some might never have killed anyone. The number of jonin in the Cloud forces also exceeded theirs. Even Fuyue bringing out all the elites of the Uchiha clan made no difference, because the main strength of Konoha was committed to the IWA battlefield. The third Hokage had ordered Danzo to achieve a swift victory on the IWA front, with progress required within 2 months. As for the Cloud battlefield, the third Hokage's only requirement was to hold off Cloud for 6 months to buy time for the IWA front. Once the IWA battle concluded, they would receive reinforcements of at least 5,000 elite troops. Thus, amidst Kong's distress, the logistics and main forces arrived one after another. The thousands of troops left Kong overwhelmed, but fortunately Fuyue and members of the Nara clan helped devise strategies, and the Yamanaka clan assisted in relaying commands, preventing Kong from being worked to death. Even so, Kong's situation was dire. Small Cloud units continuously harassed the perimeter, gathering intelligence. Though Kong dispatched Kakashi and Guy to form patrols that conducted high-intensity sweeps around the camp, they could not entirely stop the harassment. Moreover, because the overall strength of Kong's ninja was inferior to the Cloud ninja, the skirmishes resulted in more casualties on Kong's side. Kong looked at the temporary ward where medical ninjas were treating the wounded and then at the wrapped bodies outside, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. Before the formal battle had even begun, there were already losses. This couldn't go on. Go summon Hisashi. Tell him I have business with him. Kong cast one more glance at the wounded and turned away. Cloud must pay the price. Lord Kong, you called for me. Hisashi opened the tent flap and saw Kong, Fuyue, Shursui, Kakashi, and Guy inside. He wondered what had happened that required them all to gather. Now that everyone is here, I'll cut to the chase. Tonight I will personally lead a team. Shursui, Kakashi plus you, Hisashi, pick one Jonin from the Hyuga clan and also find one from the Inuzuka clan. We will conduct a special cleanup of the small cloud units around the camp. Any objections? Kong looked at the others, waiting for their opinions. Kong, though I shouldn't oppose this, I must remind you, if you enter the war too early, the cloud side may also dispatch experts of the same caliber. If that happens, our losses will only be heavier. After Kong finished speaking, Fuyue issued this warning. Hisashi nodded in agreement. It was impossible to have war without casualties. Kong's temperament as a commander was somewhat reckless. Me afraid of the fourth raikage? Ridiculous. Kong slammed the table, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Fuyue. Fuyue said nothing, but his eyes spoke volumes. Lord Kong, according to reliable intelligence, the cloud battlefield is not just the fourth raikage. Your opponent may also include the Two-Tails Jinchuriki Yujito ni. If both of them join the fight, it would be very disadvantageous for us. Seeing the tension between Kong and Fuyue, Hisashi quickly stepped in to ease the atmosphere. If the nominal commander and supreme combatant clashed with the actual commander, how could the war be fought? Advanced recruitment initiated. Kong looked at the two rank ninja before him, Shino Bond and Orochimaru Akatsuki. He felt his physical attributes being enhanced again. Then he glanced at the rank roster, and among them Yugo Taka had unlocked the perfect curse mark. As for the other ninja, aside from the minor collection bonuses, they no longer offered any improvement to Kong. Feeling his power, Kong gritted his teeth. Though this enhancement was not substantial, the skills granted by Shino and Orochimaru were useless to him, and while his physical abilities had increased even with the perfect curse mark activated, he certainly could not overpower the raikage. He still believed he could withstand both the raikage and the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Fight, we must fight. It's just the fourth raikage and the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. I can handle them. Kong clenched his teeth and made the final decision for this operation. Fuyue, seeing Kong's stubbornness, sighed and said nothing more. This would likely be an expensive lesson, but it seemed the tuition was already paid. Guy wanted to speak further, but Kakashi cut him off. Hisashi also said nothing, merely went to select a Jonin from the Hyuga clan. Thus, under the cover of night, utilizing the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and the Niken of the Inuzuka clan, Kong and his team easily located the small cloud units sent out. As for what happened next, it was self-evident. Kong's terrifying power combined with the coordination of Shursui and Kakashi had all the small units lying on the ground before they even realized who had attacked them. A single night passed and dozens of cloud ninja vanished without a trace around the Konoha cloud battlefield camp, never to return. Ah! That brat Uchiha Kong! He has no martial honor. He personally intervened. Does he think I don't exist? The raikage, upon learning that dozens of the small units he had dispatched had lost contact, flew into a rage and smashed the table in front of him. He hadn't expected the boy to actually dare strike first. Was this a sign of disrespect? Lord, fourth raikage, since they have made their move, there's no need for us to wait. Tomorrow you and I will go to their camp and teach them a small lesson. A female voice spoke slowly to the raikage beside him. Indeed, if we don't teach that Uchiha brat a lesson, hell think Cloud has no one. Yujito, tomorrow you and I will go together. They'll hold off that brat, and you make them remember. Yes, Lord Raikage. Tomorrow they will be deeply impressed. Yujito's face was expressionless, but a blue flame ignited in her hand. The power emanating from that flame made even ordinary ninja tremble just by looking at it. This was the strength of the Two-Tails Matatabi, a power that for ordinary ninja was an insurmountable chasm. Feel the wrath of the hidden cloud. In the distance, a colossal cat-shaped monster emerged, its body ablaze with blue flames as chakra continuously converged in its mouth. A terrifying energy was sealed within this small sphere, evoking fear in all who beheld it. What the hell? How can such a powerful chakra be approaching so quickly? Before Hyuga Hizashi could report this situation to Kong, Kong had already sensed it. Cursing under his breath, he activated his lightning release armor, executed a massive leap, and flew toward the distant tailed beast ball. Watching the tailed beast ball radiating its dreadful might, Kong activated his curse seal, his entire body erupting with lightning armor. He charged at full force toward the orb, detonating it midair. Damn it, what's going on? Fugaku stared at the massive explosion in the sky, his face a mixture of shock and deep worry. He knew Konoha's retaliation would come, but he hadn't expected it so soon. Only a day later, and they had already deployed a tailed beast. Uchiha brat, come out and die! Outside the main camp, the Raikage and the Two-Tails Jinchuriki were bellowing, demanding Kong to come out and face death, utterly disregarding the other ninjas who had already formed a dense battle formation around them. Using the body flicker technique, Kong appeared before the fourth Raikage in his freshly changed attire. As for why he had just changed clothes, under the devastating power of the tailed beast ball, without the protection of the tailed beast's cloak, how could his garments have survived such an explosion? What, still not had enough from last time? Here to humiliate yourself again? Kong's chakra erupted, fearsome energy swirling around him, his presence no less imposing than the two opponents before him. Die, brat! The moment the Raikage saw Kong, he activated his lightning release armor and charged forward again. Kong showed no sign of backing down, amplifying himself with the perfected curse seal and fully unleashing his lightning armor. The two transformed into streaks of lightning, clashing repeatedly across the ground. Even veteran ninjas like Fugaku Hizashi and the formidable Yujito, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, kept their distance from the battlefield. A Jinchuriki might be powerful, but without transforming into a tailed beast they could hardly survive more than a few exchanges against Kong and the Raikage. Attack! Capture her! Fugaku shouted, staring at Yujito. Though he had never seen her before, the earlier tailed beast ball and Hizashi's intelligence confirmed that she was undoubtedly the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Fire release, great fireball technique! A sky full of fireballs hurtled toward Yujito, but her face showed no panic, only a hint of contempt. Trying to threaten me with numbers? Then let me show you the power of the Two-Tails! Blue flames began to envelop Yujito's body, burning fiercely and spreading across her entire form. The great fireballs rained down upon Yujito, slamming into her and the ground around her. Over 1,000 ninjas had joined forces to unleash an absolute barrage of firepower, an attack that even a cage-level powerhouse like the third Hokage would hesitate to endure unscathed. But when the smoke cleared in the expectant eyes of the crowd, all that remained was a gigantic cat-shaped monster wreathed in blue flames. Rat Flame Fireball! The Two-Tails spat a massive ball of flame into the sky, which exploded at its apex, scattering countless smaller flames in all directions. Watch out! Don't let the flames touch you! Earth release Mud Wall! Fire release Great Fireball! Wind release Gale Blast! In an instant, Konoha's ninjas displayed their skills, doing everything possible to avoid the flames. Yet despite most managing to defend themselves, a small number were still caught by the flames. The blue fire instantly erupted, consuming their bodies. Medical Squad! Sealing Squad! Fugaku ordered medical ninjas and those skilled in sealing techniques to try and save the unfortunate victims, but Yujito was hardly about to give them a moment's respite. The colossal Two-Tails rampaged through the ninja ranks, reducing even the most powerful jutsu to utter futility against such a monstrous entity. Don't underestimate Konoha's shinobi. 8 gates open. Witnessing the destruction wreaked by the Two-Tails, the fiery Might Guy could no longer contain himself. He activated the Gate of Joy of the 8 gates, green steam billowing from his body. The immense power drew even the Two-Tails' gaze toward him. Morning Peacock! Guy leaped into the air, unleashing a flurry of punches, each faster and more powerful than the last. The temperature around him soared until flames began to dance on his fists, taking the shape of a phoenix that repeatedly struck the Two-Tails, sending splashes of fire across its body. But it was all in vain. At the level of the Gate of Joy alone, the gap was still far too wide. A single swipe from the Two-Tails sent Guy crashing to the ground, and it followed up with a burst of flame, intent on snuffing out this prodigy of Konoha before he could grow. As the flames closed and despair began to creep into Guy's heart, his body struck by the Two-Tails could barely react in time. Just as the fire was about to consume him, a chorus of chirping birds rang out, and a bolt of lightning shattered the flame. Chidori! Guy, are you alright? Kakashi, his hand crackling with lightning cutter, looked at Guy with concern. Guy rose to his feet and charged once more at the Two Tails. On the battlefield, a torrent of jutsu rained down on the Two Tails, but most were incinerated by its blazing aura before they could even land. Effective attacks were pitifully few. Fugaku, Kakashi, Guy, and Shursui threw themselves into the fray using their Sharingan to disrupt the beast's attacks, yet casualties continued to mount. Stop right there! Kong delivered a lightning cutter, a technique akin to the Raikage, and forced the Raikage back. Then in a heartbeat he gathered a miniature Kirin in his palm, and before the Raikage could land another blow, fired it at the Two Tails. A moment later a devastating blow from the Raikage sent him flying dozens of meters before he could barely regain his footing. Yet the miniature Kirin only made the Two Tails flinch, dealing no real damage. The beast paused for an instant, then resumed its assault. Summoning gold, silver, iron. Realizing he couldn't swiftly defeat the Raikage, Kong seized another opening and summoned 3 giant pandas. Before he could give them orders, the Raikage dragged him back into battle. What did the boss call us out for? No idea. The boss doesn't need backup. I'm so sleepy. Can I go back to sleep? Idiots. On this battlefield, the thing that obviously needs to be held back is that big cat. Use your brains and figure out what you should be doing. Xiong-jin looked at his 2 younger brothers at a loss for words, then charged at the Two Tails. Giant panda charge. Panda roll. Roar. The 3 giant pandas barreled into the Two Tails, temporarily halting its advance. Only then did Fugaku have time to command the ninjas to regroup, tend to the wounded, relocate, and provide long-range support for the 3 pandas. Big bro, this cat is so hot. Yeah bro, I don't think I can hold out much longer. Do you think I don't know that? But this is the first time the boss has called us out to fight. Are you going to say you can't handle it? Hold on. Once the boss takes care of that dark-skinned guy, he'll come help us. 4th Raikage, how dare you? How dare you do this? You have truly enraged me. Kong once again elevated his chakra output, pushing the power of the curse seal to its absolute limit. His body reached its peak state in that moment, his Sharingan spinning ceaselessly as he tracked the Raikage's movements, striking toward the Raikage's vital points. Yet all of this was futile. The formidable defense of the lightning release armor combined with the Raikage's vast combat experience allowed him to find ways to neutralize the vast majority of Kong's attacks. Even when a strike proved unavoidable, the Raikage could endure it by relying on the armor's immense defensive power, and his own robust physique suffering little impact. Kong desperately sought to break the deadlock to defeat the Raikage and to deal with the Two Tails. But the reality was that whenever he tried to move toward the other battlefield, the Raikage's techniques, Lariat, Thunder Hammer, Lightning Axe, Lightning Plow, Hot Knife, would come crashing directly into his face. You Uchiha brat, don't think war is a game where you can do whatever you please. Breaking the rules comes at a cost. This is the first lesson I'm teaching you. The Raikage clashed with Kong once more. Though forcibly holding back Kong was not easy for him, seeing the continuous casualties among the Konoha shinobi filled him with great satisfaction. Brother, I can't hold on any longer. Yes, brother, this flame is too painful. Just hold on a little longer. Xiong-jin looked at his 2 brothers, their bodies engulfed in blue flames, his eyes filled with heartache. They had been eager to join the battle, never expecting to encounter an opponent of this caliber on their very first fight. Truly a difficult situation. With 2 loud bangs, thick smoke rose as Xiong-yin and Xiong-tai, exhausted, returned to the panda forest. Damn it! Let me show you the panda forest ultimate technique. Panda heavenly descent. Xiong-jin leaped high into the air, curling his body into a ball and spinning at tremendous speed. Blue flames blazed around him as he plummeted from the sky, landing with pinpoint accuracy on the Two Tails, sending the beast crashing to the ground with a pained roar. Xiong-jin glanced at the Two Tails beneath him, then looked toward Kong in the distance. Before he could say or do anything more, with another bang and a massive plume of smoke, he vanished from the spot. Watching the Two Tails now free once more after the disappearance of the 3 panda brothers rampage again, Kong truly understood for the first time the gap between a tailed beast and an ordinary shinobi. He also recognized how imprudent his actions had been the night before last. Fugaku was right. That was the only thought in Kong's mind. He attacked the fourth Raikage with all his might, trying again and again to break through the Raikage's defenses, but he simply could not do it. Kong's current strength had not yet reached the level to overwhelm the Raikage. Should he use the 8 gates? Kong hesitated inwardly but soon abandoned the idea. Even if he opened the Gate of Wonder, he could not break through the Raikage in a short time. Instead, it might only trap him in a stalemate. Now he could only hope that Fugaku and the others could withstand the Two Tails. On the other side, the Two Tails' stamina had been considerably drained by the 3 panda brothers. After all, they were 3 giant battle pandas. Even if each individually was far inferior to the Two Tails, together they could cause it considerable trouble, especially with Konoha shinobi constantly harassing it from the sidelines. It's over. Yujito glanced toward the Raikage side. Although Kong was unable to attend to this area, he was indeed overwhelming the fourth Raikage. This could not continue. So let this final tailed beast ball leave a lasting impression on these Konoha shinobi. Ignoring the Konoha shinobi's attacks, the Two Tails forcibly raised its head and began charging a tailed beast ball. Damn it! Stop it! Fugaku immediately commanded the troops to unleash all their jutsu in an attempt to prevent the Two Tails from forming the tailed beast ball. But their techniques could hardly pose a threat to the beast. Even the powerful ones were largely neutralized by the layer of blue flames surrounding the Two Tails, doing little more than a token effort. Why? Why? Why has it come to this? As the tailed beast ball continued to coalesce, everyone fought desperately to strike the Two Tails and stop it. But at this critical moment, Shursui fell to his knees, powerless, staring at Kong in the distance. Why? Why is this? If I had managed to persuade Brother Kong back then, would none of this have happened? Shursui murmured to himself. He looked around at the countless comrades who were giving their all, ignoring their own injuries as they strove to halt the Two Tails. He turned to see the medical ninjas laboring to save the wounded bodies lying beside them, but no one cared because every second lost could mean another death. At that moment, Shursui closed his eyes, unable to bear watching his comrades die here. As his eyelids shut, time seemed to freeze. He had undertaken missions before, and he was no stranger to killing. On the contrary, his blade was swift and precise, just as his body flicker technique was formidable. Each time he could take an enemy's life before they even realized. Thus Shursui had completed many missions, but this was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. The bloody, violent, and cruel world was laid bare before him without mercy. Every attack from the Two Tails left his comrades dead or wounded. Medical ninjutsu could not bring the dead back to life. No matter how hard the medical ninjas tried, people kept dying. Shursui regretted not having dissuaded Kong, and he hated his own lack of power. Why couldn't he relieve the burden on Brother Kong and clan leader Fugaku? At that instant he sensed the change in his eyes. He opened them and found the world transformed, a clarity far surpassing that of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Feeling the alteration in his body and looking at the Two Tails still gathering the tailed beast ball, he could no longer hold back. Stop! Within Shijui's eyes the tomo spun wildly, transformed, and finally took the shape of a 4-pointed shuriken. At that moment his eyes met the Two Tails, which had curiously turned to look. 4 eyes locked, and the unique pattern of the Sharingan reflected in the beast's pupils. Two Tails. What's happening? Yujito inside the beast sensed something wrong. The Two Tails, which shared her thoughts, had suddenly severed their connection. The Two Tails stiffly launched the tailed beast ball into the sky, then forcibly withdrew from its tailed beast form, leaving Yujito standing alone on the ground. Damn it! Genjutsu. But why is it so hard to break? The tailed beast ball exploded in the air. Meanwhile, both Kong and the fourth Raikage noticed the disturbance and halted their fight. The Raikage moved to Yujito's side while Kong arrived beside Shursui. Shursui, are you alright? Kong held Shursui desperately, hoping that his recklessness would not only cause countless casualties, but also ruin this genius Shursui. Brother Kong, I'm fine. Shursui forced his eyes open to reassure Kong. When Kong saw the unique pattern in Shijui's eyes, he understood what had happened. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan for the first time and forcibly controlling the Two Tails must have consumed too much ocular power, but it was nothing serious. Raikage-sama, let's retreat. Today has been enough. The Reikage looked at Yujito, who had temporarily lost her combat capability, then at the horrific state of the Konoha shinobi. Without hesitation he took Yujito and left. Kong's rate of progress far exceeded his expectations. With Yujito in this condition he had little confidence in protecting her from Kong's attacks. Nonsense. How could Fugaku allow Kong to act so recklessly? Inside the Hokage's office in Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at the battle report on his desk, his fury having no outlet. He glanced at Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado beside him, puffing incessantly on his pipe. Uchiha Kong is still just a child on his first battlefield, unfamiliar with the unwritten rules of war. Yet he is exceptionally talented, able to suppress the fourth Reikage at such a young age. It's only natural that he might make small mistakes in his youthful exuberance. Koharu Uchiha spoke slowly, covering for Kong. A genius who could suppress the fourth Reikage at 13. Under no circumstances should they antagonize him. Hiruzen, you know that this child was once Orochimaru's subordinate. Later Tsunade openly brought him into your office, and when they left she seemed very close to him. Now Kong is the commander of the Cloud battlefield and many people pin their hopes on him. Hamura Mitokado did not continue. Orochimaru had been in Konoha for many years, although he defected, his loyalists, and those he had helped, remained in the village. As for Tsunade, the last hope of the Senju, she was powerful and accomplished, but had no interest in politics, and stayed away from Konoha. Many in Konoha projected their hopes for Orochimaru and Tsunade onto the remarkably outstanding Kong. If they were to truly deal with Kong, it would shatter the hope that had once again ignited in their despair. Konoha could no longer withstand political strife of this magnitude. Moreover, Minato had become a cripple in the Nine-Tails incident. Among the new generation, Kong was undoubtedly the leader, the future pillar of Konoha. All hopes rested on Kong. Hundreds dead, hundreds more incapacitated. I won't even mention the other losses. If there's no accountability, how can this war continue? Did Hiruzen Sarutobi not know this? No, as the one with the highest nominal and actual authority in Konoha, how could he not know? He knew not only this but also that the two beside him, though his classmates and comrades of decades, still held deep gratitude toward the second Hokage. He knew that Kong was second to none in strength record or supporters, a cage-level powerhouse at 13, an extensive mission record, Orochimaru's former subordinates, Tsunade's tacit support, the Uchiha clan's full commitment when needed, and he had saved the fourth Hokage's life. Kong was only 13, and he had been a ninja for less than 4 years. What Kong lacked now was only time and prestige. Time could not be interfered with, but in terms of prestige, if they used this mistake to remove him from his command, he would have no chance to gain prestige in the short term. As for why the third Hokage targeted Kong. Are you kidding? You've been targeting his clan, dealing with his master, even if only nominally, offering no guidance or support during his growth, and then he suddenly becomes incredibly strong with a crowd gathering behind him. What would you think? Not to mention the third Hokage's own desire for power, which had reached a twisted level. Although this desire wasn't purely selfish, more for the sake of making Konoha better and aligning with his vision. Regardless, the third Hokage had to suppress Kong's growth rate to complete his ideal plan before Kong fully matured. Otherwise, once Kong grew up, what authority would he have to act as Hokage? Could he suppress Kong as he had suppressed Minato? War inevitably claims lives. If we replace commanders just because of casualties, then how can this war be fought? Yes, Hiruzen, you should reconsider this matter. Changing generals on the battlefield is a great taboo, and do you have any suitable candidates? Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado pressed Hiruzen in tandem. In Konoha now, the Sannin had either defected, left, or were absent. Minato was a cripple among Kakashi's generation, only Kong had risen. Even at the IWA battlefield, the third had to send Danzo. Where else could he find usable personnel? Unless the third Hokage himself went to the battlefield. But facing the young and strong Reikage and Jinchuriki, did the current third Hokage truly have the confidence to suppress them both? In my opinion, we should give Kong a mild reprimand and then blame Uchiha Fugaku for failing to timely dissuade Kong, thus causing this disaster. What do you think? That's right, Hiruzen. You should also properly nurture the young. After all, they are the future of Konoha. Even if they err occasionally, Konoha will still rely on them. This time let Uchiha Kong bear all the compensation for the fallen ninja. Seeing the third Hokage remain silent, they pressed their advantage and finalized the handling of this incident. Such opportunities to make the third Hokage yield while achieving their own goals were rare. The third Hokage kept smoking, looking at the two before him. He somewhat missed Danzo. Danzo, though a bit evil and less capable, knew how to draw the line, knowing what to overlook and what he absolutely did not want, unlike these two who sometimes truly opposed him. In that case, let's do as you say. I'll have someone write a letter to the front lines telling them to be more careful and not let this happen again. The third Hokage nodded, smoking his pipe, and agreed to their proposal. Then he dismissed them. He stood there quietly smoking, gazing at Konoha village. It seems the time has come to take that step. Teacher, can you tell me whether what I'm doing is right or wrong? The third Hokage looked up at the sky. For the stability of Konoha, he had to eliminate those unstable factors. But this step must be taken slowly, minimizing losses. On the other side at the cloud battlefield, Kong sat listlessly in his tent. After the previous incident, Fugaku had confined him to the tent for reflection. He instinctively wanted to resist, but looking around at the devastation, the constant moans of the wounded, and the more cruel sight of those two injured to even moan lying silently on the ground, Kong silently bowed to express his apology to the dead, then obediently returned to the tent, waiting for news from Konoha. Just now Fugaku arrived at his tent with a grim expression and showed him the letter. After reading the letter, Kong looked puzzled. The letter only lightly mentioned his mistake but repeatedly emphasized Fugaku's dereliction of duty. This confused him greatly. Don't you understand the letter? Why does it keep emphasizing my dereliction when it was your mistake? Kong nodded. He truly didn't understand. Still don't get it. Someone is backing you, forcing the third Hokage to change his mind. Then they dragged me out to be the scapegoat. But after this, you and the third Hokage will be completely opposed. Fugaku slowly finished speaking under Kong's incredulous gaze, then turned and left, leaving Kong to ponder alone. After being released from confinement, Kong first reviewed the battle situation between Kyumogakyure and Konoha over the past few days. From the materials Fugaku provided, Kong saw a shocking casualty rate. Over these days, the small squads of Kyumogakyure have not decreased but instead increased. They've even established several small outposts, continuously chipping away at our operational range. Fugaku tapped the map a few times, marking the locations of Kyumogakyure's small outposts. Isn't there any common sense to destroy these small outposts? Kong looked at those positions. They were all critical locations. If those spots were occupied, it would be very difficult to send out squads. Kakashi Gai and Hizashi have all led attempts to destroy the outposts, but they have a magnet-released ninja named Toroi who is very troublesome. How is Shursui? Hasn't he recovered yet? Kong asked curiously. During his days of confinement, Shursui hadn't come to see him, and his name wasn't in the mission report earlier, which piqued his curiosity. Shursui fell into a coma for about a day after that battle and has been very weak since waking up. Fugaku spoke with some worry. He considered Shursui the most talented ninja he had ever seen, second only to Kong, and even his own eldest son Itachi was a step behind. But unfortunately, Shijui's loyalty leaned more toward Kong. Is that so? Then I must go see him. Kong frowned. Shursui shouldn't be this weak, logically speaking. In the original story, Obito, Sasuke, and Itachi all awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan without any side effects. Why did it turn out this way for Shursui? Moreover, if Shursui had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan providing someone capable of restraining Yujito, then the fight between Kong and the fourth Raikage could have been resolved properly. Shursui, are you okay? Hearing you like this really worries me. As soon as I was released, I came to see you. Kong's voice, youthful yet commanding, rang out in Shijui's tent, causing Shursui to sit up and look toward the source of the sound. It was Kong coming to see him. Brother Kong, I'm really sorry. At such a critical moment I've become like this. It's all right, none of that matters. Let me check your condition. Kong interrupted Shursui, and a green glow emanated from his hand, the mystical palm technique, which moved over Shijui's body. Strange, your body seems fine. But why are you like this? Kong was puzzled, then a thought struck him. Could it be that you overused your ocular power? That strange behavior of the Two Tails that day. Did you use your Mangekyo Sharingan ability to forcibly control it? Kong speculated cautiously. After all, Shijui's Mangekyo Sharingan pattern was identical to the original, so its ability was likely the same, the bug-level Kodoama Tsukumi. Combined with the Two-Tails' unusual behavior, and the Raikage's hasty departure. Considering everything, it was highly probable that after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shursui forcibly used Kodoama Tsukumi to try to control the Two-Tails and succeeded, but the technique demanded an extremely high amount of ocular power. A newly awakened Shursui could not sustain such a drain, leading to his prolonged coma and subsequent listlessness even after waking. If that's the case, a few more days of rest should naturally restore him. Fugaka nodded. Though he wasn't well versed in these matters, he knew Kong's reasoning was likely correct. Shursui nodded in agreement. Before him stood his big brother and his clan leader. If both of them were out to harm him, he would have no choice but to surrender. Rest well. Once you've recovered, I have something we need to do together. Kong comforted Shursui briefly before stepping out. Shursui needed good rest, nothing else. Thus, just as Kong returned to his own tent, he noticed that the special little red panda he always carried with him except during battle or bathing suddenly spoke. Terumi-Mei looking for you. Hurry! Hearing this, Kong's heart tightened. Terumi-Mei suddenly contacting him through a summoning beast. Had something happened? Or was she in danger? Without a second thought, Kong used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Terumi-Mei's side. At that moment, Terumi-Mei, who had secretly slipped out from Kirigakure, was anxiously waiting for Kong's arrival. This was her first time using that special summoning beast. She didn't know if it actually worked, or if Kong had brought it with him, but she could only hope. With a flash, Kong appeared beside Terumi-Mei. As soon as he appeared, Kong assumed a combat stance, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Only when he confirmed the area was safe and she was alone did he relax. You scared me. Why did you call me over so suddenly? What happened? Kong hugged her after confirming she was unharmed, then got down to business. Let go first. I have something serious to tell you. Stop messing around, okay? Terumi-Mei blushed gently, pushing him away, turning her face aside to hide her reddened cheeks. Alright, I'll listen to your serious matter. Tell me what's so urgent that you had to call me over. Kong's expression gradually turned serious. He knew Terumi-Mei wasn't the type to play pranks on him, so he was curious about what could make her so anxious. Aren't you the commander of the Konoha forces on the battlefield against Kumogakure? That's right. I didn't expect you to know about it already. I haven't even had a chance to share the good news with you. Kong nodded. This was his golden opportunity to make a name for himself. Although killing Hanzo the Salamander had been a major event that shook the ninja world, he had never claimed credit for it, leaving it an unsolved mystery. Good news. Do you even realize something huge is happening? Seeing her panicked look, Kong paid no heed. Instead, he pulled her to sit on the ground with him. Let me guess. Your big thing. Is it that Kirigakure plans to launch a surprise attack on the Konoha Kumogakure battlefield forces while Konoha is simultaneously at war with Kumogakure and Iwagakure, hoping to snatch the spoils? How did you know? Terumi-Mei was incredulous. This was a top secret within Kirigakure, and she only knew about it because of her outstanding abilities. How could Kong be so clear about it? How do I know? I'm the commander of the Konoha Kumogakure battlefield. If I didn't have this kind of insight, how could I lead so many ninja to victory? Of course, Kong wouldn't tell her that he deduced it from the original story. Still, he enjoyed the admiration in her eyes. So you're not worried at all? Worried? No, the ones who should be worried are the people of Kirigakure, well, excluding you. Kong gently kissed her cheek, his eyes full of affection, but a flicker of killing intent flashed inadvertently. Not directed at her, but at the thought of how to deal with Kirigakure's little schemes. You know full well, those wretches of the Mist Shadow clan stand no chance of troubling him. Sending them would merely add another line to his illustrious record. Black Zetsu gazed at Obito, uncertain of his true intent. Even you hold this view. This person truly conceals profound depths. Obito murmured to himself, astonished that even Madara held Ku in such high regard. Clearly he would need to prepare far more thoroughly than before. That brat does possess some talent, but he is nowhere near your level, Obito. What then are you fearing? black Setsu studied Obito, whose uncharacteristic caution bore little resemblance to the legendary Uchiha Madara. Obito made no retort, instead he silently calculated, weighing unseen variables. At that moment, on the mist-shrouded coastline where the Kirigakure forces were set to land, Ku stood beside Hizashi awaiting their arrival. Leveraging the Byakugan's all-seeing vision, and without any prior intelligence, he had pinpointed the exact landing site with uncanny precision. He could not help but marvel at the Byakugan's extraordinary utility, though as for his own ability to activate it, Ku dismissed it as a skill so rudimentary he'd long since erased it from memory. Sir, the shore holds two figures. One emits chakra of staggering magnitude, not unlike the tailed beasts I've witnessed before. What shall we do? On board the vessel, Ao activated his Byakugan, continuously scanning the coast. The overwhelming chakra radiating from Ku left him awestruck. Truly, he had never imagined a human could harbor chakra rivaling that of a tailed beast. Close in. With our numbers, should we fear just 2 men? Ao, have you grown afraid? Ao instinctively shook his head, forcing himself to stand firm, yet that sheer magnitude of chakra stirred no defiance within him, only visceral dread, like a hare fleeing across grasslands paralyzed beneath the vast shadowed wingspan of an eagle soaring overhead, a sensation that sent tremors through his very soul. Then close in. The Kirigakure fleet hesitated only a heartbeat before resuming its advance toward Ku's position. A faint smile curved Ku's lips. Had they retreated, how then would he etch his name across the shinobi world? Fire release great fire dragon technique. Ku formed each hand seal with deliberate slowness, vast currents of chakra surging through his veins. As his final seal locked into place, a colossal fire dragon erupted from the shore, roaring as it surged toward the Kirigakure fleet. Fool! Has even such a man grown so powerful now? Daring to wield fire techniques upon the open sea? Indeed, his audacity borders on valor, striking Kirigakure shinobi on the water's edge. Let him witness the true might of the hidden mist. With the ocean at their backs, the Kirigakure shinobi felt no trepidation toward the fire-wielding opponent before them. In this domain, even a genuine Four-Tails Jinchuriki would be overwhelmed by their mastery. Water release water wall. And water release water dragon bullet technique. And water release torrential blast. And countless waves rose at the Kirigakure shinobi's command, some coalescing into shimmering shields guarding their vessels, others twisting into serpentine water dragons clashing with the fire dragon midair, still others erupting as piercing torrents aimed directly at Ku himself. Fire release great fireball technique. With a single blast, Ku vaporized the incoming water jet, then unleashed volley after volley of blazing fireballs, hammering relentlessly into the Kirigakure ranks. Fireballs detonated in rapid succession, raining down upon the Kirigakure forces, so much so that Hizashi, standing nearby, nearly choked on his own urgency. Lord Ku, forgive my candor, but persisting with fire techniques against Kirigakure shinobi here upon the water's edge is hardly a wise strategy. Ku glanced briefly at Hizashi, offering no explanation, only watching as his fire techniques met their watery countermeasures, erupting into plumes of steam that ascended, slowly gathering into a dense brooding thunderhead above. Fire release great fire dragon technique. Activating his curse seal, Ku unleashed a reinforced full-power variant of the technique, another roaring fire dragon hurtling toward the fleet, yet again repelled, inflicting only minor casualties. Rain now fell steadily from the heavens, soaking Ku, Hizashi, and the Kirigakure forces alike. Ao stared at Ku in the distance, bewildered. How could one of such caliber disregard terrain advantage and elemental affinity? Why persist in this futile display of fire? Suddenly thunder cracked across the sky, and Ao saw unmistakably a chilling, enigmatic smile spread across Ku's face. Ku gazed upward at the storm-laced heavens. His expenditure of chakra had not been in vain. Such a colossal thunderhead, such raw, unchained lightning, this was precisely what he had orchestrated. The cursed seal's energy surged through him, refining his focus, sharpening his presence, until his aura peaked, eclipsing every prior manifestation in sheer terrifying intensity. Behold, the wrath of heaven. Raising his hand, Ku summoned Chidori's sharp spear, a bolt of lightning lancing upward, piercing the clouds, merging with the storm's own fury. Wild, untamed lightning converged upon the spear like iron drawn to magnetism, bound, controlled, and utterly mastered by Ku. This? Hizashi turned toward Ku, eyes wide with disbelief. Visible, palpable lightning, terrifying in its density and ferocity, was held in absolute dominion. One glance alone sent primal dread coursing through his veins. Could such a technique truly emanate from mortal hands? Across the water the Kirigakure shinobi sensed it too. The sheer annihilating power of that lightning meant certain death if Ku unleashed it. Stop him, by all means stop him. Or we are all doomed. The Kirigakure commander bellowed orders frantically, weaving hand seals and launching desperate techniques. But Ku, encased in lightning armor, deflected them with effortless grace. If lightning armor could withstand Sasuke's Kaido-piercing strike, how could mere water techniques possibly breach it? At most it demanded marginally more chakra. Commander, abandon ship. Issue the order now, or the entire Kirigakure force will perish here. Ao pleaded incessantly, but the commander's eyes gleamed with mounting feverish madness. Ao glanced away, only to see several shinobi already leaping overboard, disregarding orders entirely. Ao looked once more at the commander, then at the monstrous lightning Kirin looming across the water. His mind snapped into clarity. Without hesitation he dove into the sea and swam downward with frantic speed. Lightning release Kirin. Ku had practiced this technique hundreds of times, within secret realms and squad drills, but this marked its first true battlefield deployment. Its exhaustive preparation rendered it nearly impossible to execute in conventional warfare. Yet its payoff was absolute, a Kirin far surpassing its original form in destructive magnitude, capable of crippling or slaying even a fourth Raikage shielded by lightning armor. The colossal lightning Kirin descended upon the Kirigakure fleet, its electric fury ravaging the ranks. Upon contact, bodies disintegrated into ash. Even elite Jonin pouring every ounce of strength into defensive techniques proved powerless against the Kirin's apocalyptic might. Those Kirigakure shinobi submerged in the sea watched the horror unfold above, and redoubled their desperate flight. Though they narrowly escaped annihilation, it was only because those who remained aboard absorbed the Kirin's primary devastation, and because seawater significantly dampened its residual force. Hizashi drew a sharp, shuddering breath as he beheld the Kirigakure force's devastation. Never had he imagined such a hellscape could be wrought by a single man. Kong, you've truly made a name for yourself this time. Throughout the entire ninja world, who doesn't know your name, Uchiha Kong? Indeed. Kong, big brother, the title Crimson Thunder of the Sky suits your aura perfectly. Your current fame rivals that of the 4th Hokage during the war era. After this battle, Kirigakure has likely abandoned any thoughts of fishing in troubled waters. They can't even gain an advantage in words. Inside the tent, Fuyue, Jishui, and Kong examined the intelligence before them, astonished. Fuyue hadn't expected Kirigakure to land on the Moon Country that very night, exactly as Kong had predicted. Even more surprising was that Kong alone had repelled the entire Kirigakure vanguard with overwhelming force. Nishi described the apocalyptic thunder as Kirin. If not for the surviving Kirigakure ninjas corroborating the tale, Fuyue would never have believed it. After this battle, the titles Wooden Leaf Thunder God and Crimson Thunder of the Sky resounded across the ninja world. Nearly every village, large or small, learned of a prodigy from Konoha, merely 13 years old, who could defeat 1,000 enemies single-handedly, utterly crushing Kirigakure's elite vanguard. Yet this feat was not without drawbacks. Kirigakure immediately claimed they were merely conducting routine exercises with no intention of interfering in the war between Konoha and Kumogakure. They accused Kong of attacking them out of paranoia, severely damaging the harmonious relations between the water and fire countries. Unless Konoha provided an explanation, they would seriously consider intervening in the conflict. Of course, everyone saw through this bluff. Konoha and the Fire Country issued a stern rebuttal. Konoha still possessed sufficient strength to counter any opportunism from the Water Country and Kirigakure. They sought amicable relations with all villages, but they would not hesitate to retaliate against those with malicious intent. This infuriated the Water Country daimyo and the Mizukage, yet they could do nothing. Their 1,000-man vanguard had been crippled by a single opponent. Continuing the war would yield no benefits, and might even pave the way for Kumogakure. They had no choice but to swallow their pride. However, after this incident, Kirigakure's scouts discovered traces of the Three Tails. The last time the Three Tails had been sealed inside Rin, and with her death it had perished without being recovered. This had left Kirigakure without a tailed beast's power in recent years, explaining their lack of aggression. Now that the Three Tails had reincarnated, it was time to capture it. You flatter me. I'm not that strong. The Kirin's power relies on favorable conditions, timing, terrain, and unity, without which it would be greatly diminished. Still, my strength is sufficient to bear this title. Kong gazed at the title Crimson Thunder of the Sky on the paper. He had imagined making a name for himself in the ninja world, but he hadn't expected it to come so soon, leaving him slightly unprepared. And Crimson Thunder of the Sky sounded far more impressive than Sharingan Kakashi or Konoha's Blue Beast. It seemed the ninja world had some talent for naming. Don't be modest. This time Konoha has commended you highly, and even Kumogakure has pulled back due to your achievements. The small units around us have diminished significantly. Fuyua praised Kong again, regretting that he hadn't discovered such an outstanding member of the Uchiha clan sooner. Orochimaru had gotten to him first, and Tsunade had intervened, weakening Kong's sense of belonging to the Uchiha. Orochimaru had gotten to him first, and Tsunade had interfered, resulting in Kong's weak attachment to the Uchiha clan. Kumogakure's fear is justified. Now that Jishui has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he can hold off the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. If the fourth Reikage and the Two-Tails Jinchuriki dare to come again, he'll teach them a proper lesson. Kong spoke through gritted teeth. That battle had been the greatest setback he had ever suffered, watching the Two-Tails rampage through the camp powerless to save his subordinates. He never wanted to experience that helplessness again. But Jishui, after 2 more days of recovery, take some men and destroy those small outposts. Kong looked at Jishui. The little brat from before had grown into a capable fighter. The Mangekyo Sharingan was something even Kong envied. If Jishui could manifest Susanoo, he would be a match for Kong. Considering Kotoama Tsukumi, Kong's stats might even fall short. No problem, big brother Kong. Tomorrow I'll select a few skilled Uchiha and take out those outposts. Jishui nodded. This task aligned with his own desires, as those outposts had been a constant irritation. After destroying the outposts, should we cut off Kumogakure's supply lines and force them to withdraw? Jishui, buoyed by the favorable situation, excitedly proposed his idea, only to see Kong and Fuyua shake their heads. Kumogakure is merely cautious, not fearful. If you push too hard now, it could trigger a full-scale war, which would be disadvantageous for us. Exactly. The main battlefield is against Iwagakure, where Konoha's main forces are concentrated. If we win there, Konoha can reinforce this front. Once Kumogakure sees that, they'll reconsider fighting. Then we can cut off their supplies, and their withdrawal will be only a matter of time. Moreover, cutting off Kumogakure's supply lines would require deep penetration into the Land of Lightning. If they seize the opportunity to surround our supply-cutting unit, or launch a surprise attack on our main camp, would be hard-pressed to defend. So forget that idea, just wait for the results from Iwagakure. Kumogakure is willing to stall for the same reason. They're observing. If Iwagakure succeeds, they'll attack us. If Iwagakure loses, there's no point in continuing the war. They can't win. Jishui listened to Fuyua and Kong's explanations, nodding without further comment. It seemed the intricacies of political scheming were not his forte. Kong watched Fuyua and Jishui leave the tent, then vanished with the Flying Thunder God technique. I was wrong. I shouldn't have struck so hard. Please don't be angry, okay? Kong looked at Zhao Mei-ming, who was fuming in silence, and felt a headache coming on. I'm not angry. I just feel sorry for those Kirigakure ninjas who died and for Kirigakure's heavy losses. You don't need to comfort me. Hearing Zhao Mei-ming's words, Kong relaxed. After all, despite their personal connection, they belonged to opposing villages. He had killed many Kirigakure ninjas, and he had genuinely worried about her reaction. They are ninjas. They all accepted the risk of death. Don't be sad. If you cry, you won't look pretty anymore. Kong gently stroked her cheek and embraced her. I've decided if I ever become Mizukage, I will strengthen training severely. I will never allow my subordinates to be so incompetent. Kong's face stiffened at Zhao Mei-ming's words. He hadn't expected her to grieve over Kirigakure's weakness and resolved to reform it. Truly, she was the woman destined to become Mizukage. Her mindset was beyond his comprehension. Shisui, having awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, personally led the team to eliminate those small cloud-hidden outposts. Before Shizui's overwhelming power, the magnet-released ninja Teloi could barely stir up any trouble. The moment Teloi laid eyes on Shisui, the genjutsu of the Sharingan was already activated. Other cloud-hidden ninjas tried to dispel the illusion for Teloi, but before they could act, the single Shursui before them multiplied into countless Shursui, each appearing identical, and each wielding a blade just as lethal. This could hardly be called a war, it was merely a one-sided massacre. With the illusionary power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the cloud-hidden forces sent out had no resistance whatsoever, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Shursui as if he were racing against time. The cloud-hidden ninjas were once again slaughtered, but this time Kong did not witness the Raikage's blazing fury. Instead, he only saw the gradual reduction of cloud-hidden small units. Under the dual deterrence of Kong and Shursui, the Raikage ultimately suppressed his temper and chose to endure for a while. After all, the last time he and Yomiuri came together to wreak havoc on the Konoha camp in the cloud-hidden battlefield, although Kong's side suffered heavy losses, Shursui finally awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, successfully forcing them to retreat. That battle also made the Raikage realize that continuing the fight would only result in both of them being severely injured. If Yomiuri could not quickly deal with Shursui, then as his battle with Kong prolonged, he would certainly be no match for Kong, putting both him and Yomiuri in danger. Thus, on the rock-hidden battlefield, the Konoha ninjas launched a frenzied assault, striving to achieve enough results in the shortest time, then sign a ceasefire with the rock-hidden, and shift the main force away from the rock-hidden front. But how could the cunning and old daimyo fail to see through this? Daimyo watched the Konoha ninjas charging wildly, merely directing the rock-hidden forces to continuously use earth-release techniques, building defensive fortifications, creating advantageous terrain, and minimizing casualties among the rock-hidden ninjas as much as possible. At this moment, Danzo was sitting in the camp with a worried frown, though his face was already grim. The rock-hidden battlefield was now like a turtle hiding in its shell. To pry open the shell, one had to spend tremendous time and effort, paying the price with ninja lives. But if you wanted to retreat, the turtle's head would stretch out from its shell, biting down tightly, and refusing to let you go. If you force your way out, you would have to leave a piece of flesh behind. All of this gave Danzo a splitting headache. Just at this time, far away in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, our third Hokage, the acting Hokage, was constantly urging him for results. Time passed little by little, with Danzo racking his brains to achieve results, and Kong feeling bored and idle. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the day of graduation from the Ninja Academy. Kong was overjoyed the moment he learned that Itachi had graduated from the Ninja Academy, for it meant he was one step closer to the beginning of the main storyline. But only a few days later he was plagued by a headache. All because of Uchiha Itachi, that fresh graduate from the Konoha Ninja Academy, who at this very moment appeared in his tent smiling and greeting him. "Brother Kong, long time no see." Looking at the 7-year-old Uchiha Itachi blinking his big innocent eyes and greeting him with childlike purity, Kong should have been happy if this scene hadn't taken place on the battlefield. Originally, he should have been happy. "Little Itachi, why are you here? This place is too dangerous for you right now. Let me take you to see your father, and then he'll send you back to Konoha, okay?" Kong crouched down, touched Itachi's slightly chubby cheek, affectionately ruffled his hair, then picked him up, intending to find Fugaku and Shursui. "No, brother Kong. I am a genin now too. I want to participate in this war, to fight for the honor of the Uchiha clan and for Konoha." What nonsense is this? Which school or family would instill such thoughts in a child? Oh, it's the Konoha Ninja Academy and the Uchiha Fugaku family. Then it's fine. That's alright. Itachi, war is not a game. You must know that even the grandson of the god of ninja Senju Hashirama perished tragically under the personal care of one of the 3 Sannin Orochimaru. Let alone you. Wait obediently for this war to end, and it'll teach you some real skills. How about that? Looking at little Itachi, although Kong knew what the future Itachi would become, the 7-year-old before him had grown up under his watch. Kong couldn't bring himself to let Itachi face the war directly. "I can do it. I've already learned the Uchiha clan's secret technique, the Great Fireball technique. I've been on the battlefield before. I'm not afraid." Itachi's words reminded Kong that this genius Fugaku had taken Itachi to the battlefield when he was very young, and even praised him for having the mindset of a Hokage. Kong's head throbbed even more. He desperately wanted to beat Fugaku for an hour. No wonder Itachi would become so twisted he had forgotten about this. "Fugaku, your Itachi is here. You handle it yourself." Along the way, Kong thought a lot, but in the end he left the decision to Fugaku. He had tried to correct Itachi's twisted ideas before, but each time the results were minimal. Now being stimulated again on the battlefield. Kong swallowed. Perhaps it was fate that Itachi had to walk that path. The hand of the world's will was ultimately something he could not overcome. It's Itachi. Actually, I would have preferred him to go to the rock-hidden battlefield. But I didn't expect this child to insist on coming here after hearing that you and Shursui were both here. However, since he's here, let him stay. Fugaku glanced at Itachi with no embrace, no encouragement, only a cold remark. What did he mean by originally intended him to go to the rock-hidden battlefield? Kong could tell even with his toes that the casualty rate there was far, far higher than here. Did Fugaku have a script? Otherwise, what father would want his child to die on the battlefield? Had Mikoto never cheated on him? Was he really the biological father? Kong was speechless. The Uchiha clan were all eccentrics. Sometimes Kong felt that his reincarnation into the body of an Uchiha had a reason, because in this world he too was an eccentric, and no one would ever suspect him. Shursui Itachi is in your hands from now on. Since he wants to gain experience on the battlefield, take him under your wing. Just don't break your little brother. Kong looked around. It seemed the only option was to assign Itachi to Shursui. With his great strength and good relationship, Itachi would be fine under him. Of course. Itachi is not just your younger brother. Tomorrow I'll take him out and find a weak cloud-hidden ninja for little Itachi to practice on. Brother Shursui is the best. Itachi trotted over and threw himself into Shizui's arms. Watching Shursui dote on Itachi, Kong could only say that the two were truly destined. Then he left Fugaku's tent to practice the Flying Thunder God technique. Time flew by and Kong and his comrades had held the front line for over half a year. The battlefield of Mai and Yanin ultimately yielded considerable results, and De Yemu eventually decided to negotiate peace with Mai. When the news of De Yemu's peace talks with Mai spread, Kong and his team immediately felt a huge relief. They steeled themselves with utmost vigilance against a potential sneak attack from Yunin, preparing to launch a major assault on Yunin once the elite reinforcements from Mai arrived. However, just a few days after the news of Yanin's peace talks came out, Yunin also expressed their intention to negotiate peace. Looking at the peace proposal sent by Yunin on the table, Kong still wanted to squeeze something out of Yunin, but the third Hokage was already satisfied. The prolonged war had caused a persistently high casualty rate among the new generation of Mai. Mai was no longer willing to continue this endless, hopeless war, pitting the strength of a single village against two others with the risk of other villages taking advantage of the chaos. Mai could no longer bear such consequences. When those newly graduated ninja school students, youngsters the same age as you but far less mature and powerful, were sent to the battlefield, Mui's war potential had been drained completely. What Mai needed was recovery and recuperation. Kong deeply wished to have a major clash with Yunin, but reality no longer allowed Mai to truly go to war with Yunin. Thus Mai withdrew its troops back to the village, and Yanin and Yanin each pulled their forces back as well. The three sides continuously sent envoys back and forth discussing the details of the peace treaty. How boring! Why aren't there even a few missions during this time? Inside the room, Kong lay listlessly on the bed. He hadn't expected that returning home would be even more boring than being on the front line. At the front at least he could spar with the Raikage. Though his strength surpassed the Raikage was also improving rapidly. Through constant real combat against a peer-level opponent, the Raikage's lightning armor ninja body technique and combat experience grew swiftly. In contrast, Kong felt he had suffered a great loss. His numerical superiority meant his experience and skills hardly improved, making him merely a free training partner for the Raikage. But at this moment, bored to the extreme, Kong missed the Raikage dearly. An exhilarating fight with the Raikage followed by a bath and a good sleep would be far better than moldering at home. So boring. Why haven't the 12 little shinobi of Mai grown up yet? Shishui, and you are becoming less and less adorable. Little Naruto clings to Shui men and won't play with me. Little Sasuke only recognizes you. Why is this happening? Kong walked into the courtyard, looked up to the sky with a sigh, lamenting his dull day, when he suddenly noticed birds flying across the sky, reminding him of something. Birds. Did I really forget something? Kong sat on the ground deep in thought. There shouldn't be any major events during this period. The Nine Tails incident had passed, and the night of the massacre was still far off. He was still young. What could it be? Kong racked his brain but still couldn't figure it out. He mindlessly opened the mobile game cheat, planning to have a good fight in the duel arena. It was only when the figure of Rishiang Ningxi slowly appeared in the arena that Kong realized what he had forgotten. The caged bird, the scapegoat incident. Damn it! How could I forget such a classic event? I've been in the Naruto world so long that I've almost forgotten everything from the original story. Kong slapped his forehead and silently vowed to record everything he remembered on a scroll tonight lest he forget anything else later. The scapegoat plot. But I don't know when it triggers. Do I have to go and stake out the Rishiang clan's main gate again? As for why he said, again, Kong recalled the Nine Tails incident. Back then, because he didn't know when Kushina would give birth, he had gone to Shui Men's house every day to wait. But in the end he only discovered the incident had begun after the Nine Tails had already appeared. Kong shook his head. Doing such a foolish thing once was enough. There was no way he would do it a second time. Then an idea struck him, and he walked out of the house with a sly grin. What? Brother Kong, are you joking? You want me to stake out near the Rishiang clan's main gate for a while and notify you immediately if anything happens? Ji Shui looked at Kong, unsure whether Kong truly knew nothing or was deliberately teasing him. After all, he was well aware that Kong was bored out of his mind at home. Who's joking? Just do as I say. When this is over, I'll treat you to 3, no 5, barbecue meals. Isn't that enough sincerity? Kong extended his hand, waving 5 fingers in the air to tempt Ji Shui. Brother Kong, don't you know that the Rishiang clan and the Uchiha clan are on bad terms? Even if I agreed to hang around the Rishiang clan's main gate every day, the Rishiang clan wouldn't agree. What do you mean the Uchiha clan and the Rishiang clan are on bad terms? Kong was utterly baffled. He hadn't expected such a thing. This wasn't even in the original story. After the Qianshou clan withdrew and integrated into the village, the Rishiang clan always believed they were the strongest clan in Mai. But how could our Uchiha clan admit that? Since the Warring States period, the title of the strongest clan has belonged either to the Qianshou or the Uchiha. We had no quarrel with the Qianshou clan, but now that they've withdrawn, how dare the Rishiang clan compete with the Uchiha? Thus the Uchiha and Rishiang clans have been at odds over this issue. If not for the fact that we all belong to Mai and the Hokage keeps us in check, we might have clashed with the Rishiang clan long ago. Looking at Kong's innocent, bewildered eyes, Ji Shui helplessly explained this piece of history. Sometimes Ji Shui felt that Kong wasn't even a native of Mai. How could he be so clueless about things that everyone else knew? It was utterly ridiculous. I don't care. You've already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Are you afraid of the Rishiang clan? Just go. He'll add 2 more barbecue meals, deal. Kong, having no other choice, resorted to being stubborn, physically pushing Ji Shui toward the door, trying to force him to surveil the Rishiang clan. Brother Kong, why don't you go yourself? Hearing Ji Shui's question, Kong blushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. I have other important things to do. Adults have their affairs, you kids don't need to worry about it. Just obey and go now. Ji Shui looked at Kong, who was older than him but sometimes less mature than you, and felt the headache coming on. Why was he so unlucky to be conscripted? No specific time, no specific target, and the Rishiang clan was enormous. Ji Shui shook his head, ultimately deciding to trust Kong. He dutifully concealed himself near the Rishiang clan, waiting for the so-called unexpected event that Kong had mentioned. Kong, having successfully arranged the surveillance of the Rishiang clan, was in high spirits. He strolled through the streets of Mai, carefully selecting gifts, planning to visit Zhao Meiming. He hadn't seen her in a while due to the war, and now that he finally had time, he wanted to see her and nurture their relationship. Who is it? How dare you infiltrate the Hyuga clan's territory? That night Hayashi Hyuga was strolling in the courtyard when he suddenly detected an abnormal surge of chakra moving within his grounds. Sensing something amiss, Hayashi immediately assumed a combat stance. Damn it, have I been discovered? The Hyuga clan's Byakugan truly cannot be evaded, can it? From a high vantage point, Shursui hesitated, torn between fleeing directly or descending obediently to apologize to Hayashi. But before he could decide, he realized that Hayashi's words might not be directed at him. What's happening? Byakugan. There's an intruder. At Hayashi's words, Hisashi, Niji, Hinata, and other Hyuga clan members emerged from their rooms to ascertain the situation. I thought the mission had failed, but someone has delivered themselves to me. Young Hinata, unaware of what was happening, only heard this sentence before losing consciousness. Lady Hinata. Hinata. Lord Hayashi, Lady Hinata has been abducted by him. Damn it. Hayashi, seeing Hinata being taken by the intruder, immediately gave chase. With the precise tracking of the Byakugan, he struck and severed the intruder's chakra flow, thwarting any attempt to use ninjutsu. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hayashi assumed his stance, and an intangible trigram phantom appeared around him. Within an instant he completed all 64 palms. With each strike, one of the intruder's tenketsu was sealed and his internal organs suffered a shock. By the time all 64 palms were finished, the intruder's tenketsu were entirely blocked, his internal organs reduced to pulp, and blood gushed from his mouth and nose. A gruesome death. Hinata, are you alright? Hayashi immediately checked who the intruder was, then scooped up Hinata to assess her condition. At that moment, Hisashi, who had rushed over, removed the intruder's mask. Beneath the mask, though smeared with blood, the face was recognizable. The envoy sent by Kumogakure for peace talks. Brother, this is a disaster. Look! Hisashi's hands trembled as he lifted the intruder's face for Hayashi to see. For a Kumogakure peace envoy to be killed by the Hyuga clan's signature taijutsu without any evidence of wrongdoing, the consequences were too dreadful for Hisashi to contemplate. First, seal the information. Send everyone back to their rooms. No one is to come out without my order. Guard this body personally. I will go see the third Hokage now. Until I return, no matter what happens, you must stall. Hayashi's expression grew grave as he stared at the face, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. He handed Hinata over to Hisashi, and then set off directly for the third Hokage's residence. Damn it, this is really serious. How could Brother Kong have predicted this? From his high vantage point, Shursui, upon seeing the actions of Hayashi and Hisashi, used a body flicker technique to leave the Hyuga compound. He needed to report this to Kong immediately. Are you saying that the Kumogakure peace envoy had ulterior motives? He broke into the Hyuga compound, attempted to abduct Hinata Hyuga, and was then killed by you with the 8 trigrams 64 palms. The third Hokage, facing Hayashi before him, listened to the account. He puffed on his pipe, continuously lost in thought. He had never imagined that with the peace talks between Kumogakure and Iwagakure in their final stages, such a breach could occur. The Kumogakure peace envoy had died within the Hyuga compound of Konoha with no evidence other than the Hyuga clan's testimony. What was the third Hokage to do? If he strongly supported the Hyuga clan, the peace talks would certainly be impossible to continue. If Kumogakure was truly determined to go to war, Iwagakure would not continue negotiations either. Konoha could not afford another war, at least not in the near future. But simply handing over Hayashi Hyuga. He was the head of a major clan in the village. To surrender the clan head over such an incident. What kind of Hokage would that make him? He might as well go home and farm sweet potatoes. Just as the third Hokage was racking his brains, an ANBU knocked on his door. Lord Third, the Kumogakure delegation has reported that one of their members is missing. Someone claims to have seen a Hyuga clan member killing someone under the cover of night. They now suspect that the Hyuga clan has murdered their man. The ANBU's words made both Hayashi and the third Hokage's headaches worse. This situation was going to be disastrous. Tell the Kumogakure people that we will meet at the Hyuga compound. I will give them an explanation. The third Hokage rose and led Hayashi out. Meanwhile, Kong had already received Shizui's message. He quickly dressed and went with Shursui to meet Hisashi. Is this the Kumogakure envoy? Kong looked at the corpse before him, asking with some curiosity. Yes, Lord Kong. My brother, in his haste to save his daughter, lost control and killed the Kumogakure envoy. He has gone to see the third Hokage, leaving me here to await news. Is there any chance to salvage this? Hisashi did not bother to ask how Kong had learned of this news. He no longer cared. The mishandling of the Kumogakure envoy's death would spell enormous trouble for the Hyuga clan. This is not easy. It's not something that can be smoothed over by offering them a larger share of benefits. Kumogakure is warlike. Without a face-saving concession, they will not be satisfied with mere material gains. Kong sighed and spoke these words to Hisashi. Lord Kong, what do you mean? The perceptive Hisashi had already sensed something, but he still asked, his voice trembling. In this matter, unless Konoha is willing to formally go to war with Kumogakure again, it will likely require the sacrifice of a sufficiently weighty member of the Hyuga clan. Kong did not make it explicit, but his meaning was clear enough. No, father. I don't want you to leave me. No. As the three were discussing, a child with a bandage on his head suddenly burst through the door, hugged Hisashi's legs tightly, and began to cry. This is my son Niji. Forgive his rudeness, my lord. Hisashi picked up little Niji and gently soothed him. So it was Niji after all. To have been branded with the caged bird at such a young age. How cruel. Kong looked at the bandage on Niji's head, feeling a pang of emotion. Such a young child marked with the caged bird, and his father might be used as a scapegoat for the main family. Truly tragic. It's all right, Niji. Everything will be fine. You must grow up well, healthy and strong, okay? Hisashi gently stroked Niji's head, speaking softly, but tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. Brother Kong, is there really no other way? Shursui, watching the tender scene between Niji and Hisashi, felt a pang of reluctance and asked Kong. Of course there is. As long as you are willing to come with me to talk to the Raikage, this matter can still be negotiated. A smile spread across Kong's face. He patted Hisashi on the shoulder, offering him a glimmer of hope. It's quite clear now, isn't it? Our envoy died at the hands of the Rishion clan, and judging by the manner of death, it was undoubtedly a master's work. The Byakugan and Gentle Fist were executed with such perfection. There are few in the Rishion clan capable of such skill. Inside the room, around a large table, sat the third Hokage Riri Rizu, Riri Richichi, Shui Kong, and the envoy representatives from Yunin, all discussing how to resolve the matter. It was your Yunin envoy who first trespassed into our Rishion clan's territory, attempting to abduct a member of the clan. We were forced to act in self-defense. His death was a consequence of his own actions. Is that so? Do you have any evidence? You can't just claim whatever you please. All the members of our Rishion clan witnessed it. Isn't the testimony of so many people enough? No. The Rishion clan killed someone, and now the Rishion clan members are testifying. Third Hokage-sama, do you truly take us Yunin people for fools? The Yunin envoy slammed his hand on the table, speaking indignantly, his righteous fury, as if he had suffered some great injustice. This matter is indeed hard to judge. But perhaps you could first tell us what you want, and we can discuss it further. The third Hokage reluctantly tried to mediate, for he still desired the support of the Rishion clan. Our demand is simple: hand over the murderer to prove your sincerity. If you do, the peace talks can continue. If not... The Yunin envoy did not finish, but the threat in his words was unmistakable. The murderer is Riri Ri. After a long silence under the Yunin's hard stance, Riri Rizu slowly began, his hand gradually rising to point at his own younger brother Riri Richa. Riri Rizu recalled the third Hokage's words. This incident was certainly premeditated. Yunin would not be satisfied with mere material compensation. They wanted to save face. To resolve the matter, someone must step forward to take responsibility, and they must be close in strength, stature, and appearance. The third Hokage did not continue. Among the Rishion clan, who else met those conditions but his own brother Riri Richa? This was for the future of the Rishion clan, for the greater good of Mai. On the way, Rizu kept telling himself this in his heart, attempting to convince himself to let his own brother die for him. He is only a branch family member. Branch family members are meant to die for the main family. It is only right. Rizu convinced himself. When the Yunin demanded the murderer's life, his fingers slowly pointed at his brother, Riri Richa. Seeing his brother's fingers slowly pointing at him, Richa, though already prepared, could not help but let a tear fall from the corner of his eye. Could he never escape the fate of the caged bird? The mark of the caged bird on Richa's forehead, hidden by the Mai forehead protector, now glowed, a warning from Rizu, a reminder of his identity. Those branded with the caged bird mark and those without were destined to be of two different worlds. Just as Rizu was about to finish his words, Kong suddenly spoke, interrupting everyone's thoughts and words. Otherwise, what would you do? Does the fourth Raikage know how arrogant you are? Let me put it this way: I killed that man. If the fourth Raikage wants a life for a life, tell him to come find me himself. I'd like to see what he plans to do. Kong's words instantly stunned everyone present. The Yunin envoys had been on battlefields before. They knew well the reputation of Kong of the Azure Thunder, and his frequent fierce battles with the fourth Raikage. The third Hokage and Rizu were also stunned. Riri Rizu was not even acquainted with Yuzhibo Kong. Why on earth would Kong take the blame for Rizu? Could it be because of Riri Richa? But Richa had only spent a short time with Kong, less than a year. How could that be possible? As for Richa and Jishui, they had some expectations, but they never expected Kong's solution to be taking the blame himself. What kind of solution was that? Kansama must be joking. Look at the corpse. The cause of death is clearly due to the gentle fist of the Rishion clan, and a very advanced technique at that. Otherwise it wouldn't have turned out like this. According to our knowledge, although you are powerful, you do not practice the gentle fist. Facing a powerhouse like Kong, the Yunin envoys did not wish to offend him. After all, he was a formidable man who could overwhelm the Raikage. Offending him would bring nothing but harm. What are you doubting the copying ability of the Yuzhibo clan's Sharingan? Kong did not let the Yunin envoys off. With a blink, a pair of crimson three-demo Sharingan appeared before everyone. Jishui also cooperatively revealed his Mangekyo. The eerie yet powerful eyes drew the attention of all present. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Of course we didn't mean that. The name of the Sharingan has shaken the ninja world since the Warring States period. How could we underestimate it? By now the Yunin envoys were sweating profusely, at a loss for words. Once Kong took responsibility for the matter, its nature changed. Even if the fourth Raikage himself came, he could not demand Kong's life. If the fourth Raikage uttered such a thing, Kong would instantly activate his curse mark and lightning armor, and engage him in battle. Demand a life. Ridiculous. First try to defeat me. Third Hokage-sama, look, isn't this just being unreasonable? How can you allow Kansama to do such a thing? The Yunin envoys, having no other recourse, could only appeal to the third Hokage. But the third Hokage was a seasoned politician. Though he did not understand why Kong would take the blame for Riri Richa, this was to him a favorable turn of events. Well, I don't really know what happened either. Since Kong has said so, I can't very well favor him. If you have any thoughts, feel free to continue. Damn it. The Yunin envoys wanted to curse. Wasn't the third Hokage blatantly lying? Who killed the man? Everyone in this room knew perfectly well. Playing dumb while pretending to be ignorant. What did he mean by that? Did he expect them to argue the principle of a life for a life with a powerhouse like Kong of the Azure Thunder? The Yunin envoys had no doubt that even if Kong killed them all right now and threw their bodies before the Raikage would not fight to the death with Kong for their sake. After all, that would mean real casualties. Since the third Hokage has spoken, let's have a proper talk about a life for a life. But I think if you can't handle this matter, perhaps you should go back and consult the fourth Raikage first. Kong opened the door with a smile, allowing the Yunin envoys to leave the Rishion clan's compound with the corpse. At Kong's signal, Jishui, with his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, watched them for a stretch of the road before returning home to rest. Let's leave it at that. Your Rishion clan owes me a favor. As for when and how to repay it, we'll discuss it later. After saying this, Kong also left the room. He walked over to Ningxi, who had been waiting outside for the result, and patted his head. It's all over. Don't worry. Thus, under Kong's firm stance, the fourth Raikage, though enraged, was persuaded by others to ultimately settle for extracting more benefits, and let the matter rest. Thus Kong enjoyed several years of tranquility, spending his days teasing little Naruto and little Sasuke, accompanying Itachi and Shui in their training. As for the other younglings, Kong did not actively approach them, though Niji occasionally visited him with gifts. Every time he saw Niji arriving with a large pile of things, Kong could not help but sigh, what a good child. How could the original story start so viciously only to turn him into a hedgehog later? During this period, the fourth Mizukage of the Mist Village, Yagura, was controlled by Obito. Though Mei Terumi sensed something amiss, she could not pinpoint it, and confided in Kong. Kong initially wanted to tell her the truth and help Mei Terumi free the Mist Village from Obito's control ahead of time. But after consideration, he thought it best not to reveal his relationship with Mei Terumi to anyone, lest someone sees that weakness and threaten him. That would be disastrous. Thus Kong remained at ease for a full 4 years until the time when Naruto and Sasuke entered the Ninja Academy, realizing that new events were about to unfold. I really have to trouble you. Naruto kept insisting on enrolling with you and I had no choice but to ask for your help. At the doorstep of Minato Namikaze's house, Kong smiled and patted Naruto's head, then let him and Sasuke go off to play. It's nothing. Escorting 1 or 2 is the same effort, and with Itachi watching over them it's a trifling matter. Kong chatted casually with Itachi and Minato. Over the years, because he frequently visited Minato's home to see Naruto, even Itachi and Minato had grown close. Naruto and Sasuke, having grown up together, were inseparable. Though Sasuke had a touch of pride, Naruto's cheerfulness bonded them well. My dad taught me how to refine chakra yesterday. Look how awesome am I! Naruto boasted to Sasuke, hands on his hips, his face full of pride. Humph, what's so great about that? Brother Kong gave me the scroll of his ninja initiation. It not only explains chakra refinement, but also contains ninja insights and a few basic techniques. I can refine chakra too. Sasuke raised his chin high, unable to hide his smile. Ah. Brother Kong, how can you be so biased, giving something like that only to Sasuke? I want it too. Naruto immediately ran to Kong, crying loudly. That's a misunderstanding. That scroll was given to me by Fugaku. I was just returning it to its rightful owner. If you really want something like that, I can secretly tell you, Minato's cultivation insights and techniques are the real treasures. While holding Naruto, Kong slyly pointed at Minato with a mischievous grin. Kong, stop teasing me. You're no less skilled than I am. Minato responded with a helpless smile, then gently touched Naruto's face. You're still young, my techniques are beyond your reach. Once you graduate from the Ninja Academy, I'll teach you a forbidden technique, how about that? Minato looked at Naruto with adoration, already deciding which technique to teach him. The multiple shadow clone technique, one of the best for Naruto given his Uzumaki lineage and the partial Nine-Tails chakra within him. Brother, I want one too. I want one too. Seeing that Naruto could learn a forbidden technique after graduation, Sasuke grew restless and ran to Kong and Itachi, acting spoiled. Let me think. I don't have a forbidden technique suitable for you, but I can teach you one of my early signature moves, the lightning release ninjutsu Qianyao Thousand Birds. How does that sound? Kong comforted Sasuke, making him a promise. Brother Kong, you don't even know Sasuke's chakra nature yet. You're so confident about teaching him Qianyao. What if he only has wind and earth natures? Itachi teased, knowing that Kong excelled in fire, water, and lightning releases, but rarely used wind and earth. So he deliberately used those two to jest with Kong. Itachi, if you don't want me to give you special training this afternoon, I suggest you keep quiet. Kong gritted his teeth at Itachi, silencing him. Alright, it's getting late. I'll take Naruto with me now. I'll bring him back after class. Kong then had Itachi lead the way while he himself followed behind Naruto and Sasuke, making sure they didn't sneak off. Incidentally, in memory of his late wife, Minato named their son Naruto Uzumaki rather than Naruto Namikaze, which made Kong marvel at the hand of the world's will. Isn't this the third Hokage? Why are you at the Ninja Academy today instead of working in the Hokage's office? Arriving at the academy, Kong barged into the principal's office where the third Hokage sat before him. Kong greeted him bluntly and plopped down. Ah, Kong and Itachi. Long time no see. These must be Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. They've reached school age. The third looked at Naruto and Sasuke with a benevolent expression. He had expected Sasuke to be trained within the Uchiha clan, but was surprised to see him sent to the academy. That's right. Arrange a class for them, will you? The outside procedures are dreadfully troublesome. Just help me out, okay? Kong looked at the third, showing no respect for the Hokage, as if the third were just an ordinary clerk. Of course, no problem. They are both the future of Konoha. It's only right. The third simply clapped his hands, and though no other movement occurred, the surrounding ANBU members had already gone to handle the matter. By the way, Itachi, are you interested in serving in the ANBU for some experience? Your brother Kong also trained there once, though a misunderstanding later occurred. Otherwise he would now be my right-hand man. After settling Naruto and Sasuke's enrollment, the third seized the opportunity to extend an olive branch to Itachi. Among the Uchiha clan's 3 prodigies, the first, Uchiha Kong, had fallen out with him over the Orochimaru incident. Though they maintained a superficial cordiality, only they knew the true entanglements of love and hate between them. The second, Uchiha Shursui, had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan at a young age and possessed formidable strength, but he was devoted to the Uchiha clan and unwilling to align with the third. As for Uchiha Itachi, the third had investigated and found that, influenced by Fugaku, Itachi greatly admired the Hokage position and yearned for the core power structure. As long as the third extended the olive branch, he was confident that Itachi would take the bait. Itachi hesitated. He did want to join the ANBU, but he also knew there was a rift between Kong and the third. Would serving in the ANBU displease Kong? Itachi stammered, unable to utter the word yes. He looked at Kong, seeking guidance. Seeing Itachi's conflicted expression, Kong sighed inwardly. What was so great about the ANBU? Yet he understood Itachi's desire to enter the core power circle, so he nodded toward Itachi. I accept. Thus Kong tirelessly escorted young Zuiju and young Mingren to and from school, and also glimpsed the childhood forms of the other 11 young warriors. Because Shuimen had not died, Mingren's circumstances were different from before. As the son of a hero, Mingren did not engage in pranks. He was cheerful and generous, often treating his friends to snacks. His interpersonal relationships were excellent, and he stood alongside Zuiju as the most popular freshman at the Ninja Academy. They also learned things exceptionally quickly. Whatever the Ninja Academy taught, they grasped instantly, making Kong envious. If he had possessed such comprehension, the study of the Flying Thunder God technique would not have been so arduous back then. Kong had initially planned to teach them some additional skills, but Shuimen stopped him. The Ninja Academy was their time to build a foundation. Their bodies were not yet fully developed. Recklessly learning new techniques might lead them to over-refine chakra in pursuit of practice, harming their bodies, which made Kong abandon the idea. Just as Kong was at ease, Jishui noticed something. What exactly are these people trying to do? Walking along the road, Jishui keenly sensed that problems were brewing within the Yuzhibo clan, and Fuyue could no longer suppress these issues. He recalled the conversation Fuyue had with him. Jishui, what do you think the Yuzhibo clan should do in the future? Fuyue looked haggard, a testament to his constant visits to the homes of various Yuzhibo ninjas. As clan leader, he dared not summon all the clansmen together for discussions, but instead chose to visit them one by one, hoping to persuade them. I don't know, but Brother Kong should have a solution. Jishui did not know how to answer this question. Was the fate of the Yuzhibo clan something he should be pondering? The third Hokage has once again raised the matter of relocating the Yuzhibo clan grounds, and his attitude is growing increasingly firm. Even Kong finds it difficult to interfere in this matter. Since the Ninetales incident, the Yuzhibo clan had been constantly targeted. Even though the Yuzhibo had the highest casualty rate on the cloud-hidden battlefield, it did not change the third Hokage's mind. Instead, he targeted them even more fiercely. What Fuyue did not know was that on the night of the Ninetales incident, not only had Kong turned the tide, but also the Ninetales' eyes had reflected the enormous Sharingan symbol. A mysterious masked man had suddenly appeared before the third Hokage, unleashing a Sharingan genjutsu that nearly forced the third Hokage to face a tailed beast's ball. The thoughts of the clansmen are mostly radical, and Kong pays no attention to these matters. I have no choice but to discuss this with you. Fuyue looked at Jishui, one of the few Yuzhibo members who could share his burden. He was on the verge of giving up. I won't hide this from you. Some within the Yuzhibo clan want to launch a coup and support Kong to become Hokage. But as you know, Kong has no interest in the position of Hokage and would never seize the post for the clan's sake. Yet they persist in their ideas. Fuyue produced a thick letter, the petition of the radical faction of the Yuzhibo clan. Everyone had expressed their thoughts on it, and pressed their blood fingerprints to show their resolve. I will find another way to deal with these people, but as for Tuanzang, I need you to go and see what his thoughts are. Lord Tuanzang cannot represent Konoha. Is it useful to negotiate with him? Jishui spoke in confusion. Shouldn't this matter be discussed with the third Hokage? And why was he the one to go? Fuyue or Kong would be far more suitable. You don't understand. As long as Tuanzang has no issues, then the third Hokage will have no issues either. You will gradually understand these things. Fuyue looked at Jishui. Their growth trajectories were almost identical to Kong's, so why was Jishui so lacking in sensitivity to major events? As the third Hokage's black glove, it was impossible for the third Hokage to personally handle the targeting of the Yuzhibo clan. Only Tuanzang could act. Based on Tuanzang's attitude for you, I could infer the third Hokage's true stance. Understood. I will go to Tuanzang's place to probe for detailed information. After accepting the task, Jishui left Fuyu's house and headed for Tuanzang's root organization. Jishui had dealt with Tuanzang before. Although Tuanzang was somewhat sinister, he had always been very courteous to Jishui, which left Jishui with little guard against him, a major reason for the subsequent tragedy. Ah, Jishui. Why aren't you monitoring those who want to stage a coup within the Yuzhibo clan? What brings you here? Outside the secret entrance to Root, Tuanzang slowly emerged and asked Jishui. The coup within the Yuzhibo clan is about to become uncontrollable. Even with Fuyu's full efforts to suppress it, he cannot change the will within the clan. Then what about Yuzhibo Kong? What is his opinion? Tuanzang asked the question that concerned him most, and also the one the third Hokage feared most. If Kong had also participated in the planning of the coup, they might as well surrender. No. Brother Kong remains the same as before, indifferent to village affairs and the internal matters of the Yuzhibo clan. He simply takes Suju and Mingren to school every day and does nothing else. Excellent. Without Yuzhibo Kong's involvement, this matter becomes much simpler. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Tuanzang's narrowed eyes, which Jishui keenly caught. In that case, come with me to see the third Hokage. We need to discuss how to handle this matter properly. Tuanzang led Jishui to the third Hokage's office. The third Hokage had already brewed tea and was waiting for them. In a few days it will be the Yuzhibo clan's memorial ceremony rite. At that time all Yuzhibo members will gather. As for you, I've figured out what to do. The third Hokage's blunt words left Jishui momentarily speechless. Clan leader Fuyu is persuading the more radical Yuzhibo clansmen. I believe that on the day of the ceremony there should be no problems. Is that so? Can Fuyu guarantee that nothing will go wrong on the day of the ceremony? Tuanzang showed no respect for Jishui or Fuyu, pointing out the unreliability of the matter. Of course, I will do my utmost to prevent the Yuzhibo clan from launching a coup, even if it means using my dojutsu, no matter the cost. In Zishui's eyes, a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly appeared, startling Tuanzang. The dojutsu called Kodo Amatsukami. The ability to alter others will without their knowledge is indeed a powerful skill. However, I will dispatch another Umbu to assist you. The third Hokage clapped his hands, and Yuzhibo Yu, wearing an Umbu mask, stepped in from outside the door. With this there should be no problem. Jishui, you must handle this matter well, otherwise it will be troublesome for both Konoha and the Yuzhibo clan. The third Hokage earnestly instructed Jishui and the Umbu beside him, as if he truly hoped these two could change the will of the Yuzhibo clan. On the other side, Tuanzang gazed at Zishui's eyes, unable to look away from the beautiful Mangekyo Sharingan for a long time. Brother Kong, today is the Uchiha clan's grand ceremony. By tradition everyone must attend. Are you still not going this year? On the training ground, Shursui frantically slashed flaming sword auras at Kong, while countless shadow clones darted around him, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. I'm not going. The ceremony is too troublesome, all that fussing and delaying. You might as well kill me than make me go. Kong was completely enveloped in his lightning armor, thunder crackling. Shizui's flaming sword aura struck him without any effect. With a single sweeping strike of Chidori's sharp spear, Kong dispersed a wave of Shizui's clones. Too weak, Shursui. This level is far from enough. Your body flicker is indeed impressive, but against large-scale attack ninjutsu you're too easily overwhelmed and your weakness exposed. As Kong finished speaking, lightning raged around him. His own self-developed Chidori stream derived from Chidori and Chidori's sharp spear. Lightning instantly filled the training ground, and Shizui's real body was revealed under the assault of Chidori's stream. It's over. Kong instantly teleported behind Shursui. While Chidori's stream still attacked Shursui, he gathered his lightning blade and slashed toward Shizui's neck. Not yet. Susanoo. Shizui's eyes transformed. His Mangekyo Sharingan was already activated. A mass of green chakra condensed around his body into a skeletal structure, firmly catching Kong's lightning blade. Susanoo, is it? This level is still not enough. Kong used body flicker to distance himself, then charged at Shui with full force, unleashing lightning lariat. Don't underestimate me, brother Kong. Shui gathered chakra again, and a giant skeletal green hand slammed toward Kong. Under Kong's lightning lariat, the enormous skeletal hand couldn't hold for even a second before being forcibly shattered by Kong's absolute power. You're dead. After breaking through Shijui's protective skeleton, Kong immediately used Flying Thunder God to change his position, sparing Shijui's life. Brother Kong, you're way too strong. Even Susanoo was taken down so easily. Shui plopped down on the ground like a child staring at Kong. I didn't expect you'd made almost no progress after all these days. What have you been busy with? Kong cancelled his lightning armor and lay down beside Shui. Brother Kong, are you really not going to do anything about the Uchiha clan's affairs? Seeing the Uchiha clan already on the edge of a cliff, Shui couldn't hold back and asked his doubt. As the strongest of the Uchiha, was Kong truly going to watch the clan tumble into the abyss? How should I handle it? Should I go punch them all one by one to make them drop the idea or join their rebellion? Or do you want me to use force to negotiate with the third Hokage and force the Uchiha into the core of power? Kong asked back. He had thought a lot about the Uchiha clan's coup. It was a trial they had to endure, one that would teach them a harsh lesson from reality. As for how severe the lesson would be, although a massacre night was out of the question, those who were dead set on the coup would not be forcibly saved by Kong. Shui remained silent. He didn't understand why Kong seemed to have no affection for the Uchiha clan while he was clearly so good to him, to Itachi, and to Sasuke. The Uchiha clan members also got along well with Kong, even though they barely saw each other a few times a month. Don't worry, Shui. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen. Seeing Shijui's expression, Kong softened and gave him a promise, but Shui mistook it for mere consolation. Let's go find Sasuke. Tonight's ceremony is too much for him since he's still too young. He'll probably pester you to take him out to play. Troublesome. That kid Sasuke is determined to measure up to Itachi. Every time he sees me, he wants me to teach him ninjutsu. How am I supposed to handle that? Kong complained, but his body honestly followed Shui toward Fugaku's house. Brother Kong, you promised Fugaku-sama to be Sasuke's teacher. Already getting impatient. Shui teased. He didn't know why Kong had taken on this task, but Kong really wasn't suited to be a teacher. What can I do? It's all because I felt sorry for Fugaku back then, so I helped him out. Who knew it would come so soon? Kong said grumpily, but inwardly he wasn't too worried. After Sasuke graduated from the Ninja Academy, he would probably be under Kakashi's guidance for a while, and then Kong would take over the role of Orochimaru. As for what to do with Orochimaru, Kong had no idea. He wasn't going to die anyway. Kong, Shui, you're here. Fugaku has already left to prepare for the ceremony. He's not home right now. I'm sorry. It's fine. I didn't come to see Fugaku anyway. You must be swamped with the ceremony today. They'll take Sasuke out to play and leave Shui here to help you with the work. Oh, that's too kind. Really am embarrassed. Mikoto was about to politely decline, but Sasuke had already run out. Brother Kong, can we go play at Uncle Minato's place? Seeing Kong at his doorstep and hearing Mikoto's words, Sasuke instantly realized he could go out. He clung to Kong's hand, saying happily, "No problem. After all, I'm also Sasuke's future teacher. It's my duty to look after him." Kong patted Sasuke's head with a smile. "In that case, I'll take my leave now. Want you stay a little longer? Know the ceremony. Fugaku can't possibly manage alone. I won't disturb you." Kong took Sasuke's hand and left Fugaku's house. "Please wait a moment. Let me change clothes." Mikoto invited Shui into the house, poured him a glass of water, and said, "It's fine, there's still time. No need to rush, Mikoto-sama." Mikoto smiled at that, but she quickly went upstairs to change. "I hope nothing goes wrong today." Shui looked outside, his thoughts drifting far away. He didn't know if tonight's ceremony would go smoothly. He only hoped Fugaku's persuasion would be effective. "You're here." Fugaku saw Mikoto and Shui arriving together, and came over to greet them. "How are the preparations?" "Everything is ready. I've prepared double the supplies needed for the ceremony, and I've already said what needed to be said. Tonight will only be the Uchiha clan ceremony, nothing else will happen. Fugaku said these words lightly looking at Mikoto and Shisui, but anyone could see that his face was filled with exhaustion and tension. He had no absolute certainty about what would happen today. It's okay. No matter what happens, we'll face it together. Mikoto held Fugaku's hand. All she could do was stand by Fugaku forever. It will be fine. Shisui also comforted Fugaku. In the distance, members of the Uchiha clan had already begun to gather. The ceremony was about to begin. Fugaku clan leader! Clan leader! Fugaku big brother! The members of the Uchiha clan kept passing by Fugaku greeting him. Although some were reluctant because it was the day of the sacrificial ceremony, they still called him clan leader respectfully. Shisui was on the platform participating in some small activities before the start of the sacrificial ceremony. On one hand he helped Fugaku maintain order, on the other he watched the people on the list given by Fugaku. As long as they gathered to discuss something, Shisui would separate them under the pretext of activities. Thus with Shizui's efforts they successfully held out until Fugaku's arrival, officially commencing the sacrificial ceremony. During the ceremony some people deliberately stood together, communicating with glances and small gestures. Fugaku and Shisui noticed but could do nothing. Time passed little by little and the ceremony soon ended. Afterward people greeted Fugaku and returned home, but a group of patrol members remained in the venue sitting together unmoving for a long time. Clan leader Fugaku, they. Shisui frowned, not expecting that problems would arise in the end. I wonder what everyone is waiting for by staying here and refusing to return. Fugaku stopped Shisui, not letting him continue speaking. He stepped forward, stood before the crowd and asked, Clan leader Fugaku, are you still the clan leader of the Uchiha clan? Or have you become the clan leader of Konoha? Fugaku's eyes narrowed, filled with murderous intent. This was not just a coup but also a rebellion against him. Is the Uchiha clan not a part of Konoha? Our ancestors bled and wept for peace, and finally the Senju and Uchiha clans established Konoha village, giving you shelter. What do you intend to defy the ancestors' will and plunge the Uchiha clan into danger again? Fugaku retorted mercilessly, directly slapping a big head on them. The cooperation between our ancestors and the Senju was for the Uchiha clan to survive, better not to be dogs for others where they won't even give you a bone and will kick you twice. Shut up. Has Konoha treated you unfairly? When you achieved military merits, did they not reward you? When you were injured, did they not heal you? Has Konoha ever mistreated you? Not even a single cent. Fugaku knew well that the Uchiha clan was being targeted by the third Hokage's faction, but they had done nothing overtly. Using these things as arguments would only make others laugh at you for being brainless. Don't say so much. What's the point? You know better than us the real situation of the Uchiha clan. If you have the ability, change our predicament, otherwise what right do you have to stop us? When these words were spoken, Fugaku fell silent instantly because he really couldn't refute this. From being a founding elder of the village to being ostracized and targeted, now the Uchiha clan's situation was truly dire. Fugaku had originally thought that after the war Sora would make a bid for the Hokage position. As long as Sora became Hokage, even if he had no particular feelings for the Uchiha clan, it would be much better than the current situation. But Sora explicitly stated after the war that he was not interested in the Hokage position, catching Fugaku off guard. Then he began to prepare to train his younger son Sasuke. Initially making Sora Sasuke's teacher was only to preserve a spark for the Uchiha clan. Later he realized that this could be used to get closer to Sora because Sora really liked his younger son. After the war, when Sora indicated he didn't want to be Hokage, Fugaku suddenly realized that Sasuke could also become Hokage. With Sora as Sasuke's teacher, Sasuke's strength and qualifications would not be an issue. The pseudo Jinchuriki in the village was good friends with his younger son, and Minato also liked Sasuke and could endorse him. Among the new generation, the probability of Sasuke becoming Hokage was very high. But Sasuke is still young. Even if he could become Hokage, it would take at least 10 years. Fugaku could wait 10 years, but others might not be able to wait. Wait a little longer, give me some more time, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Fugaku reassured the crowd, painting a rosy picture for them. 10 years, just 10 years. After 10 years the Uchiha clan's situation will definitely change. Moreover, the third Hokage is already old. I believe the Uchiha clan's predicament will soon improve. 10 years later we will surely regain our original glory. Fugaku solemnly made his promise, but the effect was not good. The Uchiha members present had long harbored grievances. After extensive preparation they were unwilling to wait even a moment, let alone 10 years. Clan leader Fugaku, we hope you can lead us to change the status quo starting now. 10 years is too long. The Uchiha clan is no longer willing to endure such a long time. Fugaku offered a big carrot, but the other side showed disdain and forced his hand. Don't go too far. If we can't reach an agreement, we have our own means. Shisui activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, one hand gripping the short sword behind his back, and said threateningly, Uchiha Shisui, Sora's lackey, the third Hokage's dog, why are you so angry today? You want to lay hands on your own clansmen? Then come on, use the blood of the Uchiha clan as your letter of allegiance. The leader of the group stood up, closed his eyes, and exposed his neck. This put Shisui in a dilemma. He dared not draw his sword, fearing that the conflict would turn into a life-and-death struggle, but letting them humiliate him and Fugaku was also unacceptable. Shisui, go to the back and calm down. They'll handle this from here. Fugaku pressed down on Shisui's hand holding the sword and shook his head. He knew that the sword must not be drawn today. Once drawn, the Uchiha clan would be completely finished. But clan leader Fugaku, you trust me, I'll handle it. Fugaku said nothing more, just patted Shisui's shoulder and sent him away from the conflict scene. Arriving at a distant rock, Shisui quietly felt the wind, lost in thought. Shisui, do we have any other choice? Just as Shisui was thinking, an ANBU member silently appeared beside him, also with a confused look. I don't know either. Big brother Sora clearly doesn't want to get involved in these matters. Clan leader Fugaku is struggling alone. What should we do? I don't know. Shisui spoke these somewhat despairing words in silence. Itachi had also witnessed the conflict from a hidden spot. The contradiction between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, or rather the third Hokage, had become irreconcilable. Neither of them knew what to do. Is that so? Do you want to seek a solution? Who? Shisui and Itachi were startled. Someone who could approach them silently was rare in the entire ninja world. My name is Uchiha Madara. I am sorry. We failed to stop them at the sacrificial rite, but Clan Chief Fuyue has soothed the crowd. Give us a little more time. I believe we can sort this out. Jishui looked at Tuanzang before him, guilt gnawing at his heart. Sandai and Tuanzang had placed such trust in them and even sent the Umbiyu to assist, yet they had still botched everything. That day Fuyue had only managed to calm them by relying on his authority, and Jishui's force. Everyone knew they remained full of resentment, and it was only a matter of time before they rose again. Jishui, Sandai trusted you so completely. Do you believe you have lived up to that trust? Tuanzang narrowed his eyes, his presence chilling without a word. The Yuzhibo clan's coup had reached its final stage. If it could not be stopped now, Mai would be dragged into civil war. Fortunately, Yuzhibo Kong cared little for the clan Jishui, and Yuzhibo Yu cared for it deeply, but even more so perhaps for Mai itself. Lord Tuanzang, please forgive us and Sandai. We will ensure this matter ends well. Jishui still attempted to buy the clan a little time, but Tuanzang raised a hand to signal him to stop. Opportunities do not last forever. The Yuzhibo clan intends to stage a coup. You must understand how grave this is. We should have acted before the rite, but Sandai trusted you and gave you a chance. This outcome is unacceptable. What is more upsetting is that you have exhausted your means. Tuanzang spoke coldly. Were it not for considerations regarding Yuzhibo Kong, he might have acted before the sacrifice began. Even when given the chance, they had failed to seize it. If this time you rely on force to intimidate them, what then? Will you slay your own kin? Lord Tuanzang, no. There must be another way. Tuanzang listened to Jishui's protest and understood. Jishui could never bring himself to strike his own clan. Is that so? Then Yuzhibo Jishui, what do you propose? Those people. Will you use Baishinshin to alter them one by one, reshaping their wills? Can you truly remake so many? Tuanzang's interrogation grew harder, his tone uncompromising. Even if you could change countless minds, what of those in the village who harbor prejudice against the Yuzhibo? What will you do about them? If those people do not change, new hatreds will spawn. More will join their ranks. What then will you do? Tuan Zhang's words left Jishui bewildered and speechless. If matters reach the point of no return, would you use Baishinshin against Sandai and me for the sake of your clan? Yuzibo Jishui, what in truth matters most to you, the clan or the village? Tuan Zhang stood before Jishui, his sharp gaze piercing him. Jishui had never contemplated such a dilemma. He wanted to seek out Kong, but before he could move, Tuan Zhang had already acted. I will take your Zulinian Sharingan. Such a perilous power must be kept under my control. Forgive me. Jishui's own Zulinian flashed. He cast a genjutsu that sent Tuan Zhang into unconsciousness. It is only an ordinary illusion, it will fade soon. I must take my leave. Jishui's mind was in turmoil. He only wanted to find Kong and learn what to do, unaware that Tuan Zhang had vanished silently from behind him. Bang, thud, no warning. Tuan Zhang materialized at Jishui's side and struck with a sudden series of taijutsu, catching him utterly off guard. In a swift motion he tore out one of Jishui's Zulinian. It shall serve as a replacement for my eye. Tuan Zhang unwrapped the bandage from his own head, revealing a Zulinian beneath that was already dimming, and he fitted Jishui's eye in its place. What technique is this? Why has it become like this? Jishui clutched his face, questions raging within him, but Tuan Zhang gave him no time to think. Give me the other eye as well. Jishui, I will remember you. As the words fell, a dozen Genbu elites surrounded Tuan Zhang, ready to strike. Fire, release great fireball technique. Jishui had no time to ponder. He hurled a vast fireball at Tuan Zhang. The Genbu operatives countered with water, released the steam from which cloaked Jishui's retreat. Do not let him escape, pursue him. Tuan Zhang fitted his new eye as he barked orders, and the Genbu gave chase. What should I do? Seek Brother Kong. Jishui fled, clutching his eyes as the Genbu pressed close behind. He longed to turn and settle matters, yet he could not bring himself to do so. If he slaughtered them now, any hope of a peaceful resolution between the Yuzibo and Mai would be lost. He thought to find Kong, but recalled how distant Kong had always been toward the clan. Could he really drag Brother Kong into this abyss? Jishui stood torn and indecisive. Some tens of minutes later, as agreed, you arrived at their meeting place, only to find Jishui turned away from him. Jishui. You called his name with palpable concern. The Yuzibo coup is now unavoidable. Clan Chief Fuyue and I did everything we could, but Tuan Zhang struck against the clan in secret. He possesses a Zulinian. Jishui. You sensed something wrong and reached out to check him, but Jishui stopped him. If the Yuzibo truly rise, Mai will be watched by the great nations. War will come. I had hoped to buy time with Tuan Zhang, but he seized my right eye. That man is exceedingly dangerous, you must beware him. Jishui withdrew his left eye and held it out to you. I entrust my left Zulinian to you. Do not let the name of the Yuzibo be sullied. Do not let Mai be plunged into war again. Jishui, what are you doing? You did not take the eye. A sliver of hope still lingered within him. Forgive me. From now on you must struggle alone. Tell Brother Kong there is no need to avenge me. I have ruined everything. My death should buy you a little more time to save the clan. Jishui, let us go find Brother Kong. There must be another way. Jishui smiled faintly, placed the Zulinian on the ground, turned his back and fell from the cliff. Jishui. You dashed forward to save him, but it was too late. Below the cliff a furious river raced. Jishui's fall seemed certain death. Jishui. You closed his eyes, unable to witness his friends passing. His own eyes slowly began to change. Unnoticed by him, the waters below the cliff swirled into an uncanny spiral. What? You mean Shursui jumped off a cliff and entrusted his left eye to you? In the room, Kong looked at the grieving Uchiha Itachi, his mind momentarily adrift. How could this happen? How could this happen? He had made a promise to Shursui, assuring him that the Uchiha clan would be safe. Shursui wasn't without options. After all, Kong was still there for the Uchiha clan. Even if he usually ignored trivial matters, he would never allow the clan to stage a coup and perish. Where had he gone wrong? Kong pondered but could not pinpoint the flaw. This is Shijui's suicide note, and this is the eye he left behind before he fell. Kong did not even glance at the Mangekyo Sharingan capable of using Kodo Amatsukami. He snatched the letter and opened it to read. Brother Kong, when you see this letter I will be gone. Do not grieve for me nor seek revenge. This was my choice. I can no longer prevent the Uchiha clan's coup. I only hope my death buys some time for Fugaku and Itachi. I do not wish the clan's honor to be tarnished nor for Konoha to be plunged into war again. I considered asking for your help, but I did not want to put you in a difficult position. I did not want you to defect from Konoha like your teacher Orochimaru or leave forever like Lady Tsunade. By the way, Danzo has one of my eyes. He also possesses a strange technique that makes him immune to my genjutsu, and allows him to appear beside me suddenly. Be careful. The cost seems to be 1 Sharingan. As for the rest you will have to discover it yourself. Do not mourn my departure. If you truly care for me, Brother Kong, please protect the Uchiha clan and Konoha in my stead. Danzo. I will kill him. Kong's fury was barely containable. He had been in this world only 10 years and had known Shisui for 7 years. He had trained with Shisui, fought beside him on the battlefield, accompanied him on missions, shared meals, and teased young Naruto and young Sasuke together. When Kong did not want to leave the house, Shisui brought him food. When he was too lazy to clean, Shisui tidied the house. Kong had no other family. His body was that of a war orphan. Shisui had always been by his side. Shisui was his younger brother. Itachi, go home first. Take good care of Shijui's eye. It is his final gift to you. Guard it well. Kong patted Itachi's head to comfort him. He had originally intended to leave Danzo for Sasuke, but now it seemed he would have to settle the matter himself. Brother Kong, don't go. Shijui's sacrifice was his own choice. His wish was for peace between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. If you go now, war between Konoha and the clan will be inevitable. Itachi tried to dissuade Kong. The coup faction in the Uchiha clan had grown slightly more restrained after losing Shisui, a key combatant. Fugaku was taking this opportunity to persuade them. If Kong acted now, everything would be lost. They had not counted on Uchiha Kong, so they had deemed their combat strength insufficient for a coup. But if Kong took action, he would not only fill the gap in high-end power but also provide a suitable candidate for leadership. Itachi, you must understand what is the purpose of your power. If you possess strength but cannot protect those you want to protect, why become stronger? What did you become a ninja for? Kong stood up, looking at Itachi. Though he liked Itachi, he had never agreed with his way of thinking. Shisui might have been somewhat cowardly, unwilling to face reality, and too afraid to stay and change the status quo, but he truly gave his life for the Uchiha clan he wanted to protect, for the Konoha he cherished, and to avoid putting Kong in a difficult position. He did everything he could without harming others. But Brother Kong, if you do this between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, if Danzo wants to stir trouble, it'll beat him half to death and leave him bedridden. If the Uchiha clan wants trouble, it'll beat them half to death so they can only dream about it. Having said that, Kong walked out of the room, leaving a flustered Itachi behind. Are you saying Shisui was driven to his death by you? The third Hokage looked at his old comrade in arms, his own Black Glove, the second-in-command of Konoha. He could hardly believe that Danzo, a seasoned politician for decades, would do something so irrational. The Uchiha clan's coup is a foregone conclusion. Neither Shisui nor Fugaku had a solution. He couldn't decide which was more important, Konoha or the clan. If we don't deal with him now, are we waiting for them to launch the coup and hit you and me with a Kodo Amatsukami? Danzo sat beside the third Hokage. Though his heart was racing, he spoke with righteous indignation, putting on a facade of concern for Konoha and for the third Hokage. Then have you thought about how to handle Uchiha Kong? Remember, he and Shisui were very close. Without a proper excuse, I won't be able to protect you. The third Hokage's words were not a threat but a statement of fact. Kong's strength was already on par with his own and many people supported him. Forcing the issue to protect Danzo from Kong would not be easy. I have already prepared an explanation. I just need you to back me up. Though Danzo felt uneasy, he knew he was not in mortal danger. Shijui's death, though nominally forced by him, was ultimately Shijui's own choice. After all, the men Danzo had sent to kill Shisui had all died, and their deaths were gruesome. At worst, he could hand over Shijui's Sharingan, and the third Hokage would imprison him for a while. In a few days he would be released. As for Kong actually killing him, Danzo dismissed that possibility. After all, he was a high-ranking official of Konoha, leader of the Root, and a friend of the third Hokage. He held an important position and was covered in honors. Unless Kong was determined to defect to Orochimaru as a rogue ninja, abandoning his friends and family in Konoha and forsaking the convenience Konoha offered him, he would never die. It's good that you have a plan. But don't do such things again. The third Hokage looked at his old friend with a mixture of fondness and resentment. Also, is there really no way to salvage the Uchiha clan? You should know that better than I do. The Uchiha clan's current situation has reached a point where forceful measures are necessary. Even if Shizui's death placates them for a while, they will eventually launch a coup when the time comes. Seeing the third Hokage feigning ignorance, Danzo did not expose him. Instead, he earnestly analyzed the Uchiha clan's problems, even though those problems were entirely of the third Hokage's making. Danzo, go to hell. In the Root base, Danzo made no attempt to hide his whereabouts. Instead, he deliberately let the news spread that he was there. Danzo knew that hiding was futile. The longer he concealed himself, the more ferocious Kong's retaliation would become. So he chose to reveal his location directly, allowing Kong to vent his anger. Thus Danzo sat in a room within the Root base awaiting Kong's arrival. Unexpectedly, a roaring Kirin formed of lightning shattered the base's defenses and landed heavily beside him. Danzo, come out now or I'll destroy this base. From a height, Kong had already entered the form where the curse mark was superimposed on the Reikage armor. This was his strongest combat state. His heart was brimming with fury, with no regard for the fact that this was Konoha and Danzo was a high-ranking official. He was already at full power before even meeting. Who's there? A massive crater had been blasted into the Root base by the Kirin. Reacting swiftly, Root members leaped out and surrounded Kong. Tell Danzo to come out or all of you will die here. Kong had no intention of wasting time on these minor lackeys. However, upon hearing his words, the Root members immediately hurled kunai and shuriken, and some began forming hand seals, preparing to unleash ninjutsu against Kong. Chidori current. Leveraging the Reikage armor, Kong released a powerful surge of electricity, instantly paralyzing the surrounding Root members, rendering them immobile. The kunai and shuriken that struck his Reikage armor proved utterly ineffective. Secret technique: scale-eating insect swarm. Just as Kong was about to call out for Danzo again, a man whose entire body was covered in purple poisonous insects charged toward him, braving the Chidori current. You! Torian Aburaim! Kong gazed at the man before him. Nanoscale poisonous insects covered his entire body. Contact would mean certain death or severe injury. Although Kong had the Reikage armor for protection along with hardened skin from the curse mark, he still chose to evade this attack. Fu! Torian Aburaim wondered why Kong had chosen to evade his strike, as if Kong knew the nature of his technique. But as a guard meticulously trained by Danzo, how could he rely on a single move to defeat his opponent? Mind-body switch technique. As Kong dodged Torian's attack, a pink blur shot toward him. The Yamanaka clan's secret technique, the mind-body switch technique. If Fu Yamanaka's technique landed, Torian was confident he could subdue Kong. Just as Fu's mind-body switch technique was about to strike Kong, a smile curled on Kong's lips, puzzling Fu. At this distance his technique was certain to hit. Once he disrupted Kong's mind, even slightly, victory would be assured. Why was Kong still smiling? Soon Fu understood why. The pink blur struck Kong's body but passed straight through. It didn't hit. An afterimage? Impossible. Is his speed really that fast? Fu and Torian were astonished. Their coordinated attack had taken down countless powerful ninjas who had no chance to resist. Although some had managed to counter it over the years, this was the first time they had seen someone dodge Fu's mind-body switch technique at such close range purely through speed. Multiple shadow clone technique. As Kong activated the technique, 4 clones appeared beside him, all also in the curse mark and Reikage armor state. Using their speed, Kong's clones quickly subdued Fu. Meanwhile, Torian, relying on his nanoscale insects, destroyed one of Kong's clones, only to be knocked down by another clone's water formation wall, followed by a water prison that firmly restrained him. Trapped in the water prison, Torian attempted to release his insects to destroy Kong's clone, but Kong had already reinforced that clone. With a mere flick of the Chidori spear, a fissure appeared on the ground. Torian understood this was a warning. If he dared to destroy the clone maintaining the water prison, the Chidori spear would cleave his body in the next instant. By now the surrounding Umbu realized something was wrong. They nervously encircled Kong but hesitated to make a move. Danzo, if you don't come out, your two trusted subordinates are in danger. Two of Kong's clones simultaneously raised the Chidori spear. This was not an empty threat. These two minor characters, insignificant to the plot, could die without consequence. Time's almost up, you know. Isn't your Lord Danzo planning to come out? If he doesn't, all of you will lose your lives. Kong spoke in an innocent tone, uttering brutal and terrifying words. Though fear gripped the hearts of everyone present, none fled. They stood frozen, staring intently at Kong. Kong wondered what use their staring served. They didn't even dare to attack him. Were they just there for atmosphere? 3, 2, 1. After saying one, Kong mercilessly swung the Chidori spear downward, but it was interrupted by two wind blades that flew in from afar. Kong, it's been a while. May I ask what brings you to visit me this time? Danzo emerged unhurriedly, greeting Kong as if meeting an old friend, his tone warm and cordial. What brings me? Don't you know, Danzo? Or have you committed so many wrongs that you can't remember which grudge this is? Kong released Torian and Fu. They had fulfilled their purpose by luring out Danzo. Step by step, Kong approached Danzo, observing his reaction. You're referring to the matter of Sasuke Uchiha, aren't you? I truly regret that incident. I was only concerned that the immense power of Kodoa Matsukami might be misused, so I intended to keep it safe for a while. I never imagined that child would be unable to accept it, leading to the tragedy. Danzo's feigned remorse made Kong sick. He knew Danzo was a man rotten to the core, devoid of moral scruples, a thoroughly evil villain. Though he had mentally prepared himself for the disgust before coming, hearing Danzo's words still made him nauseated. So you're saying it's all Shizui's fault? You bear no responsibility. Kong laughed in anger, retorting. The fury within him was barely contained. He suppressed his rage only to hear what other excuses Danzo could fabricate. Of course, I also have my faults. I failed to guide Sasuke properly, failed to prevent the Uchiha clan from reaching this state. I must take responsibility, but it is not my fault. Are you done? Kong stared expressionlessly at Danzo. The words "not my fault" drained his patience completely. He decided that even if the third Hokage appeared, he would beat them both half to death just to ensure Danzo couldn't get out of bed for half a year. What are you doing, Kong? Remember, I am a high-ranking official of Konoha. Are you planning to become a rogue ninja? Hearing Danzo's stern rebuke, Kong silently formed the Chidori spear and thrust it toward Danzo. Chidori sharp spear. Without hesitation, Kong extended his Chidori sharp spear with lightning speed, thrusting directly at Danzo's vital point. Young people are always so impatient. Seeing Kong strike at him, Danzo's mind remained undisturbed. He used a body flicker technique to evade Kong's Chidori sharp spear, then launched a vacuum blade wave toward Kong. A sneer curled on Kong's lips. He stood motionless, relying on his lightning armor to endure Danzo's vacuum blade wave. Despite the elemental disadvantage, Danzo's attack failed to harm Kong, nor did it even break through his lightning armor. It seems you've grown old, Danzo. Kong lightly patted the non-existent dust on his lightning armor, speaking with a smile. Today he would make Danzo understand the absolute gap in their power. The young should not be too arrogant. Underestimating an old man can lead to regret. Danzo exhaled slowly, condensing a wind blade in his hand. Kong discerned Danzo's intent. He drew the short blade he had not used for a long time from his back. With a mere flick, lightning enveloped the blade. Amidst flashes of steel and lightning, Kong's lightning blade clashed repeatedly with Danzo's wind blade. Each collision sent a jolt of trepidation through Danzo's heart. He had heard of Kong's immense power, and had a rough estimate in his mind, but now, after engaging in actual combat, he realized he had still underestimated Kong. With extraordinary strength and speed, coupled with the near-impenetrable defense of the lightning armor, long-range powerhouses like Kirin and numerous fire-release techniques for coordinated attacks, and most importantly being an Uchiha with a 3-tomo Sharingan, even conventional genjutsu struggled to affect Kong. As for stamina, Kong admitted that he himself did not know the extent of his chakra reserves. He could continuously unleash powerful chakra-consuming techniques without rest, exhausting himself to the point of collapse, and still not deplete his chakra. This was the monster Danzo faced. Except for a slight deficiency in combat experience due to prolonged dominance over weaker foes, no one in the ninja world could rival Kong in other aspects. Wind Release Vacuum Great Sphere. Danzo leaped backward to gain distance, his hands weaving seals rapidly. An enhanced vacuum sphere flew toward Kong only to be cleaved apart by a single Chidori sharp spear. If you have any other tricks, use them all. Kong gazed at Danzo's disheveled state, his mood greatly improved. Instead of pursuing, he waved his hand, continuing to toy with Danzo. Summoning Technique Baku. Danzo bit his finger and slammed his hand on the ground. A massive tapir-like creature appeared beside him, opening its mouth to unleash a ferocious suction that made even Kong struggle to keep his footing, drawing him closer to the Baku. Wind Release Vacuum Wave. By now Danzo had positioned himself behind Kong. Leveraging the Baku's immense suction, he launched a powered-up vacuum wave, attempting to breach Kong's lightning armor. Lightning Release Horizontal Strike. Kong struck with the edge of his hand, lightning flowing through his fingertips to form a short blade of lightning intercepting Danzo's vacuum wave. Summoning Technique Gold Silver Iron. Kong also pierced his finger with lightning release, summoning 3 pandas. You're calling us to fight again? Before Gold, Silver, and Iron could finish their sentence, they were yanked by the Baku's powerful suction and slammed heavily onto the creature. Boss, we hit someone. Shut up. Can't you see that's not a person? What the hell is this thing? I've never seen it before. Second brother, have you forgotten that we've always been in the mountains and never been anywhere? It's not strange not to recognize it. Bear Gold climbed to his feet, listening to his younger brothers bickering, a vein bulging on his forehead. How could his 2 brothers be so unreliable? Glancing around, it was obvious that Kong had summoned them to deal with this creature, yet the 2 were idly debating what it was, though he himself was also curious. You 2 stop embarrassing us. Get up and take care of them. Don't disgrace our Ninja Bear clan. Bear Gold lunged forward, landing heavily on the Baku. Bear Silver and Bear Iron immediately piled on top, forming a trio of hefty masses atop the creature. The poor Baku had never encountered such a situation. As a functional summoning beast, it was not adept at close-quarters combat. Suddenly facing 3 brawling experts, it couldn't withstand the assault, and was miserably pummeled by the 3 pandas. Seeing his own summoning beast, the Baku, overwhelmed by Kong's summons, Danzo resignedly dismissed the technique, sending the Baku back. Is that it? Bear Gold felt a bit unsatisfied. They had just started to warm up and it was already over. How boring. Thank you for your hard work. Return. No trouble at all. Next time there's something like this, be sure to call us out for some fresh air. Bear Gold waved his hand and followed his 2 brothers back to the bamboo grove, leaving Kong and Danzo facing each other. Lord Danzo, do you have any other tricks? Let me see them. Kong taunted. Wind Release, Baku, and Taijutsu had all been employed. Now he wondered if Danzo had the nerve to reveal those illicit techniques like Izanagi and Hashirama's cells. As for Koto Amatsukumi, Kong doubted Danzo could use it in such a short time. Kong, I am a high-ranking official of Konoha. Must you humiliate me like this? If you have the backbone, grant me a swift death. Danzo closed his eyes, adopting a posture of submission. He dared to do this partly because he gambled that Kong wouldn't kill him, and partly because the 3rd Hokage had arrived and was watching from afar. Danzo believed that if his life were truly in danger, the 3rd would not stand idly by. Is that so? Then I shall grant you a swift end. Kong had also sensed the 3rd's chakra, but he paid it no mind. He created a shadow clone, then trapped Danzo with a water prison technique, wanting him to feel his life slipping away second by second. Time passed. Danzo, trapped in the water prison, turned red-faced, clearly at his limit. Yet Kong still showed no intention of releasing him, his expression icy as he watched. Kong, stop. I too regret what happened to Shursui. Danzo was indeed wrong, but I hope you can spare his life. Let him go. The aged 3rd Hokage, smoking his pipe, walked tremblingly before Kong and spoke those words. He had grown too old. The decisiveness and ruthlessness of his youth had been largely worn away, leaving him with insufficient resolve to watch Danzo die. In truth, Kong, Danzo, and the third all knew that no one would die today. But Kong could not suppress his fury. The third could not bear to see Danzo tormented, and only Danzo was confident he would not die. Most importantly, he held the Izanagi in reserve. I do not wish for anything like this to happen again. Never. Kong released Danzo, watching his disheveled state, still unsatisfied. He could strike at Danzo but could not bring himself to attack the third Hokage behind the scenes. Lightning released Chidori current. Kong discharged lightning with one hand, powerful currents coursing through Danzo's body, searing him both inside and out. Still not appeased, Kong brought down a blade strike, severing Danzo's legs. This matter ends here. After speaking, Kong left the scene. He hated himself for lacking the resolve to avenge Shursui completely, only going halfway and abandoning the rest. After the incident with Shursui, Kong felt somewhat disheartened, realizing that he had never truly accomplished anything in his endeavors. He had initially sought to change Orochimaru, painstakingly steering him from seeking eternal life through the soul to preserving the physical body, eventually securing the position of Hokage, and setting him on the righteous path. However, the third Hokage discovered Orochimaru's human experiments earlier than expected, leading to his defection. Then he attempted to alter the fates of Naruto and Minato, and this endeavor succeeded. Minato survived. Naruto enjoyed a happy childhood with his father by his side. Yet the cost was that Minato became a cripple and the Nine Tails was captured by Obito prematurely, leaving only a single tail within Naruto. Afterward, he confidently believed that Shursui would surely not come to harm. He had secured the Uchiha clan's fate, and Shursui was his old friend. Surely before sacrificing himself for the Uchiha, Shursui would come to see him, would he not? Moreover, Kong had given Shursui his word, a promise that the Uchiha clan would not face disaster. He simply could not fathom why Shursui had perished so recklessly, even more so than in the original tale. In the original story, without Kong's formidable backing, Shursui felt hopeless to save the Uchiha clan and used his death to buy them time, a choice Kong could barely comprehend. But here Kong was present. Could anyone truly slaughter the Uchiha clan right under his nose? Kong grew despondent, so much so that even Sasuke and Naruto noticed. Only when he was with Terumi did he briefly regain his composure. Minato tried to offer Kong guidance, but each time Kong fled immediately, never giving him a chance. The perceptive Itachi also noticed Kong's change. Mature as he was, he refrained from disturbing Kong. Even though the Uchiha clan's situation was already an imminent crisis, he did not seek Kong's help. Father, Mother. Itachi, you're back. What did the third Hokage say? Fugaku asked, looking up from his book. The third Hokage still hasn't given a clear answer. However, Danzo has recovered from his injuries and appeared in the third's office today. Itachi's words stunned Fugaku. Danzo's return was far from good news for the Uchiha clan. After the incident involving Kong and Danzo, the Uchiha had enjoyed a strangely peaceful period, but clearly it was the calm before the storm. Danzo's return heralded the arrival of the tempest. Itachi, where do you think the Uchiha clan's future lies? Fugaku spoke with melancholy, seemingly addressing Itachi, yet also himself. The Uchiha clan had grown weary of being marginalized and targeted. They yearned to reclaim their rightful power and status. But with their current strength, launching a coup would be like dashing an egg against a stone. Father, Itachi did not know how to answer. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was formidable, but it could not overturn Konoha, nor could it change the village's perception of the Uchiha clan. Itachi longed for Kong's help, but Shursui had chosen death rather than burden Kong, and Kong's recent despondency only drained Itachi of the courage he had barely mustered. Sasuke will be home soon. Let's eat first. Fugaku closed his eyes, steadying his emotions. He did not wish to show his distress in front of Sasuke, and Itachi felt the same. After all, Sasuke had no part in this matter. Nearly everyone in Konoha's high ranks knew that Sasuke was Kong's future disciple, carrying a flying thunder god kunai. No matter what became of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke would remain safe. I'm home. Sasuke burst through the door, saw Fugaku and Itachi waiting at the table, and immediately rushed to embrace Itachi. Brother, why are you back so early today? Can you practice shuriken throwing with me later? Little Sasuke, oblivious to the Uchiha clan's troubles, clung to Itachi, begging for his company. Since entering the ninja academy, he had seen less and less of his brother. Brother has things to do. Next time for sure. Go play with Naruto or ask Brother Kong for company. Itachi smiled, his eyes full of affection, but he was not deliberately refusing Sasuke. He truly had matters to attend to. If you never spend time with me anymore. Sasuke puffed out his cheeks, looking utterly adorable. Forgive me, Sasuke. Today really isn't possible. Itachi raised 2 fingers, gently tapped Sasuke's forehead and said with a smile. Sorry, the food is ready. You two should eat first. As Sasuke and Itachi spoke, Mikoto set the dishes on the table and began serving. While eating, Itachi recalled the third Hokage's words to him. Itachi, you know about Danzo. Now that he's back, though Kong is safe, the Uchiha clan's matter can no longer be delayed. The third Hokage sat in his chair, speaking earnestly. His meaning was clear. Itachi had to choose between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Before this, the third had discussed the matter with Itachi. But previously Danzo was absent, and the Uchiha clan had restrained themselves after Shizui's death and Kong's crippling of Danzo. Now the Uchiha were stirring again. Danzo had recovered and returned to power, and the conflict between the two sides was on the verge of eruption. Yes, Lord Third. I will consider this carefully. If necessary, I will show no mercy. Itachi pledged his resolve. If he had to act, he would not hesitate. Shizui's death had made one thing clear: even within a collective, irreconcilable conflicts exist. At such times one must use thunderous measures to eliminate them. Yet he still wavered. On whose side should he stand, Konoha or the Uchiha? You came to find me after all. In a secluded forest, a man in a loose robe, a long sword at his waist, his hair flowing in the wind, stood with his back to Itachi, speaking with confidence. Madara, will you help me no matter which choice I make? Itachi gritted his teeth, asking again. Of course. As long as you serve me, I will certainly help you. The man turned around. The crimson mask and eerie patterns on his face were enough to make anyone's heart race with a single glance. Obito watched the still hesitant Itachi, knowing it was only a matter of time before the Uchiha prodigy fell into his service. Whichever side Itachi chose, Konoha or the Uchiha, Obito would weaken Konoha's strength and collect a batch of Sharingan from the fallen Uchiha. 3 days. In 3 days I will come back to you. Then I will give you my answer. Itachi's disheveled hair fluttered in the wind. 3 days from now he would resolve this matter with thunderous resolve, this matter that should have been settled long ago. Itachi, have you decided? The third Hokage looked at Itachi, still feeling a pang of reluctance in his heart. He had intended to strike against the Uchiha clan, but never expected Itachi would take on this task himself. It was too cruel a burden for him. For the village, for the honor of the Uchiha clan, it is necessary. Itachi lowered his head, his gaze resolute. He had made his choice. For the majority of Konoha's people, for the women, children, and elderly of the Uchiha clan, he had to act. Indeed, for the sake of the Uchiha clan's women and children, under the influence of Uchiha Sora and Itachi's efforts, the target of the massacre night was ultimately set to be all the shinobi and able-bodied men of the clan rather than everyone except Sasuke as originally planned. Then I'll leave it to you. But are you sure you don't need help? No. A few years ago the mysterious man who invaded Konoha found me. He called himself Uchiha Madara. He approached me recently, hoping to incite internal strife within the village. There may be other schemes behind him. After this I will pretend to ally with him and become a spy for Konoha, continuing to serve the village. After speaking, Itachi put on his ANBU mask and left the third Hokage's office. Hiruzen, do you really believe him? Danzo slowly emerged from a corner, questioning the third Hokage. What else? Danzo, if you have any other ideas, bear the consequences yourself. Understand? Hiruzen warned Danzo, but he couldn't bring himself to utter harsh words. Perhaps he was truly getting old, if not for the lack of a suitable successor among the younger generation besides Uchiha Sora. He would have wanted to retire after this. Have you made up your mind? Obito saw Itachi arrive, as promised, his hand already gripping the blade at his waist, ready to commence the slaughter. The Uchiha clan's compound at midnight. Itachi spoke and then left, needing to return home for his last dinner with his family. Itachi, you're back. Mother, let's add a dish tonight. I bought fish and meat. So suddenly? Mikoto felt a bit surprised, but she still took the fish and meat Itachi had bought, deciding to add another dish to the evening meal. Also let Sasuke stay at Brother Sara's place tonight. Mikoto and Fugaku were taken aback. Fugaku's hand trembled slightly as he slowly set down his water glass. Itachi's unusual behavior hinted at something and he remained silent. The food tonight is so lavish. At the table Sasuke kept praising the abundance of dishes. Though the Fugaku family was not short on money, they rarely had more than 4 dishes on ordinary days. Tonight there were 6, all exquisitely prepared, with even small cakes set aside as dessert waiting for them to enjoy. How about staying at Brother Sora's place tonight, Sasuke? Really? Sasuke looked curiously at Fugaku and Mikoto, who both nodded in agreement. Awesome. Today is really great. Hearing Sasuke's words, the hands of Fugaku, Mikoto, and Itachi all trembled. They dared not tell Sasuke the truth, but what choice did they have? Sasuke would eventually learn the truth. They feared what would happen when he did. As the 3 fell into silence, a sudden knock came at the door of the Fugaku household. Looks like I'm late. You've already started eating, apologies. The door opened and Sora stood outside looking embarrassed. Not at all, please come in. We happen to have made a bit too much food tonight. Mikoto invited Sora in and immediately set an extra set of tableware. Sora did not stand on ceremony and began to eat heartily. Mikoto-san's cooking is getting better and better. I can't get such delicious food even at the restaurants outside. Sora ate while praising Mikoto's culinary skills. By the way, I have a favor to ask Mikoto-san. I have something to attend to tonight, but I've been brewing medicine at home that needs to simmer for 3 days straight without interruption. Mine has already been cooking for 2 days. Could you possibly bring Sasuke to my place for the night and watch over the medicine for me? Is it inconvenient? If so, it's fine. How could it be inconvenient? Mikoto, take Sasuke and stay there tonight. Fugaku spoke, agreeing on Mikoto's behalf. Sora's sudden visit and request improved the mood of both Fugaku and Itachi. At least Mikoto would be safe tonight. But Itachi watched Sora with suspicion. He couldn't believe Sora's arrival was a coincidence, especially with such a peculiar request. He had no idea what medicine Sora needed to take, nor did he know of any medicine that required 3 days of continuous simmering. Yet his decision had been made without telling anyone. Did Sora know about it? If Sora knew his plan, did he also know about Uchiha Madara? Itachi didn't know, but the arrow was already knocked. He had to act tonight regardless. Soon dinner ended. Sora led Mikoto and Sasuke to his residence. Looking at the pot set on the stove, Mikoto's face twitched. That pot certainly didn't look like it had been simmering for 2 days, it seemed more like just a few hours. I'll leave it to you, Mikoto-san. Please keep an eye on the medicine tonight. I'll come back to take over once I'm done. After speaking, Sora pinched Sasuke's cheek and walked out the door. On the other side, as the moon rose, Itachi drew his blade. Tonight would be a sleepless night. I never expected you'd choose to slaughter the Uchiha clan. Obito appeared silently beside Itachi, his own blade already unsheathed. All for the sake of Konoha and the honor of the Uchiha clan, Itachi said coldly, his eyes transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Leave the Uchiha police force to you. You'll handle the rest. Really? Don't need me to share the burden. No need. This operation excludes non-shinobi, old, weak women and children. As long as you can handle the police force, it's enough. Itachi entrusted the troublesome police force to Obito, not for Obito's benefit but to gauge his true strength. The Uchiha police force still had a considerable number of jonin, even elite jonin. If Obito could easily subdue them, Itachi would gain a clearer understanding of the danger Obito posed. Is that so? Obito narrowed his eyes and accepted the task without hesitation. As long as he could obtain Sharingan, he didn't care whose throat his blade would slit. The dim light failed to illuminate the entire street. Obito walked along, dragging a long blade that sparked against the ground. 1, 5, 13. As he pulled the sword from the corpse that was gradually growing cold, staring at the Uchiha ninja whose eyes remained wide open in death, Obito's heart felt nothing. He mechanically pulled out the blade, gouged out eyes, and moved on to the next target. The members of the Uchiha police force were all seasoned veterans of formidable skill. Even facing the third Hokage, they could have put up a fight together. Yet before Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan they appeared utterly powerless. A single glance from Obito plunged them into an illusion, leaving them helpless. Obito was like a merciless reaping machine ceaselessly harvesting the lives of Uchiha ninjas. On the other side, Itachi had also donned a mask and begun his massacre. But before long he encountered his first challenge. Sweeping aside a shuriken aimed at him with a single slash, Itachi looked at the girl before him, Uchiha Izumi, who was glaring at him fiercely, kunai in hand. Itachi's hand trembled as he gripped the sword. He closed his eyes slowly, then opened them again, now transformed into the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Intrude. Before Izumi could finish shouting that there was an intruder, Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan had already cast a genjutsu controlling her. Standing over the fallen Izumi, Itachi raised his sword high. For the sake of the Uchiha clan and Konoha, this sacrifice is necessary. Just as Itachi's raised blade was about to descend, a shuriken deflected it. Who? Itachi's hand holding the sword trembled, not from hesitation or inner conflict, but because the sheer force of the shuriken had nearly knocked the weapon from his grip. When had the Uchiha clan produced such a master? Itachi's mind raced, arriving at a terrifying conclusion, but as he looked around he saw nothing. Itachi, I never thought you would actually go this far. Kong's voice came from behind Itachi. Without Itachi noticing, Kong had already arrived, crouching down to look at Izumi. I can understand you striking down those who wanted to stage a coup. But this is your little girlfriend. How could you bring yourself to do it? How tragic. Kong shook his head. He had guided Itachi for so many years, yet Itachi still became the cold-blooded, ruthless Itachi of the original story. Were some people simply beyond saving? This is a necessary sacrifice for Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Itachi's Mangekyo locked onto Kong, and he gripped his sword firmly, ready to strike at any moment. Itachi, would you really attack me? Sensing Itachi's movement, Kong felt even more wounded. He hadn't expected that Itachi would actually try to fight him. If Brother Kong wants to stop me, then I have no choice. Kong's lightning armor exploded around him. The moment Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan registered that Kong had vanished, Kong's right hand had already executed lightning, severing, pressing it against Itachi's neck. You're right. You have no choice, Itachi. Have I not trained with you recently enough that you've forgotten the gap between us? Or did you think that possessing those eyes would allow you to contend with me? Feeling the deadly lightning severing beside his neck, Itachi let the sword he had been gripping so tightly fall to the ground. I told no one about this matter. How did Brother Kong find out? How did I find out? How did I find out? Shui left me because of my negligence. Do you think I couldn't see your abnormality? Then why didn't you come to stop me earlier? Why did you only show up after things had come to this? Yeah. Why? Why is it that you always act on your own, refusing to come to me until the situation is irreparable? Shui was like that. After Danzo took his eyes, he jumped off the cliff to his death, and I only found out afterward. You're the same, starting a massacre of the Uchiha clan without any warning. If I hadn't received word, I wouldn't have been able to stop you from killing your little girlfriend. Kong kicked Itachi to the ground and with a Chidori sharp spear shattered his mask. Tell me, how am I supposed to stop you? You bastards, from beginning to end, did you ever tell me your thoughts? Do I have to learn mind reading to know what you want to do? Kong really wanted to curse. He knew the original plot, knew that Shui and Itachi were about to do something during this period, but he didn't know the exact timing. He had carefully nurtured Shui, and Itachi built good relationships with them. And what did these two do? They didn't say a word when they were carrying out these actions. If Kong hadn't been using his Byakugan to monitor the Uchiha clan inside and out, if he hadn't seen Obito meeting with Itachi and noticed Itachi's unusual behavior today, he would have woken up tonight to find that the entire Uchiha clan, except for him and Sasuke, was gone. Itachi fell silent. For so many years he had always believed Kong was all-knowing. He had thought Kong should be aware of everything. The Uchiha clan's affairs should have been known to Kong. But he didn't realize that Kong, aside from a few key individuals, didn't really care about the other Uchiha clan members. Release Izumi from the genjutsu, send her back, and then come with me to meet your accomplice. Well, Brother Kong, I've already decided to become a spy. Please don't stop me. Kong's mind felt like it was about to explode. After all he had done, had he still failed to change Shursui and Itachi's fates? Was the only gain that a few more Uchiha had survived? That wasn't what he wanted, damn it. Have you thought it through? You still have family and friends in Konoha, your little girlfriend is still here. Blame everything on your accomplice and in a few years your deeds will no longer be a problem. Kong sighed and spoke earnestly to Itachi. What Itachi had done could still be undone, he could still cover for him. If he pinned all the blame on Obito, things would be fine. Obito certainly wouldn't mind since he had already collected the Sharingan. It's already too late. I've made my decision. I hope Brother Kong can understand. Itachi looked at Izumi, his heart filled with reluctance, but he closed his eyes and steeled his resolve. Since that's the case, I won't try to dissuade you anymore. But take care of yourself out there. Kong watched the determined Itachi with a hint of melancholy. Though he was reluctant to see Itachi leave, Itachi had grown up, no longer the little kid who used to tag along behind him. Send Izumi back. He'll tie you up and let your accomplice rescue you. After that we'll be enemies when we meet again. Kong closed his eyes, found a spot, and waited silently for Itachi to return. It is over. Obito had long since lost count of how many times he had drawn his blade. The Uchiha clan's police force had been completely annihilated by him. The once brightly lit headquarters was now drenched in blood, the stench of gore incessantly assaulting his senses. Yet he remained utterly indifferent. Meanwhile, within the Inuzuka compound, their ninja hounds howled incessantly, only to be silenced by their masters. The Hyuga clan was strictly ordered to retire early and forbidden from using the Byakugan. The outer perimeter of the Aburaim clan's territory was sprinkled with a special insect repellent, severing all contact with the insects beyond. Their clan heads sat in their rooms, gazing silently outward, refraining from any means of gathering intelligence. For in plain sight masked figures in black watched them. Behind them, in a place unseen, Danzo and the third Hokage observed the carnage of the Uchiha clan. The arrival of Uchiha Kong startled them. How does he know about this? Danzo felt a twinge of unease. His wounds had only just healed and his legs still throbbed with pain. Whenever he saw Kong, he was reminded of the suffering Kong had inflicted upon him. What are you afraid of, Danzo? The third Hokage keenly noticed Danzo's trembling. He spoke with a tone of disappointment, as if regretting that his former teacher, the second Hokage, had chosen him over Danzo. Even after all these years, Danzo remained so unworthy. But Uchiha Kong's intervention has exceeded our expectations. Can our plan continue? Danzo, realizing his lapse, composed himself and posed the question. We must trust in Itachi. Trust in the will of fire. That child possesses a high level of resolve. For the sake of the village, his will not be easily shaken. The third Hokage remained composed, utterly unconcerned that Kong's presence might disrupt his plans. While Kong stopped Itachi's accomplice continued their work, relentlessly slaughtering the Uchiha clan's ninja. As long as the Uchiha clan's ninja were eliminated, the fate of the survivors was irrelevant. With simple suppression, selection, and bribery, the number of Uchiha ninja would dwindle. Eventually they would either become like the Hyuga, subservient to the village, or like the Senju, quietly fading into obscurity. The third Hokage had already achieved more than half of his objective. With a few more years he was confident he could solidify this outcome. At that moment Itachi, tightly bound with rope, was thrown to the ground beside Obito. Before him a figure cloaked in the lightning armor appeared in front of Obito. Long time no see. I never thought you'd stoop to trafficking children to expand your power. It's calm. Looks like today's mission is over. Obito used Kamui to absorb Itachi, then sheathed his blade and silently watched Kong. Obito, do you have no feelings left at all? These are all members of the Uchiha clan. Some of them might have even looked after you as a child. Is this how you repay them? I recall we discussed this last time, didn't we? On the path to a perfect world, some sacrifices are inevitable. Obito steadily approached Kong but stopped 2 meters away. He maintained a careful distance, both to signal his lack of hostile intent and to guard against Kong, who could strike at a moment's notice from such proximity. You truly are a beast, Obito. Kong spoke with a gentle smile and a mild tone, yet his words were far from kind. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. We shouldn't meet again for a while. Obito's figure began to fade. His expression remained unchanged throughout. Kong's arrival had been within his expectations. As one of the few who understood Kong, such a grand event as the clan massacre could never escape Kong's notice. Obito was simply gathering as many Sharingan as possible before Kong arrived. Truly a bastard. But the day we meet again won't be too far off. Kong watched Obito vanish and did not dwell on it. Composing himself, he headed toward the Fugaku residence. This matter required a fitting conclusion, and he alone could not make that decision. Konku, and I didn't expect it to be you. Fugaku's house stood wide open. On the table were 2 cups of hot tea and pastries. Fugaku sat calmly sipping his tea with a serene expression. Who did you think would come? The third Hokage. Danzo. Or perhaps you thought it would be Itachi. I thought it would be Itachi. That child has already sided with Konoha, blinded by a false sense of collective honor, and raised his blade against his own clan. Fugaku spoke calmly. Itachi's betrayal was so obvious that even Kong could see it, let alone the shrewd Fugaku. He had seen through everything long ago, yet chose not to resist. Why didn't you resist? Itachi may be strong, but he might not be a match for you. Even the third Hokage would find it troublesome. There is no point anymore. The Uchiha clan's important combat strength. You Uchiha Kong may appear to have a good relationship with the clan, but everyone knows you don't care about us. Shursui took his own life for the clan. Itachi has chosen to turn his blade against us for the sake of the village. What use is further struggle? Fugaku's words carried a sense of desolation. He had painstakingly managed the Uchiha clan for years, only to find that none of the clan's 3 top combatants truly had the clan's interests at heart. Kong looked at Fugaku, a hint of emotion stirring within him. Some things could not be blamed on Fugaku. Kong himself was a time traveler. The Uchiha clan was annihilated before the original story even began. Those who could survive would survive without his interference. Those who could not, well, forgive him, but he had no connection to them. This led to Kong's genuine indifference toward the Uchiha clan. They had no significant roles. He was already overwhelmed dealing with the named characters who had storylines. How could he spare attention for those who had none? The author had twisted Shursui and Itachi into aberrations. Kong had tried to change them, but looking at the bodies outside, it was clear his efforts had failed. But now that things have come to this, what should be done? Kong sidestepped the issue and raised a new question: what was to become of the Uchiha clan now? Don't worry. The Umbu and Root will send people to clean up. Let's stay here for a while. Someone will inevitably come to invite us to a meeting. Fugaku remained as steady as a mountain. He poured himself another cup of hot tea and began discussing Sasuke's future with Kong as if he would never see it himself. While Kong was conversing with Fugaku, Umbu and Root operatives continuously arrived outside, examining the corpses for survivors and clues to the murderer. Thank you, Kong. I entrust Sasuke to you from now on. If Itachi still has a chance to turn back, please help him. Fugaku retrieved a short blade from beneath the table and held it against his chest. Fugaku, someone must take responsibility for this in Konoha. Itachi alone is not enough. Moreover, I owe an explanation to the Uchiha clan. The veins on Fugaku's hand gripping the blade bulged as he closed his eyes. Please, Kong, act as my Kaishakunin. After uttering these words, he drove the blade deep into his chest, and then pulled it downward, signifying his resolve. Lightning cleave. Seeing Fugaku's determination to atone through seppuku, Kong could only grant him a swift end in the final moment. A hand blade wreathed in lightning sliced across Fugaku's neck, ending his suffering and concluding the night of the massacre. Fugaku, are you alright? Just as Kong ended Fugaku's agony, the third Hokage arrived at the Fugaku residence with Danzo and Umbu members. Their timing was impeccable, either too fast nor too slow. Fugaku, how could this be? The third and Danzo wore expressions of shock. They had never expected Fugaku to commit seppuku, leaving them momentarily stunned. Are you satisfied, third Hokage? The Uchiha clan reduced to this, some dead, some fled, only the elderly women and children remain. Does this meet your expectations? Or do you think it's not enough? Kong laughed, his gaze fixed on the third Hokage. He wanted to say more but held back. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan was doomed from the moment Madara Uchiha betrayed the village. Those who remained in Konoha were fated for sorrow, though leaving with Madara was no better choice. Among the Uchiha who stayed, some chose to befriend the Senju while others continued plotting rebellion. Unfortunately, the rebels never succeeded, and those who sought peace met untimely ends. Now the Uchiha clan had become utterly intolerable to the Hokage faction. Even with a cage-level combatant like Kong and with Shisui and Itachi guarding the clan, the third's resolve remained unchanged. They forced Shisui to his death, turned Itachi into a spy. As for Kong, if Itachi massacred the clan and fled, what could Kong do? Kill Itachi? That would suit the third's plans perfectly. Thus the Uchiha clan was destined for tragedy. Even Kong's transmigration altered some things, but as long as he never truly sat in the Hokage's seat, the tragedy would still unfold. Konoha, no, not just Konoha, any established organization would never tolerate internal instability. Even if it couldn't be eradicated, it must be weakened to a harmless level. Kong, if you can understand me, you would do the same. The village's future depends on you. I care little for myself, but I hope you won't come to hate the village. The third rarely spoke such words to Kong. Perhaps he was truly growing old. He never imagined he would one day become so weak as to explain himself to a young subordinate. As Hokage, he should bear all this alone. All for the sake of Konoha. The third placed Fugaku's head and body together, took a white cloth from an Umbu member, and covered Fugaku. It was the last thing he could do for him. As for the Uchiha clan, almost no adult shinobi survived. The elderly, women, children, and underage ninja would only know that Itachi Uchiha betrayed the village and slaughtered the clan. The truth would remain a secret known only to a very few. Father! As Kong and the third fell silent, the door burst open again. The arrivals were Mikoto and Sasuke. Seeing the third, Danzo, and Kong in the room, and the blood-stained white cloth on the floor with a human outline beneath it, Mikoto instantly understood what had happened. She collapsed to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. Sasuke ran crying toward Fugaku, but Kong stopped him. Don't go back, Sasuke. Calm down first. Brother Kong, what happened? Why? Why did it come to this? Sasuke's words pained Kong. He didn't even know how to tell Sasuke the truth behind this tragedy. It was Itachi. He betrayed the village and slaughtered the Uchiha clan. If I hadn't arrived in time, no one might have survived. But in the end, I couldn't stop him from leaving the village. Kong closed his eyes, telling Sasuke only the surface reason. As for the rest, when he grew up, he would gradually understand. Itachi. Sasuke collapsed to the ground. He couldn't believe that his beloved brother would do such a thing. That was the brother he loved most. How could Itachi have done this? Was everything about Itachi a lie? Fugaku, feeling the weight of responsibility, decided to atone by seppuku. I acted as his kaishakunin. He passed swiftly without much pain. Mikoto came to Sasuke's side, embracing him and soothing his emotions. Sasuke stood frozen, muttering to himself. Itachi. Father. Seppuku. Sasuke kept repeating these words, feeling unbearable pain. In one night everything had changed. His loving brother had betrayed the village, killed his own kin, and caused his father's death. How could this be possible? Just a few hours ago everything was fine. They were a loving family sitting together for a meal. How could it suddenly become like this? Itachi. It'll kill him. Sasuke gritted his teeth. His eyes turned blood-red and a single black tomo slowly formed within. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan had awakened. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Mikoto collapsed from overwhelming grief. She never imagined that after losing her husband, her two sons would now be driven to kill each other. None of this should have been their family's fault, yet it had come to this. Seeing Mikoto and Sasuke, Kong used the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them to his home. After settling Mikoto, he looked at Sasuke at a loss for words for a long time. Brother Kong, you promised to be my teacher, didn't you? Sasuke took out the Flying Thunder God kunai he always carried, marked with the Kong Ming blade, Kong's personal emblem. Kong nodded. He had indeed made that promise to Fugaku. Then I want you to teach me how to kill the traitor Uchiha Itachi. Kong narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Sasuke's mindset to shift so quickly, or rather to be completely consumed by hatred. Once you become a Chunin, I will do my utmost to train you into a ninja who surpasses Uchiha Itachi. For now, go to the Ninja Academy and build a solid foundation. Kong turned away. Intervening too directly in Sasuke's growth would not be beneficial. It would be best to let him experience some things first before guiding him. Sister Mei-chin, I'm truly troubling you. After all these years, your cooking is still the most delicious. You child, you haven't planned to settle down all these years, it really worries me. Kong scratched his head helplessly. His relationship with Zhao Meining simply couldn't be brought to light. The conflicts and estrangements between villages were still too great, so in others' eyes he had become an older unmarried man, though 24 years old was nothing in his original world. Brother Kong, I won't be eating breakfast this morning. I'm graduating today and the school is going to assign us to teams. Sasuke hastily grabbed a carton of milk and ran out of the room, completely ignoring the gestures of Kong and Mei-chin, who wanted him to stay for breakfast. This child really worries me. I wonder which Jonin will become his teacher. Barring any surprises, it's Kakashi. If not, I can take him myself, don't worry. Kong comforted Mei-chin. Although Kakashi had lost his Sharingan, he had not neglected Baiya's swordsmanship and the development of Chidori. His upper limit might not be as high as the Kakashi who had awakened the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan in the original story, but his lower limit was no less even stronger. On the other side, at the fourth Hokage's home, Mingren also hurriedly got up, dressed, and ran out of the room. Dad, why didn't you wake me up? I'm going to be late for the team assignment today. It's fine. Kakashi has already told me about the team assignment. Yu Zuiju and a girl named Xiaoying will be together in Team 7 and he will lead you. What? I've been looking forward to this for so long, and it's already decided. But being able to continue being with that guy Zuiju, that's fine too. Although Mingren's words carried a hint of disappointment, the smile on his face betrayed him. Clearly he was very satisfied with the team assignment. Have some breakfast. Being late today is fine. Shuimin brought out bread, milk, eggs, and some meat patties from the kitchen, but Mingren didn't even glance at them and ran straight out. No matter what, I don't want to be late today. Shuimen looked at the still swinging door and Mingren's already vanished figure, shaking his head helplessly. This child really doesn't make one worry-free. Then Shuimen turned to look behind him at the photo of Jixinai and himself. Jixinai, Mingren has grown up. Shuimen gently stroked Jixinai's face in the photo as if she were still by his side. Thus Kong leisurely finished his breakfast, took a stroll around the streets, and then went home. There was nothing to do today, but tomorrow he remembered there would be the bell snatching test, and he definitely wanted to go watch. I wonder which Jonin will be our teacher. Zuiju, do you have any news? No, I don't care about these things. As long as I reach Chunin, Brother Kong will personally train me. Hey, is that the Kong of the Azure Thunder? Xiaoying had originally just wanted to get closer to Zuiju and find a topic to chat about, but she didn't expect to hear something so remarkable. Zuiju, how can you do this? I want Brother Kong to train me too. At that moment Mingren jumped out and pointed at Zuiju, but then he turned around and said something mysteriously. However, I do know which Jonin will be leading us. Mingren said, smugly bragging about his well-informed sources. Are you three the only ones left? It seems I'm the one to lead you three. Just as Mingren was about to speak, a handsome man with a long sword on his back and a mask on his face appeared at the classroom door. Uncle Kakashi, you're late again. You've made us wait so long. Sorry, I got lost on the path of life. A hint of embarrassed smile appeared on Kakashi's face, and then he led them to an open space. Alright, let's start with self-introductions first. Although I'm already familiar with Zuiju and Mingren, since our team still has a new member, we can't skip this step. My name is Chimu Kakashi. What I like and dislike I won't tell you. As for dreams, hobbies, etc., I don't have any for now. Kakashi with a deadpan face said some nonsense to the three kids. What's the point? In the end we only know your name. Xiaoying complained weakly, what use was this kind of self-introduction? My name is Xuanhua Mingren. I like ramen and grilled meat. If I had to pick a favorite, it would definitely be going to eat ramen or grilled meat with everyone. Things I hate, I can't think of any for now. My hobby is spending time with everyone. As for my dream, Mingren stood up, raised his hand, and said seriously. My dream is to inherit my father's will, become Hokage, and protect the village and its people. Mingren's words were firm and resolute. He looked into the distance at the Hokage rock at the statue of his father. Since learning about his father's deeds, he had sworn to become a man like his father. My name is Chunai Xiaoying. What I like is. My hobby is. My interest is. Xiaoying would say a little, then glance at Suju beside her face full of shyness. Anyone could see her thoughts, which made Kakashi a bit embarrassed. Girls of this age, after all, is love more important. But it's different from our time. My name is Yuzebo Zwishu. There are many things I hate. What I like is training with Brother Kong. As for my dream, unlike others, I bear the responsibility of reviving the Uchiha clan, and I must kill a certain man with my own hands. Zuozu's words shocked the three present. Even Mingren, who had a good relationship with Suju, didn't expect his comrade to have such ambition. Alright, enough chit-chat. Starting tomorrow we'll carry out our first mission. Great, Uncle Kakashi, what mission is it? Mingren looked expectant. After waiting so long, was he finally going to go on a mission? Zuozu's eyes were also full of anticipation. Real combat was undoubtedly the best way to become stronger. He recalled the things Kong had told him about, killing, infiltration, wiping out a team alone, and just by showing his name he could make the enemy tremble. Now was he also about to embark on this path of becoming stronger? Xiaoying was also excited, but as a commoner she felt a trace of fear at the word mission. Unlike Mingren and Suju, commoners like her, relying on what the Ninja Academy taught them, would find it hard to escape unscathed from missions. Injuries were commonplace, and losing one's life was not impossible. That mission is only for the four of us. The name of the mission is Survival Exercise. You know, among so many graduates, not everyone can successfully become a genin. Tomorrow's exercise will determine whether you can truly become a genin. This is a high elimination rate exercise, so take it seriously. Without paying attention to the expressions of the three kids, Kakashi turned his back and smiled slightly over his shoulder. We'll gather at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember to bring your ninja tools, and also don't eat breakfast. After saying that, Kakashi used a body flicker technique and left instantly, leaving the three kids dumbfounded. What's this? Kakashi-sensei still hasn't shown up. Sakura complained weakly. They had arrived here before dawn, and now the sun was already high in the sky, but Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. Let's wait a bit longer, after all Uncle Kakashi is always late. Naruto rubbed his stomach. Although he usually skipped breakfast, he didn't normally get up this early and then wait here for someone. Sasuke, do you have any food? No, but before I came Brother Sora made me eat breakfast, so I'm fine. What? That's cheating. How could you eat breakfast before coming? Naruto and Sakura looked at Sasuke, then at their own stomachs, and sat down on the ground. Recalling that Sora had forced him to eat breakfast that morning, Sasuke secretly rejoiced. Sora was right. He should have eaten before coming, otherwise he would have gone hungry. Sorry, a black cat crossed my path and I ended up being late. Just as the three had endured a long wait, Kakashi finally appeared before them, speaking nonchalantly. Kakashi-sensei, you. Alright, let's get down to business. Kakashi cut off Naruto's words and led them to an open area. On one side of the clearing, Sora and Minato had already concealed themselves at a high vantage point, watching Kakashi and the three youngsters below. Do you think they can pass Kakashi's test? Minato looked down as Kakashi explained the rules of the survival exercise to the three. He was somewhat worried. Although Naruto would likely be fine, Sasuke, after the Uchiha clan massacre, had become overly fixated on revenge and power. It's alright. Sasuke is very smart. Even if he doesn't truly understand the deeper meaning of this test, he will know exactly what he needs to do to satisfy Kakashi. Sora showed no concern. In the original story, the three managed to pass Kakashi's test, so they would surely do so now as well. Ready, begin. As Kakashi finished explaining the rules, Sasuke and Sakura immediately hid themselves, biding their time. After all, trying to snatch the bells from a jonin through a frontal assault was the most foolish course of action. But then they noticed that Naruto was standing boldly in the middle of the clearing, staring at Kakashi. Let's settle this fair and square. Kakashi-sensei. Idiot. At that moment the same thought crossed the minds of all 5 people present. No one could understand what Naruto was thinking, not even Sora and Minato. Didn't you tell Naruto how strong Kakashi is? At the very least you must have told him how to fight a stronger ninja, right? From the high ground, Sora looked stiffly at Minato, somewhat puzzled. As the son of the fourth Hokage Minato, Naruto shouldn't lack such basic combat knowledge. Well, it seems I often told him stories about you and me charging into battle. After all, in our fights there was rarely such a huge disparity in strength. Minato said somewhat awkwardly. The stories he had told Naruto had made him lose perspective on the power gap between ninjas. How embarrassing. Hey, you might have a problem. There's still time to hide. Enough, Kakashi-sensei. Let me show you the fruits of my years of training. Clone technique. Naruto ignored Kakashi's words, forming hand signs quickly. Instantly a clone appeared beside him. The two Narutos advanced rapidly, constantly swapping positions to confuse the real one. I can't do anything about you. Kakashi shook his head, pulled out a copy of Ika Paradise from his ninja tool pouch, and started reading. Don't underestimate me. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto quickly closed in on Kakashi and both of them attacked simultaneously. But every strike was dodged by Kakashi at the last moment. It's useless, arrogant little one. You still have a long way to go. As Naruto's attack missed again, Kakashi swatted away the clone with one hand, appeared behind Naruto, crouched down, and formed the tiger hand seal. That seal, is it a fire style? How could it be? Facing an opponent like Naruto, he shouldn't be using such a jutsu. Naruto, run! Fire style, great fireball technique. In desperation, Sakura shouted directly, telling Naruto to flee. As a newly promoted genin, there was no way Naruto could withstand a jutsu from a jonin like Kakashi. Sasuke, on the other hand, immediately leaped out, forming hand signs midair, ready to unleash the great fireball technique to support Naruto. Too bad. It's already too late. Leaf Village Secret Taijutsu Technique, 1000 Years of Death. Kakashi's fingers thrust forward. In an instant, Naruto felt a strange sensation in his rear, and he jumped up in pain. At that moment, Sasuke's great fireball technique also engulfed Kakashi. Tisk tisk tisk, how ruthless. Minato, is this how your disciple treats your son? Sora watched the iconic scene replay and chuckled to Minato, completely unaware that his own cheat seemed to have undergone a slight change. These kids are very different from us back then. Letting Naruto suffer a little is a good thing. Minato held his forehead and said helplessly. He hadn't expected Kakashi to have turned out this way, obsessed with Ika Paradise, and using such a taijutsu technique. Naruto, are you okay? Sasuke called out Naruto's name, crouching by the riverbank, watching Naruto climb out of the river with a look of utter despair. I'm fine, but Kakashi-sensei, you were way too harsh. Hey, I was actually being very lenient with you. I wasn't even serious just now. The flames dissipated and Kakashi emerged unscathed, smiling at them. Remember, if you don't get the bells by noon, there will be no lunch. As Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto and Sakura's stomachs growled inopportunely. What's that supposed to mean, Kakashi-sensei? Who do you think you're looking down on? Even if I'm hungry, I can still fight. On the other side, Sakura regretted not having eaten breakfast, and even skipping dinner the night before. I shouldn't have dieted just to look good. Just as Kakashi was leisurely preparing to continue reading Ika Paradise, something unexpected happened. Over a dozen Narutos leaped out of the small river without warning and charged at Kakashi. Shadow Clone Technique. Or the Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. I didn't expect Minato-sensei to actually teach you this. Kakashi looked at the shadow clones before him, marveling at Naruto's learning ability. Although the multiple shadow clone technique wasn't particularly difficult to learn, mastering it in a single day was no easy feat. That's right, I taught him yesterday. I never expected that child to be such a genius, able to use it proficiently within a day. I was quite surprised too. From the high ground, Minato looked at the astonished Sora and smiled apologetically. What can I say? He truly is your son. Sora looked down, marveling at Naruto's genius. Such a high-level technique, and he had learned it so quickly. Unfortunately, it was still too naive to use against Kakashi. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Although this technique is powerful, the true power of a ninjutsu ultimately depends on the user's strength. Unfortunately, my strength far surpasses yours. Kakashi squinted his eyes facing Naruto's numerous shadow clones, still maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. Damn it, let me show you my strength. Don't be impulsive, Naruto. Sasuke slapped his own forehead, watching as Kakashi kicked Naruto's shadow clones one by one, ending them by the roadside. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then chose to use the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique to assist Naruto's attack. Sakura also took this moment to throw several shurikens. Since both Naruto and Sasuke were engaging, she had to seize this opportunity, otherwise it would be hard to snatch the bells. It's useless. Kakashi merely used the substitution technique, letting a log take all the shurikens in his place. Pity you missed your best chance. From now on, if you still want to grab the bells, come find me. The first one to find me alone might just get a bell. Kakashi's voice came from afar, leaving only the three bewildered individuals in place. Damn it, did we really miss this chance? It's all your fault, Naruto, rushing in so recklessly. Stop arguing, think about how we can find Kakashi in the forest. How about we split up? That way we can be more efficient since it's almost noon. Idiot, didn't Uncle Minato teach you that splitting up is a major taboo when facing a strong enemy? Then what am I supposed to do? If we keep searching like this, all three of us will have to retake the exam. I don't want to retake the exam. Stop arguing, let's first search the forest together. If time runs out and we still haven't found him, then we'll split up. And so the three little ones walked in a formation, one in front, two behind, slowly moving toward the direction of the sound. Hey Kakashi, as an examiner, is it really appropriate for you to come to the audience seats? It's fine. I won't go out until they split up. What difference does it make where I wait? Right, Minato-sensei? You're impossible. High above, Kakashi had already arrived beside Kong and Minato, leisurely sipping tea. As for where the tea came from, Kong claimed that with a single Flying Thunder God technique, he could fetch whatever he wanted. Speaking of which, aren't you being too strict with them? I heard that not a single one of the students from the class you taught before passed. Minato looked at Kakashi and asked curiously. Don't worry, Minato. If Kakashi doesn't let them pass, he'll beat him up. If that doesn't work, he'll go beat up the third Hokage instead. Hey, I'm standing right here, is it really okay to discuss beating me up so openly? Besides, I believe they can meet my requirements. Kakashi looked down at the three little ones. Naruto and Sasuke were already excellent. Gen and Sakura, though a bit behind, had a solid foundation. With a little polishing, she would become a fine shinobi. These were all promising talents. Even without Kang's threat or Minato's connections, he would still let them pass. Yes, that was it. Damn it, where did Kakashi-sensei go? If he keeps hiding from us, how can we ever find him? In the forest, Naruto rubbed his stomach, nearly starving. Suddenly something came to mind. Sasuke, Sakura, I remember Kakashi-sensei's lunchbox is still back there, right? How about we sneak back and split the lunchbox, then come look for Kakashi-sensei? Aren't you afraid Kakashi-sensei will send you straight back to the Ninja Academy? I'm not hungry yet. Let's find Kakashi-sensei first. Hearing their words, Naruto felt a bit dejected. Although he was very hungry, he still chose not to leave the team to eat the lunchbox alone. And so time passed little by little. The three searched for Kakashi for a long time without finding even a trace of him. In desperation, they had no choice but to split up. It seems the little ones couldn't hold out any longer. After all, they're still greenhorns, so this performance is perfectly normal. After saying this, Kakashi waved his hand and left Kong and Minato. It seems the real show is about to begin. Kong grabbed a bag of chips, tore it open, and prepared to watch the spectacle. Minato also turned serious. Although Naruto already had the strength of a genin, there were still many things Minato hadn't taught him. He couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Where is it? Where is it? Sasuke kept moving forward, trying to spot Kakashi. Oh, what are you looking for? Of course, I'm looking for the path to becoming a shinobi. Sasuke threw a shuriken, but it couldn't hit Kakashi. What a shame, without your comrades you're really easy to deal with. Before Sasuke could react, Kakashi's face appeared right in front of him, and then everything went black as he lost consciousness. Kakashi-sensei, where did you go? You know we're not good at tracking, yet you still play hide and seek with us. This is really tough. Naruto rubbed his stomach when suddenly he noticed a lunchbox appeared in the forest. What's going on? Why is there a lunchbox here? Did someone leave it here? Naruto picked up the heavy lunchbox hesitating. He was really hungry. Is anyone there? You dropped your lunchbox. He shouted loudly but no one answered. No way, it can't be such a coincidence. Why is there a lunchbox here? Naruto sat on the ground staring at the lunchbox in confusion. It shouldn't be a problem if I eat it right. If someone owns it I can return them another one later or just give them some money. Kakashi-sensei only prepared 2 lunchboxes so no matter what one person will go hungry. But if I eat this lunchbox then no one will be hungry. Naruto looked at the lunchbox before him. The more he looked the more his mouth watered. Finally he convinced himself wanting to open the lunchbox and eat it. Just as he opened the lunchbox a fragrant scent wafted over, and he immediately felt dizzy, weak all over and collapsed to the ground. How pathetic. Such a simple trap and someone actually fell for it. After Naruto fainted, Kakashi emerged from the side sighing as he spoke to Naruto. Unfortunately no one could hear him. Sakura, help me. Sasuke. Sakura was walking through the forest when she suddenly saw a figure covered in blood with several kunai stuck in his back lying weakly on the ground and calling for help. It was Sasuke. Sasuke, hang in there, don't let anything happen to you. Sakura screamed and ran over wanting to check Sasuke's injuries. But when she reached him she saw an eerie gleam in his eyes. Genjutsu nightmare technique. Sakura couldn't make out what the Sasuke in front of her had said. All she knew was that her head felt heavy and she wanted to sleep. As expected, a girl in love is simple-minded. Such a simple method was enough to make her drop her guard and fall from my genjutsu. Sasuke knocked out Naruto, poisoned into unconsciousness, and Sakura fell by genjutsu. Thus Team 7 was completely wiped out. How embarrassing! Watching the 3 little ones fall so easily, Kong covered his eyes from above. It's not that bad. You didn't expect them to actually snatch the bells from Kakashi, did you? Minato comforted Kong. Although he felt the 3 had been defeated too easily, he could still accept it. Oh, you're awake! In the clearing, Kakashi watched the 3 slowly regain consciousness and greeted them. Kakashi-sensei, we. Naruto wanted to say something but found himself speechless. Based on my observation, I don't think you need to go back to the Ninja Academy. Really? Did we pass? Is it that simple? Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke voiced their doubts in turn, given that their performance had been far from satisfactory. Of course. None of you are fit to be ninjas, so why would you go back to the academy? At these words the smiles on the 3 young faces instantly froze. Are you kidding me? How could I stop here? Exactly. Kakashi-sensei, even though we didn't get the bells, it can't be that serious. I won't give up on being a ninja. I've worked so hard for this. How could I quit now? Watching the reactions of the 3, Kakashi remained expressionless. The prodigy bearing the future of the Uchiha clan, the son of the Hokage and our commoner's pride, the outstanding graduate of the Ninja Academy. Unfortunately, all of you have failed. Kakashi's words seemed to pronounce a death sentence upon the 3 young ones. No tactics, no cooperation. When you encounter a problem, you just charge in blindly. After a setback, you learn nothing. Knowing there's a Jonin in the forest, you still dare to split up. You have no judgment of your own abilities, no regard for your comrades. You're defenseless against a lunchbox that shouldn't even be there, and you suspect nothing when a companion suddenly appears. What exactly did the Ninja Academy teach you? Did it only teach you how to fight? Kakashi's words continuously stung the 3 young ones. They wanted to retort, but everything Kakashi said was true. In this survival exercise they had indeed lacked caution. Don't tell me you think that having chakra in your body and using ninjutsu makes you a ninja. You've underestimated what it means to be a ninja. No, I know being a ninja is a dangerous profession. I'm ready to sacrifice myself for the village just like my father. Naruto stood up loudly, refuting Kakashi. Oh. Is that so? Then you're even less suited to be a ninja. A ninja doesn't become one just to sacrifice themselves. If you hold that mindset, you'll be eliminated before you even become a full-fledged ninja. Kakashi looked at Naruto, the child of his teacher Minato Namikaze. Although he had interacted with Naruto quite a bit before, this was the first time had heard such words from him. What a naive fool. From the very beginning you failed to understand the true meaning of this exercise. You didn't grasp why your squad is a 3-person team. 3 people in a team, but you only brought 2 bells. Even if we work together with all our might, one of us is bound to fail. Sakura stepped forward as well, asking Kakashi in confusion. If someone had to fail in the end, what was the point of cooperating? In the end, wouldn't someone have to make a sacrifice? They couldn't all become ninjas. Is that so? Didn't one of the little ones just now proclaim that he was ready to sacrifice himself? I believe he's prepared. Kakashi looked at Naruto. At that moment Naruto lowered his head in shame. He wanted to become a ninja, but he wasn't ready to sacrifice himself. Alright, it's getting late. This afternoon they'll continue having you perform the survival exercise here. Those who wish to continue should enjoy their lunch boxes. Unfortunately, I only prepared 2. One of you will have to make a sacrifice. If anyone doesn't finish their lunch box, they'll be disqualified immediately. After speaking, Kakashi used the body flicker technique to appear beside Kong and the others. Really, Sensei Minato, you've already started eating without waiting for me. Never mind, let's eat first. This is the grilled meat bento Kong brought for you. You know I bought this fresh from the barbecue shop. It won't taste good once it gets cold. Yes, then it'll start. Kakashi ate greasily, but the 3 young ones below were suffering. They had only 2 bento boxes for 3 people. Even though Sasuke had eaten breakfast, he was already starving, let alone Sakura and Naruto. What do? We only have 2 bento boxes and Kakashi-sensei won't let us share. Sakura frowned at the bento boxes. Originally they could have shared the 3 boxes and then cooperated to snatch the bells in the afternoon. But now even lunch was a problem. You 2 eat. I had breakfast today, I can hold out for the afternoon battle. Looking at Sakura and Naruto, Sasuke pushed the bento toward them and turned away, refusing to look at the 2 boxes. But! No buts. Don't we want to become ninjas? If you 2 don't fill your stomachs, how will you snatch the bells this afternoon? If we don't get the bells, none of us will become ninjas. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Naruto and Sakura hesitated, then picked up the bento boxes and began to eat. Sakura took a few bites, eating while watching Sasuke. She noticed that although he said he could hold on, he was secretly swallowing saliva. Clearly he was very hungry too. Sasuke, why don't you take this bento? Among the 3 of us, you and Naruto are the main fighters. They'll only hold you back. And I've been on a diet lately, I often skip meals. Sakura placed her bento beside Sasuke and said timidly. Sasuke looked at the delicate Sakura before him, momentarily stunned. He had thought Naruto might share his bento, but he never expected Sakura to be the one to give up hers. Meanwhile, the carefree Naruto on the other side hadn't noticed what was happening. He just urged Sasuke to eat quickly since the bell-snatching exercise was in the afternoon. Then let's share this bento. I had breakfast and I can't finish this whole portion by myself. But what about Kakashi-sensei? Won't there be a problem? Naruto still hadn't caught on, asking in confusion. Kakashi-sensei isn't here. As long as the 3 of us don't say anything, how would he know? Besides, if we don't share, one of us will be a burden in the afternoon, and we'll still be eliminated. Sasuke explained, picked up Sakura's chopsticks and began to eat, completely unaware that Sakura had already used those chopsticks. Sasuke-kun. Is he using the chopsticks I used? I'm so happy. Sakura's face flushed. Naruto also shared some of his food with Sasuke and Sakura. The 3 young ones thus finished their lunch peacefully, and quietly waited for the afternoon exercise. They are quite impressive, aren't they? Realizing immediately that they are a team. In the distance, although Kakashi's trio couldn't hear the words of the 3 youngsters, they could discern what had transpired from their actions. Speaking of which, Naruto is way too carefree. I thought he would be the first to make a sacrifice, being the child of your sensei Minato. Kakashi looked at Minato. He hadn't expected that among the 3 Naruto would perform the worst. He had thought it would be Sakura or Sasuke. Sorry about that. I feel I owe that child something, so my guidance for him has been somewhat lacking. Minato said awkwardly, his own child's performance indeed leaving much to be desired. Alright, the bento is finished. It's time to evaluate and score them. Let's see if they can withstand this pressure. Kakashi quickly finished his bento, vanishing in an instant, leaving Sora and Minato behind. They looked at Kakashi's empty bento box with some exasperation. At least take the trash with you. It seems you've all devoured your bento. But has anyone not finished theirs properly? Kakashi appeared beside the three youngsters, looking at the spotless bento boxes on the ground, and asked with a smile. The three remained silent. Although they were certain Kakashi wasn't around at the time, whether they would be discovered was still uncertain. If you confess now, I can still give you a chance. Otherwise all three of you will fail. Kakashi applied pressure bit by bit. The three lowered their heads, still not uttering a word. They would never betray each other so easily. Not going to speak. I know that someone first gave their eaten bento to another, and then someone else broke the rules too. If anyone steps forward now to report who broke the rules first, I can let the other two pass. However, although I know someone violated the rules, I regret to say I didn't see who it was. Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sasuke. He knew Sakura had broken the rules first. Naruto and Sasuke had grown up together and were close. Would they betray Sakura, whom they barely knew, to secure their own passing? Kakashi pulled out a copy of Make Out Paradise, and quietly observed their reactions. Damn it, how could this be? How did Kakashi know? If I report Sakura, will Sasuke and I pass the exercise? How infuriating. What should I do? Will Sasuke and Naruto report me? What am I supposed to do? If no one reports, will Kakashi-sensei just fail all of us? Just as Naruto and Sakura were agonizing, Sasuke stood up. The one who broke the rules is me. Huh. Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi were all baffled. Sasuke was the most disciplined of them. He had only accepted Sakura's bento without sharing his own. Why would he step forward? I am the one who violated the rules. If someone must fail, then I am the least deserving of failing. Sasuke removed his ninja headband and placed it on the ground. At this moment, he had vaguely guessed what Kakashi was really trying to do. Sasuke. No, it wasn't Sasuke who broke the rules. I did. No, I was the first to break the rules. I was the one who gave my bento to someone else. If anyone should be eliminated, it should be me. Naruto and Sakura also stood up, each insisting that they were the one who broke the rules and should be eliminated. Unexpectedly, there's a pleasant surprise. Since all of you admit to violating the rules, then unfortunately all of you fail. Kakashi's words left the three frozen in place. They hadn't expected this outcome. Kakashi-sensei, you can't do this. Naruto wanted to invoke his father, but suddenly realized that would be wrong. Of course, Naruto's father is my teacher, and Sasuke's older brother is Sora. I can't disregard their faces. I can give you one last chance. If you fight among yourselves until one of you is incapacitated, I will pass the other two. How's that? I'm being generous, aren't I? Kakashi turned his back, leaving the three staring at each other in bewilderment. A three-way brawl. But Naruto and Sasuke were both stronger than her, and they were old friends. Wasn't it obvious that the two with connections would eliminate her? Sakura was the first to assume a combat stance. Even if she was going to be eliminated, she wouldn't go down without a fight. She was a proper graduate of the Ninja Academy. On the other side, Sasuke and Naruto were also hesitating. Kakashi had made it clear they were failures, defective products, only given a chance because of their elders. Sasuke had initially thought Kakashi was testing their unity. If he took responsibility, he would surely pass. But now it seemed otherwise, or perhaps this was still part of the test. I give up. Naruto. Hearing Naruto's words, Sakura and Sasuke immediately turned to him, calling his name. If I can only become a ninja through my father's protection, then that future is not one I want. At that moment, Naruto also removed his ninja headband. He looked at it, the thing he had wanted ever since he could remember. Now that he finally had it, he was voluntarily taking it off within a single day. I will never become a ninja through my father's protection, nor will I ever raise a hand against my teammates, whether it's Sasuke, whom I have known for years, or Sakura. If I have to attack my teammates to become a ninja, then how can I ever become Hokage? That's right. How could I attack my teammates just to become a ninja, even if we've only just become a team? I give up too. Being a ninja is great, but forcing me to attack my teammates is too cruel. Have you made up your minds? Naruto, if you don't become a ninja, you can never become Hokage. Your father's hopes for you will all be in vain. Sasuke, if you don't become a ninja, what about the burdens you carry? Are you just going to abandon them? Sakura, they both have connections, but you have nothing. Are you going to fool around with them too? Kakashi's words were deafening. Yes. If they couldn't become ninjas, all their years of effort would be wasted. Naruto's dreams, Sasuke's vengeance, Sakura's aspiration to rise, all would turn to nothing. Was it really worth it? I'll give you 3 seconds. If you haven't acted by then, this exercise is over. 1. The three exchanged glances, observing each other. 2. Smiles appeared on the faces of the three. They knew no one would make a move. 3. The three lay on the ground staring at the clouds in the sky, tears streaming from the corners of their eyes. They knew their chance was gone. 3 seconds had passed. The exercise was over. All right, I declare this survival exercise concluded. All 3 of you pass. Kakashi smiled, announcing that the trio had passed the assessment and officially became ninjas. Huh. The 3 sat up abruptly, staring at Kakashi in astonishment, not understanding what he was up to. Congratulations to the 3 of you. Starting tomorrow, you will officially begin taking missions with me, Kakashi said with utmost seriousness. However, the 3 little ones were momentarily stunned, for the contrast was so immense that it was perfectly normal for them to be unable to process it. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, right? Congratulations. You have become ninjas. At this moment, Kong also brought Minato to the 3 little ones and congratulated them. Father, have you been watching the whole time? Naruto looked at Minato, immediately ran up to him, and asked how he had performed. Brother Kong, I have become a ninja. Should you teach me new things now? Sasuke also came to Kong's side, wanting to learn new ninjutsu. Only Sakura seemed a bit dejected. Well, your current teacher is Kakashi. It's not convenient for me to interfere. Wait until you become a Chunin, then we'll talk. Kong patted Sasuke on the head, then came to Sakura. You are Sakura, right? I can see that your foundation is very solid. Please take good care of Sasuke and Naruto from now on. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to me anytime. Okay, I will definitely work hard together with Sasuke and Naruto. Looking at the somewhat flustered Sakura, a smile appeared on Kong's face. Perhaps due to the changes in Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura's personality had also undergone a slight transformation. Without those explosive remarks, Sakura seemed much more endearing. Hey, your arrival has completely made them ignore me. I am their team leader, Jonin, after all. At that moment, Kakashi, who was also feeling overlooked, stepped forward and said something to assert his presence. Alright, to celebrate your official becoming ninjas, I'll treat you to barbecue this afternoon. Kong looked at the people around him in a great mood and unhesitatingly offered to treat everyone. But with so many people, is it really okay? This is really a considerable expense. As everyone cheered, Sakura, who came from a civilian background, asked in doubt. It's fine. You don't know, Brother Kong doesn't lack this bit of money at all. It's nothing. Naruto slyly sidled up to Sakura and explained Kong's financial resources. As a cage-level powerhouse who had achieved financial freedom many years ago, such a small amount of money meant nothing to him. Thus in the afternoon, everyone ate barbecue together. The 3 little ones, Kong, Minato, Kakashi, and Meichin, 7 of them, spent this joyful afternoon together. For the next period of time, the 3 little ones were greeted by endless low-level missions. Catching lost pet cats and dogs, carrying water for an old granny, babysitting a newborn baby. What? All such simple tasks. They are just torturing us. Naruto complained to Kakashi and the 3rd Hokage. They had just turned in a mission to catch a lost cat. He couldn't even remember how many such tasks he had done. That's right, these missions haven't improved us at all. Sasuke also complained on the side. He needed training, not loitering. Sakura didn't say anything, but it was obvious that she was also tired of these tasks. You 3 stop talking. Kakashi looked at the 3rd Hokage in front of him and promptly stopped the 3 little ones' complaints. Although you are all excellent, you have only just become genin. Even if there are some suitable missions, it's hard to gain the employer's trust. But let me see if there is a suitable mission. The third Hokage held the mission scroll looking for a suitable task for Team 7. Let me see. Found it. This crank mission should be very suitable for you. Escort a person to the Wave Country. Who do we need to protect? A princess? A wealthy merchant? Or a high-ranking official? Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Naruto immediately became interested, fantasizing about meeting some important figure. Not that. What are you fantasizing about? Escorting such an important person would never be a crank mission. Kakashi unhesitatingly gave Naruto a whack. He really couldn't stand Naruto's personality anymore. Teacher Minato was so calm and reliable, but Naruto was so impulsive, and even seemed brainless at times. Please come in. The third Hokage let the mission target, who had been waiting behind the door, enter. This was a mission he had carefully prepared for Team 7. Even if Naruto and the others hadn't brought it up today, the third Hokage would have found an excuse to give them this mission. What? All of them are just kids. When the door opened, a drunken middle-aged man appeared before them, holding a bottle of wine and occasionally taking a swig. These kids don't seem like qualified candidates at all, do they? Uncle, please show us some respect. We are excellent ninjas who graduated from the Ninja Academy, passed the strict Jonin assessment, and completed numerous missions in a short time. Naruto was already angered and wanted to confront Tazuna, but Kakashi restrained him. Sasuke stepped forward at this moment and introduced themselves to Tazuna. Although Sasuke's introduction was all true, those present who knew the truth felt an indescribable strangeness. Is that so? Then let me introduce myself too. My name is Tazuna, a renowned bridge builder. You must protect me well during the time I return to my country to build the bridge. Thus, after friendly exchanges, the group went home to pack their things, gathered at the gates of Mai, and set off together towards the Bougie country. By the way, can you kids really handle it? It's fine. With me a Jonin following, there won't be any problems. And these three are excellent subordinates. In a place unnoticed by the three little ones and Tazuna, two pairs of eyes filled with murderous intent were watching them. And behind those two pairs of eyes, in a place no one had noticed, another two pairs of eyes were observing everything. It seems this mission is not simple. We haven't even left the village's territory and we're already being watched. Minato looked at the scene before him, somewhat helpless. He hadn't wanted to come in the first place. Naruto was just going out on a crank mission with Kakashi by his side. He had given Naruto some instructions and was about to do other things when Kong appeared at his home and forcibly dragged him out to see these things. Yes. This is a long-term mission and I finally have something to do. Kong stretched his limbs. Finally, the main storyline was beginning. By the way, do you have to follow such a mission? Isn't that too cautious? With Kakashi around, nothing will happen. You don't understand, Minato. Watching them grow up slowly is the happiest thing for me. You wouldn't understand. After saying this, Kong silently added in his heart, except for being with Yao Mei. Alright. I can't keep up with your young people's thinking. Now can you send me back? Fine. I'll send you back now. Kong helplessly used the Flying Thunder God technique to send Minato home, then continued to secretly follow behind Team 7, looking forward to the story of Zabuza and Bai. Thus Kong followed behind them, observing when those two fools would launch their attack. Before long, Kong noticed the two fools stealthily circling ahead of Team 7, transforming into a puddle to lie in ambush. Has the real combat finally begun? In the original story, Kakashi dealt with these two nobodies easily. I wonder if the current Sasuke and Naruto can handle them. The three young ones were walking with Kakashi and Tazuna when suddenly two ninjas emerged from the puddle behind them. With their tools extending chains bearing sharp blades, they bound Kakashi, who was at the rear. First one. Delight flickered on their faces as they yanked, reducing Kakashi to a pile of wooden blocks. You should have thought twice before accepting this mission. They regarded the stunned trio and Tazuna, speaking slowly. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura's face paled with panic. Sasuke had already drawn shuriken and kunai ready to fight. Naruto shouted Kakashi's name, unaware that the two ninjas had crept behind him. Second one. A sinister grin spread across their faces as if victory was already theirs. Just as they moved to strike Naruto, several shurikens sliced through the air, cutting their cheeks and interrupting their attack. Underestimating us will cost you. Sasuke kicked one ninja away, then engaged him with a kunai. The ninja abandoned his chain, steadied himself, and prepared to counter Sasuke's assault. Meanwhile, Naruto snapped back to reality. Seeing Sakura already holding a kunai guarding Tazuna warily as the other enemy prepared to strike, he knew he had to fight. Multiple shadow clone technique. 4 shadow clones of Naruto materialized, and together with the original they sprinted, weaving through the path to charge at the other ninja. Kids, stay out of this. Our target isn't you lot. Oh. After attacking us you realize you can't take us down, so you try to deceive us with words. How pathetic. Sasuke kicked the ninja in front of him again, unleashed several shuriken, and began forming hand seals. Fire-style fireball jutsu. A massive fireball surged toward the enemy. The ninja, having just dealt with the shuriken, stared in disbelief at Sasuke's ability to use such a technique. How can a brat fresh from the academy use ninjutsu? In his incredulous expression, the fireball jutsu slammed into him. Engulfed in flames, he tried to move closer to Sasuke but lacked the strength. I told you, underestimating us will cost you. Sasuke stood before the enemy, kunai in hand, on guard against any possible counterattack, speaking coldly. On the other side, Naruto began his confrontation with the other ninja. Naruto's fists and feet landed repeatedly on the enemy, but most strikes were ineffective. His shadow clones were numerous, yet they lacked the power to break through the enemy's defense, so he couldn't subdue him quickly. Seeing that Sasuke had already defeated his opponent, Naruto could no longer hold back. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto formed hand seals again, spawning 5 more clones. 10 Narutos rushed together, instantly grabbing the enemy's limbs and rendering him helpless. Damn it, how can he have so many shadow clones? Barely managing to dispel 2 of Naruto's clones with his weapon, he saw 2 fists flying toward his face. Uzumaki Naruto striking. The combined heavy punch from Naruto and his clones struck the enemy's face squarely, sending him flying backward. He crashed to the ground unconscious and motionless. Still wary, Naruto had a clone sit on him to confirm he was truly out. Well done, my disciples, indeed. As Naruto and Sasuke subdued their foes, Kakashi emerged from the side, clapping. Where Kakashi had been attacked, only a pile of scattered wood remained. However, I must say a few words. Sasuke's performance was flawless, prompt rescue of a comrade and swift elimination of the enemy. Naruto, there's room for improvement in battle. If your teammate falls, the enemy won't give you time to freeze. As for Sakura, given your current level, protecting the client promptly is already commendable. Kakashi assessed the 3 young ones. Beside him, Tazuna wore a relieved expression. When Kakashi was attacked, he truly thought his end had come. What? It's my first real battle. How could I be perfect? Sasuke did well, but that doesn't mean I did poorly. You're too strict, Kakashi-sensei. I recall someone's dream is to become Hokage. If you set such low standards for yourself, your dream will drift further away. Yeah, Naruto, if it weren't for me, you'd have been hurt. Next training session, see if you still slack off. What? Sasuke, how can you say that? I never slacked off when we trained together. Watching the 3 bicker, Sakura's face fell. She felt utterly dejected. In the battle she had performed the worst. Naruto and Sasuke each defeated an enemy while she had only guarded the client, accomplishing nothing. It's fine. They've naturally received more training and exposure to ninjutsu and taijutsu than you. It's normal that you're behind them now. Kakashi had quietly come to Sakura's side, comforting her. He saw that she was lagging behind in Team 7. Naruto and Sasuke had both been trained by Kong, so it was natural for Sakura to struggle to catch up. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura tried to speak, but Kakashi patted her head, stopping her. Now, Mr. Tazuna, do you have a moment? I have something to ask you. Kakashi smiled warmly at Tazuna, but the brightness of his smile made Tazuna shiver involuntarily. Those 2 were clearly misgenin, known for their savage fighting style. Why would you attract such enemies? What are you talking about? I didn't attract such enemies. Tazuna denied it outright, unwilling to admit anything. Is that so? You won't tell us the truth. Your commission only required us to protect you from thugs or bandits, not from ninjas. Any mission involving ninjas starts at a high cost, crank, or even brank. Kakashi spoke slowly, keeping his eyes on Tazuna. You may have some unspoken difficulties, but false commissions are a serious taboo for ninjas and hidden villages. The enemies we've encountered already exceed the mission's scope. We don't know what level of ninja might appear next. So come clean. Kakusha-sensei, since the old man has his reasons, let's help him out. We're not hurt, and with you here nothing will go wrong. It's also a test for us, isn't it? At that moment Naruto stepped forward. He could see Tazuna indeed had a burden and they were tired of trivial missions. Why not take this one and help Uncle Tazuna? Naruto, you. Kakashi and the other two looked at Naruto's earnest expression and eventually agreed. Thus, under Naruto's insistence, Kakashi and the others agreed to continue the mission. The 5 of them pressed forward, crossing mountains and rivers, sailing across waters, advancing toward the land of waves. Just as they were about to reach the land of waves, Kakashi, still on the boat, voiced the question that weighed most on his mind. Mr. Tazuna, regardless of anything for the sake of my subordinate's safety and your own life, can you tell me who exactly is after you? Why would he target you? It seems I have no choice but to speak. Tazuna watched the approaching shores of the land of waves and finally began to explain. You must be prepared because this job may be beyond your capabilities. In truth, my life has long been marked by an incredibly fearsome individual. An incredibly fearsome individual. Sakura was startled by the word. He is a wealthy shipping magnate, a man named Gato. Tazuna slowly revealed the name of his pursuer. The mention of Gato made Kakashi's eyes widen in recognition. You mean the Gato of Gato Corporation? I've heard he is one of the wealthiest men in the world. That's right. On the surface he is a tycoon, but behind the scenes he uses thugs and ninja to traffic in drugs and contraband, steadily devouring other companies and nations. A year ago he set his sights on the land of waves, monopolizing all maritime traffic and transport, the very lifeline of our country. The only thing that could save the land of waves was the bridge we had begun building. So you hid this from us for the sake of the land of waves? Sakura immediately understood the situation. But you could have raised the mission reward and hired stronger ninja. Why choose us? The other 3 are just newly graduated genin. This only endangers everyone, including yourself. Kakashi was not swayed by Tazuna's noble sentiment. He questioned him coldly. Because the land of waves is truly impoverished. Even the daimyo has no money, let alone someone like me. I could never afford the high reward for a rank mission, so I decided to take my chances. Tazuna spoke with sorrow. The land of waves was utterly pitiful, lacking power, lacking wealth, and cursed with a terrible geographical location. Even when capable individuals occasionally emerged, they only thought of escaping this miserable country rather than changing it. That was why the land of waves had been so easily trampled by someone like Gato. If you cancel my commission, I will surely be killed immediately. But it doesn't matter if I die. I only have an 80-year-old granddaughter. She would just weep every day, living in misery. My daughter would only hate the ninja of Konoha, and perhaps she would pass away in pain. But it's fine, none of this is your fault. As Tazuna spoke, Kakashi and the 3 young ninja wore expressions of deep exasperation, unsure what to say to this utterly unscrupulous man. If Kong were here, he would surely grasp Tazuna's hand and lament how long it had been since he had encountered someone so skilled at emotional blackmail, aside from those veteran politicians who had spent years in the political arena. Finding such a person was truly difficult. But Kong would soon teach him that even emotional blackmail requires a victim with a conscience, and Kong cared nothing for morality. Unfortunately for Tazuna, Kakashi and the 3 young ones still possessed a high moral standard. Fine, I suppose we have no choice. Well, continue protecting you. The 4 exchanged glances and reluctantly accepted the mission. Really? I am truly grateful. After expressing his thanks, Tazuna secretly made a victory sign behind his back, celebrating the success of his emotional manipulation. Thus the group successfully landed and walked on the soil of the land of waves. When everything seemed calm, Naruto suddenly felt a gaze upon him, a peculiar sense of danger. Who's there? Without hesitation, Naruto hurled his kunai toward the source of the perceived threat. An enemy. In an instant, Sasuke and Kakashi assumed combat stances while Sakura drew her kunai and shielded Tazuna. What? It's just a rabbit. Sorry about that. Naruto looked at the trembling rabbit behind the bush, feeling embarrassed. Yet for some reason he still sensed an aura of danger. Watch out! That's a specially trained snow rabbit used for the substitution technique. The enemy is already here. Kakashi shouted a warning to the three who had just let their guard down. Immediately a massive blade flew toward them. Kakashi parried it with his kunai, barely deflecting it, then swiftly drew the long sword from his back. The deflected blade embedded itself deeply into a nearby tree. A man in strange attire stood atop the blade, staring coldly at the group below. Hey! Isn't that the rogue ninja of the mist, Zabuza Momochi? Kakashi stepped forward and greeted Zabuza. Konoha's Silver Fang Kakashi. I didn't expect you to recognize me. Zabuza returned the greeting. The son of the White Fang of Konoha, a ninja renowned for his swordsmanship and lightning release, known as the Silver Fang, an elite jonin. A troublesome opponent. But he, the demon Zabuza, had carved his own name through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. How dare he attack us outright? Let me teach him a lesson. Naruto moved to act, but Kakashi stopped him. You are not yet strong enough to face him. Fall back, he is my opponent. Kakashi blocked Naruto, speaking to the four behind him. Sasuke immediately stepped forward, pulling Naruto back while Sakura retreated with Tazuna. Kakashi's words made them realize this was a battle they could not interfere in. Since you recognize me, aren't you going to hand over that old man? As far as I know, that old man doesn't have the money to hire you, the Silver Fang Kakashi, does he? If you give him to me, we can avoid a fight. After confirming it was Kakashi, Zabuza didn't attack immediately. Instead, he initiated negotiations. He wasn't confident he could defeat Kakashi, but Kakashi wasn't confident he could defeat him either. If negotiation was possible, it was the optimal choice. Unfortunately, this old man is our client. I can't hand him over. Kakashi tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze sharp. The coming battle would be a fierce struggle. You want hand him over? Then let me see what the Silver Fang of Konoha is truly capable of. As Zabuza finished speaking, thick fog enveloped the area, his signature technique, the hidden mist jutsu. But Zabuza's technique was not yet complete. He used the body flicker technique to move to a nearby stream, unleashing a massive amount of chakra to generate even more fog, completely concealing his presence. How boring! Fighting with all this fog. If I didn't have the Byakugan, I wouldn't be able to see a thing. In the distance, Kong sat on a tree branches, pupils completely white, staring intently at Kakashi and Zabuza, eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why is there such a thick fog? The three youngsters enveloped in the mist couldn't help but voice their confusion. Hidden mist, silent killing technique, the specialty of the demon Zabuza. You must protect yourselves and watch each other's backs. Although he will target me first, you still need to be careful. Kakashi tightened his grip on his blade. The fog was thickening and he could no longer see the three youngsters and Tazuna behind him. He could only give them a few instructions before preparing for battle. From within the dense fog, Zabuza's voice echoed continuously, pointing out the vital points on their bodies. With so many vital spots, which one should I cut first? It's really hard to choose. Zabuza, hidden in the thick mist, kept applying psychological pressure on everyone inside. Just as the three youngsters were about to break under the strain, Kakashi's voice rang out. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, you'll be fine. I will never let anyone kill my comrades in front of me. Kakashi said this firmly, recalling how Obito and Rin had died before his eyes years ago. He would never allow such a thing to happen again. Is that so? Then try to stop me. Zabuza's voice came from behind Kakashi. The fog was dispersed by the wind from Zabuza's high-speed movement, briefly restoring everyone's vision. Zabuza's massive blade was about to strike Tazuna, who stood behind the three youngsters, but in an instant Kakashi's blade intercepted Zabuza's. I said as long as I'm here, my comrades won't be killed. Kakashi kicked Zabuza away and thrust his blade forward, piercing through Zabuza's body. But what flowed from the wound was not blood, it was water. A water clone. Too late. Realizing it now is already too late. Zabuza's water clone turned into a puddle of water, scattering on the grass. At that moment, the real Zabuza had already appeared behind Kakashi, and his decapitating blade ruthlessly sliced through Kakashi's body. It's over. Just as Zabuza was brimming with confidence, suddenly a flash of lightning sparked from Kakashi's severed body, followed by a surge of electricity that traveled through the decapitating blade into Zabuza's body, paralyzing him. Indeed, it's over. But it's not me who's finished, it's you. Taking advantage of Zabuza's paralysis, Kakashi placed his blade against Zabuza's neck. Is that so? Do you think an assassin, a master of silent killing, would have only this much vigilance? Hearing Zabuza's words, Kakashi instantly became alert. At the last moment he sensed the attack coming from behind and barely managed to block Zabuza's strike, using the momentum to create distance. At that moment the Zabuza paralyzed by lightning also turned into a puddle of water. Clearly that too was a water clone. With a water source nearby, the water clone technique is easy to perform. It's over, Kakashi. This time I've won. Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi, and the water at Kakashi's feet under Zabuza's control engulfed him, forming a water prison that restrained Kakashi. How about that? Helpless, aren't you? It seems the silver fang of Konoha is nothing special. Damn it, why did it have to be a water prison? My lightning techniques will be affected by the water and hurt myself. Kakashi stared at the water prison, still debating whether to forcefully break out, but on the side Sasuke had already made his move. Fire-style fireball jutsu. A massive fireball flew towards Zabuza, but Zabuza merely shifted his foot, and a water wall rose before him, blocking Sasuke's fireball. Run. You have no chance in this battle. From the moment I was caught, the outcome was decided. Take Tazuna and flee. Return to Konoha and find Kong or the others. They will help you. Kakashi, seeing Sasuke attack Zabuza in an attempt to rescue him, immediately shouted at the three youngsters to escape. If they left, he could use Chidori Stream to break the water prison and perhaps have a chance. If they stayed, he couldn't go all out. What are you saying? How could we abandon Kakashi-sensei and flee in disgrace? Naruto formed the hand signs for the multi-shadow clone technique, creating numerous clones that charged at Zabuza in an attempt to save Kakashi. Sasuke coordinated by throwing shuriken and using the shadow shuriken jutsu, attacking Zabuza with all his might. Naive brats. Do you think this can save Kakashi? How ridiculous. Zabuza created two water clones, and his decapitating blade swung continuously, deflecting all the shuriken and cutting down Naruto's shadow clones. In the distance, Kong watched Kakashi trapped in the water prison with a speechless expression. Could this be a plot-induced death? Sharingan Kakashi falls here, Silver Fang Kakashi also falls here. Is the water prison technique some kind of high-level jutsu? Kong hesitated, wondering whether he should use the Flying Thunder God technique to directly take out Zabuza. Although this would prevent the three youngsters from learning how cruel the ninja world really is, at least they wouldn't be in mortal danger. After much deliberation, however, Kong decided not to teleport directly. Instead, he activated his lightning armor and remained on standby, ready to teleport and deliver an elbow strike to kill Zabuza if things went wrong. At that moment, Tazuna had made up his mind. He had to face the consequences of his own actions. Abandoning the idea of escape, he chose to let the three youngsters rescue Kakashi. On the battlefield, seeing that their attacks were completely ineffective against Zabuza, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance and immediately devised a strategy. Catch Sasuke. Naruto turned his back and tossed the windmill shuriken to Sasuke. Sasuke caught it and immediately threw it along with two hidden ordinary shuriken. Windmill shuriken, shadow windmill. I told you attacks like this are useless against me. Zabuza's water clone stepped forward to intercept. After knocking away the windmill shuriken with its blade, the two small shurikens suddenly flew toward the real Zabuza behind the clone. Useless, Zabuza said mockingly, pulling out a shuriken and precisely knocking down the two projectiles. Then he laughed heartily at the foolishness of the three youngsters. Kakashi told you to run away, yet you still stay here to die with him. How pathetic. But what Zabuza didn't notice was that the windmill shuriken he had knocked away earlier had quietly approached. Take this. Uzumaki Naruto headbutt. The windmill shuriken suddenly transformed into Naruto, who delivered a headbutt to the hand Zabuza was using to maintain the water prison, forcing his hand away. How? Everyone present except Sasuke and Naruto exclaimed those three words in unison. They couldn't believe that Naruto had transformed into a windmill shuriken to sneak up on Zabuza and rescue Kakashi. Brat, die. Enraged by the disruption of his plan, Zabuza unleashed his killing intent without restraint upon Naruto, instantly paralyzing him, and even making him want to kill himself. At the same time, Zabuza's massive blade was already swinging toward Naruto, about to end his life. I said, aren't you underestimating me? With a clash of metal, Kakashi's figure appeared in front of Naruto. Having escaped the water prison, he was now furious. Well done, Naruto Sasuke, but next time I hope you will prioritize your own safety instead of risking your lives to save me. Kakashi kicked Zabuza away, and using this brief respite he gave Naruto and Sasuke a thumbs up. Damn to be toyed with by such brats. Unforgivable. But since it's come to this, let me show you my killing move. Zabuza set down the executioner's blade and began rapidly forming hand seals. Drawing upon the water source, his water-style techniques could unleash far greater power than usual. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. From the lake's surface a powerful surge of water rose, swirling around Zabuza, gradually coalescing into the shape of a dragon that glared at them with fierce fury. Is this really what ninjutsu can achieve? Sakura stared at the distant water dragon, her face etched with shock. To her, ninjutsu had only ever been the basic three-body techniques. Witnessing a full-power technique from an elite jonin suddenly felt surreal. So strong. Even Brother Kong would be injured by a technique of this level. Sasuke directly compared Zabuza's water dragon bullet to Kong, concluding that even Kong would suffer damage if struck by this attack. Kong would be weeping. That brat Sasuke had never seen him go all out. He was insulting him by comparing him to a ninja of Zabuza's caliber. Years ago Kong had already been able to overwhelm the Raikage. Zabuza was merely a plaything before him. Kakashi-sensei, will he be okay? Gazing at the water dragon bullet before them, Naruto looked at Kakashi with anxiety. Though he knew Kakashi was his father's prized disciple, he had no idea of his true capabilities. In fact, his understanding of the ninja world was still incomplete. He watched Kakashi and silently prayed. A water dragon bullet. At this level it is indeed troublesome. But unfortunately I am Kakashi. Kakashi formed hand seals, crouched, and slammed his palm onto the ground. His ninjutsu and swordsmanship were ill-suited to countering such a powerful technique. Under other circumstances he would have simply dodged. But now behind him stood comrades he must protect. Earth-style earth flow wall. Kakashi unleashed his full power, and a wall of earth over a meter thick rose swiftly, shielding them all. The water dragon furiously assaulted the earthen rampart, yet it could not breach the wall. It seems this round is yours to lose. Lightning began to flicker along Kakashi's blade. Truthfully, he was not entirely confident in completely blocking the water dragon bullets, so he would not grant Zabuza another chance to unleash such ninjutsu. Hatake-style lightning cutter slash. Kakashi's longsword, crackling with lightning, repeatedly struck at Zabuza, each slash chipping a small piece from the executioner's blade. Damn it, this can't go on. Zabuza kept defending, but his executioner's blade was no match for Kakashi's lightning-enchanted longsword. He had channeled his chakra to reinforce the blade, but lightning enchantment was inherently superior to normal reinforcement. Its unparalleled destructive power was something other elemental chakras could not rival. Kakashi's blade clashed again with Zabuza's executioner's blade. This time Kakashi did not exert full strength. His sword was momentarily suppressed by Zabuza, but a bolt of lightning shot from beneath his feet, precisely locking onto Zabuza. A perfect opportunity. Sensing the weakening of Kakashi's power, Zabuza knew this was his last chance. Once they resumed close quarters swordplay, Kakashi would not give him the room to retreat and cast ninjutsu. Given that his swordsmanship was inferior to Kakashi's, the opening Kakashi had deliberately created, whatever his intention, was Zabuza's final opportunity. Die! Zabuza seized the moment, staking all his chances on this single strike. He erupted with his chakra, drawing on every ounce of power for one last desperate blow. The executioner's blade overwhelmed Kakashi's long sword and struck heavily into Kakashi's shoulder. Blood streamed out, greedily absorbed by the blade to repair the nicks Kakashi had inflicted earlier. This time I win! Zabuza roared in triumph, but before he could finish the sentence, or drive the blade deeper into Kakashi's body, he found himself completely paralyzed. Lightning-style electric binding. Kakashi calmly announced the name of his technique. Just moments ago, when he crossed blades with Zabuza, he had covertly released lightning through his feet, seeking out every living being and entering their bodies. The lightning that had entered a living creature was inert as long as it did not contact Kakashi. But once the creature touched Kakashi, the lightning within his body would connect with that inside the target, sending a powerful current that would paralyze the opponent, leaving them utterly powerless. This battle is over. Kakashi raised his long sword high, ready to sever Zabuza's head. But at that moment several Saban flew in from afar, interrupting his movement. 3 of those Saban struck Zabuza directly, causing him to collapse in defeat. How annoying! He died after all. A masked ninja who had appeared on a tree at some unknown time spoke in a cold tone, as if Zabuza's death was a trivial matter. Kakashi ignored the ninja in the tree and first went to Zabuza to confirm if he was truly dead. Meanwhile, the 3 young genin were startled by the sudden turn of events. They had just been on the verge of finally dealing with Zabuza, only to have the kill stolen, and the newcomer's allegiance was still unknown. Kakashi was wounded. Sasuke and Naruto stepped forward, assuming combat stances, ready to strike at any moment. The masked figure approached step by step, yet exuded no killing intent, stopping a few meters away from Kakashi. "Thank you so much. I've been waiting for a chance to kill Zabuza. I apologize for my rashness just now." "That mask, if I'm not mistaken, you're a member of the Mist Hunter Division, aren't you?" Kakashi studied the masked figure, still on guard. Everyone from the mist was twisted, and those who entered the Hunter Division were the cream of the crop. Moreover, this person appeared to be around the same age as Naruto and the others. "That's right. You know a lot. But I assume your battle is over. Then it'll take Zabuza's corpse." The masked figure hoisted Zabuza onto his shoulder and vanished amid wind and falling leaves. "I can't believe there's someone so young and so strong," Naruto remarked in astonishment. "The person just now was about his age, yet far more powerful." "What's so hard to believe? Your big brother Kong was already famous on the battlefield at your age, far stronger than that kid." Kakashi patted Naruto's head to comfort him, but unexpectedly it only deepened Naruto's dejection. "Enough, let's not talk about that. Kakashi-sensei's wound needs immediate treatment." Sakura looked at the horrific gash on Kakashi's body. Though emergency measures had been taken, it was far from sufficient. "In that case, let's rest at my place first." Tazuna offered a timely suggestion which everyone agreed to. However, the downcast Naruto throughout the journey gave Kakashi a headache. Had he said something wrong? Was that brat's pride really that strong? Really, Kakashi-sensei is too careless, getting injured this badly. At Tazuna's house, Sakura and Tazuna's daughter were disinfecting Kakashi's wound, then preparing to sprinkle healing powder and carefully bandage it. It can't be helped. When 2 experts of the same level clash, one often has to expose a weakness to create a killing opportunity. If luck is bad, they might even die. Kakashi, however, paid no heed to Sakura's words, constantly pondering the strange behavior of the masked man earlier. "Kakashi-sensei, was Brother Kong really that strong when he was my age?" Naruto asked persistently. He knew Kong was powerful, but he had no idea Kong had been that formidable at such a young age. "Of course. Let me think. When Kong was your age, he was already the supreme commander of the Konoha battlefield." Incredible as it sounds, that's the truth. After Kakashi spoke, he saw Naruto's dejected expression and the burning fighting spirit in Sasuke's eyes. "Alright, Kakashi-sensei just needs to rest for a while and he'll recover. Without a medical ninja, we have to take it slow." Sakura and Tazuna's daughter finished bandaging Kakashi and sat aside. "It's really been tough on Kakashi's in defeating a strong ninja like Zabuza. It seems we won't be troubled for a while." At that moment, Tazuna appeared at the door, speaking cheerfully. "No, I just thought it over. Zabuza might not be dead." "What?" Seeing Kakashi speaking such absurd words with a serious face, everyone was stunned again. "You're kidding, Kakashi-sensei. Didn't you confirm Zabuza's death?" Sasuke was the first to object. How could Zabuza still be alive? "Yeah, Kakashi-sensei. The Kirigakure pursuit team took his body away. How could he be alive?" Naruto chimed in, and Sakura and Tazuna nodded as well. The news that Zabuza might still be alive was hardly good for them. "No, I just thought about it. The weapon used by that pursuit team member was As Kakashi was analyzing the situation for the three youngsters in another part of the forest, Zabuza pulled the saban from his body and slowly stood up. Haku, why didn't you take the chance to kill Kakashi? He was already injured. If you could have bought me a few minutes, we would have definitely killed him. Zabuza stretched his body, blaming Haku as he moved. He hadn't actually suffered any fatal injuries and still retained a significant portion of his combat power. If Haku had attacked Kakashi directly at that moment once he broke free from the paralysis, they could have won. I couldn't risk Zabuza-san's life. Saving you was the safest option. Haku showed no concern for Zabuza's scolding, instead removing his mask and speaking gently. Besides, Kakashi is severely wounded. In this place without medical ninja, if you rest for a few days, Kakashi won't be a match for you. Hearing Haku's sincere words, Zabuza stopped blaming him. After all, they had been together for many years. Next time I will shatter his sword and cut off his head to avenge my shame. Zabuza gazed at the chipped blade of the executioner's blade, his killing intent so intense that merely approaching him was terrifying. Next time we will surely kill Kakashi, Haku said firmly. That's the thing, Zabuza is likely still alive. That young Kirigakure pursuit team member was probably his comrade as well. The next battle will come soon. Kakashi looked gravely at the three youngsters before him, troubled. In his current state, he wouldn't recover as fast as Zabuza, and the three of them were clearly no match for the masked man. This was a difficult situation. So what should we do? After hearing Kakashi's analysis, Sakura spoke fearfully. She had seen Kakashi's injury. There was no way he could return to peak condition in a short time. If Zabuza attacked again, would they simply wait to die? If only I could use my Flying Thunder God Kunai to contact Brother Kong in reverse, we wouldn't be worrying about this. Sasuke also looked troubled. He had clearly seen the gap between Zabuza and themselves. This was not an enemy they could handle at their current level. With Kakusha-sensei in this state, relying on them alone would be very difficult. Hey, can you guys stop being scared? Remember, I have part of the Nine-Tails power inside me. Even if Kakusha-sensei can't defeat Zabuza, I might be able to help. Just as everyone was feeling down, Naruto, who had been dejected himself, stepped forward to encourage them. Though his way of encouragement made Kakashi want to punch him. Alright, enough of that useless talk. Since this is a special situation, we're going to start intensive training. It begins tomorrow morning. Kakashi suppressed the urge to hit Naruto and laid out his plan. This training isn't just to prepare for Zabuza's possible attack, it's also to build a foundation for your futures. Kakashi looked at the three youngsters. He had been honing them with trivial missions for a while. Now it was time to elevate their skills. Training. Is it like Brother Kong's running drills or fighting his shadow clones with all our might? Or are you going to teach us Jutsu, Kakusha-sensei? Naruto shivered at the thought of Kong's inhuman training. Running until you drop, being beaten endlessly by shadow clones from dawn to dusk. Sasuke also recalled unpleasant memories. Meanwhile, Sakura, who knew nothing of this, only heard the part about jutsu. For a civilian ninja like her, learning any technique was a difficult endeavor. If Kakashi were truly going to teach her, she might obtain her first offensive jutsu. That's a secret for now. You'll find out tomorrow. Be sure to wake up early. If anyone dares to sleep in my Konoha's secret taijutsu art, 1,000 years of death will show no mercy. Kakashi smiled, but his words made Naruto instinctively cover his rear. Clearly the 1,000 years of death had left a deep impression on him. Alright, that's all for today. I need to rest and recover from my injuries. With Kakashi's words, the three youngsters left the room, taking in the foreign scenery outside. Inside the room, Kakashi stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. With Kakashi's words, the three youngsters left the room, taking in the foreign scenery outside. Inside the room, Kakashi stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. How frustrating. To follow them like this in secret without being able to show myself, it's truly agonizing. In the forest, Kong took a bite of an apple, idly watching the three youngsters and Kakashi below. At that moment, Kakashi was explaining some knowledge to them. Although you've graduated from the Ninja Academy and mastered some techniques, even forbidden ones, your chakra control is still quite crude. Kakashi spoke while enduring the pain, concentrating chakra on the soles of his feet, slowly climbing up the tree. If you can precisely control your chakra, it will help you fight better. For instance, when I fought Zabuza, I used lightning release electromagnetic bind while deflecting his attack. If your chakra control is poor, attempting to perform a jutsu simultaneously during combat will only lead to failure. You've said so much, but how do we actually train? Naruto scratched his head, puzzled. It's simple. Just like me, concentrate chakra on your feet and walk to the top of the tree. Once you can easily accomplish this training, our special session will be successfully completed. Kakashi hung upside down on the tree, encouraging the three to try. Alright, let me go first. Naruto was full of confidence. He had been trained by Kong since childhood, so such a trivial task should be a piece of cake, right? But the moment he stepped onto the tree, Naruto immediately sensed something was wrong. At first he could manage the amount of chakra, but after just a few steps he released too much chakra, creating a large hole in the tree and being flung back. What's with this? Why is it so hard? Seeing Naruto's frustration, a faint smile appeared on Sasuke's face. He also ran toward a tree, but he only fared slightly better than Naruto, managing 2 more steps before failing. Sakura, on the other hand, reached the top of the tree in one go, sitting leisurely on a branch and watching the two. It seems Sakura has the best chakra control among you. However, considering that both of you have larger chakra reserves, it's normal to struggle with control. Kakashi said with a smile, praising Sakura but also pointing out the issues with Naruto and Sasuke. Alright, continue training. As for Sakura, further practice of this exercise is no longer meaningful. How about protecting Mr. Tazuna? Yes. Though Sakura felt a bit disappointed, she agreed. And so Naruto and Sasuke continued practicing chakra control in the forest, while Sakura reluctantly went to protect Tazuna. How boring. I'm clearly the weakest of the three, so why are they the ones getting special training? Sakura murmured to herself. Among the three, she was obviously the one who needed to improve her strength the most, yet she was sent to protect Mr. Tazuna. Not that protecting him wasn't important, but she felt Kakashi-sensei was being a bit biased. What's wrong, Sakura? Why so unhappy? Just as Sakura was feeling down, a voice came from behind her, and a warm, large hand gently patted her head. Huh? Kon-senpai. What are you doing here? Sakura was surprised. In theory, Kong shouldn't be in a place like this. Me. I was worried about you, so I followed you secretly. But don't tell Kakashi or the others, okay? As a trade-off, I can teach you a jutsu. Kong said with a grin. He hadn't revealed himself for no reason. He saw that Kakashi was indeed a bit biased, and had no choice but to come out and give Sakura some extra tutoring. A jutsu. Can I really learn it? Sakura was taken aback. She knew that teaching jutsu usually only happened between master and disciple, family, or close friends. She and Kong had only become acquainted recently. Of course, no problem. The jutsu I want to teach you is called Water Release Water Formation Wall. It's a technique that can both attack and defend. Kong led Sakura away from Tazuna to a secluded spot. As for Tazuna's protection, Kong's shadow clone disguised as Sakura using transformation jutsu would handle things. Water Release Water Formation Wall. Kong aimed at the river and performed the jutsu. The water in the river surged upward, forming a wall several meters high. So powerful! Sakura watched the water formation wall, which was no less impressive than Zabuza's water dragon jutsu, and expressed genuine admiration. Of course, it can also be used without a natural water source. After speaking, Kong spat out a stream of water from his mouth. The powerful current instantly formed a water wall in front of him, and shattered a large tree in his path. The only drawback is that it requires a significant amount of chakra, but I believe you can handle it. I hope you can master this jutsu by dinner, since I don't want them to discover my presence just yet. And so Naruto and Sasuke continued practicing tree climbing in the forest to refine their chakra control, while Sakura repeatedly practiced the water formation wall jutsu. From achieving nothing at first to eventually successfully performing water formation wall with a water source, Kong couldn't help but marvel. Truly, as the original female lead and a talented member assigned to Team 7, she had learned the water formation wall so quickly. Alright, it's getting late. Tazuna should be heading home soon. Let's call it a day. Kong glanced at the time and saw Sakura's weary appearance from constantly extracting chakra, so he ended the training for the day. Kon-senpai, thank you so much. Sakura bowed deeply to Kong. Having a versatile offensive and defensive jutsu at this stage was truly a rare opportunity. You're welcome, no need to be so formal. From now on just call me big brother like Naruto and Sasuke do. Kong patted Sakura's head again and led her to Tazuna's bridge. He had his shadow clone return to his main body and then sent the real Sakura to find Tazuna and go home. Hey, how come you look so disheveled all of a sudden? Do I? No, I don't think so. Uncle Tazuna, you must have been too focused on building the bridge and misjudged. Sakura turned her head away, speaking awkwardly. She had forgotten that this needed to be kept secret, and returning in such a messy state was a mistake. Realizing this, she quickly tidied her clothes, hid the fatigue on her face, and put on a cheerful expression. By the way, Uncle, shouldn't we head home now? Yes, it's about that time. Let's buy some groceries and go home. Tazuna was successfully distracted by Sakura and prepared to buy food for dinner. Speaking of which, shouldn't I bring up the matter of Haku? Since I have nothing to do these 2 days, I might as well ask Terumi May if she's interested in taking on a subordinate. She's about to become the Mizukage after all. It wouldn't do to not have a few capable underlings. Kong reviewed the storyline. It would still take Naruto and Sasuke a long time to learn tree climbing. As for Haku, he was a very useful asset, kind-hearted by nature. If guided properly, he could surely live a good life instead of perishing alongside Zabuza. Thus over the next few days, Naruto and Sasuke relentlessly trained in tree climbing, exhausting themselves each day. Naruto's unyielding nature drove him to practice even at night, often through the entire night where he encountered Haku. Sakura, on the other hand, repeatedly made excuses to leave and secretly practiced the water formation wall. Only when her chakra was depleted did she return to Tazuna's side to refine her chakra. Although Kakashi noticed Sakura's unusual behavior, he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, and thus paid it no mind, instead focusing on watching Naruto and Sasuke's tree climbing training while recovering from his injuries. Kong, taking the opportunity, visited the land of water and met with Terumi May. Seeing Terumi Mai's graceful figure, Kong stepped forward to embrace her, but she pushed him away. In public, how could you be so forward? Seeing Terumi Mai's shy demeanor, Kong had no choice but to lead her into a private room away from the public eye. After all, a beauty of Terumi Mai's caliber drew many glances wherever she went. How about a kiss? Holding Terumi May, Kong couldn't help but lean toward her red lips, but she pushed him away again. Stop messing around. You know how busy I've been lately. If you came to see me without any real business, they'll get angry. Terumi May looked at Kong, wondering why he had summoned her so urgently. Alright, let's get down to business. Do you know about the rogue ninja Zabuza from the Hidden Mist? Zabuza the demon. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, wielder of the Executioner's Blade. The Hidden Mist is still hunting him. Why do you ask? Have you encountered him? Terumi May asked curiously. I did. He's in the Land of Waves with a talented young boy. Some of my juniors are on a mission there, and he's set his sights on them. And then? Do you want the Hidden Mist village to deal with Zabuza? With your strength, knowing about this, dealing with him should be a piece of cake, shouldn't it? It's not about Zabuza but the boy with him. That kid has talent and is also a victim of the Blood Mist village. He possesses the ice release bloodline limit. Don't you want to become the Mizukage? It wouldn't be ideal to lack capable subordinates. Having no suitable subordinates is not a good thing. Hearing Kong's words, Terumi May fell into thought. She had heard of the boy besides Zabuza. Taking in a rogue ninja was not a big deal for her at this point, but the key was whether the boy's abilities were up to par, and whether he could truly be loyal to her. Let me think about it, okay? Terumi May buried her head in Kong's chest. Although she said she needed to consider, it was clear she was resting, not thinking at all. Kong looked at her with concern and caressed her face. Don't worry, I'll train him. Once he passes my assessment, I'll send him to you. But whether you can earn his loyalty is up to you. Kong thought of Terumi May struggling alone in the Hidden Mist village, facing all the political intrigues, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her, unable to help. What's wrong? Aren't you happy to see me? Sensing Kong's change in mood, Terumi May opened her eyes and looked at him with a smile. No, I just feel like I owe you. If you had chosen a ninja from the Hidden Mist village back then, we wouldn't have to meet in secret like this now. Kong stroked Terumi Mai's face. For a moment he wanted to leave Konoha and stay by her side, but he also wanted to follow the storyline, which made him feel he had wronged Terumi Mei. "What are you saying? It was you who pestered me to be your girlfriend. Are you regretting it so soon?" Terumi Mei rolled her eyes at him. She knew he wasn't serious. Although she had once considered getting rid of him, either by avoiding him or joining forces with hidden mist ninjas to kill him, which would have been easy, she ultimately couldn't bear to part with him. In the end, she couldn't bear to let him go. Someone willing to treat her wholeheartedly was rare in the ninja world. So even though Kong was from a different village, Terumi Mei still chose him, resolved to wait for the day when his promise would come true, allowing them to be together peacefully. And so time passed. Terumi Mei left Kong's embrace, stood up, and straightened her clothes. "Leaving already?" Kong also stood up, intending to see her off. "I can't help it. You know I can't stay away from the Hidden Mist Village for too long. There's too much to do lately. Once I become Mizukage, I'll have even less time. So cherish the moments we have now," Terumi Mei said playfully, then walked up to Kong and hugged him. "I'll miss you." After saying this, she stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the lips. Though she fled the room like a scared rabbit, a second later Kong was left frozen in place. After all these years, she finally took the initiative. Kong touched his lips, still stained with Terumi Mei's lipstick. Though it wasn't their first kiss, Kong had always been the one to initiate. Terumi Mei had always been too shy to kiss him first. Now that she had finally taken the initiative, it was no small feat. "I'll have to handle Haku's matter well, or else I won't be worthy of Terumi Mei's kiss," Kong murmured to himself, then used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the land of water and return to the land of waves. Before he left, Naruto and Sasuke were almost done learning tree climbing. As expected, they would fully master it today, completing Kakashi's training. As for Sakura, Kong could only say that she truly lived up to her role as the heroine. Her talent was astonishingly strong, and in some aspects she was no less than Sasuke. She had already mastered the water formation wall quite well, and her chakra reserves had noticeably increased after these days of pushing her limits. That evening, seeing the three youngsters' fruitful gains, Kakashi smiled. His injuries had also healed considerably, and by tomorrow he would be able to resume the mission normally and accompany Tazuna to the bridge for work. At the dinner table, as expected, Tazuna's grandson got into a conflict with Naruto. Naruto unleashed his talk no jutsu, but since his persuasion skills were still unrefined, he couldn't even convince a child. In the end, Kakashi had to comfort the boy. On the other side, Zabuza and Haku had also made preparations. Tomorrow would be the day they redeemed themselves. The reason for choosing tomorrow was that Tazuna's bridge was nearly complete. If all went well, it would be finished tomorrow. If they didn't act, it would be too late. Meanwhile, Gato, seeing that Zabuza had yet to make a move and the bridge was almost finished, lost his patience. If the bridge were completed, his schemes in the land of waves would be completely ruined. Gato summoned his men and gave them secret instructions. He was determined not to let Tazuna finish the bridge. And so all parties resolved to settle things the next day, then drifted off to sleep. Thus the next day after breakfast, Kakashi and his 5 companions headed to the bridge. In these final days of construction, the waters would not remain calm. Kong, however, did not follow them. Instead, he uncharacteristically lingered near Tazuna's house, waiting for Gato's henchmen to deliver themselves. Indeed, before long, 2 thuggish figures approached Tazuna's home with killing intent. Kong initially planned to dispatch them with a couple of shurikens, but recalling that this was a crucial moment for Inari's growth, he held back. You're Tazuna's daughter, aren't you? Sorry, but you're coming with us." The 2 thugs smashed open the door of Tazuna's house, glaring at Tsunami with ferocity. Then Inari heard the commotion, came out looking for his mother, and was discovered. Tsunami offered her own life as a bargaining chip to protect Inari. Subsequently burdened with guilt, Inari gazed at the photograph of the man hailed as a hero in his hands, then resolutely dashed out to save his mother. "Mom, give me back my mom. Inari, don't come over." Irritated by the mother-son melodrama, the 2 thugs lost patience. Drawing their blades, they prepared to finish Inari. "If you dare lay a hand on Inari, you'll bite off my tongue and you'll have no hostage." Before Tsunami could finish, one of the thugs knocked her unconscious. Thinking such a threat could intimidate them was far too naive. "It's over, kid." 2 flashes of steel cut through the air. The men spun around in triumphant self-impressed poses, but something felt off about the strike. Opening their eyes they saw a stranger soothing Inari with Tsunami, who had just been knocked out, lying before him. "It's all right now, child. Your courage is commendable, but it's still too early to face such enemies. Leave the rest to me." Kong stroked Inari's head, calming his emotions. "Who are you?" Inari's young eyes were filled with confusion. In the land of waves few were willing to help others, let alone risk opposing Gato. "Just a passing ninja. I happen to take a dislike to those two's actions." Kong did not reveal his true identity. He wanted the boy to believe deep in his heart that justice and heroes still existed in this world. Originally this role was meant for Naruto, but since Naruto was now off fighting Haku, Kong stepped in. "Hey, don't ignore us." Though the two sensed something off about the man before them, they still snarled and charged at Kong. Chidori's sharp spear. 2 bolts of lightning shot from Kong's fingers. Firing 2 simultaneously greatly reduced the power, but it was more than enough for these nobodies. The lightning of the Chidori's sharp spear pierced through the thugs' bodies, sending them collapsing to the ground. Kong then followed up with a great fireball jutsu to erase the evidence. Gazing at the blazing flames, Kong couldn't help but regret showing off by using the Chidori's sharp spear when a simple fireball would have sufficed. He had wasted 2 techniques. "Hey, raise some money. Take it and go home with your mother. I have other matters to attend to. From now on you'll have to rely on yourself." Kong placed a small amount of money in Inari's hand, then vanished with a body flicker, leaving behind a tearful Inari and the unconscious Tsunami. I will definitely become a ninja and protect everything with my own hands." Inari silently resolved, carefully stowing away the kind stranger's gift, and kept watch by his mother, waiting for her to awaken. Meanwhile, on the Great Naruto Bridge, the 5 who had just arrived were stunned by the scene before them. Workers lay scattered, each bearing a massive conspicuous wound, blood still oozing. Clearly the enemy had just finished a massacre. "Damn it, are we too late?" Kakashi drew the blade from his back, assuming a combat stance, and warned the 3 genin to protect Tazuna as the surrounding mist began to thicken. "Kakashi, this time you won't leave here alive." From within the dense fog 2 figures emerged, Zabuza and Haku. "Is that so? As I recall, the one who fled shamefully using a trick last time was you." Kakashi taunted, but his movements remained vigilant. "That's right. We won't give you that chance again. Team 7 will stop you. Sasuke and I will be your opponents." After confirming that Haku was an enemy, Naruto's mind was consumed by the frustration of being surpassed and the eagerness to test his new skills. Without hesitation he stepped forward and began provoking Haku. Sasuke nodded in agreement, harboring no goodwill toward Haku either. Only Sakura felt a tinge of disappointment, but she quickly regained her composure and stood guard beside Tazuna. "Is that so? Haku, it seems you're being underestimated. Let those brats witness your power." Zabuza, unimpressed, ordered Haku to engage them. "Yes." Haku responded, swiftly closing in on Naruto and Sasuke. He thrust the kunai towards Sasuke, but Sasuke reacted in time, deflecting the attack with his own kunai. "We've made great progress. Let us use you to test our improvement," Sasuke said coolly, a hint of excitement in his voice after blocking Haku's attack. "That's right. This time you won't get the chance to rescue Zabuza." Before Naruto finished speaking, his shadow clone had already landed a kick, sending Haku flying several meters. "Haku, don't toy with them. If you let them find an opening, things could get troublesome." Zabuza watched Haku, surprised that those 2 brats actually had some skill. As Zabuza's words fell, Haku rose and began forming hand seals without any wasted motion. Naruto and Sasuke felt a wave of chilling cold. Mirrors made of ice materialized around them, enclosing the 2 boys and Haku like a circular arena. Secret technique: demonic mirroring ice crystals. As the name of the technique left Haku's lips, the true battle began. This was Haku's domain, where his real strength could be unleashed. Haku stood beside an ice mirror, then slowly merged into its surface. With the reflections, the entire demonic mirroring ice crystals became filled with Haku's images, disorienting his opponents. "What is this?" For a moment, not only Naruto and Sasuke, but even the experienced Kakashi was taken aback. He had no idea what this technique was capable of. While Kakashi was distracted, Zabuza used a body flicker to appear beside him. Still worried about others? Your opponent is me. Once Haku uses that technique, those two brats are as good as dead. A look of concern crept onto Kakashi's face. Were Naruto and Sasuke really a match for Haku? Deep down he had no confidence. Kakashi's face betrayed his worry. Could Naruto and Sasuke truly be Haku's match? He had no certainty in his heart. Let me show you both my true strength. Haku, standing on the ice mirrors, suddenly spoke, surprising Naruto and Sasuke. But soon they had no time for surprise as Haku pulled out a senbon and shot it at one of Naruto's shadow clones. The shadow clone struck by the senbon vanished without even realizing it had been hit, disappearing with a poof, reducing Naruto's number of clones by 1. As Naruto's first shadow clone disappeared, more senbon were shot at Naruto and Sasuke. In an instant all of Naruto's shadow clones were gone and countless wounds appeared on both Naruto and Sasuke. Damn it! Watching Naruto and Sasuke caught off guard by Haku even losing their weapons, Kakashi wanted to help but was fixedly watched by Zabuza. If Kakashi left, Sakura and Tazuna behind him would be dead in an instant. Mr. Tazuna, I must go help my teammates. Please forgive me. Without waiting for Tazuna's reply, Sakura immediately grabbed her kunai and ran toward Naruto and Sasuke. She couldn't just watch them die. Water release, water wall. Sakura leaped into the air and quickly formed hand seals. Though she couldn't draw on a nearby water source, the dense mist provided enough moisture for her to release the technique. A massive water curtain descended over Naruto and Sasuke, blocking the rain of senbon. Naruto and Sasuke looked up in disbelief. Sakura, from a civilian family, had actually learned ninjutsu. But even more unexpected was that she would come to save them despite the overwhelming odds. As for Kakashi, seeing Sakura's technique, the water wall was not a common Konoha jutsu. Among those he knew, only one person mastered it and could have taught Sakura. Kong. Is he here too? But why won't he show himself? Kakashi was puzzled but kept his eyes on Zabuza. The three young ones seemed to be managing without his help for now. Meanwhile, Haku was also unsettled by Sakura's sudden arrival. In Haku's eyes, Sakura, who had been protecting Tazuna all along, was nothing but a useless waste. Yet she had now joined the battle. A perfect chance. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously threw shuriken, executing the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Though they couldn't tell which Haku on the ice mirrors was real, a wide enough coverage would make escape impossible. Sure enough, as the distracted Haku was struck by shuriken and fell from the ice mirrors, the three young ones successfully regrouped, standing back to back in a combat stance. Sakura, when did you learn ninjutsu? You never told us. Naruto asked, bluntly, oblivious to Sakura's privacy. Sasuke stood awkwardly but didn't stop Naruto, as he too wanted to know the answer. It's not just you two who've been improving these days. I've been training hard too, getting stronger, Sakura said proudly. Her efforts over the past days had finally paid off. Now Haku touched his mask, which bore several scratches. Naruto and Sasuke's attacks had been truly lethal. Without the mask he would have been gravely wounded. It seems this is a real battle. Mr. Zabuza, please watch over my fight. Haku glanced towards Zabuza, spoke those words, then merged back into the ice mirrors ready to fight. On the other side, Zabuza understood Haku's intent. Looking at Kakashi and Tazuna behind him, he smiled. Since Haku wants to handle those three brats alone, I won't interfere. Kakashi, let's first watch the battle between young ninjas. Zabuza's occasional glances toward Tazuna prevented Kakashi from supporting the three young ones. He could only silently pray that they would defeat Haku. Inside the ice mirrors, Haku watched the three young ones. Their mutual help and willingness to risk entering his ice mirrors for their comrades moved Haku, but this was a battlefield where one side had to die. Fire release, great fireball technique. As Haku was still adjusting his mindset, Sasuke released the great fireball technique, aiming to break the ice mirrors and end Haku's terrain advantage. The massive fireball struck an ice mirror, melting it, but a new one immediately formed. It's useless. With your current strength you can't break